A hideous goblin let out a strange shriek, leaping high into the air and thrusting its wooden spear viciously toward the enemy's chest. Zhao Huanshi's gaze remained calm, his heart perfectly still. As if he had rehearsed it 1,000 times, Zhao Huanshi twisted his body with a subtle shift, narrowly dodging the goblin's attack. In one fluid motion, his right hand drove his own wooden spear forward, piercing precisely into the goblin's throat. A clean thrust, a swift withdrawal. Zhao Huanshi leaped backward several paces, avoiding the spray of blood and any potential death throes. He watched the goblin fall to its knees, hands clutching its throat in terror. Zhao Huanshi's expression was cold, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his lips, tinged with mockery and disdain, as though he were an unmatched master. Yet the moment he turned his head, he saw his own summoned goblin being pinned beneath another wild goblin, which was furiously pummeling it with its fists. Zhao Huanshi's carefully maintained cool facade instantly crumbled. Both goblins looked nearly identical. How was he supposed to tell which one pinned beneath the other was his own summoned beast? Simple. The one that looked more shameless at a glance was his. The truth was that Zhao Huanshi shared a unique spiritual bond with his summoned beast, allowing him to distinguish it instantly. Worthless creature. I've summoned you so many times now, and after hundreds of battles you still haven't improved at all. Every single fight against a wild goblin is a coin toss. Zhao Huanshi sighed softly, then rushed forward. Before the wild goblin could react, his wooden spear thrust forward in a sudden violent motion, piercing precisely through the major artery in its neck. The wild goblin collapsed, hands clutching its throat. Meanwhile, the summoned goblin beast, which had been pinned beneath its enemy the entire time and was burning with pent-up fury, immediately scrambled to its feet. It let out a strange shriek and pounced, pinning the enemy beneath it and unleashing a vicious beating. Once the wild goblin was dead, the summoned goblin beast climbed to its feet, its face brimming with smugness as it taunted the enemy's corpse. Looking at his summoned beast with its bruised and battered face striking such a petty victorious pose, Zhao Huanshi spoke with a tone of helpless exasperation. Enough, stop wasting time. While that big one hasn't noticed anything wrong, yet go lure a few more goblins over here. Be careful, don't lure too many. Goblin. The summoned goblin beast slapped its chest with confidence, puffed up and strode off into the depths of the forest with a swaggering gait. Zhao Huanshi dragged both goblin corpses away, tossing them into a trench hidden behind some bushes nearby. The trench already held the bodies of 10-odd goblins. Once the bodies were disposed of, Zhao Huanshi climbed up a tree to hide, waiting for his summoned beast to lure the wild goblins back before deciding how to set up an ambush. Suddenly, a monster's roar erupted from deep within the forest. Countless birds and beasts startled, flapping their wings frantically as they scattered into the sky. No way. Zhao Huanshi's eye twitched, his face darkening. Not long after the summoned goblin beast burst out from the forest, its eyes filled with pure terror, sprinting at blinding speed toward the large tree where Zhao Huanshi was hiding. Pursuing close behind it was a towering 3-meter-tall, burly green-skinned monster along with 30 to 40 wild goblins seething with rage. Damn it, don't come over here. Zhao Huanshi's eyes snapped open wide. He stared blankly at the ceiling, his breathing ragged, a phantom ache throbbing faintly in his skull. Damn it. The sensation of having his skull crushed into his chest was something he could never get used to, no matter how many times he experienced it. Just then a notification message appeared in his mind. Novice trial complete. You have failed the trial. Evolution points gain 1. Current evolution points usable when cards reach max level to upgrade quality 99. Damn it. It's all that stupid creature's fault. I told it to lure enemies carefully, but it went and brought the boss straight to me. Otherwise I could have tried the card evolution effect today. Dying over 100 times, he was just about to accumulate enough evolution points only for that idiotic summoned beast to pull something massive at the critical moment. Zhao Huanshi wished he could drag that stupid creature out and beat it soundly. Sensing the depth of Zhao Huanshi's resentment, a new notification message immediately popped up in his mind. Gray monster card goblin. Not very intelligent, gregarious, humanoid type, low-level magical creature. Only unleashes its full combat power when it has the advantage. Status damaged. Repair time remaining 13 hours 53 minutes. Card level LVMAX. Cannot continue to level up the card. 100 evolution points can be consumed to evolve the gray card into a white card. Beep, 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 beep. Suddenly a piercing ringtone blared in his ear. Zhao Huanshi was startled with a jolt, and at the same time a wave of irritation unique only to wage workers surged up from within him. Damn it, time to work again. He picked up his phone and tapped the answer button. From the phone came a mechanical, icy cold electronic female voice. An F-rank dimensional rift has appeared near No. 45, Chuanyun Street, District 6, North Dongchuan City. All cleaners receiving this message, please proceed to investigate immediately. Based on calculations, your straight line distance to the target location is 5 kilometers, actual distance is 8 kilometers. You must arrive at the rift's location within 30 minutes. Do you require route navigation? TCH, didn't we just clear one the day before yesterday? How is there another one so soon? Zhao Huanshi complained with his mouth, but his movements getting out of bed didn't dare slow down at all. 30 minutes seemed generous, but who knew what kind of mishaps might happen along the way. If he was late, not only would his salary be docked, he'd also have to write a report explaining the reason for his tardiness. If the reason didn't pass review, even harsher punishment would follow. He stripped off his cotton red underwear, changed into an uncomfortable full-body brown leather armor uniform, and took the fine steel greatsword from the wall, strapping it diagonally across his back. Zhao Huanshi pushed open the window and glanced outside, confirming no one was on the ground below. He stepped onto the windowsill and leaped out. Third floor, a height of less than 10 meters. He absorbed the impact of the fall with a practiced roll, sprang up nimbly, and sprinted with agile footsteps toward the shared electric bike parking area at the community entrance. Background summary. In brief, fantasy has invaded reality. The rift core must be destroyed within a set time, otherwise the fantasy realm merges with reality, becoming a polluted zone. In these polluted zones, reality's rules warp. Technology is useless, artillery cannot penetrate. This world had originally been developing smoothly along the path of technology. All nations had merged together to form the World Federation, with super cities as centers, dividing the territory into over 100 districts. But 7 or 8 years ago, the entire world, without any warning whatsoever, was struck by violent tremors, triggering earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and all manner of natural disasters, causing massive casualties. Just as the entire world mourned the victims and supported one another in rescue and reconstruction efforts, an even more terrifying disaster descended. Countless spatial rifts of various sizes suddenly appeared all over the world. The worlds behind these rifts seemed to operate under rules entirely different from the present reality. When the military entered the rifts with scientific researchers for exploration, all items they carried, including weapons, research tools, and even protective suits, instantly crumbled and dissolved. Thereafter, all of their bodies gradually began to change. A minority adapted to the surrounding environment and gained special abilities. The majority either slowly weakened or began to undergo grotesque mutations. Immediately after, everyone was attacked by various monsters. Then came the collapse of the spatial rifts, the worlds behind them forcibly merging with reality, locally altering the world's operating rules, monster invasions, mass casualties, and a series of catastrophic events. It took humanity a long time to figure out that to prevent the fantasy realm from merging with reality, they had to kill the monsters inside and destroy the rift core within a set period after the rift appeared, stopping the merging process. Otherwise, once the rift merged with reality, vast areas would transform into polluted zones. Within these polluted zones, the world's rules changed drastically. 99% of all technological creations would instantly collapse. Humanity tried striking the polluted zones from the outside using every conceivable method, but every attack disintegrated and vanished the instant it touched the polluted zone's boundary. The majority of humans who entered the rift or polluted zones would gradually weaken until death or mutate into various monsters. Only a small minority would have their bodies strengthened, gaining the ability to move freely within the rifts and polluted zones. Through battling monsters or other activities, they would unlock professional abilities and gain greater powers. These people were called Rift Awakeners. Zhao Huanshi rode a shared electric scooter, speeding all the way, or so he imagined, reaching his destination in just 13 minutes. From a distance, he spotted a towering blue luminous pillar standing in the middle of the street, puncturing a massive hole through the hard concrete road surface. Beside it sat the charred remains of a burned-out car. Judging by the position of the wrecked car, some unfortunate soul had parked it in a roadside spot, only to have the dimensional rift descend and puncture the fuel tank. Fortunately, this time the rift appeared at ground level, saving them the trouble of climbing a ladder. Zhao Huanshi parked his shared electric scooter at the designated area while pondering this in his mind. A group of uniformed officers wielding firearms surrounded the dimensional rift, preventing unauthorized personnel from approaching. Seeing Zhao Huanshi arrive on a shared electric scooter despite his cleaner's uniform, several officers exchanged glances, their serious expressions nearly breaking. After verifying his identity, the officers took the phone and other belongings he handed over, watching as he unhesitatingly dove into the dimensional rift. Finally, one officer could not help but remark, "I remember cleaners earn pretty well, don't they? Of course, even if their strength is lacking, it's still a rare profession that allows free movement through rifts and contamination zones, doing high-risk work. How could the pay possibly be bad? Then this is. Haven't you heard the saying? Save where you should save, spend where you should spend, ride a bicycle to the bar." Oh, got it. However, the officers had guessed wrong this time. The real reason Zhao Huanshi rode a shared electric scooter was simply because he was broke. He was not originally from Dongchuan City. 2 years ago, a mid-sized dimensional rift's assault had failed, causing it to merge with reality. He had fled here with his parents and younger sister. His parents' health rapidly deteriorated under the rift's influence. To save them, Zhao Huanshi signed a contract with Dongchuan City's Special Affairs Bureau, becoming a cleaner, using his future wages and compensation as collateral to borrow a large interest-free loan. Though his parents ultimately could not be saved, Zhao Huanshi harbored no regrets. Afterward, he did not return the remaining money either. Instead, he bought a house in Dongchuan City and sent his younger sister Zhao Lejia to study at Dongchuan University. Yes, even though the world had become such a mess, life had to go on. Those who should study still had to study, those who should work still had to work. For most people, aside from becoming more dangerous, the world had not changed all that much. After all, outside the contamination zones, technology still functioned perfectly easily, handling most so-called superhumans. In short, while a cleaner's pay was decent, most of Zhao Huanshi's wages went toward debt repayment, leaving just enough for him and his sister to live without worry. Passing through the glowing band of the spatial rift, Zhao Huanshi felt momentarily disoriented. When he recovered, he saw 6 people dressed similarly to himself gathered near the rift's exit. I told you the Zhao family lives so close by, they'd definitely get conscripted for this. The speaker was Li Xiaoshui, a middle-aged fellow rookie-level cleaner and an acquaintance of Zhao Huanshi. Well, actually, everyone present was an acquaintance of his. After all, there were only 30 or 40 rookie-level cleaners in the entire northern 6th district of Dongchuan City. They were bound to run into each other during missions, making familiarity inevitable. Upon seeing Zhao Huanshi, their eyes lit up with pleased expressions. Because he fought goblins in his dreams every night, Zhao Huanshi's combat skills had improved rapidly over the past half-year, making him one of the strongest among the rookie-level cleaners. Having him on the team greatly boosted the other cleaners' sense of security. Old handsome, I'm only 24. Keep calling me Old Zhao, and I'll feel ancient. Ignoring a certain gaze filled with obvious hostility, Zhao Huanshi used the rift's glow to survey the surroundings. The place was clearly a cavern. Damp surroundings, walls and floors overgrown with moss and lichen, with grotesque small insects crawling about. Underground cave. Did you all bring illumination? Zhao Huanshi asked Li Xiaoshui, while gazing into the pitch-black depths ahead, like a great maw waiting for prey to walk in on its own. Of course I did. I'm not like you, always showing up completely bare. Li Xiaoshui said, pressing a glowing crystal stone into the socket at the center of his metal shield. The moment he raised the shield, a beam of white light shot out, illuminating a dozen ape-like humanoid monsters crouching in the dark depths, each wielding stone spears. Cave dwellers. Damn, when did they get there? Scared the hell out of me. Cave dwellers had no eyes, relying on infrared sensing to navigate their surroundings, but they could detect significant changes in light and had sharp hearing. Realizing they had been exposed, the leader cave dweller roared and charged with all its companions wielding stone spears. Haven't seen you in days, old handsome. When did you learn to taunt monsters? Zhao Huanshi drew his fine steel greatsword, casually bantering. These cave dwellers showed no signs of mutation, just ordinary bottom-tier fodder. Zhao Huanshi could take on 3 cave dwellers barehanded with just a wooden spear and emerge unscathed. Now clad in full leather armor and wielding a fine steel greatsword, he could single-handedly cut down 6 or 7 without issue, let alone with 6 cleaners present on site. Li Xiaoshui ignored Zhao's teasing, gripping his shield in one hand and blade in the other, closely watching the cave dwellers' movements. Behind them, a slender middle-aged woman with defined arm muscles drew her bow, with sharp eyes releasing arrows without the slightest hesitation. A blur streaked through the air, and the fastest cave dweller collapsed silently to the ground. Beside her, a middle-aged man with a hand crossbow took aim for a long, while before squeezing the trigger, his bolt struck a cave dweller's knee, instantly robbing it of mobility. Damn, missed again. The cave dwellers had been lurking only about 30 meters from the cleaners. As 2 fell dead and wounded, the others had already reached the group. Zhao Huanshi sidestepped a thrusting spear, swung his fine steel greatsword with both hands to sever the attacker's arm, and as the creature screamed in agony, he stepped nimbly, using its body to block another cave dweller's strike, then swung to smash aside the one entangled with Li Xiaoshui. After retreating a few steps to use his allies' bodies as shields and avoid being cornered, he waited for openings before pressing forward again. Li Xiaoshui suddenly found the space before him empty. Looking down past his shield, he saw 7 or 8 cave dwellers lying scattered on the ground. He couldn't help but exclaim, "That's our old Zhao for you. Absolutely incredible. Not that I'm the one who did it." Zhao Huanshi cut down a cave dweller and was about to turn back with a retort. A cold snort came from beside them. "Tsich. So powerful, yet you still haven't acquired a class." As he spoke, the man bellowed heavy cleave. His blade shone with white radiance, instantly bisecting the last severely wounded cave dweller with little resistance. Blood fanned out in an arc. Seeing that fellow deliberately flash him a provocative gaze, Zhao Huanshi curled his lip. That idiot Li Guansai. So what if you awakened the most common warrior class? What's so great about that? I'm still the super rare card monster summoner. If only I could reveal it, I'd blind your sorry eyes with its brilliance. In truth, Zhao Huanshi's inexplicable acquisition of this profession was entirely owed to Li Guansai. During a clearance operation within a phantom rift, they were ambushed by monsters far beyond expectations. That fool Li Guansai had retreated in terror, creating a breach in their defensive line and resulting in Zhao Huanshi being captured by the creatures. After desperately escaping the monster's grasp, Zhao Huanshi stumbled upon an ancient altar ruin during his flight. Atop the altar's offering table rested a glowing, hovering profession stone. Profession stones were extraordinarily rare artifacts capable of allowing an awakener to directly obtain a profession. typically granting classes far more uncommon than the ubiquitous warriors and archers awakened through natural means. Combat professions such as elementalist, magic warrior, and healer, as well as special classes like smith and alchemist. At that moment, Zhao Huanshi thought, I've struck it rich. Handing in this profession stone would certainly clear all his remaining debts, and if fortune favored him, he might even receive a substantial bonus. Embezzlement was unthinkable. By regulation, all scavengers were required to surrender everything obtained within Phantom Rifts to the official authorities who would appraise the items before dispensing appropriate rewards. The official rewards would inevitably fall short. Moreover, as a low-tier scavenger like Zhao Huanshi, he routinely cleared only the weakest G-class and F-class Phantom Rifts, places where anything of value was virtually non-existent. Items posing a threat to city security were equally rare. Thus, as long as scavengers did not overstep by selling common materials, the authorities turned a blind eye. But profession stones were a different matter entirely. Any scavenger foolish enough to steal one would be made an example of their execution live-streamed to the entire organization. If their awakened profession proved rare enough, they would likely be treated as cannon fodder or test subjects drained of all utility before being paraded out for a public execution. Profession stones were strategic assets that the authorities, or rather the city's ruling elite, were determined to keep firmly in their own hands. While they could not reach into the contaminated zones, they would stop at nothing to secure vital resources salvaged from Phantom Rifts. When Zhao Huanshi first joined the scavengers, he was forced to watch 2 days of educational videos, most depicting scavengers executed for concealing important supplies. Unfortunately, the moment his fingers closed around the profession stone, it vanished from his palm. Immediately afterward, information flooded his mind announcing that he had activated the profession card monster summoner. Zhao Huanshi was utterly dumbfounded. He wondered if he told his superiors that he had merely brushed against the stone, harboring no intention whatsoever, and that it had entered him of its own accord. How credible would that sound? Placing himself in the leadership's position, he knew the truth would be irrelevant. He had used a profession stone. He had to die. Otherwise, more scavengers would seize the opportunity, fabricating every manner of excuse to consume found profession stones. Fortunately, after awakening the card monster summoner, Zhao Huanshi exhibited no visible changes. Normally, upon gaining a profession, an awakener could sense battle chi or elemental energy within their body, but he felt nothing. Later, due to the peculiar altar ruins, all participating scavengers were summoned for examination. Zhao Huanshi underwent an exhaustive half-day inspection, his heart pounding, yet no abnormalities were detected. His report merely noted excessive nervous tension, possibly combat stress aftermath, and recommended rest. A blessing in disguise. He was granted half a month of paid leave. It was all because of that waste Li Guangcai. Zhao Huanshi had nearly been killed by monsters and almost dragged out for a public execution. In retaliation, Zhao Huanshi revealed to Li Guangcai's then-girlfriend that he had been funding prostitutes on multiple occasions. Gradually, a considerable amount of resentment accumulated between them. Wow, an apprentice warrior. We're saved. That powerful apprentice warrior will take point ahead, right? Li Xiaoshui spoke with a mocking, drawn-out tone. Hearing this, Li Guangcai's expression stiffened slightly. Glancing at the dozen cave dwellers sprawled on the ground, he made a quiet calculation in his mind. This was merely an F-class Phantom Rift. There shouldn't be too many monsters. Relief washed over him, and he lifted his chin with a cold snort. Then let me show you the power of a professional. With that, he led the way deeper into the cavern. Be careful. You haven't seen the cave dweller leader yet. It must still be hiding deeper within the caves. I estimate the leader is likely a female cave dweller staying behind to guard her young. Oh, a female leader. Surely more ferocious than a male one. Fortunately, we have a powerful apprentice warrior guarding us. Hearing his companion's conversation behind him, Li Guangcai's body tensed slightly, and his pace slowed considerably. Hey, powerful apprentice warrior, hurry up. If we drag on too long, the command center will issue a second warning. Scavengers were required to eliminate the monsters, destroy the phantom core, and retreat from the rift within the prescribed time frame. If the deadline was exceeded, the Special Affairs Bureau would immediately dispatch more powerful awakeners into the Phantom Rift to prevent accidental breaches that could merge the phantom world with reality. As for why they did not simply send stronger awakeners to handle low-level phantoms, it was because powerful awakeners needed to remain on standby, ready to respond to more significant threats at any moment. The other reason was that low-tier scavengers served dual purposes, as cleaners and explorers, or more accurately as cannon fodder. If unexpected dangers arose within the phantom, surviving scavengers could at least bring back intelligence. Hearing Li Xiaoshui's urging, Li Guangcai's face darkened, but he gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. Soon after, the scavengers spotted the cave dweller's true nest, and emerging from it roaring was the cave dweller leader, flanked by 5 female cave dwellers. Calling it a leader was generous. It was simply somewhat more robust and taller than ordinary cave dwellers. Ordinary cave dwellers were hunched creatures standing barely 1.2 to 1.3 meters tall. The cave dweller leader, though larger, reached only around 1.7 to 1.8 meters, roughly average for a scavenger. Its strength, however, was considerable. its stone spear pressed against Li Guangsai's metal shield, driving him backward step by step. In his panic, Li Guangsai stumbled and fell flat on his back. Zhao Huanshi let out a derisive snicker, brushing past Li Guangsai as he charged toward the cave dweller. Li Xiaoshui took his place, holding firm against the leader's assault. Li Guangsai scrambled to his feet, face flushed with anger, glaring at Zhao Huanshi's retreating figure as resentment swelled wildly within him. Meanwhile, 2 of the 5 female cave dwellers were shot down on sight, leaving only 3, hardly enough work for a single opponent. Once her subordinates fell, the cave dweller leader, reduced to a lone commander, stood no chance against 6 scavengers. After a rather one-sided battle, Zhao Huanshi drove his sword straight through the cave dweller leader's neck. Watching the leader collapse and bleed out, Zhao Huanshi silently wished he could bring his steel broadsword into the summoner's trial dreams. That damn novice trial had stalled him for over half a year, forcing him to die in his dreams every single night. Zhao Huanshi had secretly scoured the internet through roundabout searches, yet found absolutely nothing related to dream trials. He could not tell whether the information had been suppressed by higher authorities or if dream trials were somehow a unique ability exclusive to the card monster summoner profession. Unable to clear the trial and unable to find any guidance, Zhao Huanshi was truly suffering. After slaying the troglodyte chieftain and clearing out the monster cubs in the lair, the entire underground cavern began to tremble slightly. Vague information emerged in the minds of the group, informing them that the core of this illusionary realm had been destroyed. In such low-level illusions, the monsters within were typically the core of the realm. Once all the monsters were eliminated, the illusion would soon collapse and vanish. The scavengers picked through the spoils, taking what was useful, and quickly made their way toward the exit. When the illusion collapsed, it would expel those still inside, those sometimes intact, other times scattered across the ground. Fortunately, the process of collapse lasted quite a while, giving the scavengers ample time to evacuate. Stepping out of the illusionary rift, Zhao Huanshi handed over the trophies he had collected to the officer on duty outside, retrieved his phone, and glanced at the time. Perfect, he could combine breakfast and lunch into one meal. After bidding farewell to the other scavengers, Zhao Huanshi found a nearby shop, ordered a takeout brunch, rented an electric scooter, and leisurely rode home. Entering the residential complex, he saw a group of people, neither working nor attending school, practicing with watermelon knives and steel pipes in the open space. A 70-year-old grandpa wielded his watermelon knife with a sharp swish, the blade gleaming with cold light. A 60-year-old grandmother brandished a steel pipe, executing a mad monk staff technique. Shaking her head and shouting wildly, she appeared utterly insane, her intimidating aura forcing several nearby onlookers to retreat. Even Zhao Huanshi had to avoid her path, detouring far around. He feared the old woman might go berserk, trip over her own feet, fall flat on her face, and then blame him for it. Weapon control, non-existent. Apart from illusionary rifts, spatial rifts occasionally appeared in the city, connecting to polluted zones or mysterious areas from which all sorts of chaotic monsters emerged. Some weak monsters could be easily defeated by ordinary people with a bit of courage and a blade in hand. Thus, the authorities not only allowed blades, but also encouraged urban residents to practice martial arts for fitness, and even relaxed restrictions on a few firearms. As for the other troubles brought by loosened controls, more cameras, stricter penalties, and occasional live broadcasts of executions naturally reduced the crime rate. Zhao Huanshi greeted familiar neighbors along the way, went home to change clothes, and caught up on his morning brushing and washing. Scrolling through his phone, he finished the takeout food, then opened his computer to write a combat report and submitted it to the Special Affairs Bureau. Lazing around, lying flat, dinner, shower, sleep. Opening his eyes, he found himself once again outside the familiar forest. With the fresh air, those painful memories surged back. If Zhao Huanshi kept a diary, the half-year of trial dreams could fill a book titled 100 Ways a Goblin Kills a Human. Maybe not 100, since some deaths are too repetitive, but 50 or 60 is doable. Seriously, a mutated goblin warrior in a tribe of less than 100 goblins. Is that even reasonable? This is clearly a bug, isn't it? Shouldn't it be fixed? Zhao Huanshi muttered to the air, not really expecting any response. After all, he had tried this many times before. Having entered the trial dream over 100 times, Zhao Huanshi had thoroughly explored every corner. At first glance, the entire dream space appeared vast and boundless. But in reality, centered around the goblin lair, an invisible wall blocked Zhao Huanshi from exploring further outward, spanning about 7 or 8 kilometers. Zhao Huanshi had once wondered if the key to clearing the trial lay within the goblin lair. He first sent his goblin summon into the goblin community to spy inside. But the goblin summon died shortly after. When summoned again, it gestured wildly, chattering, "Goblin, goblin," trying to convey something. Roughly, it said it found nothing special in the lair. When it tried to enter the goblin warrior's room, the warrior slapped it to death. Later, Zhao Huanshi employed a diversion tactic. After eliminating some wild goblins, he had his goblin summon provoke the goblin warrior and lure it away. Taking the chance, Zhao Huanshi sneaked into the goblin lair, dealt with the few remaining goblins, and rummaged through everything. He found nothing but trash and leftover food scraps. Finally, the goblin warrior returned, broke his limbs, and threw him into a pot filled with colorful mushrooms to be stewed. Recalling this, Zhao Huanshi remembered that he had thought of something then, but the pain made him forget instantly. What was it? Zhao Huanshi frowned, pondering. Wait, colorful mushrooms. His eyes suddenly lit up. Wild goblins weren't idiots. The mushrooms stewed in the pot, though colorful, were naturally non-toxic. But it didn't matter if those mushrooms were harmless. Zhao Huanshi could have his goblin summon deliver poisonous mushrooms into the pot. However, under normal circumstances, goblins guarded the pot. If his goblin summoned brazenly tried to toss poisonous mushrooms in, it would likely end up as firewood under the pot. Zhao Huanshi sat on the ground staring blankly at the sky, lightly tapping his thigh. After a moment, a smile spread across his face. These wild goblins have probably never seen a stuffed chicken. Why not let my goblins send them a stuffed mushroom bird? Coincidentally, Zhao Huanshi knew where to find wild chickens and poisonous mushrooms. Before entering, Zhao Huanshi had only wanted to play it safe. Earn some evolution points, find a comfortable way to die, exit, evolve the goblin card, and see what changed. Now with a potential strategy for clearing the trial, he was eager to give it a try. As for the risk of losing his summon as bait and failing to earn any evolution points, who cares? Just another death. After tonight, I'll be a new man tomorrow. Zhao Huanshi patted his butt and stood up. How did those survival videos catch wild chickens again? He squinted, trying to recall, but didn't remember much. Forget it, I'll just go check it out first. To his utter surprise, no traps were needed at all. Zhao Huanshi easily dispatched 2 wild pheasants. However, as a price, he suffered several deep scratches across his face and back, the wounds stinging fiercely. When he had scouted the environment earlier, Zhao Huanshi had spotted these pheasants from afar. Fearing that startling them would cause cries that might attract the attention of wild goblins, he had kept his distance. He hadn't expected these pheasants to be so aggressive. Instead of fleeing, they glared at him with fierce eyes, ruffled their feathers, and charged at him with ferocity. Damn it, I was careless. If I'd known they were this vicious, I would have crafted a weapon first. Zhao Huanshi shook his head and roughly plucked most of the feathers from the 2 pheasants. He found a sharp stone on the ground, slit open the bellies of the pheasants, and scooped out their entrails. From the cloth bundle made from his discarded clothes, he took out the poisonous mushrooms he had gathered and carefully stuffed them all into the pheasants' cavities, then pushed some of the entrails back inside. Zhao Huanshi snapped his fingers and a hand card appeared in his palm, visible only to him with dark edges the size of a poker card. Staring at the goblin depicted in the center of the card, grinning slyly, Zhao Huanshi's face was full of disdain, yet a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. He tossed the card to the ground. Magical light coalesced into a bare-handed goblin. The goblin looked as if it had just woken up, a dazed expression on its face as it instinctively reached back to scratch its rear. Suddenly, its nose twitched, catching the thick scent of blood in the air. Spotting the 2 plucked chickens on the ground, the goblin summon's eyes lit up, and it reached out to grab them. Zhao Huanshi gave it a flick on the forehead. These are props, not for you to eat. And you, as summon manifested from a card, what do you eat anyway? Do you even need to eat? As he spoke, Zhao Huanshi grew puzzled. Ever since becoming a card monster summoner and obtaining the goblin card, he had only summoned the goblin within the trial dream. Whether as bait or cannon fodder, he had never actually found out if the creature needed sustenance. Never mind, he could figure that out later. These 2 chickens are stuffed with poisonous mushrooms. You mustn't eat them. You're to sneak into the goblin nest and drop them into the big pot where they're boiling soup. Got it. The goblin blinked twice and nodded vigorously. Gobo. You sure seem confident. Zhao Huanshi looked at the goblin's large eyes, gleaming with a semblance of wisdom, yet he felt a pang of uncertainty. Forget it, hurry up and go. Otherwise we'll run out of time. Zhao Huanshi guessed that every trial dream had a time limit. Sometimes when he slacked off and didn't want to experience death, staying in the dream for too long would cause the goblin warrior to bring its underlings and actively seek him out. But this time limit seemed unrelated to how long he had slept. Sometimes awakened abruptly by external forces, he would check the time and find only an hour had passed since he lay down. Yet at that moment he had already spent a long time in the dream, eventually dying in battle when the goblin chieftain twisted his neck with a single punch, forcing him out of the dream. Although in his perception death in the dream and waking up were instantaneous, in reality after being killed in the dream, he had simply fallen into a deep sleep. About half an hour later, the goblin summon, holding 2 plucked pheasants upside down, strutted into the goblin nest with an arrogant swagger under the astonished and curious gazes of the wild goblins. Following the rich scent in the air, it found the big pot. The goblin summon tiptoed and peered inside. Clear water with only some mushrooms, wild greens, and unknown plant roots. TSK, TSK, TSK. The goblin summon shook its head in disdain. Then it lifted the plucked pheasants, showed them off to the surrounding goblins, and gently dropped them into the pot. Goo! The goblins around let out a collective exclamation of awe. Instantly the goblin summon held its head even higher. Looking down at these foolish kin with its chin, it raised the other pheasant high, spun it around to display, then tossed it lightly into the soup, splashing water everywhere. The wild goblins erupted into enthusiastic cheers. The soup in the pot had been boiling for a while, emitting a rich aroma of chicken and mushrooms. The goblins watched eagerly as the goblin warrior, the tribe's leader, ladled a large bowl of soup with a nutshell blue on it to cool it, and gulped it down in one go. The goblin warrior licked its lips, a hint of confusion in its mind. Was it because of the 2 pheasants? Why did today's soup taste exceptionally delicious? It scooped another large bowl, fished out a whole pheasant, and retreated to a corner to savor it slowly. Once the goblin warrior left, the other goblins swarmed forward, scrambling to grab the rest. The goblin summon fought its hardest, but only managed to snatch a single chicken thigh. It fumed inwardly. I brought the chickens, yet these scum didn't even give me some respect. Huh. The goblin warrior, full and content satisfied, watching its minions bicker. As it watched, a strange smile crept across its face, and its eyes gradually grew glazed. Vaguely, it seemed to see a goblin with a familiar face, sporting a pair of green chicken wings, slowly descending from the sky, reaching out a hand toward it. The goblin warrior raised its hand and gently clasped it. Zhao Huanshi waited for a long time, but his summon did not return. Anxiety began to gnaw at him. Did it succeed or not? At least come back and tell me. In a little while, that big green-skinned one will be chasing after me again. At that moment, Zhao Huanshi felt a faint stir in his heart. Gray monster card goblin. Remaining repair time, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Why did it suddenly die and come back? Did the plan fail? Zhao Huanshi stood up abruptly, furrowed his brow in thought, and decided to go check the goblin nest. After all, even if I don't go, the goblin warrior will soon come looking for me with its underlings. When he arrived at the nest, he found wild goblins lying scattered everywhere, most of them dead, their faces frozen in eerie smiles. Only a small number remained twitching, slightly rolling their eyes, foaming at the mouth, and emitting strange he laughs. The scene struck Zhao Huanshi as rather creepy. He picked up a wooden spear from the ground, and one by one stabbed the giggling goblins to death. After finishing them all, a question suddenly occurred to him. Since the poisoning succeeded, how did my goblin die? Could it be that it got greedy, drank the chicken soup, and poisoned itself? At that moment, the entire world began to blur. Surprise had barely registered in Zhao Huanshi's mind before his consciousness rapidly faded away. Novice trial complete. Trial successful. Class rank unlocked. Current rank apprentice card monster summoner. Obtain class enhancement, all stats 5. Obtain basic skill card throw. Card throw. Now you can throw monster cards to any range within 10 meters to summon. The distance will increase with your class rank. Class level LV1. Obtain more cards or summon card monsters to engage in various activities, accumulate summoner experience, and level up. Leveling up grants class skills and stat enhancements. Obtained evolution points 100. Current evolution points 199. Obtained trial reward white equipment card, Rusty Dagger of the Thief. Passed the novice trial, obtained a novice reward card. Trial dream regenerating. Holy shit. 100 evolution points, I'm rich. Zhao Huanshi suddenly sat up from the bed, a delighted grin spreading across his face. After struggling for over half a year, he had only managed to gather 99 evolution points, yet clearing the trial instantly granted him 100 points. 100 points, exactly enough to evolve the goblin card. He laughed, but as he laughed he felt like crying. He had spent over half a year dealing with those goblins, trying every method, digging pits, setting traps, only to find that the final answer lay in that pot of soup. What was all that effort for? Was it just to die in increasingly creative ways? Forget it all, the hardships are over now. It's time to enjoy the fruits of victory. He flicked his fingers, and 3 card phantoms appeared in his hand. Curiously, he looked at the new card, Rusty Dagger of the Thief. Information about the card immediately popped into his mind. White equipment card, Rusty Dagger of the Thief. A magical dagger tailor-made by a thief for himself, accidentally left behind in the wilderness. After long exposure to the elements, the blade is no longer sharp, but it retains some magical effects. Attack 02. Equipping grants a minor boost to the monster's stealth ability. Small weapon, only usable by certain small to medium-sized monsters. Can only be linked to one monster card at a time. Equipment cards cannot be summoned directly, they can be linked to monster cards to grant equipment enhancements. Each monster card has a different limit on the number of equipment cards it can link. When a monster card is summoned or destroyed, it cannot be linked or unlinked. So this is equipment for monsters. Looking at the image in the center of the card, a metallic dagger covered in rust, Zhao Huanshi seriously doubted whether it could even kill someone. No level, and it doesn't seem to be evolvable. But it has a magical effect that boosts stealth. Even if it has no offensive power, it's not bad to keep as an accessory. Zhao Huanshi then looked at another card, its edges shimmering with colorful light, depicting a magnificent treasure chest in the center. Novice reward. In an instant, Zhao Huanshi understood how to use this card. He tossed the card in front of him. The card shattered instantly, releasing a rainbow of light that coalesced into a golden treasure chest the size of 2 palms, its surface studded with countless gems falling onto the quilt. Huh, they really went all out on the presentation. Zhao Huanshi chuckled, bent down to pick up the chest, and opened the lid to find a single card lying quietly inside. The edges were pitch black, and in the center was a purple gem surrounded by a halo of light. Information appeared in his mind. Special consumable card, Gem of Greed. a magical gem infused with the power of intense greed. Can be used on a monster card to cause mutation and transformation. Consumable cards disappear after use. With too little information, Zhao Huanshi was somewhat puzzled. After taking out the gem of greed, the magnificent golden chest instantly collapsed and vanished. Zhao Huanshi didn't mind. Well, actually, he did feel a bit regretful. If it had been a real solid gold chest, he could have sold it and paid off the remaining loans. Since nearly half the world was occupied by contaminated zones, mineral reserves had plummeted, causing metal prices to soar. Gold had more than tripled in value. It was just that the world's population had also shrunk by nearly half, otherwise the current metal resources alone might not have been sufficient. Next up, the main event. Zhao Huanshi pushed aside his distractions, flicked his fingers, and the two cards instantly vanished, leaving only the goblin card, which was being repaired from damage. I wonder if it'll still be this stupid thing after evolution. Although he always complained about it verbally, having spent over half a year with the goblin, Zhao Huanshi had grown somewhat fond of the creature. Looking at that goofy grin, Zhao Huanshi sighed softly. He murmured, "Evolve. Hey, wait, let me wash my face first." How could he face such an important moment looking so disheveled? What if the goddess of luck thought he was too slovenly and refused to bless him? Zhao Huanshi put away the card, got up to wash his face and brush his teeth, took a shower, blow-dried his hair, and changed into his card-drawing outfit. A pair of red lucky briefs with golden patterns and clothes covered in characters like fortune, great luck, and supreme blessing. After everything was ready, Zhao Huanshi faced east, held the goblin card high aloft. With a solemn expression, sharp eyes, and a deep breath, he spoke in a steady, clear voice, "Evolve." No golden pillar of light descended, nor did any rainbow radiance burst forth. The goblin card simply changed from a gray border to a white border, and the image in the center transformed from one goofy goblin into 3 goofy goblins. Zhao Huanshi thought he was seeing things, double vision. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, brought the card close to his face, and looked again carefully. Still 3 goblins with that same goofy grin. White monster card, 3 goblins. What do 3 goblins represent? It means you can summon 3 goblins at once. Overwhelming numbers. When the number of allies exceeds that of the enemy, the goblins' combat power is slightly enhanced, and their battle courage is greatly boosted. Wow. 1 goblin turns into 3, that's tripling the combat power. Zhao Huanshi said in a falsetto, feigning surprise. The next second his face twisted with anger as he hurled the card away with all his strength. Damn it. Do you think you're a battery? 3 cells are stronger than 1. The card spun out through the open window, and after traveling about 10 meters from Zhao Huanshi, it shattered and vanished instantly. Zhao Huanshi let out a sigh and plopped down onto the sofa. With a gentle rub of his thumb and forefinger, 3 goblins reappeared in his hand. To be fair, compared to 1 goblin, the strength increase from 3 goblins was more than triple, especially with the addition of the overwhelming numbers trait. However, for Zhao Huanshi, after half a year of effort and so much anticipation, getting just this from the card evolution was a huge letdown. 1 goblin could be killed easily, 3 goblins just meant a bit more effort. He was supposed to be a summoner, yet the monsters he summoned weren't even a match for his own blade. What good were they? To cheer him on from behind, wearing short skirts and waving pom-poms as cheerleaders. Sigh. What a terrifying scene, what a horrifying thought. Zhao Huanshi shuddered at the image his own imagination conjured. After calming down, Zhao Huanshi thought it over carefully. The reward from a novice trial was exactly enough to upgrade a gray card to a white card, turning 1 goblin into 3. There was nothing wrong with that. It was probably that the mysterious entity that designed this class never expected a novice trial to stump him for over half a year. If it had known, it might have killed Zhao Huanshi and taken back the class stone. Oh right, don't I still have that gem of greed? It's just a novice reward, it can't be that valuable. Zhao Huanshi pinched 3 goblins in his right hand while rubbing greed gem with his left. Greatly disappointed with the evolution result, he couldn't be bothered to make any dramatic gestures and casually muttered, "Enhance." Unlike the subtle movements of the previous evolution, sensing Zhao Huanshi's intent, the 2 cards instantly flew off his fingers and hovered in midair. Cracks spread across the surface of greed gem, and then it exploded with a loud bang. As if shackles had been broken, a sinister and terrifying demon was about to be unleashed from the gem. Accompanied by eerie whispers, an unsettling purple mist burst forth, rapidly wrapping around 3 goblins and engulfing it entirely. Contracting, penetrating. When the purple mist completely dissipated, the original card had been utterly transformed. The card's border changed from white to blue, adorned with mysterious purple runes. The central image on the card still depicted 3 goblins, but their appearances had undergone dramatic changes compared to before. One stood at the front, rubbing its hands with a sly smile and greedy eyes. On the side stood a disheveled, filthy goblin, as if it had crawled out of a trash heap. The last one lurked furtively between the other 2 with a cunning gaze and half a mischievous face revealed. Special blue monster card, 3 goblin scoundrels. Influenced by the power of greed, the 3 goblins mutated and gained some peculiar abilities. The goblin thief acquired basic stealth skills and expert thievery, actively stealing supplies, equipment, or any valuables from all non-friendly units during combat or non-combat situations. The goblin scavenger enjoys searching forgotten corners for discarded treasures. When its body is dirty, it emits a strong aura of poverty, making other beings instinctively avoid contact. While easily driven away, this also significantly reduces other monsters' desire to attack it. The goblin merchant prides itself on fair dealing, meaning it only slightly deceives every living being except children who have no money and old folks near death. It carefully selects customers using its superb communication skills to exchange its items for more valuable ones. The goblin merchant needs some startup capital for business, so it always carries a few things when venturing out. In the dangerous wilderness, not everyone is willing to negotiate with it. Whether it returns with a full load or gets bitten to death as soon as it steps out depends on its luck that day. The oppression of greed, the greed of the three scoundrels, is too overwhelming for the current card to bear. Each summoning will only randomly bring forth one of the three scoundrels. Improve the card's level and quality to allow it to withstand more greed power. Placement summon. Besides the normal summoning method, the three goblin scoundrels also have a special placement summon mode. When using placement summon, the three goblin scoundrels are randomly dropped to a location between 10 and 30 kilometers away. If there is a goblin tribe within the placement summon range, the goblin thief and goblin merchant have a very high probability of being placed near the tribe. The placement summon ends when more than 24 hours pass, or when the three goblin scoundrels die. Innate greed. The three goblin scoundrels can smell the delightful scent of wealth nearby and follow it to find the source. When the scoundrels die, there is a 50 chance that the items they carry will not drop. Greed space. The three goblin scoundrels possess a universal space of 5 by 5 by 5, totaling 125 cubic meters. When the summon ends, the three goblin scoundrels store the items they carry into the greed space. The goblin merchant selects items from the greed space as its startup capital before going out. If the remaining space in the greed space is insufficient, the three goblin scoundrels cannot bring back more items. The card monster summoner can retrieve items from the greed space at any time, but cannot actively place items into it. Card level LV1. When the monster is summoned and engages in combat or other activities, it accumulates card experience and levels up. For every 5 levels gained, the card monster summoner must consume corresponding materials to strengthen the card before further leveling is possible. Blue card level cap 15. When the card reaches max level, evolution points and materials can be consumed to upgrade the card's quality. Zhao Huanshi sat on the sofa, his mouth slightly open and his eyes vacant. He snapped back to reality only after digesting all the information flooding his mind. Isn't this just a placement game? If I just tap to place them every day, the goblins can keep bringing back stuff endlessly. No, if the goblins appear in the city, they'll be killed immediately. I need to go to the contaminated zone. Clutching the card and looking at the three mischievous faces, Zhao Huanshi shook his head slightly. These three have no combat capability at all. If they go to the contaminated zone, they probably won't last long. Judging by the description, the goblin scavenger that everyone avoids seems more likely to survive. As for the goblin thief's stealth ability, I'm not sure how effective it is. Oh, and there's a rusty dagger. Can I equip it to them? Zhao Huanshi took out rusty thief dagger and silently willed it to equip. The white card automatically attached itself to the three goblin scoundrels card, shrinking into a small icon in the left corner. At the same time, in the image of three goblin scoundrels, the goblin thief's smile grew even more pronounced. More information flooded Zhao Huanshi's mind. Rusty thief dagger fell into the hands of the goblin thief. The equipment for each of the three goblins in three goblin scoundrels is independent. Equipment cards linked to three goblin scoundrels are assigned to the appropriate goblin. Under normal circumstances, three goblin scoundrels can only link up to 9 equipment cards. Reasonable. Though Zhao Huanshi had secretly hoped that equipping the rusty dagger would give each of the three goblins a blade, netting him an extra advantage. He twirled the card in his fingers, hesitating whether to summon 3 goblin scoundrels in the room using the normal method to see them. Suddenly his phone chimed with an SMS notification interrupting his thoughts. Zhao Huanshi looked down and saw it was a transfer alert from Dongchuan Bank. 12345. 5 zeros 1,300,000. Scam. Zhao Huanshi was just puzzling over the origin of the inexplicable large sum of money when his phone rang before he could call the bank to inquire. Zhao Huanshi couldn't help but smile when he saw the 3 characters Jai on his phone screen. This was the nickname he had set for his sister, fearing that if someone stole his phone they would call her and deceive her, so he gave her a name that was related but completely irrelevant. Zhao Huanshi, as a cleaner, needed to be on standby 247 and could not easily leave North District 6. His sister Zhao Lijiao, on the other hand, attended Dongchuan University in East District 3 of Dongchuan City, quite a distance from home. Because Zhao Lijiao was an awakened and had excellent grades, she was selected by the school's mentor to participate in an important research project and had not been home for over half a year. Hey Lijiao, why did you suddenly call me? Miss your big brother. It's okay, not particularly. Did you receive the money I transferred to you? Zhao Huanshi said in surprise. That money was from you. Yes, you received it, right? Zhao Huanshi frowned. Wait, where did you get so much money? I was taken by my mentor to participate in an important research project, right? The project made a major breakthrough, and this is the bonus distributed. It arrived today, and I transferred it all to you. No, don't lie to me. Your big brother didn't finish college, but I'm not a fool, okay? As a student, you should be grateful just to be taken to participate in a project. How could they give you a bonus? Of course, because I made significant contributions in it. You college dropout, you wouldn't understand even if I explained. Are you sure you haven't found a sugar daddy? Zhao Huanshi, do you want to die? Hearing his sister's voice, she seemed genuinely angry. Cough. Just kidding. It's mainly that this money is a bit too much. Alright. You're ignorant, I forgive you. Use this money to pay off the loan soon. That's not urgent. What's not urgent? Pay off the loan, and then quit the cleaner job. I don't want to suddenly receive a call one day telling me to collect your death compensation. If the remaining loan isn't paid off, you probably won't get my compensation. Zhao Huanshi. I'm not joking with you. The girl's angry roar came through the phone. Zhao Huanshi pursed his lips and smiled. Alright, I understand. But if you gave me all the money, what about yourself? I kept a few thousand for myself enough. Anyway, quickly quit being a cleaner and find a safer job. Okay, I got it. Hanging up, Zhao Huanshi stared at the screen and sighed softly. Silly little sister, quitting this job is not that easy. I signed a contract in black and white back then. He looked eastward toward the direction of Dongchuan University. I'll find some time to take a leave and go see her. Zhao Huanshi murmured to himself. Little did he know that his sister Zhao Lijiao was not at Dongchuan University at all at that moment. In West District 4 of Dongchuan City, there was a large area enclosed by concrete walls. No residential communities or commercial buildings were visible for several kilometers outside the walls. Inside, however, one could see numerous military fortifications and many technologically advanced structures. Further inside, through a faint, ethereal white mist, was a stretch of primitive wilderness where plants grew lushly. Further away, beyond a huge trench, there was a dense jungle where many lazy green figures lay scattered. This contaminated zone was formed when a medium-sized illusion rift descended upon Dongchuan City and merged with reality during the early days of the rift's appearance. It was later transformed into the West 4 research zone, allowing scientists to conduct research related to contaminated zones more safely. Because humans had discovered that maintaining a certain number of monsters in the contaminated zone could reduce the probability of monster spatial rifts appearing. Thus, most monsters in the West 4 research zone were eliminated, leaving only a medium-sized goblin tribe of nearly 1,000 members and some weak monsters. Zhao Lijiao hung up the phone, let out a soft sigh, and her expression faded, reverting to that of a cool and intellectual girl. She put her phone back in the locker, tidied her appearance slightly, left the dormitory, and walked toward the research base. On the way, she met a senior sister from the same school, and they walked together chatting about the project. The double-hole chi mushrooms are almost depleted, but we haven't found any new ones yet, and cell cultivation hasn't succeeded either. The teacher is so anxious that his hair is almost falling out. Chill. If the teacher hears that, he'll get angry again. Didn't they say that the double-hole chi mushroom is a symbiotic plant of the giant rock-armored burrowing worm, and that they sent people specifically to hunt them in the contaminated zone? They killed several rock-armored burrowing worms, but found no double-hole chi mushrooms. Because the casualties were heavy, they had to retreat from the contaminated zone. Didn't they post a bounty in the Special Affairs Bureau? It's been posted for a while. But even the Special Affairs Bureau can't find them, so those explorers are even less reliable. That's true. Senior sister, this thing clearly looks like a pig's nose, so why is it called oval double-hole jet-propelled alien mushroom instead of pig nose mushroom? This way it sounds a bit more high-end. High-end ingredients often require only the simplest cooking methods. Zhao Huanshi was lazily lounging on the sofa watching the TV screen, where a bulky man in a chef's uniform, with a physique so robust that one could run a horse on his arms, looking more like a boxer than a chef, was teaching everyone how to make steamed pig brain using the brain of an intermediate monster, the earth-shaking pig. He had verbally agreed to Zhao Lijiao to pay off the loan, but half a day had passed, and Zhao Huanshi showed no intention of taking action. Interest-free loan, interest-free. Only a fool would repay it early. If not for the contract terms, Zhao Huanshi wouldn't want to repay a single cent. He'd rather drag it out for 80 or 90 years, and when he died it would be settled. Unless someone helped him or his strength greatly increased, it would not be easy to leave the cleaner position before the contract ended. The card summoner profession couldn't be revealed for now, and asking for help would cost favors. It was better to continue as is. Since he didn't plan to leave, there was no rush to repay the loan. Just as Zhao Huanshi was lying back in comfort, his phone suddenly rang again. He picked it up and was puzzled. Why is the Special Affairs Bureau calling me? After a moment, Zhao Huanshi hung up the phone, his expression even more perplexed. Fired. What the hell? Could it be that my sister, after 2 years of college, has become so powerful that she even has connections in the Special Affairs Bureau? Zhao Huanshi, filled with confusion, rode his electric scooter to the northern branch of the Dongchuan City Special Affairs Bureau. After parking the scooter, he looked up and saw that fool Li Guangcai standing at the branch entrance, looking around as if waiting for someone. Zhao Huanshi pretended not to see that unlucky fellow and walked straight ahead without looking sideways. Unexpectedly, Li Guangcai leaped in front of him with a whoosh and laughed loudly. Ha! Zhao Huanshi, you're busted. Zhao Huanshi was startled, his pupils constricted, and his face instantly paled. Damn, has my activation of the job stone been discovered? Seeing Zhao Huanshi's expression, Li Guangcai became even more smug. The Special Affairs Bureau already knows that you stole items from the illusory rift and sold them to others. You're about to be fired. That's it. Zhao Huanshi was slightly stunned. Fuck, this bastard scared me to death. Patting his chest and letting out a long breath, Zhao Huanshi quickly realized. Wait, so you're the one who reported me for selling the items? Li Guangcai didn't speak, but his smug expression clearly indicated that was the case. Are you fucking crazy? If others find out you did this, you'll never be able to stay among the scavengers. Zhao Huanshi said, his face full of astonishment. This is an unspoken rule. Every scavenger does it, and even the Special Affairs Bureau turns a blind eye. If Li Guangcai dared to report Zhao Huanshi over such a matter, it would absolutely spark public outrage among the scavengers. He might even end up dying inexplicably in the illusory rift one day. Right now, for instance, because Zhao Huanshi and Li Guangcai were speaking too loudly, they had attracted attention. Many people were already casting hostile glances at Li Guangcai. Li Guangcai, however, was completely unbothered. He scoffed and said smugly, Your brother Li here has already awakened his job, so of course I don't need to stay in the scavenger ranks anymore. I've transferred to become an explorer, and I'm about to join my uncle's expedition team to make a fortune in the contaminated zone. Zhao Huanshi looked him up and down with confusion. No way. With your strength and courage, you dare to go into the contaminated zone. Have you suddenly changed your nature and aren't afraid of death? Li Guangcai's face stiffened slightly. He wouldn't tell Zhao Huanshi that he was actually going to the contaminated zone to do logistics. He sneered. You should worry about yourself. Lose your job as a scavenger, and you'll have to repay the money you owe the Special Affairs Bureau immediately. Hiss. How many millions was it? With your ability, you probably can't pay it back, right? Oh right, you still have a house. You can sell it to pay off the debt. TSK tisk, poor you, not only losing your job, but soon to be homeless. Li Guangcai shook his head as he spoke, looking extremely punchable. Zhao Huanshi was still puzzled. The Special Affairs Bureau can't fire me just because of a report, right? The scavenger workforce wasn't exactly short, but it was never really sufficient either. Compared to this job that often faced unknown dangers, awakened individuals actually had other safer ways to make money. Because his uncle has some connections in the Special Affairs Bureau. A middle-aged woman with a capable demeanor walked out, casting a disgusted glance at Li Guangcai. Hearing this, Zhao Huanshi looked at Li Guangcai in shock. Good heavens, using personal connections just to get me fired. Are you sure you didn't conspire with my sister? The middle-aged woman turned to Zhao Huanshi and said, Zhao, you don't need to worry too much. I can convert your loan into a low-interest commercial mortgage loan with a term of 10 or 20 years. Upon hearing this, Li Guangcai became anxious. This doesn't follow the rules, does it? Rules. You're talking to me about rules in the Special Affairs Bureau. The woman narrowed her eyes, exuding a sharp, authoritative aura. Li Guangcai's face stiffened, and he stammered, unable to speak. Sister Lu, don't bother with him. Getting angry over such a fool isn't worth it. Zhao Huanshi said with a smile. Thank you for your concern, Sister Lu, but there's no need to trouble you with the loan. I'll just pay off the money myself later. An interest-free loan is profitable no matter how long you hold it, but it's better to repay a commercial loan early. Impossible. Where did you get the money? Li Guangcai was filled with disbelief. Zhao Huanshi glanced at him sideways. Oh, this morning a wealthy woman suddenly transferred over $1 million to me. I didn't want it, but she insisted, even saying she'd support me for life. It was too hard to refuse her kindness, so I had no choice but to reluctantly accept it. Li Guangcai immediately sneered. TCH. Are you not awake, yet having a daydream? Isn't this normal? Haven't you ever encountered a wealthy woman wanting to keep you? Zhao Huanshi first looked puzzled, then looked at Li Guangcai with an expression of sudden realization. Oh right. With a face like yours, this kind of thing really can only be imagined in dreams. Li Guangcai's face turned ugly. He wanted to retort, opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't dare to speak against his conscience. Finally, he could only huff. Just keep pretending. I'll see how long you can keep it up. Ignoring Sister Lu's disgusted expression, he shamelessly followed Zhao Huanshi to the counter, watching him handle the loan repayment. Seeing with his own eyes Zhao Huanshi take out a bank card and pay off the loan, Li Guangcai's eyes widened. You really have been kept by a wealthy woman. Zhao Huanshi suppressed the urge to laugh and looked at Li Guangcai with a puzzled expression. Where else would I get so much money? You? How can you stoop so low? Li Guangcai gritted his teeth. Are you fucking crazy? Zhao Huanshi cursed, inwardly shaking his head slightly and speaking with a helpless expression. Originally, she said she'd support me and asked me to quit my scavenger job, saying she was worried about danger. Actually, I was still a bit hesitant. Thank you, brotherly, thanks to you, I was able to make up my mind. Li Guangcai's face flushed red, his breathing uneven. He turned to look at Sister Lu and his eyes brightened. Sister Lu, I want to withdraw my report against Zhao Huanshi. Sister Lu pointed a finger. Get lost. Watching Li Guangcai's dejected figure as he left, Zhao Huanshi sneered inwardly. This fool, he doesn't think scavengers can only be scavengers forever, does he? Even a fool like him can awaken a job on his own. It's only a matter of time before others get their jobs too. Offending so many people, he's in for a tough time. Xiao, have you really been kept by a wealthy woman? Sister Lu asked with regret. Hey, I was just lying to piss off Li Guangcai. This money was given to me by my sister. She studies at Dongchuan University, and because her grades were so good, her mentor took her to participate in a very important project. This money is the bonus from the project. Speaking of his sister, Zhao Huanshi's face was full of pride. However, Sister Lu didn't seem to care how excellent his sister was. Upon hearing that he wasn't being kept by a wealthy woman, her eyes lit up. Not being kept? Then are you interested in meeting a sister of mine? She saw you last time and thought you were quite interesting. Huh? Zhao Huanshi suddenly felt that the light in Sister Lu's eyes was a bit frightening. Zhao Huanshi, after completing the formalities, scrambled out of the Special Affairs Bureau, mounted his electric scooter, floored the throttle, and sped home as fast as he could. He grabbed a bottle of cold drink from the fridge and drained it in one go. The chills surged through his organs, finally suppressing the panic in his heart. What sisters? It was clearly Sister Lu who had her own ideas. With her usual stern and capable demeanor, who would have thought she was actually like this? Her gaze was so scorching that it nearly melted Zhao Huanshi. Especially when Zhao Huanshi fled in haste, Sister Lu's resentful and heartbroken expression. Zhao Huanshi felt like a faithless scoundrel who had abandoned her. Actually, Sister Lu was quite attractive, and her family background was said to be not simple. Maybe he should just give in. Recalling Sister Lu's lingering gaze, Zhao Huanshi's mind began to wander. Then he shivered and snapped back to reality. Crazy, what nonsense am I thinking? He slapped his face to stay alert. He soaked a bowl of instant noodles for dinner and searched online for information about the contaminated zone. Apart from repaying the loan and going through the scavenger termination procedures, Zhao Huanshi also registered as a contaminated zone explorer at the Special Affairs Bureau. The so-called explorer was simply a registration of basic information to facilitate the Bureau's management. As an explorer, Zhao Huanshi could log into the Special Affairs Bureau's website and app to view the latest news and mission bounties. Of course, the missions and bounties on the Bureau's platform were all legitimate tasks or wanted bounties. As for dirty work like murder and robbery, one had to seek other channels. Zhao Huanshi logged into the app and saw that his personal info included an explorer level. It was like playing a game. Completing tasks and bounties issued by the Bureau would earn experience and raise the level. Most tasks had level restrictions. If the explorer level was insufficient, not only could you not accept them, but you couldn't even view the content. Additionally, entering the contaminated zone through official checkpoints as an explorer allowed skipping some procedures, saving a lot of time. Zhao Huanshi felt that with his current strength, he wasn't qualified to venture deep into the contaminated zone. So he planned to go near the entrance and use the placement summon to call out the 3 goblin miscreants and see their effects. After the illusory rift merged with reality, the environment in the contaminated zone was mainly influenced by the illusion. If the illusion was a swamp, the resulting contaminated zone would be a swamp. If the illusion was a hill, the zone would be a hill. If the boundaries of 2 contaminated zones overlapped and merged, they would influence each other and the terrain would change accordingly. Or there might be a boundary of unfused reality between 2 zones. Sometimes this could lead to astonishing phenomena within the contaminated zone. For example, on the left was a swamp shrouded in mist, on the right a vast scorching desert separated by the zone's edge mist and a boundary 10 meters wide, or even half a meter, with the 2 areas completely unaffected by each other. Of course, the environment didn't affect the monster's ability to roam freely between zones. Giant sandworms would often venture into the swamp to drink water, swallowing an unlucky swamp crocodile or swamp lizard man along the way. Then the swamp lizard man tribe would hastily gather and rush into the desert to hunt the sandworm. But as soon as the lizard men entered the desert, they would find the sand burning their feet, and their skin would rapidly dry out and dehydrate. Within minutes, they would scurry back to the swamp. Dongchuan City was surrounded by contaminated zones. Apart from a few scattered winding paths, only the north had a wide road leading to other cities. A large number of military forces and Special Affairs Bureau members were stationed on the road, defending against monster attacks from nearby contaminated zones, while also preventing the descent of illusory rifts that could cut off the city's only major passage to the outside world. Massive fortifications were built around the city's edges like an ancient walled city, encircling the entire metropolis with high walls. Cannons and machine guns were deployed along with intelligent surveillance systems and countless drones patrolling the sky. According to information found online, explorers wishing to enter the contaminated zone through legitimate means could choose from 8 checkpoints around Dongchuan City. To the east lay the toxic mist swamp and spore forest, to the south the frozen giant lake and dragon volcano. The northern checkpoint had strict screening for explorers, probably to prevent some dim-witted individuals from provoking powerful monsters in the contaminated zone and threatening the northern passage. Except for certain geniuses and malicious individuals, most people advised new explorers who didn't have any special skills to first adapt to the environment in the verdant forest to the west. Besides the monsters being weaker and the environment safer, the explorers in the verdant forest were also more friendly. At most they would eye your money, but wouldn't think of killing you from the start. The contaminated zone was a true lawless place. Online information was mixed with truth and falsehood. Official and Special Affairs Bureau data were relatively reliable. After browsing for a long time, Zhao Huanshi decided to visit the verdant forest tomorrow to see the situation for himself before making other plans. For now, it was time for this good boy to wash up and sleep. He wondered what the trial dream would become after passing the novice trial. Zhao Huanshi was really looking forward to it. Trial objective: destroy the plant symbiote. Zhao Huanshi opened his eyes and found himself seemingly in a hilly terrain. As far as the eye could see, there were rolling small hills. The ground vegetation was sparse, mostly shrubs and weeds with a few scattered low trees. Just says to destroy the plant symbiote, but doesn't tell me what it looks like or its characteristics. Zhao Huanshi muttered a complaint, then flicked his fingers, and the 3 goblin miscreants appeared in his hand. He tried to use placement summon, but received a notification this operation cannot be performed. Either the trial dream couldn't use placement summon, or this trial was like the previous one. The actual activity range didn't exceed 10 kilometers beyond the range of placement summon. Zhao Huanshi flicked his finger and tossed the card to the ground. The card shattered, transforming into a blue radiance wreathed in purple mist, which coalesced into one of the 3 miscreants, the goblin thief. The moment the goblin thief appeared, it immediately crouched low, holding a rusty dagger in its right hand, a burlap sack tied at its waist, and furtively observed the surroundings. It even knows to observe the environment first. Much more reliable than that other guy who picked his nose and scratched his, but as soon as he appeared. Just as Zhao Huanshi finished speaking, the goblin thief, finding no threats, straightened up, stretched, and with the dagger in its right hand used its pinky to pick its own nose. Damn it, is this a family heirloom skill? The goblin thief scratched his backside, looked up, and stared at Zhao Huanshi with confusion in his eyes. Gob, what is this ancestral craft? Zhao Huanshi sighed, a helpless expression on his face. Nothing. Remembering that the card described the goblin thief as having skills in theft and stealth, he asked curiously, that stealth technique of yours, is it an invisibility spell or a skill that reduces footsteps when stealing like a common thief? Yet the goblin thief's face twisted into a sly grin, and his demeanor instantly turned furtive and lecherous. He bent over, squatted, and as his body lowered, he slowly vanished from Zhao Huanshi's sight. Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up with surprise. It really is invisibility. Although upon closer inspection the light and shadow at the goblin thief's location appeared slightly distorted and looked a bit strange, it was still an extraordinary ability. If Zhao Huanshi had such an ability, he would certainly not go to any women's bathhouse or changing room. In the city, 10 of cameras were equipped with infrared thermal imaging as well as sonic detection, magnetic field scanning, and other surveillance devices, all to guard against monsters and awakened beings with invisibility powers. But being able to turn invisible would be much safer, whether in the illusory rift or the contaminated zone. As the goblin thief moved, the distortion of light shifted positions, making him appear even more noticeable. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi frowned. When you move, the anomaly becomes too obvious. Go Bogulin Gulu. The goblin thief materialized and chattered away at Zhao Huanshi. Oh, the darker the light, the fewer the flaws. Zhao Huanshi looked up at the sky. It was a clear, cloudless day with a blazing sun, the brightest natural light. That's not bad. He then glanced down at the small knife in the goblin thief's hand, which looked utterly harmless, and fell into a brief contemplation. It looks like it doesn't have much combatability. Since I plan to test the placement summoning effect in the Emerald Forest tomorrow, I can't let the goblin die. How about just exploring the surrounding environment today? After all, I don't expect to clear it in one go. Seeing Zhao Huanshi lost in thought, and ignoring him, the goblin thief felt a bit bored. His fingers lightly flicked, and the rusty knife twirled deftly between them, like a gray butterfly fluttering gracefully. Out of the corner of his eye, the goblin thief spotted a large black beetle on the ground, pushing a dung ball or something backward. With a gentle flick of his finger, the rusty knife shot out, with a schwa sound, pinning the fist-sized beetle to the ground. He picked up the still struggling beetle, twisted off its head, scooped out the shell, and tossed the remaining body into his mouth, chewing contentedly. Crunch, crunch. Zhao Huanshi snapped back to reality, hearing the chewing sound. He turned and saw the goblin thief biting, with juice spraying from his mouth. Half of the beetle's rear was still sticking out of his mouth, with 2 insect legs thrashing wildly. Hey, where did you catch such a big bug? The goblin thief pointed to the ground. A large dung ball emitting a faint stench. Zhao Huanshi's mouth twitched. A dung beetle, eh? You can actually eat that. Gabamixi bang. The goblin thought it was delicious. Would you like to try? As he spoke, the goblin thief handed over the half-eaten bug. Ahem. I don't eat sashimi. You can have it yourself. Zhao Huanshi refused instantly. Upon hearing this, the goblin thief immediately stuffed the half-beetle back into his mouth. He can actually eat. Zhao Huanshi watched with a twitching eyelid. When the goblin had finished chewing, he asked, "Do you know about the plant symbiote?" Gulp. The goblin thief swallowed what was in his mouth and shook his head blankly. Coincidentally, I don't know either. But I guess since it's called the plant symbiote, it must be a monster with some kind of plant growing on its body. So you go that way, I'll go this way. We'll explore separately. Stay invisible and don't die. If you encounter an enemy, prioritize survival. We'll meet back here later. Zhao Huanshi thought that since the goblin thief could turn invisible, his survival ability was far superior to his own, so letting him act alone might be safer. Although recalling the goblin thief would be safer, and although he had said they would only explore the environment this time. But what if? What if they found a clue and cleared the trial dream in one go? Zhao Huanshi had tried before. If he died before the goblin card would not be damaged. So as long as the goblin thief remained invisible, he could basically survive until the end. Even if he did die, it would just mean another day of slacking at home. After all, the money he had left was enough for him to slack off for a long time. No, he had to work hard, otherwise he would really have to rely on his sister for support. Zhao Huanshi shook his head, casting those negative thoughts out of his mind. Seeing the goblin thief vanish into invisibility, he turned and walked in the direction he had chosen earlier. Along the way, he picked up a dry branch over a meter long as a weapon, beating the bushes and grass to drive away any snakes or monsters that might be lurking. He didn't find snakes, but two grass-green slimes hopped out and spat at Zhao Huanshi. He easily dodged their attacks and used the branch to poke their bodies into mush. Whether they smelled the scent of their dead kin or were attracted by the noise of the fight, more slimes emerged from the bushes and grass, wriggling toward Zhao Huanshi. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi hurriedly fled, using his speed advantage to escape the pursuing slime horde. This hilly area seemed to have no powerful monsters aside from the excessive number of slimes, along with some groundhogs, rabbits, and fist-sized black beetles. After walking for a while, Zhao Huanshi saw a small hill trembling slightly in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a stone giant over 10 meters tall, covered in moss, vines, and various weeds and shrubs. Startled, Zhao Huanshi quickly crouched low and hid behind a nearby bush. After hiding for a while, he saw no movement from the stone giant, but he could faintly hear a hollow sound like wind blowing through a cave. Hoo-hiss, hoo-hiss. The sound was long and very rhythmic. Peeking through the bush, Zhao Huanshi realized that the enormous stone monster seemed to be sitting on the ground asleep. He breathed a slight sigh of relief, but then felt a headache coming on. As expected, this ridiculously large stone giant was undoubtedly the target of his trial. As for why it was called the plant symbiont instead of the stone giant, it was probably related to the lush vegetation growing on its body. Don't panic. Think about it. This is a beginner trial. There must be a way to solve it. Fighting was definitely out of the question. Not only was Zhao Huanshi empty-handed and lacked any gear, but even if he had weapons and equipment, they would be useless. Unless he could drive a tank or bring a few rocket launchers to demolish the stone giant, like an illegal building, nothing else would work. Zhao Huanshi could only ponder whether the stone giant had any weaknesses that could be exploited in an unexpected yet reasonable way to kill it easily. So where is the key point of this trial? Just as Zhao Huanshi was pondering how to approach the rock giant, the goblin thief, chewing on a beetroot stolen from a groundhog's paw, also spotted a creature that appeared to be a plant symbiont. Compared to the colossal being over 10 meters tall, the target the goblin thief had found was far smaller. From head to toe, including the giant golden sunflower atop its head, it was only about 2 meters in length. Its skin was rough and green, resembling the bark of an old tree, and its surface was covered in thick, tough spines like those of thorny vines. The creature's 2 arms were thick and long, and it walked on all 4s much like a gorilla. Perhaps because it looked so much like a plant, the goblin thief felt it was dull and slow in its movements. Having found the target, the goblin thief intended to follow Zhao Huanshi's plan and return to the previous spot to report the creature's information to him. Just as he was about to leave, a deep roar filled with anger echoed from afar, followed by a slight tremor in the ground. The goblin thief found a nearby patch of shadow, crouched low, and hid. Soon the ground shook more violently, and the roar grew louder. From a distance, the goblin thief saw his summoner, looking like a beaten dog, scurrying around as a massive rock monster chased him relentlessly. Boom! A huge rock fell from the sky, but Zhao Huanshi dodged it with a dive like a hungry dog. He rolled twice, scrambled up quickly, ignoring the dirt in his mouth, and used the rising dust as cover to sneak off in another direction. Weren't they supposed to exchange information? Why was he playing hide-and-seek with a rock monster on his own? The goblin thief scratched his head in confusion. Forget it, human minds were too complex for a goblin to fathom. The goblin thief glanced at the green-skinned creature nearby, which had buried itself in the ground in fright, disguising itself as a giant sunflower, and he didn't know what to do now. After a while, the ground tremors gradually subsided. A green slime with a struggling black beetle wrapped inside its body slowly oozed toward the shadow where the goblin thief was hiding. The goblin thief's eyes lit up. A delivery of food right to his doorstep. Why not take it? With a quick jab and retract of his small claw, clutching a rusty knife, the black beetle trapped in the slime was now in his hand. The slime felt something poking it, and then the food it had spent so long ambushing vanished. It extended its tentacles to search, but found no trace of the enemy. By then, the goblin thief had silently moved to another spot, hiding where the slime couldn't detect him. He brought the beetle to his nose and sniffed. It smelled of rotting leaves, and a slight burning sensation stung his fingers. A closer look revealed that the slime's bodily fluids on the beetle were corroding his skin. TCH. The goblin thief clicked his tongue in disgust, and tossed the beetle aside. To his surprise, the black beetle rolled a few times on the ground and landed right in front of the plant symbiont, which had just emerged from the earth. The plant symbiont paused for a moment, then picked up the beetle and brought it to its mouth. Splat! A glob of green mucus hit the plant symbiont, sizzling and emitting a faint stench. The plant symbiont raised its hand to wipe off the mucus and looked up at the distant green blob of jelly. After a while, the goblin thief, chewing on a grass root, crouched in a corner, watching with bewildered eyes as a swarm of slimes seemingly from nowhere engaged in a fierce battle with the plant symbiont. Strange, why did these guys start fighting for no reason? Yo! The creature was completely engulfed by slimes that looked like it was about to go down. I can't take much more. Zhao Huanshi was still running from the rock giant. His body was covered in wounds, blood mixing with dirt and grass clippings, making him look utterly miserable. Only Zhao Huanshi, who had endured over 100 days of torment in the novice trial without breaking, had his pain tolerance significantly boosted. If it were anyone else being chased like this by a rock giant, they would have given up and awaited death. Damn it, what grudge does this thing have against humans? It's been chasing me for so long and won't let go. Hearing the whoosh behind him, Zhao Huanshi quickly dove in a random direction. He had used this move several times before to dodge the rock giant's thrown boulders. But this time his stamina was too depleted and he couldn't leap far enough. To make matters worse, a rock fell right on him, crushing his lower body into pulp and pressing him into the dirt. Zhao Huanshi's eyes bulged as he spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing weakly onto the ground. Damn it, this hurts so much. I'd rather have been crushed to death outright. The heavy footsteps grew closer to the ground, shaking more violently, as if the whole world was trembling. Zhao Huanshi's consciousness began to fade, sinking rapidly into darkness. Trial ended. Trial successful. Zhao Huanshi opened his eyes, staring at the bedroom ceiling in a daze, paying little attention to the messages in his mind. Just a failure notification, right? It didn't matter. TCH. Another painful way to die. Evolution points gained 58. Current evolution points, 157. Huh. Wait, I only killed 2 slimes. How did I get so many points? Zhao Huanshi finally sensed something was off. Trial reward received, gray monster card. Symbiotic original seed. Trial dream, regenerating. Estimated time 58 hours. Zhao Huanshi suddenly sat up in bed, his face full of disbelief. He gently rubbed his fingers together and a brand new card appeared in his hand. Framed by a gray border, the center showed a large glowing green plant seed. Encased in a thick tough shell, a half-emerald sprout peeked out. Gray monster card, symbiotic original seed. A plant seed just about to sprout with no special abilities. Perhaps you could throw it and use its hard shell to smash an enemy's head. Card level LVMAX. Can consume 100 evolution points to evolve into a white card. There wasn't much information on symbiotic original seed, and he finished reading it in no time. Zhao Huanshi, however, stared at the card in his hand, turning it over in confusion. The rock giant was roaring so vigorously it didn't look like it was about to die. Could it be that the rock it threw at me was torn from its own body, and it dismantled itself to the point of collapse? Zhao Huanshi shook his head. Compared to such an unlikely speculation, a more plausible scenario was that while he was unconscious, the goblin thief had slain the stone giant. That doesn't seem likely either. I'll forget it, or I'll just summon it and ask. Disheveled and bleary-eyed, he slumped onto the sofa. With a slight movement of his fingers, he retrieved the 3 goblin scoundrels and casually tossed them onto the floor. 1 in 3 chance it should be. The card shattered, light and shadow recombined. A goblin emerged, rubbing his hands together, a sly smirk on his face as he glanced at Zhao Huanshi, then rolled his eyes, scrutinizing the room as if appraising the value of everything inside. Then a flicker of disdain appeared in his eyes. Hey, what do you mean by that? To be looked down upon by his own summoned creature. Zhao Huanshi couldn't be bothered to converse with this money-grubbing creature. He pressed his palm against its head. Return. The goblin merchant's body instantly disintegrated and dissolved, reverting to a card in Zhao Huanshi's hand. Summoning only required tossing the card to the ground. Now with the card fling technique, he could even throw it farther. Recalling was a bit more troublesome. Zhao Huanshi had to physically touch the summoned monster to turn it back into a card. Cough. Well, I've met the merchant now. Next up is a 1 in 2 chance. Bang. Blue-purple radiance coalesced once more into the form of the goblin merchant. Recall. Bang. Another merchant. After 4 or 5 attempts of this pattern, Zhao Huanshi began to suspect that the summoning mechanism of 3 goblin scoundrels might be such that once one was summoned, any subsequent summon within a short period would yield the same creature. What luck! How could that be? His luck couldn't be that bad. Even in gacha games you sometimes get a guaranteed drop right. One more try? If it's still the merchant, fine. If I'm going to the Emerald Forest, it's about time to set off anyway. Zhao Huanshi picked up his phone and muttered to himself. This was a classic diversion tactic, much like yelling at the top of your lungs that you'd uninstall the game if you didn't get the desired card, a way to mentally threaten the game company. Bang! A goblin appeared before Zhao Huanshi, carrying a large burlap sack on its shoulder, disheveled in appearance and reeking of intense poverty. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi clenched his fist with a hint of excitement. Yes, I knew that trick would work. The goblin scavenger scanned left and right, saw no other creatures besides the summoner, and fully opened its drooping eyelids, revealing large eyes brimming with cunning and greed. The aura of poverty vanished instantly. Gazing at the furniture and various objects in the room, the goblin scavenger showed no disdain whatsoever. In fact, it seemed tempted to stuff some of them into its sack. Fearing the creature would actually act on its impulse and force him to retrieve and reorganize everything, Zhao Huanshi quickly recalled it. He tossed the card again, finally summoning the goblin thief. Zhao Huanshi breathed a sigh of relief. If this one hadn't come out, he would have had no choice but to temporarily abandon investigating the truth, wash up, get dressed, and head to the contaminated zone. The goblin thief, through a flurry of gestures and gibberish, conveyed the general course of events. So, that stone golem wasn't a plant symbiont at all. Then being chased by it for so long and getting crushed to death by rocks was a complete waste. Zhao Huanshi felt as if his intelligence had been insulted. He glanced up. The goblin thief was not paying him any attention, instead curiously looking around the room. Zhao Huanshi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his attention to the symbiotic origin seed and pondered for a moment. Evolved. The card's edge shifted from gray to white. The husk of the plant seed inside fell away, rapidly sprouting into a slender green vine. The vine bore only a few sparse green leaves, but was densely covered in long, thin rootlets. White monster card, symbiotic vine. The symbiotic vine will insert its rootlets into the body of an animal or monster, forming a mutually beneficial symbiotic partnership. Symbiosis: upon summoning, select a target to symbiotically bond with. Photosynthesis: under ample light, the symbiotic vine provides the host with a basic self-healing effect, continuously restoring minor stamina and vitality, accelerating wound healing. Whoa, the effects seem pretty good, but all those rootlets piercing into the body is terrifying. Zhao Huanshi looked up at the goblin thief. The creature, following its nose, had fished a chicken bone gnawed clean by Zhao Huanshi out of the trash can and was blissfully sucking on it. Holy crap, spit that out of your mouth. If you wanted chicken legs, you should have said so earlier. I'll open a new pack for you. Upon hearing the command, the goblin thief, though reluctant, tugged the chicken bone with its hand and slowly pulled it out of its mouth. As it pulled, it sucked hard, as if trying to keep the savory flavor of the bone lingering in its mouth. If only I'd known. I'd have just bitten it down and swallowed it. The goblin thief silently mused, then caught a whiff of an even richer aroma. Turning its head, it saw Zhao Huanshi tearing open a package and handing over a braised chicken leg. Tui tui. The goblin thief tossed the broken bone aside, spat several times to clear the bone fragments from its mouth. Taking the chicken leg from Zhao Huanshi, it took a hearty bite, instantly widening its eyes with a blissful expression. Watching the creature's exaggerated delight, Zhao Huanshi almost thought he saw its body glowing and heard a familiar background music in his ears. You're overdoing it a bit. The goblin thief savored the delicious morsel in its hand and had no objection whatsoever to Zhao Huanshi's plan to use it for experiments. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi pressed the symbiotic vine card against the goblin thief's back. The card shattered and white light coalesced into a slender vine half a meter long. It coiled around the goblin thief's body, extending countless rootlets that pierced into the skin. Even after experiencing death so many times, Zhao Huanshi still felt his scalp tingle and his teeth ache at the sight. Yet the goblin thief, chewing on the chicken leg, showed no sign of discomfort. Even if what's in his hand is delicious, he can't possibly be immune to pain, right? Could those rootlets have a numbing effect? Zhao Huanshi speculated. He walked to the window, pulled the curtain open a crack, letting in a sliver of sunlight. He grabbed a fruit knife from the table and gestured at the goblin thief, considering where to make an incision. The goblin thief stopped chewing abruptly, eyes wide with terror. Zhao Huanshi saw its reaction and said bluntly, I'll add another chicken leg. Just cut yourself a small wound and see how the symbiotic vine's healing works. The moment the words left his mouth, the goblin thief unhesitatingly drew a rusty knife and inflicted a cut on itself. You only asked for one cut, but you stabbed so deep. That broken knife of yours is covered in rust. Aren't you afraid of getting tetanus? Zhao Huanshi grumbled as he took another braised chicken leg from the fridge for the goblin thief, then pulled it into the sunlight to observe the wound healing. It was evident that the wound had stopped bleeding and healed much faster, especially when the body and leaves of the symbiotic vine were exposed to sunlight. A faint green glow even appeared on the surface of the goblin's wound, accelerating the healing process. It seems a bit inferior to the basic healing spell I saw online. But spells consume mana, and I heard that an apprentice healer can only cast 5 basic healing spells at most before being drained dry. The symbiotic vine only needs sunlight. Zhao Huanshi studied the basic self-healing effect of the symbiotic vine. The goblin thief finished the chicken leg, sucked on the bone, and rolled its eyes, occasionally glancing toward the fridge in the kitchen. After studying the healing effect provided by the symbiotic vine, Zhao Huanshi wanted to see what would happen to the tiny holes left by the roots after the symbiotic vine was detached. He reached out and pressed on the symbiotic vine, silently reciting the recall command. The symbiotic vine scattered into a white glow, turning back into a card and returning to Zhao Huanshi's hand. No wounds. After the symbiotic vine disappeared, Zhao Huanshi was somewhat surprised to find no dense tiny holes on the goblin thief's body, as he had expected. Unable to figure it out, he could only attribute it to the magic of the card and sorcery. No wonder the goblin thief didn't seem to be in pain just now. Zhao Huanshi pondered planning to experience it himself someday. He picked up his phone and saw that it was already past 10 o'clock without him realizing. It's already this late. He reached out, pressed it on the goblin thief sneaking past, and recalled it. Zhao Huanshi put on his leather armor and gear, grabbed the fine steel greatsword, and headed out the door to the bus stop outside the neighborhood, carrying prepared food and water. After several transfers, he boarded the bus heading to the checkpoint in the Western District contaminated zone. As a megacity, Dongchuan City had a vast network of subway lines and intercity railways. But now most of these exceptionally convenient public transportation facilities had been shut down, with only a few special-purpose lines still in operation. Whether it was illusion rifts or spatial cracks releasing monsters, both posed a massive threat to fixed-track subways. If an accident occurred, hundreds or even thousands of people on the entire subway would have almost no chance of escape. In comparison, buses, though much slower, were far more flexible. If something went wrong, the entire bus would be wiped out with at most 40 or 50 people. Zhao Huanshi rested his arm on the window, watching the scenery rapidly receding outside. Below his arm on the side of the bus were several red characters fighting inside the bus, threatening public safety, death penalty. Faint alarms could be heard from afar, as if a spatial crack had appeared somewhere in the city and monsters had escaped again. TSK. It said that the increasing concentration of mana in the air is raising the probability of monster cracks and illusion rifts appearing. A rough voice sounded in his ear. Zhao Huanshi turned to look at the seat behind him and saw a tall, sturdy man in his 30s or 40s dressed in a dark cyan leather armor that emitted a faint cyan glow. When Zhao Huanshi turned, the man showed a friendly smile. It was clear the big brother was trying hard to express goodwill, but the ferocious aura from the scars on his face could not be concealed. He looked like a powerful warrior, the kind who could kill 10 Li Guangcai with one slap. Little brother heading to the Emerald Forest. Yes. Zhao Huanshi smiled and replied, his eyes glancing at the large travel bag beside the man, a hint of confusion in his mind. Wouldn't a professional of this caliber normally ride a motorcycle or drive a large off-road vehicle with his team? Why was this big brother like a rookie new to the trade taking the bus himself? The term rookie, in Zhao Huanshi's mind, didn't refer to himself, of course. Although this was indeed the first time he had voluntarily entered the contaminated zone since escaping from his hometown. But he had been a cleaner for 2 years, personally killed countless monsters, and even in the trial dream, he had killed a goblin hero with his bare hands. And schemes. In contrast, the few young boys and girls sitting in other seats, their faces filled with anxiety and anticipation, chattering nonstop, were the true 100% pure rookies. Who knows whose kids they are? Watch too many random videos and want to go on an adventure in the contaminated zone. Just watch, they won't even be able to get through the city gate checkpoint, and they might even call their parents or school to come pick them up. The burly man said with a grin. Zhao Huanshi smiled along, then asked the man his doubt. Brother, why would a master like you take the bus to the contaminated zone? Master? The man waved his hand. I'm not a master. Just lucky, kept fighting monsters, and somehow became a mid-level warrior. A mid-level warrior isn't impressive enough. Impressive? Warriors are cannon fodder everywhere, not like those rare professions. Ahem. Anyway, my name is Zhang Dashuan, a member of the middle-aged unemployment frontline exploration team. Brother, your team's name is quite special. The team members were all online gaming buddies before. Not all of us are middle-aged, but our guild in the game was called that, so we just used it for the exploration team. Zhang Dashuan said with a chuckle. We actually have an armored bus in our team. We usually go out together. You know, the city isn't exactly safe, so we all moved our houses to the same area, so we can look out for each other. Zhao Huanshi nodded, and Zhang Dashuan continued. But this time I had something come up, so I'm a bit late. I see. After that, Zhang Dashuan went on about how great his team members were, how harmonious their relationships were, and how they never abandoned each other in the face of danger in the contaminated zone. As he listened, Zhao Huanshi sensed something was off. The more he heard, the more it sounded like the big brother was recruiting for his team. Zhang Dashuan might have noticed the weird expression on Zhao Huanshi's face, licked his dry lips, and said a little awkwardly. Li Xuanhuan, right? I actually know you. There's a girl in our gaming guild who's a cleaner from the North District, and she mentioned you. Brother, my name is Zhao Huanshi. Zhang Dashuan was struck silent, his face flushed red, his mouth opening and closing, but nothing came out. He silently pulled out his phone, typing rapidly, apparently chatting with someone. Zhao Huanshi mentally added a fitting sound effect, family who understands. Dongchuan City West, second public exit. Having registered as an explorer, Zhao Huanshi merely scanned his face and underwent a series of machine scans. In less than a minute, he passed the inspection and walked out of the heavily guarded checkpoint. Those teenagers, just as Zhang Dashuan had said, were stopped by a squad of heavily armed police officers. After a scolding, they drooped their heads and crouched sullenly against the wall. Exiting the checkpoint, it was still 7 or 8 kilometers to the contaminated zone, namely the Quill Forest. This stretch was not empty, but filled with hastily built makeshift structures, forming an adventure town that gathered numerous explorers and ordinary workers. This place was extremely dangerous. It often suffered bombardment from the city walls due to monsters rushing out of the contaminated zone. Being bombed 3 or 4 times a year was normal. However, each time the town was destroyed, it was quickly rebuilt. High risk, high reward. Even ordinary people engaged in various service jobs earned 3 to 10 times the salary of similar jobs in the city. It was easy to imagine how high the profits were for merchants and capitalists doing business here. This place has almost no surveillance. It's a gray area. Zhang Daxuan pointed at a few explorers in the distance holding signs recruiting temporary members. Those guys specialize in scamming newcomers. Zhao Huanshi raised an eyebrow. Oh, I know. I've seen some cases online. They say the swindlers in Quill Forest only take money, not lives. Who knows? You don't even know who posted that content online. You mean they? Oh, these few don't have that kind of nerve. They just look for some greenhorns and cheat them out of a tuition fee or something. The serpents lurking in the shadows wouldn't stand out in the open like this, drawing attention. Alright, I need to go find my companions. Brother Zhao, I hope you'll seriously consider my proposal. The members of our exploration team are really quite good. Zhang Daxuan said to Zhao Huanshi with a sincere expression. Zhao Huanshi smiled and nodded. Alright, Brother Zhang. I'll seriously consider it. Although Zhang Daxuan seemed like a decent person and sincerely wanted Zhao Huanshi to join their exploration team, Zhao Huanshi knew that one could not judge a book by its cover. He wouldn't be foolish enough to trust a stranger at first sight. Moreover, he still needed to resolve the origin of his profession stone to avoid future troubles. While the most plausible story was venturing deep into the contaminated zone, discovering a newly descended, unexplored alien relic, and finding a profession stone inside. Alternatively, he could say he accidentally encountered 2 powerful monsters, fought them, and as a third-party beneficiary, found a strange profession stone on the corpse of a humanoid monster. There were plenty of cases online. He could just borrow one. Lost in thought, Zhao Huanshi followed the guide he found online and stored his phone in a shop in the town that specialized in temporary item storage. He then walked toward the end of the town where a vast white mist lay. Although he was a new face and alone, no one was foolish enough to come up and offer him lessons or partnership. People in this line of work had a certain eye for detail. The leather armor Zhao Huanshi wore, though patched many times, still bore numerous traces of monster attacks, along with layers of grimy stains from blood that had soaked in and could not be washed clean. It was clear at a glance that he was not someone to be trifled with. As he reached the mist at the boundary of the contaminated zone, he could vaguely see the scene behind it. A dense primeval forest twisted into bizarre and grotesque shapes. Zhao Huanshi stood before the mist deep in thought. He wondered if the placement summon of the Goblin Three Stooges would be affected by the rules of the contaminated zone. If he performed the placement summon outside the mist, would the goblins have a 50% chance of being thrown into the contaminated zone, or would they definitely be thrown outside? Well, a few tries would tell. He saw an explorer team enter the mist in formation, their figures distorted into strange shapes. Without any combat, they headed straight into the depths of the Quill Forest. After waiting until the team was completely out of sight, Zhao Huanshi drew his greatsword and stepped into the mist. As he passed through the mist, Zhao Huanshi felt a slight dizziness, exactly like the sensation of entering an illusion through a spatial rift. He moved his left fingers slightly and summoned the Goblin Three Stooges. Placement summon. He watched the card in his hand shatter and disappear. Zhao Huanshi immediately stepped back and walked out of the contaminated zone in a few strides. The whole sequence was smooth and fluid, taking no more than 10 seconds. Seeing Zhao Huanshi go in and then quickly retreat, several explorers waiting for their teammates outside the contaminated zone couldn't help but snicker. Bro, that's too lame. You should at least stay inside a bit longer and breathe in the fresh air of Quill Forest, or you came for nothing, right? A yellow-haired crew-cut guy said with a grin. Lu Xian, don't talk nonsense. His teammate quickly stopped him. Zhao Huanshi wasn't angry. He just smiled and replied, going in alone makes me a bit nervous. I'll do some mental preparation first. Huh. Judging by your aura earlier, I thought you were some expert. Wait bro, don't tell me you saw on the internet that Quill Forest is a newbie forest, and you came here alone and dumb to explore. The yellow-haired Lu Xian said in surprise. Bro, let me tell you, the monsters in the contaminated zone are not like those stupid programs in games. They can really kill you. If you want to be an explorer, you'd better first find a reliable exploration team to join. Well, those guys over there don't count. They're just scammers. You'd better check the Special Affairs Bureau to see if any teams are recruiting. Those are more reliable. Lu Xian spoke rapidly, rattling off a lot. Zhao Huanshi listened with a smile, thinking to himself that this yellow-haired guy looked rough, but was surprisingly kind. Oh, I didn't realize there were so many tricks to this. Thanks, bro. I'll go back and study more. Hey, we're brothers, no need to be polite. Lu Xian said boisterously. Watching Zhao Huanshi's retreating figure, Lu Xian shook his head slightly. That guy is too bold. He actually wanted to go to Quill Forest alone. His female companion, who carried a longbow and quiver, rolled her eyes. Come on, you bastard. It was you who tricked us into Quill Forest back then, and we almost died. If it weren't for running into the boss. Boss, what are you looking at? The middle-aged man with a sturdy build who had been staring at Zhao Huanshi's back with a puzzled look snapped back to reality. Oh, nothing. I just think that young man doesn't look like a rookie. The yellow-haired Liu Xian nodded. Right, I was just fooled by his aura thinking he was some expert. Who knew he was a clueless greenhorn? Maybe. Deep within the Emerald Forest, a fully armed expeditionary band had just come under attack by a pack of poison claw demon cats. After a battle that proved no overly arduous affair, the expedition team successfully drove off the demon cats and left over a dozen of their corpses strewn across the ground. Some explorers were busy dismantling the poison claw demon cats to harvest valuable materials, while others sat to one side, tending their wounds and consuming antidotes. The claws of the poison claw demon cat carried a venom potent enough to paralyze and sear. Once scratched, the poison would spread through the body, inflicting agonizing pain that severely compromised the explorer's ability to fight or move. The battle had ended some time ago, yet the wounded explorers continued to hiss and gasp through clenched teeth. Gods, this pain is unbearable. No wonder many teams would rather take the long route than risk entering these cats' territory. If only we had a healer or water mage in our ranks. A single antidote spell, and the cat venom would vanish instantly. Don't be ridiculous. Such vital support professions were either recruited and personally trained by the Special Affairs Bureau accompanying breaker teams to seal rifts, or recruited by the great corporations into elite expeditionary squads. What chance would such a role ever come to people like us? What about those healers who, due to lackluster talent, remained stuck at the apprentice stage and were ultimately cast out by major corporations? You've been reading too much clickbait. An apprentice mage might realistically be discarded, but a healer, no matter how mediocre their talent, is a profession too precious to simply abandon. That remains to be seen. Rumor has it that a new formula for technological healing potions has been developed. If mass-produced, they could achieve 70% of the efficacy of a low-grade alchemical healing draft, making apprentice healers essentially obsolete. I saw that news as well. However, the production cost is reportedly prohibitively high, and mass manufacturing is far from guaranteed. Forget healing potions for now. What we truly need is someone brilliant enough to refine an antidote formula, even if it only matches a third of alchemical antidotes. This bloody pain is torture. The expedition captain, a mid-tier warrior clad in metal armor, sneered. Rather than placing hope in such fantasies, you should focus on strengthening yourselves. You're incapacitated by a handful of demon cats, and still have the audacity to whine like cowards. At that moment, the lookout member spoke with sudden alarm. Where did that goblin come from? There was nothing here a moment ago. Upon hearing this, the explorers immediately tensed, each grasping their weapons in preparation. The captain raised his metal great shield and spoke in a grave tone. All personnel prepare for combat. Everyone relax. It seems there's only a single goblin. A single one. Impossible. Aren't goblins always found in groups? Look for yourself. That goblin is covered in filth as if it wandered over from somewhere else. All goblins are filthy, though this one does seem excessively so. It's clutching a tattered sack, looking just like a beggar. Do monsters even beg? It's barely worth the effort to swat it dead. Should we kill it? It looks rather pitiful. Why waste the energy? It poses no threat and carries nothing of value. True enough. For reasons none could explain, the explorers found themselves unwilling or too lazy to harm the wretched ragged goblin. Instead, they turned their attention to other matters. Just beyond that blighted leaf zone, reports speak of colossal burrowing worms lurking there. Tread lightly, and the moment you feel the ground tremble, move aside immediately. I understand, though I think you're being overly cautious. Look at that goblin. It's been walking across those rotting leaves for ages and suffered nothing. Boom. Hardly had the words left the explorer's mouth when the ground erupted, and a massive maw bristling with razor-sharp teeth shot upwards, swallowing the goblin scavenger in a single bite. Dirt and decayed leaves rained down in a shower as the colossal worm vanished back underground with its prey, leaving nothing but a freshly torn crater. What in the nine hells was that? Are we really expected to fight something like that? Captain, I'm suddenly feeling terribly unwell. I think I need to request permission to return. You're a man, you don't get periods? Captain, my hemorrhoids have flared up. I need immediate surgery. Enough. Cut the nonsense. The expedition captain silenced their frantic complaints. Intel indicated giant burrowing worms with body diameters not exceeding 1.5 meters. But that was undoubtedly a rock-shell burrowing worm, at least 3 to 4 meters across. This is beyond our capability. Withdraw immediately. Hearing this, the expedition members collectively exhaled in relief and hastily packed their gear, moving with tiptoe caution as they retreated from the area. Hundreds of meters beneath their feet, deep within a vast cavern, the rockshell burrowing worm's head emerged once more. With a wet puff, it spat out the goblin scavenger, now drenched in thick viscous slime. Burrowing worms located their prey through vibrations in the ground. Most of the time, their victims were dissolved entirely by digestive fluids, leaving the worm unaware of precisely what it had consumed. But the moment the goblin scavenger passed its lips, an overwhelming wave of putrid, soul-piercing disgust flooded the worm's entire being. Every organ of the worm revolted in violent rejection, a sensation unprecedented in its long existence. Instinctively the worm heaved, and the goblin scavenger was expelled. The goblin rolled across the cavern floor 2 or 3 times, brushing off most of the clinging slime against the surrounding moss and fungi. Rising to its feet, it watched as the burrowing worm spat another round of corrosive liquid in random directions before burrowing back into the rock and vanishing. The worm slime had left numerous burn marks across the goblin's body. Strangely enough, the tattered sack in the goblin's grip, composed of unknown material, remained completely unscathed. The goblin even used it as a cloth to wipe away the residual slime on itself. Though it had no idea where exactly the burrowing worm had deposited it, the goblin scavenger showed no concern whatsoever. Guided by the faint luminescence of glowing plants within the cavern, the goblin took a moment to survey its surroundings, then twitched its nose and began making its way deeper into the cave. Passing a glowing mushroom, it noticed a plump, chubby worm resting atop at its rear and twitching rhythmically, as if attempting to summon a mate. The goblin scavenger snatched the worm and shoved it into its mouth. After a single chew, it immediately spat it out with a loud phooey and proceeded to stomp on it repeatedly. Damn it, what kind of garbage is this? Even worse than me. The goblin scavenger wandered deeper and deeper into the burrow, spiraling down. Along the way, it plucked colorful mushrooms and fluorescent flowers, casually stuffing them into its bag. Following the faint scent of wealth, it entered the lair of a cave spider, only to become entangled in transparent webs, unable to move. Then, alerted by the commotion, the cave spider bundled it up and tossed it out. The goblin scavenger struggled mightily to free itself from the sticky strands of silk. Afterward, the goblin scavenger wandered on and stumbled upon a patch of land cultivated by cavemen, where it gleefully harvested a large pile of mushrooms that looked like pig snouts, stuffing them into its bag. It was chased for a long time by a group of cavemen wielding stone spears. Barely shaking off its pursuers, the goblin scavenger looked up and realized it had run into a tomb. The air was thick with decay, evil, and icy coldness, and the scent of abundant wealth. Without a second thought, the goblin scavenger strode deeper into the tomb. A few steps and a strange, mournful sigh echoed from above. The goblin scavenger looked up to see a terrifying specter emerging from a coffin suspended in midair, shrieking as it lunged toward it. Overwhelmed by the dread aura, a profound terror seized the goblin scavenger. It wanted to flee, but its body turned icy cold, limbs weak, completely frozen in place. Just as the specter howled, about to pass through the goblin scavenger's body, drain all its life force and reduce it to a desiccated husk. Midway through its charge, the specter suddenly halted, staring in bewilderment at the trembling, filthy green skin on the ground. Though it had lost its sense of smell upon death, it now inexplicably detected a potent stench of poverty and filth. Amid its chaotic, malevolent consciousness, the specter briefly recalled a memory from its life, as a noble encountering a wretched commoner dragging a manure cart from a distance. Ugh, what a repulsive memory. The specter's horrific face twisted into an expression of disgust, almost gaining a hint of life. Then it turned and fled back into its suspended coffin. Bang! The coffin lid, which had not been tightly sealed, slammed shut with force. After the specter departed, the goblin scavenger took a long while to recover its composure. It rolled its eyes at the suspended coffin, got up, and continued deeper into the tomb. A half-decayed corpse in tattered leather armor clutched a rusted iron sword, surrounded by scattered burial gold, silver, and drinking vessels. It seemed the goblin scavenger was not the first visitor to this tomb. But who cared? Certainly not the goblin scavenger. Laying eyes on the valuables strewn about, the goblin scavenger's eyes bulged, as if golden light radiated from them. It dashed over to the corpse in a few steps, swiftly scooping up the items and stuffing them into its pocket. Just as it was joyfully collecting, the shattered corpse began to tremble violently. Hollow eye sockets flickered with ghostly flames, and its lips parted, emitting a hoarse voice laced with icy chill. Ha. Wuli wa ta wa la say. What nonsense was that? The goblin scavenger couldn't understand, so it stomped on the corpse's arm, yanked the rusted iron sword from its grip, and tossed it into the bag. Roar! Collecting my treasure and stealing my weapon. The enraged, undead corpse lunged at the goblin scavenger, jaws wide. The goblin scavenger grabbed its bag and bolted. Though the undead corpse crawled swiftly on its hands, it was no match for the goblin scavenger's legs. Catching up on its own seemed impossible. However, the undead corpse's screams alerted the other monsters in the tomb. Skeleton warriors in rusted metal armor, desiccated tomb raiders who had died for wealth, wandering vengeful spirits awakened from slumber. Having slept too long, their minds were sluggish, barely comprehending what was happening. Coupled with the goblin scavenger's peculiar traits, it somehow managed to flee all the way into the ornate burial chamber at the tomb's deepest part. Along the way, it grabbed random items, stuffing them into its bag without a glance. Then the goblin scavenger spotted before a lavish coffin encrusted with jewels a set of fearsome metal armor and a massive black sword wreathed in ghostly energy. The goblin scavenger went wild, completely ignoring the menacing aura emanating from the ornate coffin. It sprinted over, snatched the black sword, and shoved it into its bag. It was about to reach for the armor when a furious roar erupted from the coffin. The lid flew off like a cannonball, hurtling toward the goblin scavenger. Boom! The entire tomb, along with the surrounding burrows, trembled. The coffin lid, made of unknown material, slammed into the ground, cleaving the goblin scavenger in two, one half here, the other there. Even so, the goblin scavenger still clutched a metal helmet in its hand. It struggled weakly, but lacked the strength to lift it into the bag. With a regretful sigh, the goblin scavenger, along with its tattered sack, dissolved into shimmering light and vanished. Clang! As the metal helmet dropped, a heap of items burst forth on the ground. Burial gold and silver vessels, colorful mushrooms still clinging to soil, a rusted iron sword, shattered eggshells left by some unknown creature, and large, perfectly round dung balls. From the coffin, a hideous corpse in luxurious robes sat up, realizing its black sword was gone. It let out a furious roar that rippled outward as a terrifying wave. Hearing the roar, the undead in the tomb prostrated themselves or cowered into corners, trembling. Only the suspended coffin near the entrance quivered slightly, sealing itself tighter. Zhao Huanshi did not head straight back after leaving the contaminated zone. He first retrieved his phone from the storage area, then began strolling around the town. Zhao Huanshi had no idea how the ownership of these houses in the rebuilt town was determined, but he assumed it was tied to the Dongchuan city authorities. The town's buildings were all shops with no residences. Only a single expensive inn that charged by the hour, offering explorers a brief place to rest. After all, Dongchuan City was not far away. For extended rest or sleep, explorers would return to lodgings within the city walls rather than stay in this temporary town, vulnerable to monster attacks and artillery bombardment. If unlucky, one might never wake up from a single nap. In the shops of Explorer Town, aside from restaurants and taverns that provided food and drink, most were procurement merchants who specialized in purchasing the spoils that explorers brought back from the contaminated zones. These were common materials obtained from monsters or gathered in the wild. Independent explorer teams that refused to be bound by the rules of large corporations or groups and lacked logistical support usually sold all such spoils to procurement merchants after an expedition to reduce their own troubles and burdens. Alternatively, some explorers who believed their spoils were peculiar or rare would set up small stalls in the vending area to sell them. Apart from all sorts of strange rare materials, there were also magical equipment said to have been obtained from certain ruins possessing various miraculous abilities. The procurement merchants had little to do with Zhao Huanshi, a new explorer who arrived empty-handed. Moreover, he actually had his own sales channels which he had established while working as a scavenger to dispose of those black market goods. Having cooperated for 2 years, he felt that the other party was quite reliable. If possible, he would still prefer to work with his original acquaintance. The prices of food in restaurants and taverns were 10 or even 100 times higher than those near the city wall, deterring the impoverished Zhao Huanshi. He could only take out the provisions he had prepared in advance, gnaw on a piece of bread, take a few gulps of plain water, and wander aimlessly through the stall area. He wasn't buying anything, he just wanted to see the fun. Previously, he had seen online exposés about some individuals, whether they were awakened or not, who set up stalls in Explorer Town to peddle counterfeit goods. They would present dubious items claiming they were treasures excavated from some ruins and set traps to swindle unsuspecting victims. Their trickery was similar to the old methods of forgers selling fake antiques. From time to time, rumors circulated online about someone who bought an inconspicuous stone at an explorer town in some city, only to find, after soaking it in water, roasting it over fire, or fumigating it with something, that it was a class stone, a powerful magical artifact, or something extremely formidable of unknown nature. In short, it was a story of striking it rich overnight through a lucky find, and then rising to the pinnacle of life. However, not all stalls sold fake goods. There were genuine items, but their prices were well a matter of personal judgment. The main reason was that magical equipment was extremely scarce and the demand among awakened was overwhelming. Apart from obtaining magical equipment from building ruins, tombs, mysterious treasures in contaminated zones, or various humanoid monsters, the only other source was the very rare forgers and similar professionals who could craft magical equipment from materials gathered in contaminated zones. Forgers were already rare and their efficiency in crafting magical equipment was low. However, it was said that besides class stones, talented awakened who continuously used materials to craft equipment in contaminated zones had a small chance of awakening the craftsman profession. Then, through relentless effort, craftsmen had a small chance of advancing to become forgers or other professions. Similar examples existed for the alchemist and potioneer, the gardener and planter, and so on. However, these rumors circulated only online and had not been officially confirmed by the authorities or the Special Affairs Bureau. Although Zhao Huanshi had heard such tales, he wasn't sure of their authenticity. In Dongchuan City, however, there was indeed a forger awakened through a class stone. Gao Qiguang, the youngest son of the Gao family, one of the powerful families in the city. Yet after 4 or 5 years of awakening, Gao Qiguang remained a junior forger. Many online criticized him for lacking talent and being unwilling to work hard, wasting a precious rare class stone. However, according to insider gossip, Zhao Huanshi heard from a fellow scavenger Gao Qiguang had originally used an ordinary class stone and accidentally awakened the forger profession. He had originally aspired to be a fire mage, but now as a scion of the Gao family, he was forced to spend every day hammering iron by the furnace. Well, indeed, he was playing with fire. Lost in thought, Zhao Huanshi casually surveyed the magical equipment displayed on the stall before him. He had no ability to appraise magical equipment, nor had he heard of an appraiser profession. However, several appraisal institutions in the city had a mature equipment testing process that could detect most of the abilities of magical equipment. But the fees for these institutions were not low, and usually only equipment or items with obvious mana dissipation were sent for testing. As for the items on the street stalls, they had to rely on Awaken to guess and take their chances. Zhao Huanshi mused that once he could openly summon the 3 goblin pests, he would bring them to the vending area of Explorer Town and use their wealth sense to pick out all the valuable items and buy them. Then he would become rich overnight and reach the pinnacle of life. First, he needed to see if the 3 pests' wealth sense was reliable, and then he would need some money. Actually, there was a uniquely shaped greatsword on the stall that emitted a faint magical aura and caught his fancy, but unfortunately Zhao Huanshi was short on cash, and it was destined to be beyond his reach. Letting out a soft sigh, Zhao Huanshi stood up, raised his head, and spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Li Guangcai. Seeing Li Guangcai carrying a large backpack and holding a pile of odds and ends following behind a few explorers like a mule, Zhao Huanshi was slightly surprised. This guy says he's an explorer, but he's ended up as a beast of burden here. Although he had spotted his nemesis, Zhao Huanshi wasn't overly agitated. In fact, Zhao Huanshi couldn't tell whether Li Guangcai was a bane or a blessing to him. If it weren't for him, he would never have picked up the class stone and become a card monster summoner, nor would he have smoothly transitioned from being a scavenger without arousing anyone's suspicion. Of course, gratitude was out of the question. If he had the chance, Zhao Huanshi would certainly retaliate without hesitation. But he had no intention of going out of his way to cause trouble for Li Guangcai. Once I grow stronger, I can crush a small fry like him with ease. Seeing Li Guangcai, Zhao Huanshi lost interest in wandering around Explorer Town. Besides, it was getting late, and it was time to head home. He pressed his fingers together, but didn't summon the 3 goblin pests, indicating that the goblins were still alive. Their survival ability is quite impressive. They've lived longer than I imagined. Maybe they can last the full 24 hours. I wonder which goblin it is, and I hope it brings back something good. Filled with anticipation, Zhao Huanshi returned to Dongchuan City and took the bus home. After he left, about 7 or 8 hours passed, and it was the middle of the night. Many explorers active in the Emerald Forest suddenly fled in panic. Run! The underground monsters in the Emerald Forest are rioting. Send a distress signal to the city wall. Request fire support. Everyone retreat to the city wall. That night, Zhao Huanshi did not sleep well. Having been tormented in the trial dreams for over half a year, his mind was unaccustomed to the sudden break. He dreamed of the scene when the illusion merged with reality. The world collapsing, his parents fleeing with his siblings through the crowd, desperately running from a horde of monstrous pursuers. Zhao Huanshi abruptly woke with a start, his eyes wide, staring at the familiar ceiling as his rapid breathing quickly steadied. I haven't had this dream in a long time. Zhao Huanshi wiped his forehead, finding it drenched in cold sweat. He got up, grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge, and drained it in one go. Seeing that the sky outside was not yet fully light, he picked up his phone to check the time, but instead saw a red alert from the Special Affairs Bureau. Warning! A monster riot has erupted in the Emerald Forest with a massive number of undead creatures attacking indiscriminately against explorers and other monsters. Warning! The West 2 Explorer Town in Dongchuan City is under assault by an undead legion. New information: the undead legion attacking West 2 Explorer Town has been repelled. The current situation in the Emerald Forest remains unclear. It is recommended that explorers enter the contaminated zone from other locations. Click the link to view safer entry points near the Emerald Forest. New message: a battle occurred at West 2 Explorer Town. No casualties reported yet, but some buildings were affected by the fighting. Click to view the battle video. Zhao Huanshi was startled. Oh, the Explorer Town was attacked by monsters. Good thing I came back early. Even as he said this, his fingers honestly clicked on the battle video link. The phone screen automatically switched to the Explorer app, opening the combat footage of the Explorer Town. In the drone-captured video, countless hideous howling specters surged out from the mist at the edge of the contaminated zone, lunging at explorers evacuating on the ground or charging at the armed drones in the sky. They were immediately struck by laser rays and sonic blasts from the armed drones, screaming in agony as their forms disintegrated. A swarm of skeletal warriors clad in metal armor and mummified corpses emerged from the contaminated zone, only to be torn apart by the drone's autocannons, sending fragments of remains flying everywhere. The final appearance was a powerful high-level ghostly entity wearing a set of black, ominous magic armor that looked extremely advanced. It carried a... Zhao Huanshi couldn't quite make out what weapon it was, but the barrage comments all said the weapon in the powerful ghost's hand was the strongest coffin lid in history. The ghostly entity opened its mouth and let out a hoarse, grating howl, soaring into the sky. The armed drones attacking it sparked and crackled, wobbling as they fell exploding into balls of fire before they even hit the ground due to the ammunition they carried. Someone in the comments said the ghost had unleashed a powerful mental spell, but the recording drone was far enough away that viewers watching the video couldn't feel the suffocating fear through the screen. Realizing the monster's strength, the remaining armed drones ascended and retreated, followed by several rapid booming sounds from afar, likely from the direction of the city wall. Amid a barrage of chaotic comments like "high energy ahead," "hope of the shield warriors," and "the strongest coffin lid in history appears," the fully armored ghostly entity smashed its coffin lid into the ground, unleashing a surge of ghostly chi that condensed into a massive black coffin lid barrier in midair, blocking all the incoming artillery fire. Then, accompanied by piercing alarm sirens, 2 missiles launched from the walls of Dongchuan City. Along with a blinding flash and bizarre comments on the screen such as "the fall of the strongest shield warrior," "otherworlders have no martial ethics," and "adults it's time to eat," the colossal phantom of the coffin lid shattered instantly. The powerful monster, struck by the intense explosive force, let out an enraged howl as it was blasted back into the contaminated zone. Following the comments, Zhao Huanshi noticed that amidst the bombed ground, half of a coffin lid remained sticking diagonally out of the earth. Hiss! Is this coffin lid really that tough? The video ended. Zhao Huanshi glanced at the comment section below the video. Some speculated about the cause of the monster riot, others discussed the skills used by the powerful ghost, and a few drooled over the ghost's armor and coffin lid, indulging in daydreams. "It's none of my business anyway. Let me sleep a bit more. Wait, my goblins are still AFK in the Emerald Forest. Did those undead finish them off?" With a thought, the card 3 goblins appeared in his hand, its surface covered in fine cracks. Status damaged. Remaining repair time 42 hours. Card level LV2. So they did die. Wait, why is the repair time longer? Zhao Huanshi frowned. Does the repair time increase as the card's quality improves? Or does it also depend on the type of monster? Zhao Huanshi speculated, his eyes fixed on the 3 goblins card. After staring for a while, his gaze seemed to penetrate the card, revealing a void space where many items were scattered in disarray. Plants with soil still clinging to their roots, brightly colored large mushrooms that looked highly toxic, strange fungi shaped like pig snouts, rusted iron armor pieces, and weapons, ancient dusty gold and silver vessels. And a pitch-black greatsword exuding an evil, chilling aura. Ignoring the miscellaneous items, Zhao Huanshi's attention was instantly drawn to the black greatsword. With a thought, the sword materialized and fell straight down. Zhao Huanshi hurriedly reached out to catch the hilt, but the sword tip silently pierced through the floor, and a faint black aura of decay spread from the blade. The smooth painted floor instantly rotted and blackened, as if it had been buried in a dark tomb for 1,000 years. But Zhao Huanshi had no time to mourn his floor. He could clearly feel the sinister black greatsword rapidly draining his stamina. The hilt was cold and translucent, seemingly carved from some kind of jade, but given the sword's eerie appearance, Zhao Huanshi suspected it was crafted from the bone of an unknown monster. At the junction of the hilt and blade was a ferocious white bone skull, its teeth clenched tightly around the blade, with 2 crimson points of light glowing in its hollow eye sockets. It was like a malevolent ghost being awakened by the life force Zhao Huanshi was feeding it. He released his grip, and the black sword clattered horizontally onto the floor, leaving a deep dent. But once Zhao Huanshi let go, the decaying aura emanating from the blade quickly dissipated. Zhao Huanshi looked at his arm. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but aside from feeling weak, the skin on his palm seemed to have aged considerably. Holy crap, is this a legendary cursed artifact? In the morning sunlight streamed through the windowsill. Zhao Huanshi raised his right hand, exposing the symbiotic vine coiled around his arm to the sunlight. A faint radiance shimmered across the surface of the symbiotic vine, its emerald leaves gently swaying. Wow, this feeling is quite pleasant. Zhao Huanshi felt as though he were a robot plugged into a solar power bank. His body's energy was fully charged, yet an unceasing flow of power continued to surge into his arm. After previously gripping the black greatsword, and noticing his palm's skin turning dry and wrinkled, it had recovered quickly, yet appeared even more nourished than before. As time passed, Zhao Huanshi felt his vitality intensify, a restless energy building within him that begged for an outlet. Goodness, imagine this coiled around his waist on a bright sunny day, engaging in something joyful, perhaps vigorous sports like football or basketball that demanded intense physical contact. Zhao Huanshi cast a somewhat guilty glance left and right. Though he was alone in the room, he found himself uneasy, as if some unseen presence might be watching him. The kind of instinctive worry that surfaces after contemplating something embarrassing. After experiencing the symbiotic vine's photosynthesis effects firsthand, Zhao Huanshi turned his attention back to the dark greatsword lying on the floor. Hesitating for a moment, he exhaled gently to ease his tension and reached out with his right hand toward the sword's hilt. Zhao Huanshi wanted to test whether wearing the symbiotic vine could mitigate the greatsword's draining of his stamina, or perhaps his very life force. The ideal approach would have been to sell the weapon to someone. The darkness emanating from it was palpable, yet undeniably powerful. Selling it directly to the Special Affairs Bureau would raise inconvenient questions about its origins. Dealing through middlemen who handled illicit goods would avoid such scrutiny. Though the greatsword's provenance remained murky, one thing was certain. It hadn't been acquired through murder and robbery, so there was no reason to fear an obsessive investigation into where it came from. The intermediaries would naturally offer less, but they typically didn't dig into the sword's history. This kind of knowledge came at an extra cost, something buyers understood implicitly in these transactions. But Zhao Huanshi found himself captivated by the weapon, its dark, almost sinister silhouette drawing him in with each glance. Given the choice, he'd rather keep it for his own use than sell it off. As his hand closed around the hilt, that same strange, draining force pulsed through him, once more emanating from the greatsword's depths. His palm wasn't trapped, yet something slipped away from his arm in an unbroken stream. A faint darkness exhaled from the blade, coiling around its edge, while the skeletal eye sockets at the junction of hilt and blade ignited once more with that ghostly crimson glow, as though something ancient were stirring to life. Unlike before, his arm now carried something akin to a solar charger. Bathed in sunlight, it continuously replenished his strength and vitality. The energy that should have flowed into his body was instead being siphoned away to feed the dark greatsword. As long as I stay in direct sunlight, I can barely maintain this balance. But step outside that light, and it all falls apart again. Zhao Huanshi moved his arm in and out of the sunlight, keenly attuned to every shift in his body. Glancing down, he spotted a warped metal stool nearby. With a single swing of the sword, meeting no resistance whatsoever, the stool split cleanly in two. Incredible sharpness. Dark energy spread from the cut, the metal deteriorating as though aged by relentless exposure to wind and rain, crumbling into fragility. Zhao Huanshi paid no mind to the ruined stool. Instead, he studied his arm, frowning as he muttered to himself, "Does wielding the sword accelerate this drain?" He hooked the ruined stool fragments with his foot and positioned the greatsword atop them, preventing further corrosion of the floor or furniture. Once he released his grip, the sword's ominous aura faded quickly, and Zhao Huanshi's stamina gradually returned under the symbiotic vine's influence. If I don't grip it continuously, it's manageable. And upgrading the symbiotic vine's card quality should enhance recovery too. Beyond the life force drain, I'm curious what other effects might emerge. I'll hold it for another 10 minutes, then head to the hospital for a full checkup. Feeling sufficiently restored, Zhao Huanshi picked up the greatsword again and stepped into the sunlight. As moments passed, the sunlight grew more intense, and the symbiotic vine's restorative power seemed to shift in response. At that moment, his phone chimed with a text notification. Zhao Huanshi unlocked his phone with one hand and read the message, an unknown number extending a sincere invitation to join an exploration team. Super Fiery Tyrannosaur Exploration Team. What kind of name is that? I wonder if they can even recruit members with a name like that. Zhao Huanshi furrowed his brow in confusion. Moments later, 2 more texts arrived from unfamiliar numbers, both offering him spots on exploration teams. What's going on? Are these teams desperate enough to treat people like cannon fodder? Zhao Huanshi felt a pang of doubt. Though he'd gained some recognition among the Northern District sweepers, to the public, he was still just an unawakened nobody. Why were so many exploration teams suddenly reaching out to him? Ding! This is the Special Affairs Bureau reminding you nothing comes free. Stay vigilant against scams. If you want to join an exploration team, always go through official channels. Zhao Huanshi raised an eyebrow. So I've been targeted by scammers. Now the real question is, who leaked my information? Such a difficult mystery to solve. Just as he was about to block those numbers, a message appeared from Li Xiaoshui, an acquaintance from the sweeper ranks. The news of Zhao Huanshi's dismissal had spread quickly among most sweepers, and Li Guangcai, the fool, had become something of a pariah in their eyes. After exchanging a few words, Li Xiaoshui mentioned that a friend of his wanted to know if Zhao Huanshi would consider joining their exploration team. The compensation package was negotiable. Zhao Huanshi wasn't particularly interested in joining an exploration team right now. What puzzled him more was why so many teams were actively seeking him out. Li Xiaoshui replied that exploration teams naturally preferred sweepers with 2 years of monster fighting experience over inexperienced rookies who knew nothing. Besides, given Zhao Huanshi's exceptional combat talent, his awakening as a warrior class awakened was merely a matter of time. However, Li Xiaoshui cautioned him that most teams reaching out to Zhao Huanshi were of average strength. If he wanted to join a top-tier team, he'd need to take the initiative and seek them out himself. So that's how it is. Then not all these messages are from scammers. Zhao Huanshi had initially considered blocking those numbers, but reconsidered and decided to respond courteously instead. Whether they genuinely wanted to recruit him or simply covet his wealth, he couldn't say, but at least they'd been respectful in their overtures. It was only a matter of typing a few words, and there was no reason to make enemies over something so trivial. While Zhao Huanshi was busy composing voice-to-text replies, he failed to notice the growing drain of energy. The red light in the greatsword's skeletal eye sockets intensified until it burned at its peak brilliance. Delicate black threads crept from his palm across the back of his hand, coalescing into an eerie sigil before fading into nothingness. Zhao Huanshi failed to notice the strange phenomenon appearing on his hand. After replying to all messages, he hid the pitch-black greatsword at home, slung his own steel greatsword over his shoulder, rode a shared electric bicycle, and rushed to the hospital for a thorough full-body examination. No abnormalities were detected. On the contrary, his physical condition was abnormally excellent. After all, Zhao Huanshi had the card monster summoner's 5-point all-attribute bonus. Well, now it was 6 points. Who knew what the goblin place summon had actually done? Not only had its card level increased by 1, but his summoner level had risen along with it. The profession level and attribute bonuses were not unique to Zhao Huanshi. All awakened individuals could advance their profession levels and receive additional attribute bonuses. For instance, upon first becoming a trainee warrior, an awakened would receive a 3-point bonus to strength and 3 points to constitution, and with each subsequent level increase, could gain an additional 0 to 2 points across strength, agility, and constitution, totaling 3 to 4 attribute points per tier. The method of leveling up was also not based on defeating monsters for experience, but rather tied to the unique characteristics of each profession. A trainee warrior might break through unexpectedly during training or combat, while legendary alchemists supposedly gain new insights through the continuous process of concocting potions, only then making progress in rank. However, professionals only knew the additional attribute bonuses their profession provided, not their complete attribute values. Beyond profession attribute bonuses, awakened individuals could also grow stronger through exercise and combat, as well as by consuming magical items. They could also suffer attribute degradation due to injury, illness, poisoning, curses, and aging. For attributes like strength and constitution, quantifiable comparisons could be made. Athletes typically average between 8 and 10 points, and through strength and physical fitness tests, one could roughly estimate an awakened's current strength and constitution values. But for attributes like intelligence and spirit, no quantifiable testing method had yet been discovered. To know one's specific attribute values, one could only visit certain special architectural ruins in the contaminated zone for detection. 1 point across all attributes means adding 1 point to each of strength, agility, constitution, intelligence, and spirit. Does this mean I gain 1 or 2 extra attribute points per level compared to other trainee-level professions? Combined with the base 5-point all-attribute bonus, it wasn't an exaggeration to call himself versatile. Zhao Huanshi thought to himself, entertaining his own joke. For a versatile card monster summoner, he currently held only the symbiotic Vine, a pure support card, and the Goblin 3 Scoundrels, a logistics card with some combat capability, and it was stuck in a repair state, unable to be summoned. So Zhao Huanshi simply chose to loaf around at home these past 2 days. He watched TV, played video games. When he first started working as a scavenger, Zhao Huanshi would go to the Special Affairs Bureau's training base for exercise, honing his combat and survival skills. Ever since awakening the card monster summoner profession, he had been brutally tormented by goblins every night, and Zhao Huanshi rarely visited the training base anymore. During idle moments, he did nothing but lie flat at home. As for the items in the greed space of the Goblin 3 Scoundrels card, Zhao Huanshi had not touched them. After all, if the Goblin Merchant was summoned during a future placement summon, he would need to leave something behind as starting capital, right? During this time, several others messaged him asking if he wanted to join an exploration team, all of which he politely declined. Until another scavenger acquaintance, a single mother named Lu Xingyu, a formidable woman skilled with a great bow, sent him a message. She said she was gaming friends with members of the middle-aged unemployed front exploration team and had once mentioned Zhao Huanshi's situation to them. Initially, it was because Zhao Huanshi was handsome, so Lu Xingyu had shared his photo with several sisters in her gaming group. Later, when his combat abilities improved dramatically, her descriptions caught the attention of the middle-aged unemployed front members in the gaming group. Lu Xingyu explained why Zhang Daxuan had recognized Zhao Huanshi on the bus, then earnestly introduced the situation of the middle-aged unemployed front exploration team to him. Their strength was neither high nor low, members were mature and steady, and their overall style revolved around one principle: playing it safe. The exploration team had been established for over 4 years. Apart from losing 2 members in an accident at the beginning, no one had died since. Quite a miracle compared to other exploration teams in Dongchuan City that frequently lost entire squads. If not for the fact that Lu Xingyu had elderly parents and children to care for at home, if being a scavenger didn't offer her more free time and more stable income, she might have chosen to join the middle-aged unemployed front exploration team as well. Moreover, if she were to die in a dimensional rift, she would receive official compensation and her family would be properly arranged. Under those circumstances, Lu Xingyu would likely have chosen to join the middle-aged unemployed front. Zhao Huanshi did not refuse outright. He simply said he needed to consider it carefully. Although he was not middle-aged, he had indeed just lost his job. Quite a serendipitous connection with the name middle-aged unemployed front. The Goblin 3 Scoundrels card finished repairing at around 4 in the morning. Zhao Huanshi had no intention of going back to the contaminated zone for another placement summon. The trial dream would open again tonight, and he needed to check the situation inside. Perhaps he would need the goblins as helpers. I still have too few cards in hand. I must pass more trials to acquire additional cards. Zhao Huanshi mused to himself and lightly tossed the Goblin 3 Scoundrels card forward. He wanted to know which goblin had obtained that pitch-black greatsword and from where. Fortunately, his luck held. He summoned the goblin scavenger on the first try. The goblin scavenger chattered animatedly, using a mixture of grunts and exaggerated gestures to roughly recount his experiences. Seeing Zhao Huanshi sit motionless on the sofa, eyes glazed and vacant, the goblin scavenger scratched its belly and boredly glanced around in all directions. Zhao Huanshi snapped back to reality and was about to say something, but found the goblin scavenger had vanished before his eyes. Turning his head, he saw the creature dragging a bulging sack toward the kitchen. As it walked, it stuffed everything within its field of view into its pouch. Zhao Huanshi's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Call yourself a scavenger? You're nothing but a damn thief. Under Zhao Huanshi's command, the goblin scavenger reluctantly took the items out of the sack and placed them back where they belong. Not a single one in the correct spot. Helpless, Zhao Huanshi stuffed several packs of freshly bought braised chicken legs at the goblin scavenger, ordered it to sit obediently on the floor and gnaw on them, then personally rearranged everything back to its original place. Regardless, the goblin scavenger had just snatched a pitch-black greatsword from a powerful undead. Zhao Huanshi certainly couldn't bring himself to beat or scold it. If he hadn't been unsure of the goblin scavenger's tolerance for alcohol, or whether it would go berserk when drunk, Zhao Huanshi might have even paired it with a few cans of beer to taste. Having learned the origin of the pitch-black greatsword, Zhao Huanshi naturally understood that the undead riot in the Green Forest was most likely caused by the goblin scavenger. He was not worried that bringing the pitch-black greatsword into the contaminated zone would invite the revenge of that powerful undead. Shortly after the undead riot occurred, the Special Affairs Bureau dispatched a team of powerful professionals to the Green Forest. They said it was to quell the riot, but everyone knew that the Special Affairs Bureau was clearly eyeing the magical armor on the undead. Soon after, news spread that the undead who had used a coffin lid to carry missiles had been reduced to ashes. It was said the battle was so fierce that it completely altered the terrain of the Green Forest. The nearby monsters were even more unfortunate. Some were killed by the rampaging undead legion earlier, and later many perished from the collateral damage of the battle. Afterward, weather space rifts appeared, new monsters were deployed, or monsters migrated from other regions. The monster ecology of the Green Forest would undergo earth-shattering changes. Originally, Zhao Huanshi felt this had little to do with him and didn't pay much attention, but now he was searching for related news on his phone. He did not recall the goblin scavenger. Instead, he gave it a pile of snacks, turned on the TV, and taught it how to use the remote control. A great contributor, after all, deserved some enjoyment. However, the goblin scavenger did not initially feel much enjoyment. Although the snacks were delicious, it preferred to roam around and pick up things rather than sit still on the ground. To it, this was no different from torture. Until bored, it stared at the screen for a long time and gradually became engrossed. Trial goal: kill the wealth greedy. After a day, Zhao Huanshi found himself appearing in an underground palace ruin. Broken crystals on the walls and glowing plants growing in the corners emitted faint light, preventing the surroundings from falling into complete darkness. TSK, the symbiotic vine I just got was banned just like that. What's the difference between this and nerfing a card right after pulling it? Zhao Huanshi complained discontentedly. But obviously no one would respond to him. He couldn't even find a place to give a negative review to this trial dream. No place to complain, bad review. And what the hell is this wealth greedy? Every time it doesn't explain clearly, making me get pounded by stone golems for nothing last time. Muttering, he summoned the goblin Three Stooges. He glanced at the greedy space, which was completely empty. So I really can't bring things from outside in, huh? Then appear Goblin Thief. The card landed and shattered, turning into blue-purple light that twisted and coalesced into the Goblin Thief. Huh. One shot, and I got it. Hey, what's this? Using the light from the card breaking, Zhao Huanshi caught a glimpse of something stuck in the corner, which seemed familiar. He approached and looked closely. It was actually the pitch-black greatsword. How did you get here? Zhao Huanshi was stunned, suspecting he had been hit by some spell and was hallucinating, but his hand reached out, involuntarily grasping the hilt of the pitch-black greatsword. As his arm felt the familiar sensation of stamina draining, Zhao Huanshi widened his eyes in shock. It's real, eh? He gripped the hilt tightly and pulled the pitch-black greatsword from the ground. Although I don't know why you're here, but... A twisted smile gradually spread across Zhao Huanshi's face. Finally, I have a greatsword. Now monsters prepare to die. As for the stamina drain, he would deal with it after having fun. After all, no matter how recklessly he acted in the trial dream, it was fine. It was perfect for testing the actual combat ability of the pitch-black greatsword. The Goblin Thief was first startled by Zhao Huanshi's sudden twisted laughter, shrinking back against the wall and looking at its summoner with a strange expression. Then its ears twitched slightly, and it abruptly turned to look into the distance. Snicket. Enemy. The Goblin Thief warned Zhao Huanshi while entering stealth, its body completely vanishing into the dim environment. Zhao Huanshi stopped his crazed behavior and quickly entered a combat state, narrowing his eyes. Through the blurry silhouettes of the enemies and the barking like growls, he instantly identified the type of enemy. Kobolds about 6 or 7 can handle. Whoosh! An orange fireball hurtled towards him. Zhao Huanshi hurriedly ducked to dodge. Boom! Feeling the scorching heat wave behind him, Zhao Huanshi's heart sank. Damn! There's even a kobold mage. How the hell can I fight this? That said, Zhao Huanshi was not about to wait for death. He dodged a spear thrust from a kobold warrior, seized the opportunity to close in, and swung the pitch-black greatsword with both hands. Shing! A head flew off instantly, leaving a headless corpse that swayed twice before collapsing. Looking closely, the headless corpse had no blood flowing out. Instead, it was wrapped in a cold black aura, appearing somewhat too withered. Huh! Zhao Huanshi uttered a surprised cry. One was that the sharpness of the pitch-black greatsword exceeded his expectations. The other was that after killing the kobold warrior, a force surged along his arm into his body, replenishing the stamina he had just consumed, and that which had been drained by the greatsword. Huh! It even gives back. Zhao Huanshi laughed in surprise, and facing the broadsword swung by another kobold warrior, he did not dodge, but swung his sword forcefully. A crisp sound was heard, sparks flashed and extinguished. The kobold warrior and its crude broadsword were both split in two by the pitch-black greatsword. The life force of the kobold corpse drained rapidly before it even hit the ground, and the broken sword in its hand had turned into a decayed appearance weathered by time. A kobold seized the moment when Zhao Huanshi's move was spent and stabbed a spear into his flank. Fortunately, Zhao Huanshi twisted his waist quickly, so the vital area was not heavily struck, only leaving a thin, long wound. The wound had just appeared, blood not even having time to flow out before it healed rapidly at a visible speed. By the time Zhao Huanshi had cut down the remaining 3 kobolds with the pitch-black greatsword, he looked down to find the wound on his waist had disappeared without a trace. Sigh. Killing enemies drains life force, not only restoring the wielder's stamina, but also helping heal wounds. Truly an evil magical equipment. I fucking love it, hee. Zhao Huanshi raised the pitch-black greatsword, emitting a sinister aura, and admired it carefully, growing more satisfied the longer he looked. Not sure if it was an illusion, but after cutting down these kobolds, the shape of the greatsword's guard seemed to have changed slightly, and the skull emitting red light had become more vivid and terrifying. Hey, wait, where did that kobold mage go? Seeing his small fireball evaded by the enemy, the kobold mage had intended to launch another attack. However, the kobold warrior had already charged up to Zhao Huanshi and engaged him in combat. To avoid hitting his ally by mistake, the kobold mage could only abandon the fireball and prepare to cast a supportive spell to enhance his companion's fighting ability. Or Frenzy, a special powder made from finely crushed metal or particles mixed with low-grade magical materials thrown into the air and activated by magic, emitting a peculiar metallic magic aroma that stimulates the kobold warrior's bloodline instantly, throwing them into a frenzied state. The kobold mage held a wooden staff in his right hand, while reaching with his left toward the small leather pouch hanging at his waist, which contained his spellcasting materials. To his astonishment, his hand grasped nothing but empty air. Huh. The kobold mage looked down in confusion, discovering that the leather pouch, which had been hanging from his belt just moments ago, had vanished without a trace. His nose twitched as he caught the strong scent of spellcasting materials emanating from somewhere nearby. Following the scent downward, he saw the small leather pouch lying on the ground not far behind him, with powder materials scattered all around. Muttering to himself, the kobold mage seemed about to return and retrieve his pouch, but in that very moment of turning, he swung his wooden staff forcefully outward to his side. Thud! A dull striking sound. Where there had been nothing moments before, the goblin thief suddenly materialized, baring his teeth and retreating, while simultaneously hurling the rusted dagger in his hand with great force. The triumphant, grotesque grin on the kobold mage's face was frozen in place as the rusted dagger pierced through his right eye before he could complete it. His mocking bark didn't even have time to sound before transforming into a pained yelp of agony. Seizing the opportunity, the goblin thief lunged forward, seized the kobold mage's wooden staff, and delivered a brutal kick to the man's kidney area, sending him crashing to the ground. After snatching the weapon, he used the staff like a hammer, mercilessly pounding it against the kobold mage's skull until the creature's life was beaten out of it. When Zhao Huanshi arrived, he found the kobold mage lying in a pool of blood, his expression a mask of bitter unwillingness. One eyeball had been gouged out, leaving behind a bloody socket, while the remaining eye was stretched wide open in disbelief. As if even in death the creature couldn't accept that it had perished at the hands of a goblin. The goblin thief crouched beside the corpse, sorting through the kobold mage's scattered trinkets and accessories, searching for anything of value to stash away in his own small leather pouch. Zhao Huanshi glanced down at the items. Things from the trial dreamscape shouldn't be takeable outright. This trial dreamscape was like a game instance. Every time someone entered, everything inside would reset. Zhao Huanshi felt that objects from here likely couldn't be brought back to reality. Otherwise, he could just find a gold mine inside, skip clearing the trial, and bring his 3 companions in every night to stock up on goods. What if items from here truly could be taken out? He could become incredibly wealthy. A gleam sparked in Zhao Huanshi's eyes, but the goblin thief merely tossed the worthless trinkets aside with palpable disappointment. It found it strange that although the kobold mage's jewelry appeared to be made of gold, there wasn't the slightest scent of wealth about it. They were all fake. Witnessing the goblin thief's reaction, Zhao Huanshi immediately understood. The budding dream of striking it rich that had just begun to sprout in his heart was immediately crushed once more. This pouch of powder is the kobold mage's spellcasting material, right? You can use it as blinding powder. Zhao Huanshi pointed to the scattered powder on the ground. Gobo. The goblin thief looked confused, not knowing what blinding powder was. Zhao Huanshi scooped up a handful of powder from the ground and threw it toward the kobold mages. That one unblinkingly staring eye. See, just like this, throw it at the enemy's eyes. If they can't react in time, their vision will be damaged. The goblin thief pondered briefly before quickly grasping Zhao Huanshi's meaning. With renewed interest, it gathered the scattered powder back into the small leather pouch and hung it on its own belt at a convenient position where it could easily reach. Having no idea where the wealth greeter was located, and with no leads whatsoever, Zhao Huanshi simply headed toward the direction from which the kobolds had emerged. Perhaps because he had just slain 5 kobolds and was well fed and satisfied, the dark greatsword no longer drained his physical stamina. The skeletal eye sockets burned with intense crimson light, while dark aura swirled around the blade, clearly marking it as no ordinary weapon. Yet Zhao Huanshi had no objections to the dark greatsword's current appearance. In fact, he thought it looked quite cool. The only issue was that as the black aura on the blade intensified, ghostly hissing and chuckling sounds began emanating from within. Though not loud, they were persistent and grating, like a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing endlessly near his ear, gradually driving Zhao Huanshi to frustration. Fortunately, he hadn't gone far when Zhao Huanshi spotted an architectural ruin occupied by kobolds. Several female kobolds were busy at work using inferior metal knives to slice mushrooms and lay them out on stone slabs to dry. A group of kobold pups were playing and roughhousing nearby. Possibly because the smell of blood on Zhao Huanshi was too strong, the kobolds spotted his approach before he had even drawn near. The female kobolds began howling while scrambling to grab nearby weapons in preparation for battle. Meanwhile, all the kobold pups fled silently into the nest without a sound. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi advanced swiftly with his sword in hand. Compared to the kobold warrior squad he had just encountered, the female kobolds guarding the nest were considerably weaker. Each fell to a single strike of Zhao Huanshi's blade, their bodies quickly shriveling into desiccated corpses. After slaughtering all the female kobolds, Zhao Huanshi crawled into the kobold nest and dispatched the pups one by one. After rummaging around for a while, he found no trace whatsoever of the wealth greeter. However, after claiming more lives, the dark greatsword underwent a noticeable transformation. Hideous bone spurs erupted from the sword guard, the skeletal head emitted a raspy growl, and the black ghostly aura was drawn in through the nostrils only to be exhaled from the mouth. As the ghostly aura washed over the greatsword's blade, mysterious runes gradually began to surface. Zhao Huanshi muttered under his breath, "Why must the seal be broken through the killing of living beings? Could something terrible actually escape from within the sword?" Fortunately, this is the trial dreamscape. Even if something truly formidable were released, he wouldn't panic. After all, dying in the trial dreamscape wasn't exactly a big deal. On the contrary, if a powerful monster was indeed lurking inside, Zhao Huanshi's first priority upon waking would be to find a way to secretly dump the dark greatsword at the entrance of the Special Affairs Bureau. Let me see just what you can become. At this moment, Zhao Huanshi's purpose in the trial dreamscape shifted from searching for the wealth greeter to completely unsealing the dark greatsword. Based on his prior experience with beginner trials, Zhao Huanshi could only remain in the dreamscape for approximately 8 hours. With roughly 2 or 3 hours already passed, Zhao Huanshi needed to make the most of his remaining time, killing as many monsters as possible to thoroughly feed the dark greatsword. After about 6 or 7 hours, Zhao Huanshi kicked away a zombie head with shriveled, rotting flesh. He looked around. Aside from the goblin thief fiddling with the skull, there were no more enemies nearby. He looked down at the black greatsword in his hand, its form even more vicious than before. "You're quite picky, aren't you? Killing undead doesn't even count. What, you don't like aged meat?" The black greatsword naturally showed no reaction, but the ghostly energy spewing from the skull's mouth grew denser, and the whispers and roars of the specters became more distinct. The already dim underground palace paired with this eerie BGM turned even more sinister and terrifying. But Zhao Huanshi felt that the current noise was far more pleasant than the faint mosquito-like buzzing from before. Strange, it's been over 8 hours, but there's no sign of any anomaly. A scavenger needed to master time estimation to judge whether to continue clearing an illusion realm or return through the rift to seek help from the Special Affairs Bureau if something went wrong. Though the longer the time, the greater the estimation error, Zhao Huanshi felt confident he could still roughly judge 7 or 8 hours. After all, during the novice trial, every time it neared 8 hours, the goblin warrior would charge out with a group of minions. That period had almost become a psychological shadow for Zhao Huanshi. Maybe the time limit for this trial dream is longer than 8 hours. After all, my judgment is based on the novice trial's rules. Last time I got killed by the stone golem. Oh no, I was sent out after completing the mission early. The goblin thief glanced back, saw Zhao Huanshi muttering to himself, ignored him, and turned back to focus on the skull. The skeleton's body had been shattered, leaving only the head, which was still alive. The goblin thief took a handful of powder and threw it forcefully. The ghostly fire in the skull's eye sockets shook violently like a candle flame struck by a sudden gust of wind, on the verge of extinguishing, yet stubbornly flickering back to life. With curiosity, the goblin thief picked up a stick and poked it into the skull's eye socket. Accompanied by a faint, almost imperceptible sigh of relief, the ghostly fire in the skull was extinguished entirely by the goblin thief's probing. Another 2 hours passed, and Zhao Huanshi finally found the suspected mission target in the ruins of the underground palace. In the center of a broken structure that resembled a church, a minotaur, sitting over 2 meters tall, was roasting some creature's body over a campfire. The minotaur's muscles were robust and sharply defined, faintly reflecting a black copper metallic luster in the firelight. Not far behind the minotaur stood a magnificent treasure chest over 2 meters long, its surface studded with numerous pearls and gems gleaming with dazzling golden light. Such a big chest. This minotaur is definitely a miser. This time the target is definitely right. Zhao Huanshi, hidden behind a distant wall corner, muttered to himself while observing the minotaur's condition. What do you think? Zhao Huanshi turned to look at the goblin thief. But the goblin thief's eyes were fixed on the large chest behind the minotaur, completely oblivious to what Zhao Huanshi was saying. What's the use of staring at that chest? You can't take anything out of here. Go Bapagoat. Even if he couldn't take it out, just opening the chest and touching it would make the goblin happy. Alright, I'll let you touch it all you want. But first let's leave here and find some more monsters to kill, see if we can unlock the greatsword's final form and figure out how to deal with that minotaur. Minotaurs were mid-level monsters, rarely appearing in low-level illusion rifts. Zhao Huanshi had no experience fighting them. According to the data published on the Special Affairs Bureau's official website, an ordinary adult minotaur's strength and constitution stats range from 70 to 200. If it entered an enraged state during battle, those two attributes could increase even further. Zhao Huanshi felt that minotaur didn't look particularly strong. With his own strength and the black greatsword, he could probably fight it to a draw. Cut into 5 pieces, skewered and roasted to medium rare. If he couldn't win head-on, he'd have to resort to dirty tricks. The first thing Zhao Huanshi thought of was poisoning the minotaur's food. However, after walking through the underground palace for so long, he hadn't seen any poisonous mushrooms. Otherwise, he could have tried the secret technique of hiding poison in the belly. He didn't know if the minotaur gutted its prey before roasting. Zhao Huanshi didn't find any poisonous mushrooms, but he unexpectedly discovered a blue-marked cow spider, a large spider monster, not counting its 8 legs about the size of a cow, with indigo patterns on its abdomen. This creature could not only weave webs and set traps, but also moved extremely fast, pouncing directly on prey when it spotted them. The blue-marked cow spider hid 2 venomous fangs in its mouth. Once bitten, someone like Zhao Huanshi, who had little resistance to potent toxins, would instantly become paralyzed, losing all mobility, and could only watch as the spider wrapped him in silk. However, the blue-marked cow spider's body was not particularly tough. Ordinary weapons could easily pierce it. Given the black greatsword's strength and its eerie ability to drain life force, as long as Zhao Huanshi avoided the spider's venomous fangs, he could probably kill it in one strike. But enemies killed by the greatsword have their life force sucked away, turning into dried mummies. The venom in the spider's glands would turn into powder by then. I wonder if the toxicity would remain after mixing it with water. And the blue-marked cow spider injects venom directly. Would ingesting it after heating still work? Zhao Huanshi pondered for a moment, then returned to where he had killed earlier monsters, picked up a few spears and a dried corpse, and brought them back. He found where the blue-marked cow spider was hiding and threw the dried corpse onto the transparent web in the middle of the passage. The web shook violently. The spider, thinking prey had arrived, rushed out from its hiding place. When it reached the web, it saw only half a dried corpse. This felt like ordering takeout, only to receive a lump of. The blue-marked cow spider let out an angry hiss, its eyes glowing with crimson light, and immediately locked on a Zhao Huanshi, who was standing boldly in the middle of the passage. It leaped off the web, its 8 long legs pounding the ground, swiftly charging at Zhao Huanshi like an enraged bull. Zhao Huanshi stood still, holding a wooden spear with a cheap metal head. Just as the blue-marked cow spider reached the halfway point and suddenly leaped to pounce, Zhao Huanshi's eyes sharpened, and he hurled the spear with all his might. Without checking the result, he lunged forward, rolling out from beneath the spider's body. After getting up, he pulled the black greatsword that had been stuck in the ground earlier and turned around, ready to counter the attack. But he saw that the wooden spear he had thrown had pierced through the blue-marked cow spider's body, protruding from its back. Insectoid monsters possessed remarkable vitality. Merely having one's chest pierced did not amount to a severe wound. However, with a long spear embedded in the blue-patterned bull spider's chest, any movement would tear the wound wider. In fact, when the creature had first been struck, the spear had not penetrated quite so deeply. It was only after the spider collapsed onto the ground upon being hit that its own weight drove the spear entirely through its body. After landing, the blue-patterned bull spider had turned to charge again, but the instant it moved, the spearhead, scraping against the ground, ripped open a massive gash on its chest, insectoid ichor streaming down the shaft and pooling across the floor. The blue-patterned bull spider let out a shriek and froze in place. Zhao Huanshi's brow lifted at the sight, his expression shifting to one of relief. Retreating several steps, he shifted his dark greatsword to his left hand and retrieved a long spear from the ground, hurling it forward. The blue-patterned bull spider attempted to dodge, but the wound reopened with its movement, causing its evasion to falter. Minutes later, the creature lay sprawled motionless on the ground, its 8 limbs limp, its breath faint, completely devoid of resistance. Zhao Huanshi took a rusted dagger from the goblin thief and skillfully severed the spider's head, extracting the 4 poison glands from its mouth. The acrid stench emanating from the poison glands made Zhao Huanshi think that unless the minotaur were even stupider than goblins, it would never voluntarily swallow such a foul substance. Forget it, keep them for now. If needed, they can be smeared on weapons. Zhao Huanshi divided the 4 poison glands, giving one to the goblin thief, instructing it to dip its rusted dagger into the gland before stabbing the minotaur. Though the rusted dagger could barely pierce the minotaur's hide, there was always a slim chance. After extracting the poison glands, the blue-patterned bull spider's corpse was put to use as well. Zhao Huanshi thrust his dark greatsword into the giant spider's abdomen, watching as its body rapidly withered and shrank beneath the cold black mist. 2 hours later, the cave dwelling of troglodytes at the dungeon's edge. Zhao Huanshi drove his dark greatsword into the final troglodyte pup. As the young troglodyte's life force was utterly drained, its body rapidly withered and contracted. From the gruesome skull embedded in the dark greatsword came a satisfied, lingering sigh. The chilling spectral whispers that had echoed around the blade fell silent, drawn entirely into the black runes etched upon its surface. Similar black sigils emerged on the back of Zhao Huanshi's hand, mirroring the runes on the sword. Why is there something like this on my hand? Could this be the true price of wielding this sword? A curse from which there is no escape. Just as panic began to seize Zhao Huanshi's mind, the dark greatsword in his grasp suddenly dissolved into a thick swirl of black mist, coalescing around his right palm to form a fearsome black bone gauntlet. A skeletal skull constituting its main body, with 5 razor-sharp claws extending from its maw. At the same time, fragmented messages flooded into Zhao Huanshi's mind. Betrayer. Dark Knight. Soul-devouring greatsword. Freedom defiance. Slay its minions. All are falsehoods, the source of suffering. Like a language from another world translated through spiritual resonance into meaning Zhao Huanshi could comprehend. But since the original information was incomplete and further meaning was lost in translation, Zhao Huanshi remained largely bewildered, grasping only fragments. Presumably the original owner of this soul-devouring greatsword was a formidable figure who one day awakened, fought for freedom and honor, broke from their former master and fled, or fell, taking their weapon along. Something along those lines. Perhaps. Zhao Huanshi was hardly interested in the sword's origins anyway. Learning that the black mark on his hand was a soul-binding contract with the soul-devouring greatsword rather than some malevolent curse devouring life, he breathed a great sigh of relief. According to the information the soul-devouring greatsword had provided, this mark was permanently bound to his soul, not something that could be shed by merely dying once in the trial dreams. If it truly were a death curse, Zhao Huanshi would be as good as dead. Next time I won't recklessly touch something of unknown origin, he thought, still lingering with a chill. He then quickly realized that the soul-devouring greatsword could follow him into the trial dreams, likely due to this soul contract mark on his hand. The soul-devouring greatsword can transform into a gauntlet because it has absorbed enough life force from monsters in the slaughter dungeon after being fully awakened. But these creatures in the trial dreams aren't truly real. So once I leave the trial dreams, will the soul-devouring greatsword revert to its unawakened state? Zhao Huanshi idly flexed the black bone gauntlet on his hand, lost in thought. Never mind, overthinking is useless. I'll find out once I leave. For now it's time to deal with that minotaur and clear the trial. At this moment, Zhao Huanshi felt a surge of bravado. The next moment he and the goblin thief were crouching slyly behind a corner, secretly observing the minotaur snoring deafeningly beside a campfire in the church ruins. Great opportunity. Coat the dagger with poison now, then sneak up and stab the minotaur's most vulnerable spot. Where's the most vulnerable spot? The throat. No, the throat has thick skin. How about the eyes or nose? The nose looks more vulnerable. Ideally, it would have been better to have the goblin thief wield the soul-devouring greatsword and deliver a devastating strike. However, after the sword bound itself to Zhao Huanshi's soul, it refused all others. Touching it would drain one's life force. With the goblin thief's tiny frame, if it held the soul-devouring greatsword, it would be drained into a mummy before even reaching the church entrance. The goblin thief nodded, plunging its rusted dagger into the blue-patterned bull spider's poison gland and agitating it twice. Seeing the rusted dagger's surface turn pale blue, the goblin thief vanished, stealthily creeping toward the minotaur. The goblin thief had originally intended to follow Zhao Huanshi's plan and strike the minotaur's eyes or other weak points. But as it slowly approached the minotaur's head, the beast's thunderous snoring suddenly ceased, and it sat upright, eyes opening. Startled, the goblin thief hastily retreated several steps and concealed itself in the shadows. The Minotaur gripped its long-handled battle-axe, sniffing the air and scanning left and right, but detected nothing unusual. It muttered confusedly and lay back down, soon resuming its snores. The goblin thief thought for a moment, then quietly circled behind the Minotaur and drove its rusted dagger forcefully into what it judged to be a vulnerable spot. Zhao Huanshi transformed Soul Devourer from gauntlet form into a greatsword, coating the blade with venom from the blue-marked bull spider's poison gland, while keeping watch on the Minotaur. He saw the goblin thief suddenly appear behind the Minotaur, wielding a rusty blue-tinged dagger and stabbing forcefully. Zhao Huanshi clenched his legs together, sharply inhaling through his teeth. In the church ruins, the massive Minotaur let out a blood-curdling roar and sprang into the air like a carp thrown from water. Its bloodshot copperbell eyes rolled wildly as it spotted the goblin thief, tiptoeing away, its figure gradually fading as it prepared to re-enter stealth. Fury surged through the Minotaur. It didn't even bother retrieving its weapon and charged forward with a thunderous roar. The goblin thief shrieked, breaking its stealth, and sprinted away with all its might. Ordinarily, the Minotaur's speed meant it could have closed the distance in a single charge and trampled the goblin thief to death. Yet certain pain was beyond even the Minotaur's tolerance, and the blue-marked bull spider's venom was beginning to take effect. The Minotaur's stride became somewhat ungraceful, avoiding large steps, relying only on its long legs to steadily close the distance with the fleeing goblin thief. Just as the Minotaur chased the goblin thief out of the church ruins, Zhao Huanshi, who had been clinging to the wall in ambush, struck from behind, dealing a sword slash to the Minotaur's thigh. Zhao Huanshi had intended to use Soul Devourer's razor edge to deal serious damage to the Minotaur. But the Minotaur's hide was as tough as iron, its muscles beneath as dense and hard as rock. Lacking sufficient strength, Zhao Huanshi could only leave a moderately deep wound on the Minotaur's leg. As flesh curled and tore, no blood flowed. Wrapped in a faint black aura, the once vibrant crimson muscle rapidly withered and shriveled. The Minotaur's thigh seized with pain, then sensation vanished from the surrounding tissue, followed by a numbness that spread swiftly through its flesh. Having been ambushed twice by these ants, the Minotaur's rage reached a breaking point. It threw back its head and unleashed a deafening roar that shook the entire underground palace, its eyes glowing crimson as a scarlet aura enveloped its body. "Damn you, I'll crush you with my axe." "Hey, where's my axe?" Zhao Huanshi intended to capitalize on the enemy's stunned moment, but before he could act, the Minotaur kicked hard with its intact left leg, causing the ground beneath them to tremble violently. An eerie force rose from beneath his feet, throwing Zhao Huanshi's balance off completely. Though the ground was perfectly flat, he felt as though he were standing on violently churning waves, unsteady, nauseous. Clang! Zhao Huanshi raised Soul Devourer to block the Minotaur's punch, the sound of metal colliding ringing through the air. Then the greatsword slammed into his chest, sending him flying through the air. He tumbled across the ground several times, and barely managing to rise, spat a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this thing is way more vicious than the goblin warriors. Though he died many times before, Zhao Huanshi's tolerance for pain was alarmingly high. But the effects of physical trauma could not simply be willed away. Perhaps warriors could offset them through certain class skills, but Zhao Huanshi, a novice summoner, had nothing of the sort. Zhao Huanshi could clearly feel his body's weakening, which would significantly impact his performance in the fights ahead. Fortunately, Soul Devourer was siphoning the faint life force stolen from the Minotaur and channeling it into Zhao Huanshi's body, healing his damaged organs. Then it slowly drew upon his stamina through his arms. Meanwhile, though the Minotaur desperately wanted to charge and stomp Zhao Huanshi flat, its right leg's muscles had died, and the blue-marked bull spider's paralytic venom had taken hold, leaving its movements stiff and awkward, as shuffling like an elderly man. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi couldn't help but marvel at the mid-tier monster's remarkable poison resistance, having endured the blue-marked bull spider's venom with nothing but leg numbness. Feeling his strength return, Zhao Huanshi tightened his grip on his twin swords and charged directly toward the Minotaur. The Minotaur, seeing this ant daring to attack head-on, flew into a deeper rage, spreading its arms wide to snatch the bold creature and tear it apart. To its surprise, Zhao Huanshi shifted his body and circled around the Minotaur's right flank. Watching the beast frantically maneuver its stiff right leg, turning slowly and limping, a relaxed expression crossed Zhao Huanshi's face. "Just as I thought. The probing is complete. The real battle begins now." Zhao Huanshi's gaze turned sharp as he charged again, exploiting the Minotaur's impaired movement and the height difference. Ducking low and rolling, he dodged the Minotaur's massive hand, slipped behind its flank, and slashed at its right leg. The Minotaur stomped to raise its leg, but Zhao Huanshi bounded forward with a powerful leap, clearing the Minotaur's strike range entirely like a giant frog. "Heh, same trick again. You really think I haven't learned?" Soul Devourer absorbed life to heal Zhao Huanshi's injuries and restore his stamina, while another patch of dead flesh formed on the Minotaur's right leg, making it even harder to control. Realizing the situation was dire, the Minotaur turned to flee back toward the church ruins to retrieve its weapon. But as it turned, it spotted the goblin thief dragging its long-handled battle axe, sneaking out from the ruins. The Minotaur's bull-like eyes bulged as it let out a furious bellow. Startled, the goblin thief shrank back and dragged the battle axe faster. Half an hour later, the weaponless, disabled old minotaur was worn to death by Zhao Huanshi's insidious black greatsword. A battle fought without any honor. When it died, the minotaur's entire body was shriveled and blackened, not a single patch of good skin remaining. It was less a matter of being hacked to death than of being utterly drained alive by Soul Devourer. Zhao Huanshi, overloaded with life force, felt as though he'd consumed 3 meals in one sitting. His body was painfully full, as if burping were impossible despite every urge to do so. Strange, the minotaur is dead, so why hasn't the trial ended? Zhao Huanshi looked up at the underground palace ceiling, then down at the minotaur's corpse. It's been drained to this state. Surely it can't still be faking death. Puzzled, Zhao Huanshi prepared to march forward and sever the minotaur's head. From the church ruins behind him came a sudden piercing scream from a goblin. Entering cautiously, he found the goblin thief running toward him in panic, half an arm missing, blood staining the ground in a trail behind it. Behind the goblin thief, the ornate treasure chest now had gemstones transformed into eyes, its lid gaping open to reveal sharp metallic teeth lining its edges. Striding on 8 golden legs reminiscent of a crab's, it gave chase at great speed. What the hell? This chest has come to life. Zhao Huanshi was utterly stunned by what he saw before him. The treasure chest monster had a terrifying appearance, yet its combat strength was mediocre, and its attack seemed limited to a single pouncing bite. Although the chest itself was extraordinarily tough, even the soul-devouring greatsword could only leave a superficial scratch. However, its 8 golden long legs were merely for show. Though they resembled gold, they were actually just insectoid shell coated with gold plating. After Zhao Huanshi dodged the monster's pouncing bite, he executed a rolling sweep and instantly severed 2 of its large legs. With 2 legs missing, the monster's movements grew noticeably sluggish, and it could no longer perform even its sole attack, the pouncing bite. Just as Zhao Huanshi severed all 4 legs on one side, the creature suddenly concealed its remaining 4 legs beneath its body, retracted the sharp metallic teeth from its mouth, and closed both its eyes and lid, recamouflaging itself as an ornate grand treasure chest that radiated an alluring golden glow. The golden radiance emanating from the treasure chest appeared to be a skill capable of stirring the desires and curiosity within one's heart. An inexplicable notion sprang into Zhao Huanshi's mind. Inside this massive golden treasure chest lay countless treasures of gold and silver, along with various monster cards. By simply opening the chest, he could obtain everything he desired. But it didn't move at first. Fine, now it suddenly transforms mid-fight. Whose illusion does it think it can deceive? Scarcely had his words ended when the goblin thief, clutching its severed arm and eyes gleaming with greed, charged forward. Fortunately, Zhao Huanshi reacted swiftly. He seized the goblin thief by the waistband and yanked it back, narrowly avoiding the treasure chest monster's ambush. Damn, your hand has been gnawed away, and still you don't learn your lesson. You nearly lost your head. Zhao Huanshi muttered under his breath as he recalled the goblin thief into a card and stowed it away. Considering the goblin's insatiable greed, this treasure chest monster was practically their natural predator. Zhao Huanshi shook his head, circled behind the monster, and resolved to wear it down with the soul-devouring great sword. After a few chops, his blade inadvertently struck the monster's gemstone eyes. The gems shattered, and the creature's body shuddered slightly. Could these gems be its vital points? Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up. While remaining on guard against sudden attacks, he began probing the gems with the tip of his sword. As each gem was punctured and shattered, the golden radiance on the chest rapidly dimmed. Even the chest's own surface, once brilliant gold, seemed clouded with a layer of dust, losing its former brilliance. Until every gem was destroyed at the brink of death, the monster endured motionlessly in hopes of turning the tide. Truly a master of patience, akin to a ninja turtle chest. Trial end. Trial successful. Evolution points acquired 183. Current evolution points 240. Trial reward, green monster card, greedy treasure chest. The trial dream is regenerating, estimated time 62 hours. As expected, the treasure chest monster was the true objective of this trial. Zhao Huanshi lay on the bed, engaging in post hoc analysis. No, rather, he reviewed the trial process. Had the soul-devouring greatsword not intervened following the standard procedure, I would have dispatched the goblins to lure that minotaur away. Perhaps by having the goblin thief steal its weapon or dealing a fatal blow to its weak point as the thief attempted. Then I would have slipped and discovered the chest's vulnerabilities and used a weapon scavenged from other monsters to pierce it to death. If I had wielded a long spear, attacking the gems from a distance without approaching it might never have transformed until its dying breath. Zhao Huanshi wore an expression of sudden enlightenment. So that's how it was. Bullshit. Fuck. This damn trial didn't even clarify the mission objective. Instead, it deliberately placed a minotaur to guard the chest, causing confusion. It's not like playing a game. Who would suspect such a massive chest could actually be a monster? Had it not been for the soul-devouring greatsword's interference, I would have had to figure out a way to battle that minotaur relentlessly, and who knows how many times I'd have been hacked to death before discovering the truth. Zhao Huanshi scratched his head, feeling he needed to supplement his knowledge of monsters. Previously as a scum cleaner, he only focused on information about low-tier monsters. Now he needed to learn about other species, especially the peculiar ones. He might encounter them in the trial dream at any moment. With a rub of his thumb and forefinger, 2 cards materialized in his hand: Goblin Trio and Greedy Treasure Chest. The goblin thief had collected some trinkets during the dream trial and stored them in its small pouch. Upon inspection, as expected, they did not appear in the greedy space. Although he had anticipated this, Zhao Huanshi still felt a pang of regret. If only he could have brought items out of the trial dream. Never mind. The sun is already up, so I should stop indulging in such unrealistic fantasies. On the Goblin Trio card, an additional status had appeared. Repairing damage. Remaining time 3 minutes. Damage repair: when a card monster's body sustains injury after being recalled, it requires time to repair itself. While undergoing damage repair, the card monster can still be summoned. The repair process will pause, and the monster will fight with existing injuries. This must be repairing the goblin thief's arm that was bitten off by the treasure chest. Zhao Huanshi roughly estimated that the actual repair time would be around 7 to 8 hours. I wonder if all repairs take roughly the same time, or if more severe injuries require longer. Previously, the goblin cards were only damaged upon death, requiring complete reconstruction. Zhao Huanshi had never known that card monsters could be repaired for injuries. He put away the Goblin Trio and focused his attention on the Greedy Treasure Chest. Green monster card: Greedy Treasure Chest. Influenced by special rules, these peculiar monsters are born in labyrinths, ruins, and even wilderness caves. When a treasure chest digests its prey, it retains valuable items from the prey, so powerful chests typically hide considerable wealth within their bodies. Perfect camouflage: the Greedy Treasure Chest can camouflage itself as gold chests, silver chests, weathered wooden boxes, and other types of containers quietly awaiting prey. Greedy Radiance: when disguised as a chest, the Greedy Treasure Chest emits colored lights that stir the prey's inner desires and lower their sanity. The lower the prey's sanity and the stronger their desires, the more effective the Greedy Radiance becomes. Both monster and chest items stored within the treasure chest remain present even when recalled as a card, but will drop upon the monster's death. The internal space size correlates with the card's level and quality and does not change with the monster's external appearance. Observe. But then he thought that using the Greedy Treasure Chest as a portable space might also be a good option. Rays of green light interweaved and intertwined, coalescing into a golden treasure chest no more than half a meter in length, width, and height. Roughly the size of the storage box Zhao Huanshi used for his clothes and bedding. Compared to the ornate, grandiose chest disguised by the greedy wealth, the mimic was far smaller in size and far more austere in appearance. It bore no excessive ornamentation or gemstone embellishment save for a single massive ruby embedded at the center of the lid on the front. "Hey, wake up!" Zhao Huanshi gently patted the mimic. From beneath the chest emerged 8 long legs and a pair of thick crab-like pincers. The ruby opened, revealing a wet red eyeball that stared at its summoner with a dazed expression. Zhao Huanshi reached out and touched the mimic's large pincer. "Hey, why do you have a pair of pincers? Aren't you the same species as the greedy wealth?" The mimic's eyes were blank, completely unable to comprehend what Zhao Huanshi was saying. Zhao Huanshi found the creature's simple-mindedness somewhat endearing and reached out to stroke its head. Under the summoner's touch, the mimic swayed gently, its ruby eyes narrowing slightly, as if immensely pleased. It feels like the big yellow dog the old man downstairs keeps. With this appearance, does it even have any lethality?" Monster cards required corresponding actions to gain something akin to experience points for evolution. The mimic likely needed to disguise itself as a treasure chest, lure enemies close, and then attack and kill them to grow. But this crab chest before him seemed utterly harmless. Sensing its summoner's doubt about its combat prowess, the mimic immediately raised its 2 large pincers. Click-clack, click-clack. The lid of the chest lifted slightly, revealing a row of gleaming razor-sharp metallic teeth, which it snapped shut several times. Clang, clang. Though the mimic tried its utmost to demonstrate its ferocity, Zhao Huanshi found its half-grown size utterly unconvincing. All right, I know you're the best. Go play over there for now." Zhao Huanshi patted the mimic's head gently, as if coaxing a child. But the mimic seemed greatly encouraged. It cheerfully scuttled around the room once, then found a corner and crouched down, disguising itself as a golden. Feeling something amiss, the mimic opened its ruby eyes, surveyed the surrounding furniture, and changed its outer material from gold to silver. Still feeling it wasn't right, it shifted from silver to black iron, and then to wood. Only then did it close its eyes, contentedly waiting quietly for prey. Zhao Huanshi, who had observed every move of the mimic, felt an inexplicable stab of bitterness. "I'm sorry that my home is too poor for you to unleash your full potential." Zhao Huanshi sighed, crawled under the bed, and dragged out the metal stand that held the soul-devouring greatsword. Looking at the crude stand, a patchwork of metal stool remains and transparent tape, Zhao Huanshi sighed again. A fine magical greatsword placed on such a thing. Being this poor was truly unmatched. He grasped the hilt of the soul-devouring greatsword, and a sensation of flesh and blood connection surged through him. With a thought, a black contract rune appeared on the back of his hand. The soul-devouring greatsword transformed into a cloud of black mist rolling and wrapping itself around Zhao Huanshi's palm. Huh, it's already in an unsealed state. So you don't actually care how much life force you absorb as long as you get to kill enough, Zhao Huanshi said with some amusement. Feeling his stamina continuously drained by the soul-devouring gloves, Zhao Huanshi muttered, "Soul Devourer, enter dormant state." The red light in the eye sockets of the soul-devouring gloves dimmed, the claws retracted, and the bone spikes dissipated. In an instant, the menacing magical equipment transformed into an ordinary-looking glove with a bizarre design. Once in the dormant state, Zhao Huanshi's stamina stopped draining, but the soul-devouring gloves also lost almost all offensive capability. To reactivate it into a battle stance or transform it back into the soul-devouring greatsword would take 5 to 10 seconds. Brushing teeth, washing face, shampooing, showering. The trial dream wouldn't be accessible until the third night, so he decided to go to the contaminated zone, now summon the 3 goblin knaves, and leave them to auto-battle. If the goblins died again outside, the card would be repaired just in time for the trial dream. Perfect. However, the Emerald Forest had been severely damaged in the last battle with monster density too low. Recently, spatial rifts had appeared, making it highly likely that monsters would spawn. Sending the goblins to AFK there would yield little benefit and likely put them in danger. This time, Zhao Huanshi planned to go elsewhere, to the contaminated zone outside the west gate of Dongchuan City, either the Qixing Marsh or the Huangqiao Hills. The Qixing Marsh was a swampy area, but it contained 7 relatively large lakes. It was home mostly to aquatic monsters along with various venomous snakes and insects. Compared to the poisonous swamp to the east, it lacked the pervasive toxic mist, and the danger from poisonous insects was somewhat lower. The Huangqiao Hills, on the other hand, were extremely dry, causing the vegetation there to often wither and yellow. The 2 contaminated zones were not far apart, but they hadn't merged directly, with a 100-meter-wide channel of the real world separating them. The monsters of the Qixing Marsh showed little interest in the Huangqiao Hills, but the monsters from the Huangqiao Hills would often invade the Qixing Marsh to seize territory and water sources. Sometimes monsters from both sides would clash in the middle isolation channel, scattering before the patrolling armed drones arrived. Zhao Huanshi put on his leather armor, slung the steel greatsword over his back, grabbed bread and a water flask, and was about to head out when he suddenly remembered the greedy mimic crouching in the corner. He hesitated. "Forget it, I'm not planning to go deep anyway. Bringing it would be useless. I'll leave it to guard the house." When he reached the downstairs, he remembered he had opened the window for ventilation, but forgot to close it before leaving. He looked up at the sky, bright and sunny with no sign of rain, so he couldn't be bothered to go back and close the window. He noticed the neighborhood felt unusually empty today. He paused for a moment, realizing that the old folks who usually practiced martial arts and exercised outside were nowhere to be seen. Puzzled, he walked to the gate and saw the group gathered together, animatedly discussing something. Zhao Huanshi passed the guardhouse and asked the duty guard, "Uncle Huang, what's going on?" "Something big happened." Uncle Huang glanced at the steel greatsword on Zhao Huanshi's back and said calmly, "Just a minor thing. A spatial rift was discovered too late, and a few monsters slipped out. They killed 7 or 8 people in the nearby neighborhoods." That's still minor. A few deaths. What's the big deal these days? Most of the monsters have been dealt with, but 2 sawtooth birds are still hiding somewhere. Oh, sawtooth birds. Those things are vicious, but their combat ability isn't that strong. As long as they don't come in a large flock, they're easy to handle. Zhao Huanshi glanced at the double-barreled shotgun hanging on Uncle Huang's wall and nodded. A landscaped green belt within a residential compound. A particularly plump black bird hopped about in the grass, foraging for food. Not far behind, a half-grown tabby cat crept forward using the dense foliage as cover. The black bird spotted the tabby and frantically flapped its wings in panic, attempting to flee. Perhaps weighed down by its excessive bulk, the black bird's escape was clumsy. The tabby pounced, and they tumbled together into the thick shrubbery, disappearing from sight. Suddenly, a short panicked scream erupted from deep within the bushes. A sound so brief it was immediately silenced by something drawing no attention from anyone nearby. Moments later, a blackbird's head poked out, its beak slightly open to reveal rows of fine razor-sharp teeth. A slender tongue flicked out, licking away the residual blood and flesh clinging to the edges of its beak. Crimson eyes brimming with savagery and malice scanned the surroundings cautiously. Upon spotting a reconnaissance drone passing overhead, the creature hastily withdrew its head back into the foliage. After a short while, Old Huang the gatekeeper patrolled the compound with a double-barreled shotgun in hand and a German shepherd at his side. The dog caught the scent of blood rising from the shrubbery and immediately barked a warning at Old Huang. Old Huang's expression hardened. He disengaged the safety on his shotgun, pointed the barrel toward the bushes, and slowly advanced. At that moment, a black bird, seemingly spooked by the dog's barking, shot out of the greenery with a whoosh. The black bird was far too swift. By the time Old Huang raised his gun to take aim, it had already flown well beyond reach, vanishing around the corner of a building. Doesn't look like a flesh-toothed bird. Old Huang muttered, frowning as he gazed skyward. 30 seconds later, the German shepherd tracked the blood scent to the tabby cat's remains, shredded beyond recognition. Old Huang's eyes widened in shock as he looked up toward the direction in which the blackbird had fled. Could it be a mutated variant with higher intelligence, one capable of disguise? I need to report this to the Special Affairs Bureau immediately and warn the residents to stay vigilant. Meanwhile, the flesh-toothed bird concealed its hooked talons within its black feathers, lurking in the shadows at a building corner. Its crimson pupils were partially shrouded in black as it suppressed its murderous impulses, cautiously observing its surroundings. It had finally found a suitable hiding spot and lured prey into a trap, yet before it could even finish its meal, it had been frightened away. Now that it had tasted blood, the hunger had become even more unbearable. Across the way on a balcony, it noticed a small child of about 3 or 4 years old, holding a tiny watering can and tending to a potted plant. That chubby, rosy face and those pure, innocent eyes instantly ignited the flesh-toothed bird's murderous and bloodthirsty desires. Its legs pushed off powerfully, and its body plummeted like a black arrow. Its beak opened slightly, revealing dense razor-sharp teeth. Sharp, hooked claws extended from the tips of its wings, designed to tear through the throat of the human child the instant its talons gripped the body, ensuring no cry for help could escape. Its eyes were engulfed in crimson light, as though it could already envision its prey dying in agony. Wait, what was that? A flicker of strange, brilliant color caught the corner of its eye, immediately grabbing its attention. Its wings shifted slightly, adjusting its trajectory as it landed on the windowsill of a third-floor bedroom. A wooden chest sat quietly in the corner of the room, emitting a faint crimson glow. The flesh-toothed bird tilted its head, regarding the wooden chest with confusion. The crimson hue in its eyes grew deeper and more intense, as though thick, coagulated blood were about to drip from them. In a daze, the bird seemed to catch a whiff of the rich, sweet metallic scent of blood emanating from within the wooden chest. The feeling was as though some young corpse of a powerful magical beast, a delicacy thousands of times more exquisite than a human child, was hidden inside. Consuming it would not only grant the finest taste in existence, but also unleash tremendous power along with mating rights over every female in its flock. Yes, everything you desire lies within. Simply enter and devour it, and all your cravings shall be satisfied. The lid of the wooden chest creaked open slightly, revealing an opening just large enough for the flesh-toothed bird to squeeze through. The flesh-toothed bird did not question why the chest had opened on its own. Through the gap it could clearly see what appeared to be a young beast of legend, severely wounded and on the verge of death, shivering inside the box. The flesh-toothed bird let out a piercing shriek of excitement and launched itself toward the wooden chest. Smack! The moment its front claws crossed the threshold, the lid slammed shut behind it. Soon after, the chest began to tremble faintly, and indistinct sounds of struggling and roaring could be heard from within, muffled and barely audible. Not long later, the wooden chest grew still once more, sitting peacefully in the corner as it silently awaited its next victim. TSK. Such an obvious trap. Only a fool would fall for it. Outside the western checkpoint of Dongchuan in the exploration town, a small crowd had gathered. Several people crouched around a market stall, surrounding 2 wide-eyed marks and clamoring loudly. Amazing treasure. This is clearly a rare find. Such a shame we're a step too late. Little brother, are you going to buy it or not? If not, hand it over to me. Witnessing this time-worn routine, Zhao Huanshi couldn't help but shake his head. These performers were far too sloppy. In these times, fools were already hard to come by, yet these scammers couldn't even bother to put more effort into their act. As expected, the 2 marks rolled their eyes, tossed the item to the loudest hawker, and walked away without a second glance. Who do they think they're fooling? Watching the ruckus suddenly die down, the scammers exchanged awkward glances with the stall owner, visibly embarrassed. Zhao Huanshi grimaced, turned to leave, and then an idea suddenly struck him. Why bother venturing into the contamination zone to search for a class stone? He could simply play the mark at these stalls, buy a few class stones as decorations, and who knew? Perhaps one of them might actually be real. No, wait. That didn't quite fit his usual persona. The story needed to be more plausible. Something like acting on a sudden whim, guided by some inexplicable intuition. Upon spotting a seemingly worthless trinket an explorer had brought back from the contamination zone, and then discovering a rare class stone inside. The prop needed to look convincing, and the price couldn't be outrageous. He'd have to spend some time carefully browsing these stalls. Zhao Huanshi shook his head, setting the matter aside. It had only been a few days since his dismissal from the Special Affairs Bureau. There was no need to rush. For now, getting the goblin sent to 7-star Watermarsh for auto-farming was more pressing. He needed to gather some resources, sell them for money, and only then would he have the means to play the part of a mark. Yellowgrass Hills had a harsh environment and fewer resources compared to 7-star Watermarsh, though its swamps were home to more poisonous insects and snakes. After weighing the pros and cons along the way, Zhao Huanshi had ultimately decided to send the goblin to 7-star Watermarsh for auto-farming. Though he had placed the summon at the edge of 7-star Watermarsh, the goblin had somehow wandered off to a different location entirely. West Zone 4 Research Area. The wild goblin's range of activity was restricted by the terrain and walls confining them to the areas designated by humans. To maintain the population of wild goblins and reduce the probability of spatial rifts, the researchers in the zone regularly provided food for the goblin tribes. However, when goblins gathered together, they grew bolder, more vicious, and aggressive. Moreover, the tribe would occasionally produce a clever one, or evolve a mutant leading a bunch of fools into causing all sorts of trouble. To minimize trouble, the scientists of West Zone 4 developed targeted additives and placed them into the goblins' food. After consuming this food, the wild goblins became drowsy and lethargic all day, much like a castrated boar. They did nothing but eat and sleep, losing even their interest in reproduction, and naturally ceased to stir up trouble. Goblins were humanoid monsters, in some respects more similar to humans than monkeys. Researchers from West Zone 4 often brought people to the goblin tribes to select goblins with specific traits for experiments. Gao Shiqiong, a scholar specializing in magical plant cultivation and research, was also the youngest daughter of the Gao family in Dongchuan City. Using her vocation stone, she awakened as a water element mage and was now a primary level water mage. She had 2 older brothers. The youngest was Gao Qiguang, the so-called prodigal son of the Gao family, who had aspired to become a fire mage, but ended up as a forger. Having just obtained several highly dangerous carnivorous magical plants through a bounty, Gao Shiqiong planned to go to the goblin feeding area to capture a few sturdy green-skinned ones for her experiments. Standing on the platform, her eyes swept over the goblins sprawled on the ground nearby, satiated and lying in disarray. She asked her assistant behind her, "Still no news about the double-hole chi mushroom?" The assistant nodded. "Not yet." So the only one in the entire research area still holding a fingernail-sized piece of fungal tissue is Professor Jiang. Gao Shiqiong sighed. "Miss, although Professor Jiang's research is important, if the raw materials are exhausted, what use is all the research? Why not let her give the materials to you? If you could successfully cultivate a new plant." Gao Shiqiong shook her head. "Forget it. My relationships with the others are already strained because of my status. I'd rather not make things worse. Besides, relying on such a tiny amount of material to cultivate a new double-hole chi mushroom plant is far from easy. Even my teacher hasn't figured it out yet." She pointed at several sturdier goblins. That one, and that one. Capture them all." "Huh, what's that shifty-looking goblin over there? It seems like it hasn't taken the medicine. It looks so energetic." Following Gao Shiqiong's gaze, the assistant saw a scrawny goblin wandering around with a cloth bag. Every time it passed a goblin lying on the ground, it would stop and say something. So thin. Could it be an intelligent mutant goblin that realized the food was tampered with and deliberately avoided eating it? Before the assistant could finish, they saw the shifty goblin pick up a piece of artificially synthesized meat from the ground, take a bite, and immediately show a delighted expression. The assistant stammered, Gao Shiqiong frowned. Could it be that a spatial rift appeared and brought in new goblins? The assistant's eyes lit up. "That's it. That must be it. That's why this goblin is so thin." Seeming to notice the stares from Gao Shiqiong and her assistant, the goblin merchant looked up at the platform. The moment it saw Gao Shiqiong, its eyes sparkled. "Sigh. Miss, I feel like that goblin's eyes are glowing with gold light." Gao Shiqiong nodded slightly. "This goblin does seem very strange. Send a few people in to capture it." Just then, the goblin merchant pulled a palm-sized mushroom that looked like a pig's nose from its burlap sack, held it up to Gao Shiqiong, and pretended to shove it into its mouth. "Stop!" Gao Shiqiong's eyes widened as she stretched out her hand and shouted at the goblin merchant. A sly grin spread across the goblin merchant's face. With its left hand gripping the double-hole chi mushroom, it raised its right hand high, rubbing its thumb and index finger together. The assistant whispered, "Sigh. This greenskin looks so arrogant. I'll have someone kill it right now." "Wait." Gao Shiqiong stopped the assistant, frowning slightly. "What does that gesture mean?" If anyone else made that gesture, it would mean they want money, but for a goblin. Money. Gao Shiqiong's brow relaxed. She walked to the edge of the platform, looking down at the goblin with an arrogant gaze. "How much money do you want? Name a price." "But what use would a goblin have for money?" The assistant muttered under his breath, finishing his unfinished sentence. The goblin merchant's eyes darted, landing on the sapphire ring on Gao Shiqiong's finger, which emitted a faint magical glow. "Oh, you want this?" Gao Shiqiong removed the gemstone ring. The goblin merchant nodded repeatedly, its smile growing even brighter. "Miss, this healing ring is too valuable. Let's just capture it." But Gao Shiqiong ignored her assistant. For some reason, she was extremely eager to get her hands on the double-hole chi mushroom the goblin held. With a gentle toss of her right hand, she threw the ring. The goblin merchant dashed out at lightning speed, caught the ring, and stuffed it into its tattered bag. "The ring is yours. Now give me the mushroom you're holding. Better not try any tricks or else." Her cold voice carried a hint of oppressive menace. The goblin merchant looked up at Gao Shiqiong and vaguely saw a dazzling golden radiance surging behind her. The goblin merchant's smile instantly became much more sincere. When dealing with a big spender, it was better to be a bit honest, especially since it had already made a fortune this time. It threw both hands up, and the double-hole chi mushroom flew high, landing perfectly in Gao Shiqiong's outstretched hand. With the mushroom in hand, a smile appeared on Gao Shiqiong's face, and her rationality seemed to return. "Go send someone to capture this thing. I want to see what it really is." "Yes." The assistant responded and dashed down the platform, afraid the shifty goblin would escape. Sensing the hostile atmosphere, the goblin merchant pointed at Gao Shiqiong and began cursing loudly in gibberish. Though the language was incomprehensible, the goblin merchant's expression made it clear that its curses were filthy. Gao Shiqiong's face darkened. She conjured a water ball in her hand and hurled it at the goblin merchant. The water ball wasn't very aggressive, but it would hurt when it struck the face. Gao Shiqiong originally intended to teach the foul-mouthed goblin a lesson. Unexpectedly, when the water ball hit the goblin merchant's head, it stumbled and fell, its head striking a stone on the ground. Instantly, its brain splattered and it died, dissolving into blue-violet light and disappearing. Nothing remained on the ground except a slightly swaying, colorful mushroom. Gao Shiqiong's mouth parted slightly, and she stood frozen. Too weak. No, wait. Where's the corpse? My healing ring. When the commotion erupted in Research Zone West, Zhao Huanshi was still leisurely browsing the stalls in Explorer Town at Westgate. 2. Hoping to find something peculiar suited for awakening a class stone. A faint unease suddenly prickled within him, like a stray hair brushing against his skin with a slight itch. He gave his fingers a gentle rub, and a cracked goblin card, visible only to himself, materialized in his palm. Already back. Did it really die the moment it stepped outside? His gaze fixed upon the goblin 3 Misfits card. Through it he peered into the greed space, and spotted 2 unfamiliar fruits alongside a conspicuous blue gemstone ring. The gemstone ring was immaculately polished, free of any grime or dust, looking nothing like loot pilfered from a monster or salvaged from a ruin. Could it be stolen by the goblin thief from an explorer? Zhao Huanshi lost all interest in lingering and turned to leave Explorer Town. Only at dusk did he alight from the bus stop at Lichunyuan Residential Community, whose absurd name made him reluctant to mention where he lived to anyone. He picked up a takeout portion of potato and beef rice for dinner and trudged toward the complex. But inside, officers were everywhere, sweeping the area with K9 units and drones. The residents had gathered downstairs in families, the atmosphere thick with tension. Old Huang, what's going on? Did a phantom rift drop into the community? Zhao Huanshi poked his head into the guardroom and called out to Old Huang, who was lazily watching TV. Old Huang rolled his eyes. Can't you wish us any luck? A razor-beaked bird bit a cat to death here. I spotted it during my patrol and reported it. But we searched all afternoon and found no trace. It's probably fled elsewhere. Zhao Huanshi gave a resounding thumbs up. Such solid security presence, truly befitting a veteran of the Dongchuan Guard. Too bad they didn't issue you a special firearms permit. With a sniper rifle, that bird wouldn't escape. Cut the crap. You leave your windows open when you go out. That razor-beaked bird could easily hide inside your place and wait for you to fall asleep before coming out to tear your head apart. Hearing this, Zhao Huanshi suddenly grew anxious. The mimic was still at home. Aren't they doing door-to-door searches? Old Huang shot him a sidelong glance. What, you've got something incriminating at home you're afraid they'll find? Relax, they only sent drones buzzing through once. They didn't do a thorough search. What are you talking about? I have nothing to hide. Zhao Huanshi breathed a sigh of relief, rebutting with a grin. Old Huang sneered. What about the humanoid parcel wrapped tight as a mummy last time? Young men have too much fire in them. Go find a girlfriend. If that fails, try a foot massage parlor. Dabbling in such shady business, you court all sorts of unholy things. Zhao Huanshi's expression collapsed. That thing wasn't mine. I don't know which scumbag put my address on it, and I never picked it up anyway. Who knows? The one who claimed it was wrapped head to toe, face hidden. A bit taller than you, probably wore height-increasing insoles. That's presumption of guilt. Throwing every accusation at me when you're a retired soldier yourself. Forget it, I'm going home to hunt that razor-beaked bird. With that, Zhao Huanshi turned and strode away. Old Huang chuckled. He knew full well the mummy wasn't Zhao's. The young man who had claimed the package, though similar in height, was noticeably thinner. As for why Zhao Huanshi had seemed guilty earlier, well, he was a cleaner after all. Handlers of his trade inevitably dealt in illicit goods. Feeling nervous at the mention of a police search was only natural. Zhao Huanshi unlocked his door steel broadsword in hand, his expression wary for any sudden threat. Old Huang's idle talk carried a genuine warning to stay safe. Finding nothing amiss in the apartment, Zhao set down his takeout and entered the bedroom. His gaze fell upon the wooden box sitting quietly in the corner, and his shoulders relaxed. Noticing Zhao's return, the mimic opened its eyes and prepared to sprout limbs, transforming into a chest crab. Shill, don't move. Zhao hurriedly reached out to stop it. He walked to the window, peered outside a few times, and seeing no one watching, closed the window and drew the curtains. Only then did he crouch beside the mimic, pull out his phone, and search for a drone image, holding it before the creature's gemstone eyes. Did something like this fly in earlier? Did you act strangely? Clink, clink. The mimic's lid rattled open and shut. So when the drone came in, you were digesting your prey, which is why you disguised as an ordinary box and shut off the greed light. Clink, clink. Prey? What prey? The mimic let out a sharp snap and swung its lid wide open, revealing the interior. Resting quietly at the bottom were 2 feathers. Zhao Huanshi picked up the feathers and examined them. This can't be a razor-beaked bird feather, can it? Low-level monsters like these were little more than roasted delicacies. Nothing valuable except a pair of tail feathers that fetched a modest price. So the razor-beaked bird that darted into the complex was eaten by you. Clink clink. Completely digested, leaving only these 2 feathers. Zhao Huanshi stroked his chin. So the greed light works on more than just greedy types, does it? I'd assumed it only lured goblins and rookie explorers. This fellow is far more useful than I imagined. Though, the razor-beaked bird was swallowed whole. Previously he'd watched a wealth greeter tear a goblin thief's arm off, and assumed mimics killed their prey before eating. Now that I think about it, a mimic's bite force must be considerable. A ruined metal stool leg, once used as a weapon rack for the Soul Devourer greatsword, and now useless, became his test subject. Zhao Huanshi extended the stool leg into the mimic's maw. Come on, give it a try. Crunch. The razor-sharp metallic teeth sheared the leg clean in 2. Noticing the perfectly smooth cross-section, Zhao raised an eyebrow. Impressive. Those teeth are sharp. Let me find something thicker. Just as his gaze swept the apartment, pondering which piece of furniture to sacrifice, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was his younger sister calling. Quite a surprise. Hey Lulu, you're coming home tomorrow. All right. Zhao Huanshi glanced toward the mimic. I'll let you see a surprise. Sister-in-law. What sister-in-law? There are 2 dumplings in the fridge though. Zhao Huanshi had never told Zhao Lejia about becoming a card monster summoner. It wasn't that he intended to keep it from her. After all, she was his only remaining family. If he couldn't trust even her, there would be little left in this world worth clinging to. However, Zhao Lejia had never had time to come home, and speaking over the phone risked having the communication system intercept the information and cause a leak. Zhao Huanshi could only bottle everything up inside, which was driving him crazy. Especially during the initial novice trial, he died every time he slept, to the point that Zhao Huanshi was afraid to sleep. More than once he felt the urge to vent to Zhao Lejia, but he forcibly restrained himself. The next morning around 10 o'clock, Zhao Huanshi was at the bus stop outside the residential area, waiting to pick up Zhao Lejia. As she stepped off the bus, Zhao Lejia had said on the phone that she would only stay at home for 2 days, yet she was lugging a large suitcase, as if she had moved all her belongings back. Didn't you say before that you were busy with the project and wouldn't have time to come home until the end of the year? Why the sudden return? Zhao Huanshi took the suitcase from his sister, asking with curiosity. Oh, yesterday a strange goblin ran into the research area. Now everyone is searching for that goblin, causing quite a stir. The teacher simply gave us 2 days off to come home and rest. Zhao Lejia finished casually, but noticed Zhao Huanshi's expression turned strange. A goblin? What kind of goblin? Zhao Lejia thought for a moment. They say it looked very sleazy with a cunning smile, and it carried a patched burlap sack. Zhao Huanshi's mouth twitched. No mistake, this description was definitely the goblin merchant. But it had been summoned at 7-Star Marsh. How did it end up in West 4 research area? In terms of distance, West 4 was just within 30 kilometers of the entrance to 7-Star Marsh. So whether he entered the contaminated zone or not, whether he crossed the boundary mist belt, didn't actually affect where the goblin appeared. They said it used a double-hole air mushroom to trick Gao Shiqiong into giving up her healing ring, and then vanished using a never-before-seen magic stealth. What stealth? That was clearly just being killed. Wait, who did you say? Gao Shiqiong. The youngest daughter of the Gao family. Zhao Huanshi asked in surprise. Zhao Lejia nodded. Yeah, that's her. Hiss. That magic ring actually belonged to the Gao family. Zhao Huanshi suddenly felt a pang of distress. Last night he had looked up some information online and studied it himself, quickly figuring out the usage and function of the magic ring. As long as there was physical contact, such as wearing it on a finger or hanging it against the chest, and one focused their attention on the ring, they could release the spells stored within it. The healing ring, as its name suggested, was a magic item that could release healing spells. Zhao Huanshi tried it. The magic power released from the ring condensed into a stream of clear spring water, sprinkling over his body. His whole body felt cool and refreshing, as if he had taken a sip of ice spring water. Zhao Huanshi couldn't bring himself to cut himself, so he didn't know the actual healing effect of the spell, but he felt it should be stronger than the symbiotic vine. However, the magic stored in the healing ring was limited. It could release at most 3 healing spells at once before the ring's magic was depleted, and it could only slowly recover by absorbing magic from the surrounding environment. According to information found online, the magic recovery rate of magic items like that of awakened individuals was related to the ambient magic concentration. In contaminated zones, the recovery speed was much faster than outside. Everyone says Gao Shiqiong got into the research area through the back door, taking someone else's spot, and she usually looks so arrogant that no one wants to talk to her. Hearing his sister's complaint, Zhao Huanshi snapped back to attention and said in surprise, with the Gao family's influence, she still needs to squeeze in and grab others' resources. Couldn't they just create a position for her alone? Zhao Lejia shook her head. I'm not sure about that. Our teacher doesn't get along with her teacher, so we don't usually interact with her. By the way, you mentioned yesterday that you had a surprise. Zhao Huanshi gave a wry smile. Originally it was supposed to be a surprise, but now it's hard to say. By the way, why did Gao Shiqiong trade her magic ring for that mushroom with that goblin? It's a double-hole air mushroom, a new material recently discovered. My recent experiments have all been related to it. But that particular mushroom was obtained by an explorer from the contaminated zone by accident. It's almost used up now, and we haven't been able to find a new one. It said that when Gao Shiqiong saw the goblin produce the double-hole air mushroom, she was so shocked that she unconsciously fell under the goblin's mental spell, thinking only of completing the trade with the goblin rather than killing it before it could destroy the mushroom. What mental spell? Intelligence reduction technique. Zhao Huanshi thought of the description of the goblin merchant and muttered under his breath. Huh, what did you say? Nothing. The double-hole air mushroom you mentioned, is it a mushroom that looks like a pig's nose with 2 holes? Yes. How did you know? Did you see the bounty we posted in the Special Affairs Bureau? Zhao Huanshi shook his head. Let's talk about it at home. Half an hour later, Zhao Lejia held an alloy steel pipe in her hand, placing it into the mouth of the treasure chest monster, watching it gnaw with a clang clang, and sparks flying, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons with laughter. Ha ha, big brother, this box monster of yours is so funny. Zhao Huanshi looked helpless. I've been talking to you for a long time. Did you even hear me, eh? I heard you. Isn't it that you stole a class stone in the illusory rift, and then every night you get tortured by a bunch of goblins? What steal? It was an accident. How was I supposed to know that class stone was so special that touching it would automatically activate it? Zhao Huanshi quickly retorted. Fine, it was an accident. What's this box monster's name? Look how well-behaved it is, all golden and shiny. Why not call it Little Yellow? Well-behaved, my foot. It's only because I'm here, otherwise it would bite your hand off. Besides, it's not a dog. Why call it Little Yellow? I'm trying to talk to you about serious matters. Can't you focus and play later? It's no big deal. Zhao Lejia let go of the steel pipe, letting the treasure chest monster play with it on its own, then turned around and pulled out a black object shaped like a pyramid model inscribed with numerous magic runes from her suitcase. This is something found in the ruins of the contaminated zone. It has a magic reaction, but no one knows its purpose. Teacher gave it to me to play with. Aren't you planning to pretend you accidentally bought a class stone from an explorer? Why not say that I brought this mysterious black magic triangular object home, and when you touched it, it accidentally activated, triggering the summoner class? Sounds pretty plausible, doesn't it? Zhao Huanshi nodded firmly with a look of conviction. So that's the truth. Zhao Lejia found an animated video on her phone and pointed at the scene where a magical item transformed. If anyone asks you how a triangular prism turns into a profession stone, just describe it based on this footage. Zhao Huanshi took the phone from his sister. You know, it does look quite similar. Zhao Lejia then pulled out several small bottles of potions from her suitcase. This is the paralytic vine toxin extract, and this is the spider venom mixture. Both are potent toxins that act quickly and can handle most low to mid-level monsters. These bottles are healing potions, and these are weak antidotes. They're all simulated alchemical potions. Though their actual effects are only 50 to 70 of real alchemical potions, and they take time to work, they're far better than the potions sold outside. And this one, an energy restoration potion crafted with double porous chi mushroom as the core material. It's like the mana potion in games, restoring both magic and fighting spirit for professionals. These are all lab products. Just use them yourself and never sell them. Zhao Huanshi frowned. Did you steal these potions from the research institute? How could that be? Zhao Lejia shot him a sidelong glance, annoyed. I'm not stupid. The teacher knows you're a scavenger, so she let me bring these potions back. Since they need testers among awakened individuals anyway, just write a usage report after you finish. I have to write a report. Zhao Huanshi felt a headache coming on. Zhao Lejia ignored him. Such an opportunity was something most people would never get. It seems your teacher treats you well. Zhao Huanshi asked. Zhao Lejia puffed up with pride. Of course. I'm a top student after all. Then her voice dropped. The teacher has a daughter about my age who was also affected by the contaminated zone. She was too weak and didn't make it. Most of the teacher's research projects are aimed at curing contamination-related weakness diseases. The other potion studies are just side projects. Sensing the mood turning sour, Zhao Huanshi knew that if they continued, his sister would start crying over their parents. He quickly snapped his fingers and summoned the Goblin Three Stooges, then pulled out a double porous chi mushroom from the greed space, the largest one with a big clump of mud still clinging to its root. Zhao Lejia was startled to see a mushroom the size of a human head suddenly appear in Zhao Huanshi's hand. But when she spotted the large clump of mud on the root, her eyes lit up. These soil samples. I'll take them back to the lab for analysis. Maybe we can find the key to artificially cultivating double porous chi mushrooms and then mass-produce the energy restoration potion. What about the boar snout? Don't you want it? I still have a bunch. Zhao Lejia shook her head. Forget it. I can come up with excuses for the soil, but bringing back a double porous chi mushroom would be impossible to explain. Better leave it here. When Gao Shiqiong finishes using the one, she has sent the goblins to sell it to her. But we can't keep fleecing the same sheep. After all, she's the youngest daughter of the Gao family. Zhao Lejia nodded. True. They might tamper with the traded items, like adding radioactive elements to gold bars for tracking. Even if you melt it down, you can't remove the markers. As soon as you use it, someone will track you down. It seems I can't reveal my connection to the goblin merchant for now. Zhao Huanshi stroked his chin. Luckily, I can summon them remotely. No one will link them to me. But over time, clues will slip out. And if you can't summon the goblins, how will you join the exploration team in the contaminated zone? They say you're a summoner, but all you can do is throw a mimic to bite people at. Zhao Huanshi grinned smugly. I'll play support. With just the symbiotic vine summon, those exploration teams will be begging me to join. You finally got out of being a scavenger. Why become an explorer? It's so dangerous. Zhao Lejia looked unhappy. Cards need to level up, and my profession needs to level up too. This world is no longer what it used to be. We must be strong enough to ensure our own safety. Others can't be relied on in critical moments. I know, but don't worry. I'll be careful. Zhao Huanshi patted his sister's head. Zhao Lejia slapped his hand away. I'm so old now, and you still pat my head. Are you a siscon? Bullshit. I'm not that kind of pervert. Who knows? You still haven't found a girlfriend. Tisk. Stop reading weird novels. Aren't you a top student? You waste time on that stuff. So what if I'm a top student? I have hobbies too, and I need to relax, okay? Zhao Lejia had only 2 days off. She spent one day at home stuffing all sorts of random things into the mimic's mouth. Zhao Huanshi couldn't stand it, so the next day, he took her out shopping, eating delicious food. When he was alone, he could get by with anything to eat, but since his sister was back, he wanted to take her to a nice restaurant. However, seeing Zhao Huanshi's enthusiasm, Zhao Lejia didn't dare say that the buffet at the research district cafeteria was much more refined and tastier than the food at these restaurants. But it didn't matter. Eating with family was what truly counted. Zhao Lejia thought contentedly. After the meal, the siblings strolled along the street, considering whether to catch a movie. Suddenly, the air in the middle of the road trembled violently. Zhao Huanshi's eyes narrowed, and he pulled Zhao Lejia back. Instantly, the alarm devices on both sides of the street blared a piercing siren. At the same time, about 2 or 3 meters above the ground, space seemed to be torn apart by giant claws, revealing a spatial rift dozens of meters high and nearly 10 meters wide. Countless monsters poured out of the rift like a tide. Some unlucky ones landed awkwardly, crashing onto the concrete and breaking limbs or splattering brains, while others were knocked flying by vehicles that couldn't react in time. Most landed successfully, their crimson eyes glaring, their faces twisted with ferocity as they brandished crude weapons and charged toward the panicked crowd on the sidewalks, shrieking wildly. But not everyone fled in chaos. Many drew their carry weapons and took the initiative to protect the elderly and children nearby. Once they got a clear look at the monsters, they instantly calmed down. Huh, fishmen. Everyone stay calm. These monsters aren't much stronger than goblins. The fishmen had fish-like heads, but bodies resembling upright walking frogs with webbed hands and feet. They moved easily in water, but on land, especially on dry, hard concrete, they weren't very fast. Adults who kept their composure could easily outrun the fishmen. If they could hold out for a minute or two, armed drones and patrols would arrive and eliminate the monsters. Zhao Huanshi had encountered these monsters in a low-level illusionary rift before. Back then in a marsh, a low-grade fishman caster led 2 fishman warriors and over a dozen common fishmen. With a raised hand, it unleashed a dense mist that obscured vision, and then the fishmen charged forward with raucous cries. Fortunately, the fishmen's weapons were pitifully poor. Aside from their ability to dive, common fishmen were no more formidable than goblins, and the caster's spells leaned toward the supportive. After eliminating the 2 warriors, the remaining fishmen were easily dispatched. The fishmen before him, likely unaccustomed to the cement road, moved with noticeable clumsiness. Zhao Huanshi had gone out for a stroll, without his fine steel greatsword, carrying only a metal steel pipe. With a gentle press on the handle, a sharp blade sprang from the pipe's tip, transforming it into a steel tube short spear. He thrust it forward, casually piercing the fishman's forehead. Seeing the fishman convulse on the ground, Zhao Huanshi hurriedly retrieved the soul-devouring gloves from his backpack and put them on. Looking up, he saw Zhao Lejia gripping a crackling, long-handled electric stun rod in her right hand and a metal ball resembling a grenade in her left. Her face was tense, but her eyes gleamed with eagerness. Zhao Huanshi hadn't felt fear before, but seeing his sister like this suddenly made him uneasy. What are those in your hands? Self-defense weapons issued by the Research Institute. This is a high-voltage electric shock rod, and this is a smoke grenade. It releases irritating gas, smoke upon explosion. Oh, a smoke grenade. Zhao Huanshi instantly relaxed. Not far away, a woman was fleeing with 2 children when a fishman suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the road before them. The fishman was nearly dead from the impact, its bones shattered, unable to rise, and posing no threat. But the woman, startled by the falling fishman, tried to pull the children aside to dodge, only to stumble and fall to the ground. Chasing behind them, a larger fishman warrior let out a gleeful, strange cry and charged forward with a stone spear. Brother, over there, Zhao Lejia urged anxiously. Zhao Huanshi saw this and was about to go to the rescue. But the woman drew a pink small pistol, screaming in terror while pressing the trigger, emptying the magazine in an instant. 7 or 8 bullets struck the fishman warrior's upper and lower body. The warrior collapsed to the ground with bloody holes. Thankfully, its physiology differed from humans, who, despite multiple hits to the lower body, it felt little pain. Zhao Huanshi's face turned pale. He halted mid-step, afraid to approach lest he startle the lady and get shot himself. Such aim was terrifying in every respect. To be safe, Zhao Huanshi summoned the symbiotic vine and wrapped it around his arm. The Soul Devourer entered combat mode, fingers extending into sharp claws, skeletal eyes glowing with faint red light, its form gradually turning grim. At that moment, with the roar of rotors, dozens of armed drones flew in from all directions, locking onto every fishman in sight and precisely shooting bullets into their heads. Within just a dozen seconds, the fishmen that had been brandishing claws and chasing pedestrians on the street lay dead on the ground. The drone swarm converged toward the spatial rift. Beneath the spatial rift, a tall fishman, adorned with ornaments made of pearl shells and gems, swung a coral staff, vigorously babbling incomprehensible roars. The moisture in the air gathered wildly, forming a dense white fog that enveloped the area around the rift and spread rapidly outward. Blinded by the fog, the drone swarm instantly switched to target-seeking mode, activating radar and thermal imaging. Thermal imaging proved ineffective. The fishmen seemed cold-blooded, their body temperature nearly identical to the surroundings. But the swarm immediately reacquired the enemy positions using sonar and laser radar, continuing to clear the fishmen hidden in the thick fog with high efficiency. With a sharp whistle, a dozen water arrows wrapped in crushed ice shot out from the fog. A few were intercepted and destroyed by the drones, while the rest struck one drone each. The struck drones either exploded outright or had their fuselages coated in thick frost falling from the sky. Then a mass of dark clouds gathered overhead and countless sharp hailstones rained down. Damn, a high-level caster. Zhao Huanshi hurried forward to help the woman carry one child, and together with his sister they took shelter inside a nearby building. At that moment, with the roar of motorcycles, several awakened individuals, clad in gear shimmering with multicolored light, unmistakably high-level players, rode straight into the thick fog without hesitation. Behind them, several armored vehicles sped toward the scene. The patrol's finally here. Muffled roars, explosions, and monster howls echoed from within the fog, as if the battle had intensified. But the people huddled together with Zhao Huanshi and his sister gradually relaxed. This is the 5th time this month in Dongchuan City. The spatial rifts are appearing more and more frequently. I heard that last month a giant spatial rift appeared in Chiu's city, releasing a horde of demons and killing tens of thousands. The authorities suppressed the news online to avoid panic. I heard that too. With so many dead, how could the news be suppressed? Suppress it or not, we have to. Otherwise everyone will panic and will collapse before the monsters even come. Don't panic, everyone. I heard that the Dongwang City Research Institute has developed a spatial stabilizer. Once deployed, it can greatly reduce the frequency of spatial rifts and illusionary rifts. We've had space stabilizing devices before, but they're too costly and demanding to set up, and they have severe effects on the human body. They can only be used to protect nuclear power plants and a few other critical facilities. This new stabilizer is different. Zhao Lijiao whispered in Zhao Huanshi's ear. I heard from my teacher that the Dongwang Research Institute discovered a new metal material in the contaminated area which successfully solved previous problems. They built a new type of spatial fixed base station that can simulate the effect of the spatial reinforcement formation found in ruins, stabilizing space within a radius of several kilometers without harming the human body. I guess that metal material must be quite rare. Otherwise they would have widely publicized it to stabilize public morale, Zhao Huanshi murmured. Zhao Lijiao nodded and whispered, for now only a small vein has been discovered. Even if fully used, it can only cover half of Dongwang City. At that moment, the dark clouds that had shrouded the sky gradually dispersed, and the thick fog filling the streets rapidly faded. Is it over inside? The battle scene was cordoned off, and the Zhao siblings Zhao Huanshi and Zhao Lijiao had no interest in continuing their stroll. Returning home, Zhao Huanshi summoned the mimic to play with her for a while before Zhao Lijiao packed her luggage and took the bus back to the West 4 research zone. The siblings had agreed that Zhao Huanshi would soon post on his social media about how he accidentally triggered the black triangle and obtained a class. When Zhao Lijiao returned to the research zone, she would pretend to complain to her senior sister about her irresponsible brother who couldn't keep quiet about his new class, and then casually spread the source of the class stone. Zhao Huanshi posted on several social platforms. He usually used bragging about becoming a class holder. After a while, Zhang Dashuan from the middle-aged unemployed exploration team sent a congratulatory message and casually mentioned that they were going to the Emerald Forest for a mission the next day, asking if Zhao Huanshi was interested in joining. Just when I was feeling sleepy, someone hands me a pillow. Zhao Huanshi replied with a grin, that's great. Where should I meet you? Probably not expecting Zhao Huanshi to actually agree, Zhang Dashuan replied after a long pause. Our plan is to enter the Emerald Forest at noon tomorrow. How about we meet at Explorer Town? Alright, see you tomorrow at noon. May I ask, Brother Zhao, what class did you obtain? Monster Summoner, a professional support. Trial objective, kill the Gnoll Beastmaster. Does Gnoll Beastmaster refer to a gnoll that tames beasts or some kind of monster that controls gnolls? In the lush wilderness, Zhao Huanshi muttered to himself while stroking his chin. With the experience from the previous 2 trials, he dared not jump to conclusions. Don't end up fighting desperately, finally killing a powerful enemy, only to realize later that the target was wrong. However, standing still and pondering was useless. Zhao Huanshi looked up. The sky was clear, the sun shone brightly. It was time for the symbiotic vine to emerge. He first wrapped the vine around his hand, then pulled the soul-devouring greatsword from the ground and transformed it into glove form. He scanned left and right, observing the surroundings. I feel like the space of the trial dream has expanded a lot. The underground palace from last time seemed to have a diameter of over 10 kilometers. Should I test it with the 3 scoundrels placement summoning? Zhao Huanshi thought for a moment, then shook his head. Try and die. I don't know where the placement summon would toss the goblin, and the merchant and scavenger's abilities are useless. They just get killed by monsters as soon as they appear. I'd be better off summoning the goblin thief, who can at least steal weapons and scout. He tossed out a card. Come forth, goblin thief. The goblin merchant had just popped his head out ready to inhale fresh air when Zhao Huanshi pressed his head down and made him disappear. He tossed again. The goblin scavenger stared with dead fish eyes, scanned the area, spotted a cluster of wild berries not far away, twitched his eyelids slightly, and was about to step forward when his body suddenly turned into radiant light, twisting back into a card and returning to Zhao Huanshi's hand. TSK. This time it's got to be the thief, right? Zhao Huanshi tossed the card again, but the goblin merchant appeared once more. Seeing Zhao Huanshi about to recall him, the goblin merchant quickly raised his hand to stop him, took a deep breath with all his lung power, and nodded at Zhao Huanshi. Come on, I'm ready. Zhao Huanshi's mouth twitched. You make it seem like I'm going to kill you. I let you out for some air before, but you died too fast. You didn't seize the opportunity, so who's to blame? He hesitated for a moment, then withdrew his hand. Fine, let you wander for a bit. When we encounter a monster, I'll switch to the thief. Don't run off, okay? The goblin merchant grinned and nodded. Then, feeling that his bag was empty and light, which was uncomfortable, he ran to a nearby bush, plucked 2 handfuls of wild berries, and put them in his bag. He popped one into his mouth, but it was unripe and his entire face contorted from the sourness. Gritting his teeth, he still offered one to Zhao Huanshi. Zhao Huanshi was speechless. You're quite polite. As they walked, the goblin merchant kept picking up things along the way, making Zhao Huanshi wonder if the goblin had been possessed by the goblin scavenger. The goblin merchant, however, was adamant with no goods in hand. He had to pick up some startup capital on the road. When they encountered a wild rabbit, the goblin merchant even tried to charge at it to catch and skin it. Unexpectedly, though the rabbit was herbivorous, it had a fierce temper. It leaped up and kicked the goblin merchant square in the face, leaving him dizzy and with a bloody nose. With a flying kick that stunned the enemy, the rabbit's body was enveloped in a faint breeze, and it fled at great speed. Seriously, you're weaker than an unevolved goblin, can't even beat a rabbit. With that level of skill, you dare to do business with other monsters. Zhao Huanshi mocked. The goblin merchant wiped his bloody nose, looking unconcerned. Gobo guala la sazie. I only do business with intelligent customers. And then the goblin merchant was struck by an arrow in the knee from a highly intelligent gnoll crossbowman. The monster was hiding behind a withered bush. Even Zhao Huanshi hadn't noticed it. Suddenly it popped out and shot an arrow at the goblin merchant. The goblin merchant screamed and fell to the ground, but Zhao Huanshi grabbed him and recalled him. Rolling to dodge another crossbow bolt, Zhao Huanshi sprinted at full speed while the gnoll crossbowman was reloading. A gnoll warrior leaped out to intercept him, but Zhao Huanshi cut through its weapon and arm with a single sword strike, and the creature let out a piercing scream as it clutched its rapidly withering stump. Zhao Huanshi killed the gnoll crossbowman with one blow, but the gnoll warrior's screams attracted more gnolls. Damn, so many. Seeing over a dozen gnolls charging from a distance, howling, Zhao Huanshi turned and finished off the screeching gnoll warrior, then fled into the distance. If it were other monsters, Zhao Huanshi might have risked a fight, using the soul-devouring greatsword's sharpness and life-draining ability. But half of those dozen gnolls were holding crossbows, and they would fire 7 or 8 arrows at once, so one of those arrows could hit a vital spot and take him down. After running a long distance, and seeing that the gnolls had not yet pursued, Zhao Huanshi found a rock to sit on. He materialized the 3 goblin scoundrels card, and saw that a new line, damage repair, had appeared. Since the goblin merchant had only been shot in the knee not as severely as the goblin thief, who had lost half an arm, the damage repair countdown was only half an hour. Looking at the card in his hand, Zhao Huanshi muttered doubtfully, can the goblin merchant really do business with monsters? Won't he just end up being a free kill every time? The gnolls were quite vindictive. Relying on his symbiotic vine to restore stamina, Zhao Huanshi burst out of there for 3 or 4 kilometers, yet those creatures stubbornly tracked him by the traces and scent he left behind. However, there was a clear disparity in physical fitness among the individual gnolls. In the end, only 2 gnoll warriors wielding wooden shields and stone hammers along with 3 gnoll crossbowmen, who formed a small squad and ran the fastest, broke away from the main group to chase him first. Zhao Huanshi lurked in a corner, pinched out the greedy mimic, and flicked it lightly to the side. The card spun and flew 10 meters away, landing beside a large rock. Radiance coalesced, transforming into a glittering golden small chest. The 2 gnoll warriors flanked the gnoll crossbowmen, leading the way. They advanced a couple of steps, and one of the gnoll warriors happened to catch a glimpse of a corner of the chest. That gnoll warrior paused for a moment, then involuntarily quickened his pace. When he saw the complete chest, his eyes lit up. He let out an excited howl and dashed forward. The other gnoll warriors soon spotted the chest as well and rushed after him in a fluster. What? Protecting teammates. Screw protecting them. Now they were nothing but rivals. The three gnoll crossbowmen were bewildered by the sudden change. When they stepped forward and saw the golden chest hidden behind the rock, they immediately understood everything. Furious, they nearly raised their hand crossbows and shot those two bastards. After all, gnolls were relatively intelligent, and the greedy light of the mimic was somewhat weak, unable to fully ignite the desire in their hearts and turn it into a flame that would consume their reason. Though they were tempted, the gnoll crossbowmen ultimately did not betray their comrades from behind. They lowered their hand crossbows and cursing gave chase. Everyone had a share. They couldn't let those two bastards hog all the treasure. Just then Zhao Huanshi suddenly leaped out from his hiding spot and charged straight at the gnoll crossbowmen. The three gnoll crossbowmen heard the noise and turned to look. Seeing it was the enemy, they hastily raised their hand crossbows to attack. But unexpectedly, a flicker of shadow and light emerged behind them. The goblin thief closed and swiftly drove a knife into one gnoll crossbowman's neck and even pulled hard. Blood sprayed onto its face, making the goblin's already ferocious grin even more terrifying. The screams of their companions startled the other two gnoll crossbowmen. They turned around in panic, only to see the goblin thief swing its left hand, flinging a handful of sand into their eyes, blinding them. A flash of black light streaked past, and two dog heads flew into the air. Before the heads even hit the ground, their bodies were already wrapped in black, ghostly mist, turning into two desiccated mummies. Just then a sharp scream erupted from the side. The gnoll warrior who had run the fastest had its arm bitten off by the mimic. While one gnoll warrior screamed, clutching its severed arm, and the other stood bewildered at the situation, the mimic extended its limbs, transformed into a chest crab, and scurried away with the furry hand in its mouth. "Oh, this one's much smarter than the goblin," Zhao Huanshi said with a laugh. This comment immediately drew a sidelong glance from the goblin thief. "What are you looking at? Can't I badmouth the goblin merchant?" Holding the pitch-black greatsword wreathed in ghostly mist, Zhao Huanshi strode toward the gnoll warriors with a cold smile. With a look of realization on its face, the goblin thief bent down and began to loot the fallen gnoll crossbowman. One hand crossbow was chopped into scrap by Zhao Huanshi's sword. The goblin thief collected the remaining two hand crossbows, gathered all the bolts together. By the time Zhao Huanshi had cut down the two gnoll warriors and turned around, the little creature was already holding a hand crossbow, aiming this way, and not playing with it. Zhao Huanshi himself had no talent for shooting. That was why he had originally chosen the forged steel greatsword, hoping to awaken as a warrior in the heat of battle. A common profession was better than a corpse rotting by the roadside. But after becoming a card monster summoner and gaining 6 points of all attributes, Zhao Huanshi felt he might have a chance after all. A hand crossbow wasn't a bow. As long as your hand was steady enough, you could basically hit the target. Thinking this, Zhao Huanshi took a hand crossbow from the goblin thief, aimed at a beetle 20 meters away, and pulled the trigger. Thunk! The bolt struck a rock 3 meters from the beetle, producing a short, sharp impact sound. Zhao Huanshi paused, then threw the hand crossbow to the ground in disgust. The gnoll's craftsmanship is awful. What kind of crappy junk did they make? No accuracy at all. The goblin thief also aimed at the oblivious beetle and fired a shot. Swish! The bolt became a blur, landing half a meter from the beetle in the dirt, startling the insect into a panicked escape. The goblin thief nodded, agreeing that the boss was right. The hand crossbow's accuracy was indeed lacking. However, if the target was closer, there was no fear of missing. Zhao Huanshi piled the gnoll corpses together, retrieved the mimic, and hit again with the goblin thief. They waited for a long time, but no other gnolls came chasing after them. Puzzled, Zhao Huanshi found some strongly scented plants nearby, squeezed out the juice, and smeared it all over his body to mask his scent. Then he and the goblin thief crept back along the path they had come. Halfway there, they heard the distant barking of gnolls. Sneaking closer for a look, they saw that those creatures had actually given up the chase and gone hunting. What about the 5 dead gnolls then? Zhao Huanshi muttered to himself, finding it rather amusing. Gyuljits. Were they just that stupid? The goblin thief replied in a puzzled tone. That's called dedication. Hey, are they done hunting and heading back to their lair? Let's go follow them and take a look. Zhao Huanshi and the goblin thief followed the group of gnolls all the way to a cave entrance. A fat, burly gnoll came out of the cave, leading 2 vicious large wolves with shoulder heights of about 1.6 to 1.7 meters. After some wooing exchange, the fat gnoll seemed displeased and scolded the hunting gnolls harshly. If the trial dream didn't mess with me, this guy should be the mission target, right? Zhao Huanshi whispered to himself, lying flat among the weeds. But those 2 large wolves looked tough to handle. He was about to try the same trick again. Look around for poisonous mushrooms, venomous spiders, or something to poison those 2 large wolves, or the tamer. Unexpectedly, after the scolding, those gnolls left the cave again with the 2 large wolves. Zhao Huanshi guessed they were searching for the 5 missing gnolls. After the gnolls had gone, the fat one, presumably the tamer, went into a simple wooden shed outside the cave. He pulled out a yellow chocobo with a leather collar around its neck, its expression terrified, and began to whip it viciously with a leather strap. Seeing that the tamer was now accompanied by only 3 gnoll warriors, Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up. There was an opportunity. There should be quite a few gnolls still lingering in the gnoll cave. A gnoll cub ran out from the cave only to be scolded by the gnoll beast tamer. Immediately a scrawny gnoll emerged from the cave and carried the cub back inside. Attacking directly would likely result in being overwhelmed by the gnolls. Zhao Huanshi observed the surroundings near the gnoll cave, stealthily approached using the cover of vegetation and rocks, and tossed the greedy mimic chest into the crevice between 2 boulders where only the gnoll beast tamer could see the golden chest. The gnoll beast tamer, who was violently whipping a chocobo, caught a glimpse of a golden flash in his peripheral vision and instinctively turned his head. Seeing the faintly glowing golden chest, he was momentarily stunned, then his eyes widened abruptly as he prepared to step forward. However, being a chieftain-level monster, its intelligence was somewhat higher. Although influenced by the lure of greed, with fantasies swirling in his mind and greed written all over his eyes, he did not entirely let down his guard. He let out a roar, summoned the 3 underlings beside him, pointed at the golden chest, and ordered one of them to retrieve it. The 3 gnoll warriors, upon seeing the golden chest, all wanted to go pick it up. The gnoll beast tamer barked an order, calling 2 of them back. A hint of cunning flickered in the gnoll beast tamer's eyes. Though the golden chest was immensely tempting, its appearance was too suspicious. If it were a trap, letting one underling test it would suffice. If it were not a trap, the underling would bring the chest back, and everything inside would still be his. The 2 gnoll warriors called back seemed to realize this as well. Despite their gazes filled with avarice, they obediently returned. After all, everything would be handed over anyway. What use was snatching it? Yet they still yearned to open the chest and see what lay inside. Seeing that the gnoll beast tamer had not fallen for the bait and had sent a warrior to investigate, Zhao Huanshi remained calm. When the gnoll warrior crouched down, eyes gluttonous with greed, reaching out to open the chest, Zhao Huanshi suddenly leaped out from the bushes, his greatsword cleaving through the gnoll warrior's neck, and kicked the corpse aside. Amidst the gnoll beast tamer's shocked and furious roar, he scooped up the golden chest and fled. The gnoll beast tamer instantly panicked, gave chase with his 2 underlings in hot pursuit. By the time the gnolls inside the cave heard their tamer's howls and came out bewildered to check, the gnoll beast tamer, dragging the yellow chocobo and followed by his 2 underlings, was already over 100 meters away. The golden chest must have been too heavy. The cursed human thief seemed to be running with great difficulty, and it looked like he would soon be caught. A brutal gleam flashed in the gnoll beast tamer's eyes. Once he retrieved the chest, he would capture the human and torment him thoroughly. Perhaps putting a collar on the human and beating him like a beast every day would be a delightful pastime. Oh, what a novel and brilliant idea. The gnoll beast tamer, whose home had no internet, thought smugly. Just then the human thief, realizing he couldn't escape with the chest, dropped the golden box to the ground. The 2 gnoll warriors, seeing this, instinctively wanted to stop and pick up the chest, but were scolded by the gnoll beast tamer. Reluctantly they rose and continued chasing the human ahead. These 2 bastards must be planning to steal treasures from the chest and hide them on their persons. No chance. When we get back, I'll strip their gear and assign them to menial labor. The gnoll beast tamer thought furiously, then looked down at the golden chest, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. A chest forged of pure gold with a massive ruby embedded in the center. The chest alone was an immense fortune. How many rare and precious treasures must it contain? Lost in his fantasies, the gnoll beast tamer forgot everything around him. He reached out eagerly, trembling with excitement, toward the golden chest. But then the lid of the golden chest burst open, revealing rows of sharp metallic teeth, and it clamped down on the gnoll beast tamer's arm. With a crisp crack, both of the gnoll beast tamer's arms were instantly severed, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. From the ruby at the center of the chest, a massive eyeball suddenly emerged, glaring at the gnoll beast tamer with a look of savage triumph. The gnoll beast tamer frantically tried to flee, but then he heard the familiar twang of a bowstring, and a crossbow bolt shot toward him. The goblin thief had intended to shoot the enemy's eye, but the gnoll beast tamer happened to stand up, and the bolt struck him in the chest. The gnoll's hide was tough, and the gnoll beast tamer wore leather armor, which absorbed most of the bolt's force. Moreover, the creature was obese with a thick layer of fat. The goblin thief's shot barely affected him. Incapable and unwilling to counterattack, the gnoll beast tamer turned to flee. In the distance, 20 or 30 gnolls of various sizes armed with weapons were rushing over in a hurry. Hope flickered in the gnoll beast tamer's eyes. If he could escape into the protection of his kin, he might survive. Just then the yellow chocobo, which had been obediently following behind the gnoll beast tamer, its eyes filled with terror and trembling, suddenly extended its claw and tripped the gnoll beast tamer, sending him sprawling face first into the dirt. The goblin thief let out a strange screech and pounced, plunging his rusty knife into the gnoll beast tamer's neck. Through layers of flabby rolls, splattering grease everywhere. The mimic chest waved its 2 large pincers, clamped onto the gnoll beast tamer's thigh, and bit down hard, tearing off his right foot. The yellow chocobo, eyes blazing with hatred, ferociously stomped on the gnoll beast tamer's head, preventing him from lifting it, and when he tried to scream, he only got a mouthful of mud. Zhao Huanshi had just dealt with the 2 gnoll warriors when he turned and saw the gnoll beast tamer in such a miserable state. A look of surprise crossed his face as he stepped forward and plunged his sword into the gnoll beast tamer's body. The obese gnoll, wreathed in black mist, deflated rapidly like a leaking balloon. Just then the reinforcing gnolls finally arrived, raising hand crossbows and firing bolts, most of which struck the yellow chocobo. Zhao Huanshi's heart skipped a beat. He pressed the mimic chest to retract it, called out to the goblin thief, and rolled away to flee. Suddenly the entire world went dark. Zhao Huanshi's vision blacked out, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw the familiar ceiling. Damn, scared me. I thought I'd targeted the wrong thing again, nearly got turned into a pincushion. Trial ended. Trial successful. Evolution points gained 65. Current evolution points, 305. Trial rewards: green consumable card, beast taming collar. White monster card, yellow chocobo. Class level up to LV3. All attributes 1. Trial dream, regenerating. Estimated time 40 hours. Green consumable card, beast tamer collar. A tool used by tamers to control beasts. Consuming the beast tamer collar grants some beast-type monster cards the taming trait. Beast-type monster cards with the taming trait can be equipped as gear and linked with certain humanoid monster cards to obtain combined monster cards. Note: green-grade beast tamer collars can only be used on monster cards of green quality or below. Warning: combined monster cards can be disassembled back into original cards by breaking the link. However, when a monster card is linked with a highly compatible equipment card or tamed monster card, it may undergo fusion, mutation, or evolution, becoming a new monster card. This process is irreversible. White monster card, yellow Luxingio. Although it cannot fly, it is a large bird with strong legs that runs swiftly and steadily. Docile in nature and easy to raise, it is often captured and tamed for riding or pulling carts. Despite its gentle temperament, the Luxingio is not entirely defenseless. Sturdy legs: the Luxingio's powerful legs allow it to run fast and steady, and when used for attack, they can inflict tremendous damage on enemies. The normal approach would be to put a collar on the Luxingio and equip it to the 3 goblin scoundrels. Zhao Huanshi imagined as he looked at the bewildered yellow bird in the center of the card. The goblin merchant, with a sly grin, took the money and shoved the trembling Luxingio toward a drooling ogre. Or perhaps it would be laden with a messy heap of items, its feathers disheveled and stained with filth, trudging dejectedly behind the goblin scavenger. Or maybe on a dark, moonless night, a goblin thief would be stealing from a monster lair, while the Luxingio stood watch outside with keen eyes. Then the Luxingio would carry the goblin thief in a frantic escape, with a swarm of monsters shooting arrows from behind. All the arrows sticking into the Luxingio's rear, making it weep with pain. No matter what, it always seems so pitiful. Zhao Huanshi said sympathetically, but a smug grin involuntarily spread across his face. But Luxingio, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. He took out his phone and searched, and indeed found relevant information. There was an intermediate beast tamer in Diong City who possessed the ability to tame and breed monsters, and had even formed a related industrial chain. For monsters like the Luxingio, gentle, herbivorous, and non-aggressive. Once tamed, they could be tested by the Special Affairs Bureau, register for the necessary procedures, and be used as mounts within the city. However, they must be accompanied by their owner when moving in public urban areas. Unless special circumstances like spatial rifts occur, mounts such as horses and Luxingio are only allowed to run at limited speed on non-motor vehicle lanes or walk slowly on sidewalks. However, whether native horses or monster mounts like the Luxingio, they were not common in Dongchuan City. There were no beast tamers in Dongchuan City, and the surrounding contaminated areas did not have monsters particularly worth taming. Native horses were troublesome to raise and lacked combat or self-defense capabilities, making them prone to losses when taken into contaminated areas. Only the Special Affairs Bureau and exploration teams under several corporate groups raised many horses and purchased tamed riding monsters from other cities at high prices. So, as long as I don't summon the Luxingio on the main road, I probably don't need to go through the procedures at the Special Affairs Bureau and the Transportation Bureau, right? Zhao Huanshi muttered uncertainly to himself. Since he had to go to West 2 Explorer Town at noon for an interview with the Midlife Crisis Exploration Team, he had no time to dwell on it. He put away the cards, got up to wash up, brushed his teeth, put on his gear, and stuffed his sister's healing potion and antidote into his waist pouch. After a moment of thought, he did not hide the soul-devouring gloves in his backpack, but wore them directly, entering a dormant state. Spatial fissures were appearing more frequently, and danger could arise on the road at any time. It was safer to keep the soul-devouring gloves on his hands. As for the healing ring, he did not hide it at home either. When he went out with Zhao Lijia earlier, he had bought a thick, gold-plated chain from a jewelry store. He had no money for a real gold chain, so a gold-plated one had to do for now. The healing ring was threaded onto the chain and hidden under his clothes, pressed against his chest. With a mere thought, Zhao Huanshi could release healing spells from the sapphire ring. Originally, Zhao Huanshi had made a casing for the ring, but he discovered that when the healing ring was covered, it could not release spells. If he needed to use the healing ring to cast a healing spell while having the symbiotic vine, it would be a life-or-death situation. Having to peel off the casing would be too foolish. Having experienced various spatial environments in illusion rifts as a scavenger, Zhao Huanshi always appeared empty-handed whenever he went out, But in the lining of his leather armor, he actually carried plenty of wilderness survival supplies, like insect repellent ointment and water filtration membranes. This time, following the exploration team deep into the contaminated area, he had originally planned to buy some supplies to carry along, but time was tight. Fortunately, Zhang Daxuan said their team had extra supplies, and if Zhao Huanshi trusted them, he could just use them directly. Zhao Huanshi thought to himself that it would save some expenses. As for trust, if he was going into the contaminated area with them, why would he worry about them tampering with those things? Wouldn't that be insane? Besides the gear on his body, his phone, and house keys, Zhao Huanshi brought nothing else, as if he were just going for a stroll. Empty-handed, he left the house. Passing by the security booth, Uncle Huang stopped him. Kid, weren't you fired from the scavenger job? Why are you still running around dressed like that every day? Huh, I never mentioned it to you. Where did you hear that? Zhao Huanshi said in surprise. Never mind where I heard it. Uncle Huang looked him up and down. Seeing you go out with nothing every time, you don't look like you're working as an explorer. Zhao Huanshi interrupted with a smile. Since when did you become so nosy? Uncle Huang snorted. I see you've got nothing to do all day, so I was wondering if you'd like to join the neighborhood security team. We're short-handed right now. Better wait another 20 or 30 years. I'm still young. You little brat, you don't understand. If you join now, you'll be valuable. After a year or so, I'll promote you to deputy captain, and when I retire, the position of security captain will be yours. You can work steadily until retirement, and even be rehired. But when you're old, no one will want you. Even if they do, you'll be a rookie, and at an advanced age, you'll have to work night shifts guarding the gate. Zhao Huanshi rubbed his nose. Forget it, Uncle Huang. I still want to give it another shot. If I really don't want to try anymore, I'll go apply as a security guard in the villa district. Maybe one day a rich second-generation lady passing by will take me home. Hey, the bus is here. I gotta go. See you later, Uncle Huang. You little brat, still dreaming about rich second-generation ladies. Uncle Huang wanted to say something to Zhao Huanshi's retreating figure, but then he thought about it. This kid really might be able to live off his looks. He felt a bit unsettled inside. Damn it. If only I had that kind of insight back then. In the West Second Pass Explorer Town, in a private dining room of a restaurant, Zhang Daxuan pointed at his companions and introduced them one by one. Qian Montong, Intermediate Warrior; Lin Honglei, Intermediate Archer; Qian Xiaolin, Junior Archer; Su Duojing, Junior Warrior; Li Xiang, Apprentice Warrior. Wearing a thick leather armor with a crew cut and dark skin, looking over 30, but actually only 28, the middle-aged man Li Xiang quickly raised his hand and said, Level 9 Apprentice Warrior could advance to Junior Warrior at any moment. Sitting next to him, Su Duojing, whose skin was equally dark, laughed and said, Come on, you've been saying that for almost half a year. Shut up, you two noobs, they haven't even introduced themselves yet. Zhang Daxuan said. Zhao Huanshi smiled and said to everyone, Brothers and sisters, my name is Zhao Huanshi. I've been a scavenger for 2 years with 2.5 years of experience fighting monsters. My profession is monster summoner, but I just awakened a couple of days ago, so I don't have much combat ability yet. I can only play support. The exploration team members exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat strange. Wearing blood-stained leather armor, a grotesque skull glove on his hand, and a fine steel greatsword on his back, the murderous aura emanating from him was not much less than that of the intermediate warrior beside him. And you say you're a summoner? Are you kidding me? Did you really get the summoner profession? Zhang Daxuan asked, full of surprise. Zhao Huanshi also looked confused. Yes, didn't I already tell you in the message? I thought you were joking, playing a homophone pawn. Zhang Daxuan said with a bitter smile. Qian Xiaolin, a 25-year-old short-haired female archer whose skin was tan bronze from years of outdoor activities, a completely different shade from the two warriors beside her, said with surprise, Weren't you just playing a homophone pawn? Zhao Huanshi scratched his head. There are too many people here. How about we go to the Emerald Forest, find a secluded spot, and I'll give you a demonstration. Let's go. Right now. Everyone immediately got up and moved. Monster summoner. It sounded like a very rare and advanced profession. The members of the middle-aged, unemployed front exploration team were all extremely curious. A moment later at the Emerald Forest, Zhao Huanshi looked at the tall, dense forest before him, slightly puzzled. Wasn't it said that the trees in the Emerald Forest were all destroyed during the last fight? How come these trees feel even stronger than before? A few days ago, a large spatial rift appeared, and a giant banyan tree monster came out, leading a group of tree monsters to occupy this place. This forest was spawned by those tree monsters. Zhang Daxuan explained to Zhao Huanshi. Bro, stop chatting. Hurry up and summon a monster for us to see. Li Xiang urged from the side. Zhao Huanshi nodded, stepped into the sunlight, and spread his palm. Suddenly, between his index and middle fingers, a monster card appeared that only he could see. The card shattered, transforming into a white radiance that coiled and flowed along his arm. In the eyes of the other exploration team members, as Zhao Huanshi spread his palm, white sparks burst forth, winding around his arm and forming a slender green vine. Several leaves extended and slowly swayed in the sunlight. Symbiotic vine. It can convert the energy from photosynthesis into life force, injecting it into the host body to restore stamina and heal injuries. Li Xiang saw the dense roots of the symbiotic vine burrowing into Zhao Huanshi's arm, making his scalp tingle and his back chill. But when he looked at Zhao Huanshi's expression, he appeared completely indifferent. Li Xiang let out a soft hiss. Doesn't it hurt your arm? Zhao Huanshi smiled and explained, it looks scary, but actually these roots. Well, I can't really explain it. You'll see if you take a look. Zhao Huanshi moved his arm slightly, and the symbiotic vine dissolved into white light, reforming into a card that flew into his hand. Looking at his arm again, there was indeed not a single trace of injury left. Seeing the expressions of curiosity and amazement on their faces, Zhao Huanshi twitched the corner of his mouth. Do you want to experience the parasitic effect of the symbiotic vine first? Hearing this, their faces showed some eagerness, but the sight of the dense roots penetrating the skin moments ago was still a bit too terrifying. Only Zhang Daxuan and Qian Montong, the two intermediate warriors, had their eyes light up. This vine can be used on others. Come on, let me try. How could anyone become an intermediate warrior without enduring countless beatings and hardships? A mere root penetration. Well, it's still a bit frightening. But Zhao Huanshi had proved that the symbiotic vine's parasitism didn't actually cause wounds, and his expression showed no pain at all. As intermediate warriors, they couldn't be more cowardly than him, right? Of course, I told you I play support. Brother Zhang, stand still. Zhao Huanshi flicked his finger lightly, and the card spun and shot on Zhang Daxuan's neck, exploding into white light and transforming into a symbiotic vine that clung to his neck and shoulder. Hey, it really doesn't hurt at all, Zhang Daxuan said in surprise. Something seems to be flowing into my neck from it, warm and quite comfortable. No, it's power. I can feel it. This is the power of the sun, blazing, torrential. I feel like I'm about to ignite. Is it really that exaggerated? The energy provided by the symbiotic vine wasn't even enough for Soul Devourer to fully exert. Could the effect of the symbiotic vine also be related to the host's constitution? Zhao Huanshi's expression turned strange as he speculated wildly in his mind. But then he heard Qian Xiaolin and Lin Honglei, the two female archers, whispering behind him. Oh no, brother Zhang is losing it again. This is kind of embarrassing. Too bad we don't have phones, otherwise I'd record it and send it to the group chat. Everyone in the group knows each other well. He wouldn't care. Finally, Qian Mantang couldn't stand it anymore. Alright, you're not young anymore. Stop acting crazy. Didn't Huanshi say it can also speed up injury recovery? Hurry up and cut yourself to see the effect. Why don't you cut yourself? Interrupted in his performance, Zhang Daxuan was a bit displeased. It's wrapped around your neck, isn't it? Hurry up, don't dawdle. Amid their bickering, Zhang Daxuan pulled a dagger from his waist and made a cut on his palm. Tisk, so shallow, Qian Mantang said disdainfully. Shut up. Hey, I can feel it. Zhang Daxuan spread his palm, and the exploration team members gathered around. They saw a faint fine green light emerge on the wound on his palm, and it began to slowly heal at a visible rate. Holy crap. Awesome. Feels even better than the healing potion that costs 3,000 a bottle. Probably about the same. But it can continuously recover. Just the money saved on potions is worth a lot. And it can restore stamina too. Seeing how excited they were, Zhao Huanshi quickly spoke up to remind them. The symbiotic vine's photosynthesis requires light, preferably sunlight. Firelight is not very effective. At night or in dim environments, it's basically useless. Hearing this, Zhang Daxuan immediately said, Did you hear that? Everyone step back, don't block my photosynthesis. Tisk. Why not let Huanshi parasitize the symbiotic vine onto your head? The light is best there, and a green top would be full of life. Qian Mantang said discontentedly. According to speculation, that giant banyan tree monster should be a lord-level creature. The 10-kilometer radius around the center of Emerald Forest has been classified as a high-risk area by the Special Affairs Bureau. However, plant-type monsters like this one usually stay rooted in the ground and rarely move. As long as you don't actively provoke it, it's actually safer than most monsters. Besides, the presence of a plant lord has its benefits around it. Plant growth accelerates dramatically, and the resources of Emerald Forest will become more abundant. The target of our mission this time, the Moonlight Forest deer, seems to have been drawn here by the dense plant aura from other areas deeper in the contaminated zone. Walking through the dense forest, Zhang Daxuan explained to Zhao Huanshi the changes in Emerald Forest and the objective of their mission. Moonlight Forest deer. If I recall correctly, that's a mid-level magical beast, right? It seems its combat ability isn't much, but its naturally cautious runs extremely fast through the forest and can use healing spells. Although all its materials are valuable hunting, it is more difficult than hunting high-level magical beasts. Zhang Daxuan looked somewhat surprised. You know about the Moonlight Forest deer as well? Zhao Huanshi smiled somewhat sheepishly. Back when I worked as a scavenger, I was afraid of missing out on valuable things in the rift anomalies without recognizing them, so I studied all the most valuable materials and mid to low-level magical beasts. Same here. Before we first entered the contaminated zone, we also gathered a ton of information on valuable items, afraid we'd miss something during our expeditions. Zhang Daxuan said with a laugh. Zhao Huanshi, wearing the soul-devouring gloves on his right hand, swatted away a flying insect of unknown origin and turned to Zhang Daxuan. Is the mission to bring back the entire Moonlight Forest deer? Not exactly. The mission issuer wants fresh forest deer antlers and deer penis to soak in wine, and he's willing to pay 5 times the market price. Soak in wine. What does it do? Zhao Huanshi asked, somewhat surprised. Who knows? This stuff has been around for so long it must have some effect, right? I've never tried it myself. Zhang Dashuan said, looking ahead at Qian Montong, who had a symbiotic vine wrapped around his arm and was using his inexhaustible strength to hack through the grass and clear a path. Old Qian likes drinking, maybe he knows something about this. As soon as he finished speaking, as Qian Mantang was cutting through the thorns and weeds on the ground, a thick sharp root suddenly shot up from the earth, aiming straight for the vulnerable spot between his legs. Holy crap! Fortunately, when the ground trembled slightly, Qian Mantang sensed something was wrong and managed to dodge the fatal strike with a forward lunge and a roll. Enemy attack. It's a tree monster. Over there. Lin Honglei, the mid-level archer who had been vigilantly scanning the surroundings, instantly located the enemy. A large tree 5 or 6 meters tall with thick branches had a knot on its trunk that split open like an eyelid, revealing 2 huge eyeballs that glared menacingly at the exploration team. Zhang Dashuan pushed off the ground with force, his body turning into a blur as he dashed to the tree monster 50 meters away in an instant. The greatsword in his hand radiated a dense white light and came down with a violent roar, landing a heavy blow. Countless wood chips flew and a massive wound appeared on the tree monster, which emitted a dull, hollow, eerie sound. The ground shook as over a dozen sharp roots burst through the soil, rising to a height of 2 meters. But Zhang Dashuan had anticipated this. After delivering the strike, he turned and ran. By the time the roots shot out, his legs were already wrapped in white light, and he had escaped more than 20 meters. At the same time, Lin Honglei stepped back a few paces, shielded by Li Xiang and Su Duojin, and focused her breath. A faint white light glowed on the special arrow in her hand. Almost the moment she released it, the arrow struck the huge wound on the tree monster's body. With a boom, the arrowhead exploded, spewing flames that bounced and ricocheted within the wound, igniting a raging fire. The tree monster's branches and leaves shook violently as it extended its roots to extinguish the flames, but Zhang Dashuan and Qian Montong, both mid-level warriors, hacked away, severing all the roots. Without its roots, the tree monster seemed to lose all means of resistance and was soon chopped into a pile of wood. The lowest level of tree monster. Aside from being fairly sturdy and having insidious attacks, well, extremely insidious. If your pants aren't tough enough and your reactions aren't fast enough, a hit from those roots means you're done for. Smashed eggs and guts spilled. Seeing the fight, Li Xiang began explaining to Zhao Huanshi, the newcomer. This is the lowest level tree monster. Zhao Huanshi considered whether he should first go back and buy a pair of iron-reinforced pants before coming again. As long as you spot them in advance, low-level tree monsters aren't threatening. They move very slowly and have a small attack range, so it's easy to fight or flee. We just didn't expect to encounter a tree monster on the outskirts of Emerald Forest, so we let our guard down and didn't carefully observe the trees around us. Otherwise, low-level tree monsters are quite easy to distinguish. Qian Xiaolin explained to Zhao Huanshi. Lin Honglei's eyes glowed faintly as she carefully scanned the surroundings, finding no new suspected tree monsters. Only this one. It must have wandered out from the central area of the forest. At that moment, the 2 mid-level warriors finished dismembering the tree monster and returned with a piece of emerald colored with the size of a palm, radiating a faint life aura. Not bad. We dug out a low-level life wood core. At least it wasn't all for nothing. Alright, I don't think I've mentioned the loot distribution rules to Huanshi yet. Zhang Dashuan suddenly remembered. You could forget something like that. Qian Mantang said, then turned to Zhao Huanshi. You haven't even settled on payment yet, and you just came along. Zhao Huanshi smiled. It's an interview. Who talks salary right away? I need to see if it's a good fit first. Lin Honglei said, hear that? He hasn't said he'll stay yet. You two better step up your game. Huh, why is it on us? You're the front line, the tanks. Isn't the team's toughness all up to you? Then you're the main DPS. Isn't my damage output high enough? Hey, you lazy king even dare to say that. The day before yesterday when we were raiding in the game, everyone was going all out, and you turned off your mic to secretly eat takeout. Zhang Dashuan rubbed his forehead. You two are over 30, can't you act more mature? Who's over 30? I haven't even had my 29th birthday yet. You old otaku, you dare call others immature. Qian Xiaolin raised her hand. I think if you keep arguing like this, Zhao Huanshi really will consider running away. Zhao Huanshi just smiled. He actually felt it was great. Experienced in combat, good team dynamics, and no worries about petty scheming. And most importantly, plenty of freedom. Our middle-aged unemployment front exploration team has 14 members in total, but participation in missions is entirely voluntary. Sometimes when we have enough money, everyone gets lazy and often can't even organize a team. That's why I thought about recruiting some reliable new members from outside. As for reward distribution, after deducting various mission expenses and costs from the task rewards and sale proceeds, the remaining amount is split equally among everyone for 20%, while the remaining 80% is allocated based on individual contributions. If a member is injured during the mission, treatment costs are also counted as expenses. If someone makes a mistake, their share is deducted and distributed to other members. Zhang Daxuan walked beside Zhao Huanshi, quietly explaining the distribution method of the middle-aged unemployment front exploration team. Zhao Huanshi walked in the middle of the team, observing the surroundings, while silently calculating the distance from their current position to the edge of the contaminated zone. 10 kilometers, or 20. Still felt uncertain. Better to go deeper before releasing the goblin to idle. Brother Zhang, are there any goblin tribes nearby? Zhao Huanshi suddenly asked. Goblins? Zhang Daxuan thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, probably not. But it's hard to say. The Twilight Wilderness beyond the Emerald Forest has many goblins, and they sometimes venture into the forest in groups. Before, with venomous claw cats and other monsters guarding the area, the goblins would be driven off when they came. Now it's hard to predict. These greenskin monsters are the most annoying. Most of them carry nothing valuable, yet they're irritable, attacking anyone on sight. If they can't win, they flee fast, and they're incredibly vengeful. If even one escapes, it'll soon bring back a whole horde. Qian Xiaolin grumbled nearby. Zhao Huanshi smiled. Can't be helped. They love overwhelming the few with the many, but most goblins have poor brains and eyesight, so they often charge in confidently, only to flee in panic. But why are you asking? Oh, these greenskin monsters left a deep impression on me. I just suddenly thought of them and asked. Encountered goblins in the dimensional rift. Far too many times. In the evening, the exploration team found a relatively safe spot in the forest, set up a campfire, and pitched a simple tent. You're new and haven't adapted yet, so no need to stand watch tonight. Eat and rest early. Many monsters are active at night. If you're unlucky, you won't get a wink of sleep. Zhao Huanshi nodded, but looked at the single tent, and asked in a low voice with some surprise, we all sleep together? Zhang Daxuan chuckled. Safer to sleep together. We're all fully dressed, nothing to be embarrassed about. You're not worried about Hong Lei and the others sneaking into your bed at night, are you? Want me to warn them off for you? Zhao Huanshi's mouth twitched. After spending time with him, he realized this old brother was actually an incorrigible joker. No wonder he had no authority as captain. With a slight movement of his fingers, a card with blue-purple edges shattered into specks of light, disappearing silently, without a trace. Then he drew out Greed's mimic chest. I can actually help with the watch, Zhao Huanshi said, flicking his fingers lightly. The card fell to the ground, transforming into a golden chest. Meanwhile, at the western edge of the Emerald Forest near the Twilight Wilderness, the goblin thief pushed through the branches, emerged from a thicket, and brushed off the debris from its head, surveying the surroundings. It spotted a group of wild goblins in the distance, crouching behind a bush with their rear ends up, sneaking around, doing who knows what. The goblin thief scratched its bottom, then its body rapidly blurred and vanished, stealthily creeping toward the group. The goblin captain, twice the size of an ordinary goblin, was leading a band of underlings lurking in the dense grass. They were spying on a group of explorers, about 8 or 9 people, gathered around a campfire, roasting prey and chatting. The goblin captain counted on its fingers twice. Only 7 enemies, while its underlings outnumbered them by far more than 2 hands could tally. A savage grin spread across the goblin captain's face. Advantage is mine. Underlings, prepare to follow me. What the hell? Where did you come from? The goblin captain turned its head and found an unfamiliar goblin lying beside it, giving it a start. The goblin thief grinned sheepishly. Wagabo Wallacila. Boss, shall we attack now? Why wait until they're asleep? Damn, so it's one of my underlings. Right, who else could be here at this time but my own? The goblin captain scratched its head, then realized the goblin thief dared to question it, and its expression darkened. If it weren't afraid of alerting the enemy, it would have kicked the insolent creature right then. Gitsawaga. Foolish thing. If we wait for those humans to sleep, the meat roasting over the fire will be long gone. Useless. Get out of my sight. Lowering its voice, the goblin captain angrily scolded the goblin thief. With a rusty notched sword in its right hand, it reached for its waist with its left. Huh. Where's my short blade? That was a trophy the goblin captain had taken from a dead underling after a battle with a group of explorers. A blade without a speck of rust, a rare treasure. It had even carved a wooden sheath for it. Looking around, it saw no sign of the short blade. Could it have fallen off the loosened sheath on the way here? The goblin captain scratched its head in confusion, never suspecting any of its surrounding underlings would steal its weapon. If a piece of meat had multiple bite marks, the goblin captain would pry open the fool's mouths one by one and kill all suspects. But to most goblins, the short blade was no better than a random stick picked from the ground. Forget it. Anyway, those humans ahead have plenty of weapons. Kill them and pick 2 better ones. Brothers, charge with me. The goblin captain roared, brandishing its rusty blade, and led the charge. The goblin underlings leaped from the grass, wielding stones and wooden clubs, closely following the captain, shouting wildly as they charged. Seeing the surprise, shock, and panic on the humans' faces, the goblins grew even more excited and ran faster. Then, amid a chorus of screams, half the goblins fell instantly. The remaining half, sensing trouble, turned and fled without hesitation. But while they wanted to escape, the humans were determined not to let them go. In the end, only 2 lucky goblins, those slow to charge but quick to flee, managed to escape. Hey, someone's rummaged through my backpack. My pack of beef jerky is gone. Damn, the shadow leopard's core was stolen. As dusk settled, the two goblins that had barely escaped with their lives ran only to discover an unfamiliar companion had silently appeared beside them. Something in the creature's mouth kept churning endlessly, exuding the savory aroma of roasted meat intermingled with an exotic fragrance. Both goblins, exhausted and ravenous, caught that scent, their stomachs rumbling loudly, saliva dripping uncontrollably from the corners of their mouths. The goblin thief was struggling to chew the tough jerky when he noticed the pair eyeing him with hungry longing, so he pulled out 2 strips and shared them. The 2 wild goblins froze in disbelief, as if utterly unable to comprehend that the goblin thief would actually share food with them. Snapping out of it, they hastily snatched the jerky, afraid the thief might change his mind, then stuffed it whole into their mouths and struggled to chew. While gnawing away, they forced a grinning smile toward the goblin thief. "Anyone willing to share food is my sworn brother." The goblin thief paid it little mind. Ordinary goblin promises were worthless as dog dung. It was not a matter of integrity. Ordinary goblins simply had no capacity to hold on to memories, forgetting everything from the day before after a good sleep. Perhaps a higher-tier mutated goblin or a goblin spellcaster could actually keep their word. Though the goblin with half a left ear, seemingly bitten off by a wild dog, and a scrawny frame, looked considerably sharper-eyed than his companion. "Gobo Gudgy, where are you heading now?" Regardless of whether they would forget later, at least they currently had the goblin thief's beef jerky in their mouths, and it was so tough they could hardly chew through it anytime soon. Grateful, the 2 wild goblins answered every question without hesitation. "Goblin, 'tis Kalanghamajezi. Going back to the camp to find the big boss, seeking revenge against those damn fools for our leader. Gulabade. Our previous big boss is dead. This new big boss was recently recruited by our leader, far more powerful than the last, and will surely beat those humans to pulp." The goblin thief scratched his head. Already sent one boss to his death, and now they want to drag another newly sworn big boss along for the same fate. Lowering his arm, he subconsciously touched the cloth pouch hanging at his waist, and his eyes lit up. A big boss should certainly be richer than their penniless leader, right? 2 hours later, upon seeing the goblin knight surrounded by a retinue of goblins, riding a bison wielding a massive spiky club radiating fierce presence, the goblin thief felt somewhat disappointed. The brute wasted all that muscle and wore a heap of ill-fitting tattered leather armor, yet not a single valuable trinket adorned his person, worse than that dead goblin captain from before. However, after the half-eared goblin ran to the knight and loudly complained, the goblin knight roared and immediately set out with his men to seek revenge on the humans. The goblin thief's eyes brightened again. Revenge. Revenge was wonderful. Those humans actually carried quite a few valuable items, but their strength was too formidable, and the wild goblins had been defeated so swiftly that the goblin thief had dared not attempt theft under their watchful eyes, contenting himself with snatching a couple of things from their luggage before fleeing. The goblin thief cheerfully mingled among the wild goblin tribe, and gradually swept away by the fervent shouts around him, his reason began to unravel. A whole tribe of goblins against merely 8 humans. How could we possibly lose? When the goblin knight bellowed and charged atop his bison at the forefront, the surrounding goblins all shrieked monstrosities and surged forward. With bloodshot eyes, the goblin thief raised his rusty dagger ready to charge alongside them, but the half-eared goblin grabbed him and pulled him to the very rear of the formation. Watching the goblins ahead fall like rows of leeks, one after another, limbs and corpses flying everywhere, blood splattering in all directions, the goblin thief's mind instantly cleared, and he took cover in the shadows with the half-eared goblin to observe. Though the goblin knight was no pushover, riding the bison and sending 2 human warriors scattering, his subordinates were pathetically weak. Within moments, 3/4 were already dead, and the casualties inflicted amounted to merely a cadet warrior and a cadet archer. Once all the goblins perished, the goblin knight would soon be overwhelmed by the humans with no escape in sight. But what did that concern the goblin thief? While the battle still raged and the humans had no time to spare for him, there was only one thing that truly mattered: looting the corpses as fast as possible. To the half-eared goblin's astonishment, the goblin thief crouched low and silently crept toward the human camp, his figure gradually dissolving into the night. Hiding in the brush, the half-eared goblin stared wide-eyed, scanning desperately for any sign of the thief, but found nothing. After a while, the half-eared goblin felt something tug at his arm and turned to find the goblin thief suddenly materializing beside him. The pouch at his waist had grown considerably heavier, bulging with an unknown quantity of plunder. Completely indifferent to the roars and screams of the goblin knight being swarmed by humans behind them, the 2 goblins slipped away under the cover of night before anyone noticed. They ran to the twilight wasteland, killed a fat rabbit, and claimed its burrow. The goblin thief dumped the freshly stolen loot onto the ground with a clatter. He had been in such a hurry that he hadn't bothered to sort through anything, simply stuffing everything into his bag. The weight hanging from his waist was excessive, impeding his movement. He needed to carefully sort through the haul and discard the heavy but worthless items. Among the pile, the half-eared goblin spotted that familiar short knife and scratched his head in confusion. Wasn't that his former leader's prized possession? How did it end up in the big brother's hands? But in an instant his attention was captured by the ration biscuits and beef jerky the goblin thief tossed aside. A steel dagger, a gold necklace, a silver amulet, healing potions, monster materials. The goblin thief sorted through the valuables and stuffed the lightweight, worthwhile items back into his pouch. Spotting the half-eared goblin drooling over half a bag of beef jerky, he casually flung it into his companion's arms and picked up a compressed biscuit from the ground for himself. After taking a single bite, he wrinkled his nose in distaste. What kind of provisions did these humans carry? The texture and flavor were nothing compared to the chicken legs back at the summoner's home. Gobo Didi. Brother, where are you headed next? The half-eared goblin mumbled with his mouth full of beef jerky. Gobu Waladala. I'm finding a new leader. I know a few locations where powerful goblins have established their nests. The goblin thief glanced at the half-eared goblin, sensing that this fellow would surely prove troublesome for any boss to manage. In the dead of night, the Emerald Forest. Zhang Dashuan sat by the campfire, occasionally tossing a piece of firewood into the flames, but his gaze kept drifting toward the golden chest in the distance, which emitted a faint glow. He couldn't shake the feeling that the chest contained numerous long out-of-print cartoon figurines, truly out of print, the kind where the animation studios and manufacturing factories had been swallowed by the descending dungeons, with 70 to 80% of their production teams dead. Coupled with the compression of human living space, the disappearance or transformation of vast resources, and the extreme difficulty of transporting supplies between surviving cities, many industries had essentially vanished. Most of the factories that once produced toys had been converted into weapon workshops, leaving only a few to meet the basic needs of city residents. However, entertainment industries like gaming, animation, and film, as spiritual pillars for many and important channels for scientific outreach, received strong support from the Federation and most city administrations. As a veteran otaku from way back, Zhang Dashuan's craving for out-of-print figurines far surpassed his desire for women or wealth. Even though Zhao Huanshi had shown the exploration team members that the mimic chest's belly was empty, Zhang Dashuan still felt an impulse now and then to open the chest and take another look. Just then Zhang Dashuan sensed something watching him from the darkness. Instantly alert, he shifted from a seated posture to a slight crouch, a blade in one hand and a shield in the other, scanning the surroundings to search for the enemy. Whoosh! A shadow suddenly appeared and with incredible speed dashed into the golden chest. Zhang Dashuan, who had raised his shield to his chest ready to block an attack before countering, was momentarily stunned. Well, this is... The golden chest shook violently, and shrill cat cries faintly echoed from within. Worried that the monster might break free from the mimic chest, Zhang Dashuan wondered if he should help, but the trembling chest soon calmed, and the piercing cat cries turned into mournful whimpers before quickly fading away. Recalling the sharp metal teeth inside the mimic chest's mouth when it revealed its true form, Zhang Dashuan swallowed nervously, a chill of fear creeping up his spine. Before dawn, the exploration team members had already woken up one by one. Regardless of gender, they simply splashed some water on their faces, popped a piece of gum into their mouths, and considered themselves washed up. Qian Mantang chuckled. Huanshi, you seemed to sleep pretty well last night. I thought you'd be uncomfortable spending your first night like this. It was a bit cramped, but otherwise fine, Zhao Huanshi replied with a smile. Zhang Dashuan reminded him, last night a few things crawled into your chest. You might want to open it and see what's inside. Maybe we can roast them for breakfast. They should be digested by now, right? Zhao Huanshi said uncertainly. He patted the mimic chest. Come here. Hearing the summoner's call, the mimic chest immediately extended its clawed feet and pattered over. Qian Xiaolin gripped Lin Honglei's hand excitedly. It's so well behaved. I want to raise one too. Zhang Dashuan thought to himself, I also want to raise a mimic chest. Open wide. The mimic chest opened its mouth wide, retracting its teeth. Inside there were no monster corpses, only some body parts that had fallen off the monsters. A few sharp teeth, 2 green glowing hooked claws, 2 amber eyeballs, a section of jade white bone, and a thumb-sized translucent crystal emitting a faint magical fluctuation. These look like the claws and teeth of a poison claw cat demon. Judging by the size, it's a young one. These 2 eyeballs seem to be from a ghost face owl. What monster left this bone and crystal core? Looks like some animal's neck bone. We'll check when we get back. Zhang Dashuan cleared his throat. Huanshi about these items. Zhao Huanshi smiled. Just follow the exploration team's rules. Don't worry about me overthinking. Hearing this, the other team members exchanged glances, a hint of recognition in their eyes. Zhao Huanshi pressed his hand on the mimic chest and dismissed it. Is the little chest summon time up? Qian Xiaolin said disappointedly. Little chest? Was that a nickname? Zhao Huanshi chuckled. It's too conspicuous to keep it by my side. Let it go back and rest. He glanced at the card in his hand. Green monster card, greedy mimic chest. LV3. The mimic chest had actually leveled up to 3. It hadn't leveled up even after eating the sharp-toothed bird earlier. What on earth had it devoured last night? Indeed, to level up cards you had to come to the contaminated zone. After repacking the tent and quickly cleaning up the camp, the exploration team continued their journey deeper into the forest. All team members, including Zhao Huanshi, carried travel backpacks, though each weighed differently. Zhao Huanshi had the lowest stats, so his backpack was the lightest. He mused that he could probably store some supplies like the tent which wasn't needed on the road inside the mimic chest's mouth. But he had just joined the team and hadn't built enough trust with the others. Bringing up such a thing prematurely would likely be met with rejection and only create awkwardness. Moreover, Zhao Huanshi needed to conduct experiments to ensure that items placed in the mimic chest's belly wouldn't be digested. Most predators in the jungle had their own territories. As long as they carefully avoided monster lairs, the relatively weak creatures of the Emerald Forest wouldn't actively attack a human team with 3 mid-level professionals unless they were starving mad. Of course, some particularly crazed ones were exceptions. At noon, the middle-aged, unemployed frontline exploration team encountered another team withdrawing from the west. They seemed to know each other, and Zhang Dashuan exchanged some words with the other team's leader. They had planned to gather materials in the Twilight Wilderness, but last night they were attacked by a group of goblins. 2 greenhorns carrying supplies were killed, and the team members were injured in the fight, so they had to retreat. Speaking of greenhorns, Zhang Dashuan turned his gaze to Li Xiang. Hey, Zhao Huanshi is also an apprentice, brother Zhang. Why are you only looking at me? Zhang Dashuan snorted. Zhao Huanshi is a summoner handling support now, and you probably can't beat him anyway. Though Zhang Dashuan was sometimes unreliable, the team trusted his judgment. Li Xiang didn't refute, but silently calculated in his mind. He had the basic warrior skill Heavy Slash, and the level 5 apprentice warrior's body strengthening, which added 5 points to constitution and strength. Meanwhile, Zhao Huanshi had a mimic chest to assist in attacks, and a symbiotic vine to restore stamina and life. In a daytime fight, he might not be able to defeat Zhao Huanshi. However, Li Xiang didn't know that when Zhang Dashuan judged their combat strength, he hadn't even factored in Zhao Huanshi's summoned creature. Slap. Zhao Huanshi swatted at a giant mutated mosquito, inwardly wondering if his insect repellent had expired. It was utterly useless against them. He looked up at the retreating figures of the expedition team. Those explorers are pretty decent, you know. They even bother to bring back their comrades' bodies. Bringing back the bodies clarifies the cause of death, so it doesn't tarnish the expedition's reputation and hinder future recruitment, Xin Mantang explained. Zhang Dashuan shook his head slightly. I was just telling Huanshi yesterday that there were no goblins in the Emerald Forest. Who'd have thought those green-skinned creatures have already started preying on explorers? Where did they encounter the goblins? West of the Emerald Forest, near the Twilight Wilderness. They said a small goblin squad ambushed them, but 2 escaped. They'd already set up camp thinking a single night wouldn't be a problem, only to be attacked in the middle of the night by a large group of goblins seeking revenge. Will those goblins affect our mission? Probably not. They killed all those goblins. Besides, the Moonlight Forest deer usually roam near the central area of the forest. Goblins shouldn't dare to come close, right? Listening to the expedition members discussing nearby, Zhao Huanshi recalled the thieving and swindling traits of the 3 goblin scoundrels, and a faint unease stirred within him. He gently rubbed his fingers together, but no card for the 3 goblin scoundrels appeared. I'm not dead yet, so it probably has nothing to do with them. Next time he'd have to tell them, especially the goblin thief, not to go attacking humans on their own. Otherwise, if their relationship were ever exposed, he'd likely be convicted of treason against humanity and paraded on a live-streamed execution. But then again, where the hell had the goblin gone while idle? In the Twilight Wilderness. The goblin thief following Banjir had infiltrated another goblin tribe. Compared to the group led by the Goblin Knight, this tribe appeared far more organized. Not only did they occupy a large cave as their lair, but they also delineated distinct activity zones for goblins of different strengths within the cavern. The tribe's leader was a powerful goblin mage wielding a staff, made from a magic crystal tied to a wooden rod. He was bedecked with numerous trinkets of value, and occupied the largest central platform in the cave. Under the goblin mage were a goblin warrior, and many goblin captains, goblin warriors, and other mutated goblins who rested near the central platform. Ordinary goblins were confined to other areas of the cave, and strictly forbidden from approaching the platform. The goblin thief initially intended to turn invisible, sneak up to the goblin mage, and pilfer something from him. But as soon as he drew near, he was nearly detected by a sharp-sensed goblin scout, and quickly retreated. After 2 attempts, he finally managed to bypass the goblin scout, and climb the platform, only to be nearly sensed by the mentally powerful goblin mage. Reluctantly, the goblin thief had to abandon the plan. The goblin thief sauntered around the cave, casually snatching a few worthless trinkets from passing goblins. Following his instincts, he left the goblin lair, wandered through the wilderness, and eventually stumbled upon a kobold mine. He took a deep, ecstatic breath. Oh, he could smell it. The scent of gold. There were no kobold guards at the mine entrance, so the goblin thief turned invisible and slipped inside, following the clinking sounds to find the kobold miners at work. Kobolds have keen noses, but the mine was filled with dust and the heavy smell of stone and metal, which conveniently masked the goblin thief's scent. Beside each kobold miner was a basket filled with the ores they had collected. The goblin thief peeked into the baskets and quietly swiped 2 pieces of ore that looked more valuable. A kobold miner, having gathered enough ore, hoisted his basket and headed deeper into the mine. The goblin thief's eyes darted, and he stealthily followed. In the scorching chamber deep within the mine, a fist-sized red magic gem lay on the ground, surrounded by smaller magic crystals and metal materials, forming a fire-gathering magic array. It drew magma from deep beneath the earth, pooling it in the center of the array, which the kobolds used to smelt ore. At the same time, the searing magic emanated from the magma provided an ideal cultivation environment for the kobold chieftain, a tall, well-adorned kobold warlock draped in gold and silver. The moment the goblin thief entered, he was immediately captivated by the magic crystal roughly the size of his own head lying on the ground. He even forgot about the impure gold ingots left to cool on the floor after the kobold smelting. Meanwhile, a few sharp-sensed kobolds seemed to catch an intruder scent, but the air was thick with pungent sulfur and the chaotic smells of ore and metal, making it impossible to pinpoint the source. Not daring to disturb their chieftain's meditative cultivation, they could only sniff around in confusion, searching for any suspicious traces. After searching for a long time, without finding an enemy, the faint goblin-like odor along with the sulphurous smell began to dissipate. Sensing something amiss with the surrounding magic, the kobold warlock awakened from deep meditation. Opening his eyes, he saw that the core of the fire-gathering array, the fist-sized magma crystal, was gone. A furious roar tinged with oppressive pressure erupted from his throat. The goblin thief flinched violently, but as the kobold miners all cowered in the corners at their chieftain's roar, he seized the opportunity to quicken his escape from the kobold mine. He hesitated briefly at the entrance, then decided to return to the goblin lair. There, surrounded by numerous kin and the powerful goblin mage leader, he would feel safe enough. After a short while, the kobold warlock led all the kobolds out of the mine, following the lingering scent in the air, charging furiously toward the goblin lair. The kobold warlock hurled a massive fireball, instantly blasting a dozen goblins to pieces. He roared at the goblin lair, demanding the return of the magma crystal and the accursed goblin thief. But the goblins in the lair couldn't understand a word of the kobold warlock's barking. They only took it as a threat and provocation. At the goblin mage's command, the goblin warrior led a horde of several hundred goblins in a charge, while the mage himself stayed at the rear, exchanging fireballs with the kobold warlock. Fire exploded, flames scattered. The two monster leaders came out unscathed, but their underlings caught in the crossfire were howling in pain as stray flames set them ablaze. The goblin thief and Banjir hid in a corner of the cave, watching the goblin mage, shielded behind two goblin warriors with shields, as he hurled fireballs with his staff. A crafty idea began to form in their minds. The goblins outnumbered the kobolds several times over, but their equipment was far inferior. Ordinary goblins wielded wooden clubs and stone chunks, while the smarter ones tied stones to sticks to make stone hammers and spears. The slightly better ones used shields made from discarded metal cauldrons or large metal swords with rusty chipped blades. The kobolds, on the other hand, almost all had metal weapons, and the better equipped ones even wore metal helmets or half metal, half beast hide armor. At the first clash, the goblins were cut down in large numbers. However, they managed to kill many kobolds through sheer numbers and hastily stripped the enemy's equipment to wear themselves, gradually regaining some advantage. At that moment, the kobold shaman gathered power and let out a tremendous roar. The roar, carrying a psychic shock, swept across the battlefield. The goblins in a daze seemed to see the kobold shaman sprout wings and transform into a terrifying giant, opening its mouth to devour them. Filled with fear, they trembled violently. This was clearly a perfect opportunity to attack, but unfortunately the spell's effect did not distinguish friend from foe. The kobolds were also affected by the dragon's might roar, crouching on the ground and trembling while holding their heads. Only one kobold berserker, drenched in blood and enveloped in a dense red glow, was completely unaffected by the shaman's roar. He kicked aside the goblins in his way and charged at the goblin mage with a furious roar. Fortunately, the dragon's might roar did not last long. The goblin warriors guarding the goblin mage quickly snapped out of it and stepped forward to block the attack. They blocked, but only for a single blow. The kobold berserker swung his metal axe twice, shattering the wooden shields of two goblin warriors and cleaving their bodies in half. The goblin mage's fireball was almost ready, but the kobold berserker was already upon him, clearly too late to finish. The goblin thief suddenly appeared beside the goblin mage, flinging a handful of gravel and sand into the kobold berserker's wide, bloodshot eyes. The kobold berserker instinctively turned his head, closed his eyes, and raised a hand to block. Seizing the moment, the goblin mage finally completed the fireball and hurled it into the berserker's head. With a blast, the kobold berserker screamed and was sent flying. The goblin mage breathed a sigh of relief, turned and nodded appreciatively at the goblin thief. The goblin mage muttered something in goblin tongue, then said, "Well done. As a reward, I'll promote you to my personal guard." The goblin thief glanced at the two goblin warriors lying dead on the ground in a gruesome state. "Only a fool would want that. I've already taken my reward. You can have your fun on your own." The goblin thief grinned, and while the goblin mage turned to continue casting spells, he quietly retreated back into the corner. Seeing the kobold berserker slain, the kobold shaman was furious and prepared to hurl a fireball at the goblin mage. The goblin mage thought, "Who's afraid of you? Let's keep trading fire." However, as he gathered his mana, the goblin mage felt something was wrong. Why was his fireball forming so slowly all of a sudden? He looked down and realized that the magic bracelet on his wrist strung with mana crystals and monster cores was gone. A fireball struck him. The goblin mage traced a parabola through the air, his charred corpse tumbling twice on the ground, landing right in front of the goblin thief and half-ear. The goblin thief's eyes lit up, and he moved to pick up the crystal staff, dropped by the goblin mage. But just as he took a step, his body suddenly dissolved into a shimmer of light. Half-ear, seeing this, paused for a moment, then hurried out to retrieve the staff. He called out softly a couple of times, but the goblin thief did not return. Seeing that after the goblin mage's death the remaining goblins were beginning to flee in defeat, Half-ear hesitated for a moment, then hugged the crystal staff and slipped away along the wall. In the Emerald Forest, as the sky grew dark, the exploration team finally found traces left by the Moonlight Forest deer. However, this location was already in the central area of the Emerald Forest, where the probability of encountering tree monsters had greatly increased. If it was just a lone tree monster killing it would be fine. But in the central forest area, killing one tree monster might attract a group. It was best not to provoke them if possible. The stronger the tree monster, the harder it was to spot when disguised as an ordinary tree. After nightfall, with poor visibility, it would be impossible to distinguish by sight alone. Let's find a safe place nearby to rest, and continue after dawn tomorrow, Zhang Dashuan said, then turned to look at Zhao Huanshi. This is how it is when doing tasks in the contaminated zone. You must not be impatient. More important than completing the task is to avoid various dangers. Safety is the most important. Zhao Huanshi nodded in agreement. He didn't care at all whether the task was completed or not. If possible, he even wanted to stay in the Emerald Forest for a few more days. Zhao Huanshi curled his lips slightly and looked down at the card in his hand. Special blue monster card. 3 Goblin Stooges. LV3. The idle session ended and the goblins returned safely. Through the card, looking into the greed space, the fist-sized red gem was particularly eye-catching. Zhao Huanshi felt a surge of joy, but then he noticed a blood-stained gold necklace and a silver amulet, as well as a healing potion with a merchant's mark printed on the glass. These items looked like they were taken from explorers. No way this guy didn't actually go kill someone secretly, did he yet? Zhao Huanshi frowned. He had always considered himself a person who distinguished between gratitude and grudges. If classified by game alignment, he should be neutral good. He would repay enmity with enmity and kindness with kindness. If he had spare energy, he would also do a few small good deeds that cost nothing, but he would never kill a stranger with whom he had no enmity for the sake of money. Forget it, thinking too much about uncertain things is useless. The trial dream will open tonight, and I can ask them then. Then Zhao Huanshi remembered something else. I'll be entering the trial dream tonight, so what about the mimic? Wouldn't it be strange if I didn't release it? But if I leave the mimic outside, I probably won't be able to summon it in the trial dream. Could I fail the trial because of the missing mimic? Maybe I should make up an excuse. But if it's discovered later, it would be awkward and affect their opinion of me. What a miscalculation. I should have kept the mimic inside last night. After much deliberation, Zhao Huanshi finally decided to leave the mimic outside. Maybe I'll get lucky, and if it eats a few more monsters tonight, it could level up to 5. After level 5, monster cards seemed to undergo some changes. The exploration team's current position was more perilous than before, so the night watch rotation had been reduced to 2 shifts. Zhang Dashuan, Qian Xiaolin, and Su Duojin took the first half of the night, 1 mid-rank warrior accompanied by 2 beginner-class professionals. Qian Mongtong and Lin Honglei, 2 mid-rank professionals, stood guard during the second half, alongside Li Xiang, a trainee warrior. With the shift change occurring at midnight, Zhao Huanshi estimated the timing and volunteered to join the second half's watch. With 2 fewer sleepers in the tent, the space suddenly felt considerably more spacious, and Zhao Huanshi drifted off to sleep almost instantly. Brother Zhao really does sleep soundly, Zhang Dashuan remarked with a touch of envy. Su Duojin nodded in agreement. He really has a heart of steel. When I first came to the contaminated zone with you, all my mind was racing with worries. I couldn't sleep a wink. But he didn't seem to feel a thing. 2 years as a scavenger naturally builds some courage. But I think the main reason is that we look dependable enough. Zhang Dashuan replied with a hint of pride. Su Duojin tossed a log onto the fire. That may be true, but isn't he a bit too quick to trust others? Qian Xiaolin ventured a guess. Maybe it's because Sister Xinyu knows him, which is why he finds us reliable. Zhang Dashuan chuckled. Before he joined us, he actually went to others to inquire about our background. Just then, Qian Xiaolin pointed toward the corner where the treasure box monster was crouching. Look, little treasure box is glowing. It's about to start hunting. It's not exactly small, but it looks so adorable. The moment it glows, I imagine it's filled with magical jewelry inside, each piece sparkling with powerful enchantments. Shouldn't a marksman be dreaming of magical bows and arrows instead? I always picture weapons and armor inside, something that would make the wearer stronger than a high-tier warrior. Right, Brother Zhang? Huh. Oh right, weapons and armor, the kind that could take down old Qian in a single strike. Zhang Dashuan replied with a hint of guilt. My hands are itching so bad, I really want to open the chest and take a look. Me too. Inside the tent, Zhao Huanshi pressed his lips together tightly, his eyelids fluttering slightly as he dreamed. In his dream, a pair of monstrous giant claws tore the sky asunder, and a horrifying bloody eyeball emerged from the rift. The colossal eye merely contracted its pupil, and the entire city crumbled into ruins. Countless humans had just escaped from buildings panicked and directionless when they horribly discovered their own flesh and blood beginning to disintegrate, transforming into crimson threads that were drawn into the terrifying eye. Just then Zhao Lejia suddenly appeared before him, declaring that she was actually a magical girl sworn to protect the world. Except her magic wand had broken while cracking walnuts, and she needed 5,000 yuan for repairs. Zhao Huanshi frantically rummaged through every pocket, pulling out all his money, but no matter how he counted, he was always short by 50 cents. He was nearly driven to madness. Suddenly the world shimmered and shifted, the sky grew vivid and real, and waves crashed against the shore as a sea breeze swept past. Trial initiated. Trial objective: eliminate the goblin tribe on the deserted island and the nearby merfolk settlement. Zhao Huanshi paused for a moment before coming to his senses, raising his hand to wipe away imaginary sweat from his forehead. Damn it! What kind of awful dream was that? I almost caused the world to end because I was short by 50 cents. He scanned his surroundings and found himself standing on a rocky outcrop by the sea, with the boundless ocean stretching behind him and a wild sandy beach ahead. Several coconut trees grew along the beach's edge, and beyond them lay a dense forest, lush and verdant. Now that I think about it, it's been years since I've had fresh coconut water, the kind that doesn't taste like some synthetic concoction. Zhao Huanshi licked his lips, remembering that he should first ask about the matter with the goblins while they were idle. The goblin scavenger claimed it knew nothing, but expressed interest in searching for pearls among the shells on the beach. The goblin merchant said he had no idea about the gold necklace matter, but hinted that there might be treasures in the sea, asking if the summoner wanted to dive in and investigate. Suppressing the urge to kick the goblin into the ocean, Zhao Huanshi recalled the goblin merchant resummoned and finally brought forth the actual culprit, the goblin thief. After a clumsy exchange of gestures and broken goblin language, Zhao Huanshi had pieced together most of the story. Actually, this whole matter has little to do with you. You merely looted 2 corpses. Or rather, before the goblin captain struck, you stole its dagger, which weakened its combat effectiveness. After understanding the full sequence of events, Zhao Huanshi realized that the goblin thief was essentially just a bystander and a pickpocket. He instantly felt relieved. After giving the goblin thief a few final instructions to stay away from humans as much as possible, while idling, he dismissed the matter from his mind. Can you climb trees? Zhao Huanshi pointed to a coconut tree. Go up and fetch me a coconut. The goblin thief nodded, held its rusty dagger in its mouth, and scrambled up the coconut tree with remarkable speed. After sawing at the stem with its rusty dagger for some time, it finally severed the connection and dropped 2 coconuts down. I wonder how to open a coconut. Zhao Huanshi picked up a coconut, first glancing at the soul-devouring greatsword on his arm, then at the rusty dagger in the goblin's mouth. Neither seemed like a suitable tool. A jab from the soul-devouring greatsword would likely cause the coconut to rot almost instantly. As for the rusty dagger, though this was a dream, Zhao Huanshi still had no desire to drink coconut water tainted with the flavor of rusted iron. TSK, if only I had the treasure box monster, I could just have it bite one open. Speaking of which, I haven't let the landstrider out since I acquired it. Zhao Huanshi summoned the symbiotic vine, wrapping it around his arm, and then released the yellow landstrider onto the ground. Golden lights swirled and converged, taking the form of a magnificent bird covered in golden plumage. Upon appearing, the yellow landstrider tilted its head and surveyed the surroundings, eventually spotting Zhao Huanshi. It approached, eagerly lowering its head to nuzzle affectionately against him. Zhao Huanshi stroked its head. The feathers were soft and pleasant to the touch. He imagined Zhao Lejia would have been overjoyed to see it, as she had always wanted a fluffy pet growing up. Guck! The yellow landstrider even chirped a greeting to the goblin thief. The goblin thief was sitting on the beach, clutching a coconut and pondering how to eat it. The rusty dagger was too blunt to cut through the coconut shell, and attempting to bite it only bruised his teeth while filling his mouth with wood shavings. Upon noticing the yellow landstrider, the goblin thief's eyes lit up. He pointed at the coconut and frantically gestured with his fingers. The yellow landstrider seemed to understand the goblin's intent, walked over and delivered a powerful kick to the coconut. With a dull thud, a crack and 2 holes appeared on the coconut shell, and clear coconut water began to flow out. The goblin thief eagerly lifted the coconut to his mouth and guzzled it down. Zhao Huanshi was somewhat surprised. No wonder the card had specifically noted it. The landstrider's claws were indeed quite powerful. Slaying the goblin community and the fishman tribe on the deserted island. The trial objective seemed straightforward enough with no apparent tricks, yet Zhao Huanshi instinctively sensed something amiss. After finishing the coconut juice, Zhao Huanshi led the goblin thief to inspect the island and search for the mission target. The tall yellow chocobo with its vibrant colors was too conspicuous. He dismissed it to avoid exposure. Not far from the wild beach, Zhao Huanshi encountered several goblins loitering in the woods searching for food. Upon suddenly seeing a human on the deserted island, those goblins were all greatly astonished. After recovering from the shock, realizing Zhao Huanshi was alone, the goblins let out a strange cry and lunged at him with ferocious expressions. With a single sword stroke, each Zhao Huanshi cut them down, leaving a pile of withered corpses. Only one goblin, seeing the dire situation, attempted to flee, but the goblin thief kicked it over, pinned it down, and gave it a beating. After a jabbering exchange that revealed the location of the goblin community, Zhao Huanshi struck with his sword, adding another goblin mummy to the ground. These dimwits couldn't even count to 10 on their fingers, as Zhao Huanshi didn't expect to extract much intelligence from it. Knowing the approximate location of the goblin community, the rest he had to discover himself. This wild goblin group had built some crude wooden structures on the highest point of the island's center. Once he knew the direction, finding them was still quite easy. Zhao Huanshi and the goblin thief hid in waist-high weeds, enduring mosquito bites, while secretly observing the goblin encampment from the shadows. Zhao Huanshi estimated that in that chaotic cluster of shabby buildings there lived about 70 or more goblins. Besides the slender ordinary goblins, there were 7 or 8 more robust goblin warriors, and 2 even larger goblin captains. At the center of those bizarre drafty structures that were worse than dog kennels stood a somewhat decent small wooden house. Zhao Huanshi speculated that the wooden house likely housed a goblin spellcaster, the leader of this goblin community. Compared to the muscle-brained, physically robust variant goblins, this type of intelligent leader was usually tougher to deal with. Assuming half the goblins are currently active outside this community, could number around 150 to 160. A bit many, but with the goblin thief as an inside agent, I could handle it with some time. Zhao Huanshi pondered and decided not to strike at the goblins first, but to go elsewhere on the island to locate the other target, the Fishman tribe. Carefully avoiding the wandering goblins, Zhao Huanshi with the goblin thief followed the island's edge, searching for traces of fishmen. Compared to the mountain forest, these amphibious monsters would surely prefer to live near the water. Indeed, Zhao Huanshi spotted fishmen near a cluster of reefs on the other side of the island. Some were lying on rocks sunbathing, others were poking crabs on the wild beach with stone or bone harpoons. But the number of fishmen staying on the shore was small, only about 20 in total. Most were soaking in the sea, occasionally surfacing or climbing ashore briefly before diving back in. Troublesome. The trial objective is to kill all goblins and fishmen. Goblins can only stay on this deserted island, no escape, but if the fishmen sense danger, they'll surely hide in the sea and not come out. Then this trial objective won't be completed. Setting such a goal expecting the monsters to go berserk and attack me like in the novice trial, when time is almost up, that's probably unlikely. Still can't be sure. Maybe some terrifying monster will emerge from the sea and crush me to death, ending the game. Zhao Huanshi frowned in thought, then glanced at the goblin thief beside him. This fellow was playing with his small knife, eyes fixed on a fishman eating a crab in the distance, lips pursed, as if curious about the taste of crab meat. Recalling what it had done while idling in the wild earlier, Zhao Huanshi's eyes suddenly lit up, and an idea struck him. On the wild beach, 3 basketball-sized fishman juveniles were chasing crabs all over the sand, screeching loudly. When a crab escaped into a hole, they kept poking it with a stick. As long as the juveniles didn't leave the beach and run into the island's woods, the adult fishmen didn't bother. Apart from those green-skinned monsters, there were no dangerous creatures on the entire island. Under the sea, however, many fierce marine life posed a greater threat to the juvenile fishmen's safety. Just then the 3 juveniles spotted another big red crab crawling from the sea onto the beach and immediately chased after it with shouts. As they chased, seeing the big red crab about to dart into a crevice, a green claw suddenly appeared in the air, stomping heavily, half crushing the crab. The 3 juvenile fishmen widened their watery eyes in confusion, looked up, and saw a green-skinned, strange uncle flashing them a ferocious grin. Amidst the cries of the juveniles, the beach instantly erupted in chaos. The goblin thief, with half a big red crab dangling from its mouth, grabbed the hind legs of the 3 juveniles, like carrying 3 large toads, and dashed excitedly off the beach straight into the woods. A dozen enraged fishmen armed with harpoons, stones, and various weapons chased after them into the woods. After a long time, the pursuing fishmen never returned. Nearby fishmen dived into the sea to summon reinforcements. Soon a fishman warrior much larger and stronger than the average, carrying a thick stone spear, emerged from the sea and led a group of fishmen following the tracks into the woods. No trace of the fishmen, but they found several goblin corpses with clear signs of battle and footprints resembling those of large birds. It seemed that the pursuing fishmen had encountered an ambush by goblins here. After a fight, the corpses had been taken away by the goblins. As for why the goblins only took the fishmen corpses and left the goblin ones, it was probably because goblin meat was too disgusting to test it even by the monsters themselves. The fishman warrior who had once tasted goblin meat thought so. With a resentful glare toward the island's depths, he did not venture further, but turned back with his fishmen into the sea. Indeed, just losing a few juveniles and kin isn't enough to provoke these monsters, muttered Zhao Huanshi, observing from the shadows. Then I'll have to bring something more stimulating. The fishmen, still shaken from the recent attacks, saw the goblin that had fled earlier swaggering back to the edge of the wild beach, carrying several sticks on its shoulder. Under the wary and furious gaze of the fishmen, the goblin thrust the sticks into the sand one by one, flipped them off, patted its backside, and turned back into the woods. When a few cautious fishmen drew near, they saw that on the sticks were impaled the heads of 3 fishmen, hatchlings, and 2 adult fishmen. Enraged, the fishmen opened their mouths wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and let out furious roars. Night fell, moonlight blanketing the earth. Amidst surging waves, dense figures emerged from the sea, entered the forest, and marched toward the center of the island. Zhao Huanshi, watching from a distance, breathed a sigh of relief. Most of the dozen or so adult fishmen had been drained into dried fish jerky by the soul-devouring greatsword during the battle. Only 2 heads looked relatively normal. He had worried that the few fish head steaks might not be enough to provoke the fishman's fury, but most intelligent races, when seeing their young subjected to such abuse, feel an uncontrollable rage. Coupled with the goblin thief's insolent provocation while planting the stakes, any creature with a shred of bloodlust would find it unbearable. Even the lame and the blind have joined the fray. Are these fishmen really all out? If there are still fishmen hiding underwater, I'll have to wait for another chance, bringing the mimic chest in to try again. Zhao Huanshi muttered, then, accompanied by the goblin thief, hung far behind the main fishman force, stealthily following them. As fellow residents of the deserted island, the fishmen knew well the goblins' whereabouts. Taking advantage of the poor night visibility, they crept silently to the goblin's doorstep. The fishman mage waved its staff, gathering moisture to summon thick fog that drifted toward the goblin camp. Most goblins lay sprawled on the ground, fast asleep. Feeling the air grow damp and cold, they instinctively huddled together, but showed no sign of waking. The few goblins still awake stared at the sudden white fog, bewildered and unsure of what to do. Only when fishmen emerged from the fog and drove their weapons fiercely into them did the goblins realize they were under attack, screaming and crying out warnings. Hearing mostly goblin screams from the mist, Zhao Huanshi couldn't help but worry. At this rate, those goblins might not even be able to beat this group of fishmen. He didn't care about the goblins' fate, but his goal was to keep all the fishmen on the island. If the goblins lost too quickly, he alone couldn't trap them all. Gazing at the fishman mage surrounded by 5 or 6 guards, Zhao Huanshi gave a slight wave. The goblin thief nodded, vanishing into the night, and crept toward the mage. Zhao Huanshi himself, clutching the pitch-black greatsword, stealthily approached. The moisture in the air seemed to heighten the fishman mage's perception, and it sensed the goblin thief's approach. The mage immediately broke off its spell, whirled around, and grabbed the blue mana pearl on its chest, uttering a string of sharp, rapid, indistinct syllables. A pale blue translucent shield enveloped its body. The goblin thief knew it had been spotted. Abandoning stealth, it flung a handful of sand, stabbed the nearest fishman in the eye, and turned to flee. The fishman mage roared, ordering its guards to chase and kill the bastard. It raised its staff, chanting, drawing mana from its body to form a water arrow aimed at the goblin thief. Suddenly, a large yellow landstrider burst out from the side, charging fiercely and kicking the mage. The mage's shield shuddered violently, it stumbled, nearly falling, and the water arrow shot off into the distance. The fishman mage shrieked, calling for its kin to return and protect it. But then another figure emerged from behind the landstrider, eyes aloof like the cold moon above, wielding a greatsword wreathed in black mist, its whispers and howls carrying it down in a heavy strike. Pop! The shield burst like a bubble pricked by a needle. The soul-devouring greatsword, jolted by the explosion, flew upward. Zhao Huanshi staggered back several steps. The fishman mage tried to flee, but the landstrider caught up in 2 strides, kicked it over, and pinned its head into the dirt. With a mouthful of soil, it had no chance to cast a spell to save itself. It counted on other fishmen to rescue it, but Zhao Huanshi, seeing the mage subdued by the landstrider, turned and attacked the remaining fishmen. Together with the goblin thief, he cut them all down into dried fish. Zhao Huanshi plunged the greatsword into the fishman mage's body. As it withered rapidly, the crimson glow in the skull's eye sockets of the soul-devouring greatsword grew brighter. Without the caster's maintenance, the thick fog in the goblin camp dissipated quickly. The fishmen had originally planned to retreat before dawn regardless of the outcome. Night and fog gave them an edge over the goblins, but once the sun rose, that advantage would vanish swiftly. Revenge was one thing, but they couldn't afford to lose all their clansmen. If the tribes suffered too heavy a loss, survival in the sea would become incredibly difficult. But once the fog cleared and the goblins regained their sight, they wouldn't let the fishmen retreat easily. Having gained the upper hand, did they think they could just run? There was no such cheap deal, and on-land goblins were far faster than fishmen. Only a dozen or so fishmen, sensing the danger as the fog lifted, managed to flee in haste. But as they emerged from the goblin camp, they found a human riding a yellow landstrider blocking the path. The cold moonlight draped over them like a frosty armor, gleaming with a chill light. The greatsword in his hand belched mist like ink, whispering ghostly murmurs, eagerly thirsting for the blood of the living. At the feet of the great bird lay several withered corpses, barely recognizable as fishmen. At the sight before them, the already panicked fishmen felt a chill run through their bodies, as if caught in a deep-sea current, plunging into an abyssal darkness. Landstrider night charge. The last memory the fishmen had was of the human bellowing, charging forward on the yellow landstrider, swinging the terrible demonic greatsword, cutting down every one of their companions. Afterward, a few scattered fishmen stumbled out, sometimes chased by a handful of goblins. Zhao Huanshi stood guard on the path, cutting down anything that emerged, whether fishman or goblin, without letting a single monster escape. As the sky gradually brightened, the clamor within the goblin camp faded, signaling the battle approaching its end. The ramshackle structures were reduced to a heap of rubble, with goblin and fishman corpses lying layered across the ground. The thick stench of fish and blood mingled, saturating every corner of the goblin encampment. Though the goblins ultimately emerged victorious, it was a Pyrrhic triumph at best. Most of their members had perished, and those who survived bore grievous wounds. Earlier, with the darkness and dense fog, no one knew how many enemies lurked around. Some goblins, paralyzed by fear, yearned to flee, but had no direction, scattering aimlessly like headless flies through the mist. Later, when the fog dissipated, they discovered their numbers outnumbered the enemy, and the goblins, once gripped by terror, suddenly regained their bravado. With their leader, the goblin mage, having exhausted his magical energy, bellowed orders with sheer vocal force, rallying every goblin to fight until the very last moment. Zhao Huanshi rode his luxing bird into the goblin camp, ignoring the ordinary goblins weeping or staring blankly on the ground, charging straight toward the wounded goblin captain. The goblin captain sensed the danger, roared a battle warning to the exhausted goblins around him, snatched a stone spear left by a fishman from the ground as a weapon, and grabbed a nearby goblin to use as a shield. His eyes glinted with vicious ferocity, preparing to strike when the enemy drew near. But the yellow luxing bird, charging at full speed, suddenly planted its stout legs and halted sharply, tricking the goblin captain into attacking prematurely, then abruptly accelerated and dashed past him. The black greatsword, howling with a frenzied roar, sliced through the air like a phantom, severing the goblin captain's head. The ferocious, grim expression on his face had just begun to shift into terror and bewilderment when it was swiftly consumed by black, ghostly aura, withering and shriveling away. By the time it hit the ground, it bore no sign of life, appearing as though it had been dead for over 100 years. The goblin mage brandished his staff, unleashing an enraged roar. All goblins still capable of movement scrambled to their feet, grabbed weapons, and charged toward Zhao Huanshi. Facing these wounded greenskin monsters, Zhao Huanshi remained unfazed. However, worried that the luxing bird might be stabbed by goblins, he dismounted and let it wander off to play on its own. With Soul Devourer in hand, Zhao Huanshi felt no fear. These battle-weary weaklings who had fought all night inflicted damage slower than his own recovery rate. Instead, the life force drained by Soul Devourer surged into his body, making him increasingly exhilarated, fervently wishing he could fight for 3 days and nights. Seeing his minions fall like wheat before a harvester, the goblin mage was seized by an extraordinary fury. He drove all remaining goblins into battle, then yanked the blue crystal from his neck, a flicker of pain twitching in his eyes. With a hardened expression, he shoved the crystal into his mouth and bit down hard. Like parched earth receiving a gentle drizzle, the goblin mage, whose magical energy had been completely depleted in the earlier fight, felt a cool sensation spreading from his mouth down his throat and into his lungs. The comfort nearly made him sink into bliss. His squinted eyes snapped open, glaring viciously at the distant enemy, a savage grin twisting across his face. In just 3 breaths, he would have enough magic to cast a fireball and blast that opportunistic scoundrel into the sky. The goblin mage reached for his blackwood staff, inlaid with deep-sea pearls. Where's my staff? My huge staff. It was just stuck in the ground a moment ago. The goblin mage looked around only to find a sneaky goblin hugging his staff, using a small knife to pry out the deep-sea pearl. The goblin mage's eyes widened in disbelief. Recovering his senses, he hopped up and down, pointing at the goblin thief and launching into a torrent of curses. This damned fish-headed idiot, as stupid as the sea monsters. Instead of joining the fight, he dares to chip off the pearl from my staff. The goblin thief picked at his ear, shot a sidelong glance at the goblin mage, then lowered his head and continued prying at the pearl with his knife. Though nothing from the trial dream could be taken back, such a beautiful pearl, if only he could chip it off and keep it in his pouch for a while, would bring him comfort. Seeing that this bastard dared to ignore and even despise him, the goblin mage's fury boiled over. He waved his hand, channeling the freshly absorbed magic into his palm, transforming it into a rapidly coalescing magical flame. Even without his staff, the goblin mage could still cast spells, though slower, more draining, and weaker. Having lived his entire life on this desolate island where all goblins obeyed him, without question, he fancied himself the king of goblins, unaware that kinsmen were not always allies, but could also be enemies. And as a caster, his distance from the enemy was far too close. Roll, sand throw, groin kick, throat slit. Eyes squeezed shut in agony, legs clamped together in pain, struggling. The goblin mage's throat was cut, and he could no longer scream. Looking at the goblin mage writhing on the ground in agony, the goblin thief let out a disdainful snort, then turned back to hug the staff, gritting his teeth as he continued prying at the pearl. That bastard had used some kind of adhesive that fused the pearl, and would so tightly no matter how hard he dug it wouldn't budge. At that moment, some goblins, hearing their leader's dying scream, turned to look. They saw the goblin mage lying in a pool of blood, his throat still gushing, his limbs twitching spasmodically, clearly beyond saving. Turning their gaze to the other side, black smoke billowed, demonic roars echoed, and with a flash of sword light the once green goblins were instantly transformed into gray, withered corpses. The goblins shivered, their fighting spirit vanishing in an instant. They turned and fled in all directions. Even many who had been lying on the ground moaning weakly at death's door suddenly scrambled to their feet, limping and hobbling toward the camp's edge. What the hell? Zhao Huanshi exclaimed, hastening his slaughter, abandoning all defense to focus on offense, cutting down the dozen or so goblins before him who hadn't yet grasped the situation. He had killed the goblin captain first, not the more threatening goblin mage, precisely because he feared that once the leaders died the goblins would scatter in all directions. Though they wouldn't escape the island, they could hide in any corner, costing him precious time to search, and risk exceeding the time limit. Zhao Huanshi hurriedly called back the yellow luxing bird that was chasing and kicking goblins, ready to mount and pursue the fleeing horde when the entire world suddenly went dark. Zhao Huanshi, wake up. It's our turn for the night watch. Zhao Huanshi heard a voice calling in his ear along with someone gently patting his shoulder, and he awakened from deep slumber. Trial complete. Trial successful. Evolution points earned 123. Current evolution points 428. Trial rewards obtained: white monster card, Goblin Warrior. Green monster card, Shallow Sea Merman Hunter. Gray equipment card, Fishbone Spear. White equipment card, Turtle Shell. Green equipment card, Coral Staff. Class level upgraded to LV4. All attributes 1. Trial dream, regenerating. Estimated time, 93 hours. So it turns out you don't need to kill them all. Just eliminate the main force of the monster group, and that counts as eradication. A few stragglers are fine. Zhao Huanshi. Lin Honglei saw Zhao Huanshi staring blankly with open eyes, thinking he hadn't fully woken up, so she called again. Oh, Sister Lin, I'm awake. I'm getting up now. I was just dreaming, and being suddenly woken up made me a bit confused. As he spoke, Zhao Huanshi got up and crawled out of the tent. Zhang Daxuan and the other two exchanged a few brief words with them, then went into the tent to sleep. Nothing unusual was found in the first half of the night except for a creature that looked like a large rat and a bird of indistinct shape that crawled into the belly of the mimic chest. Zhao Huanshi turned his head to glance at the mimic chest in the distance, quietly resting in the corner, emitting a faint golden glow. He lowered his head, found a spot by the campfire, and sat down. His eyes stared at his palm as if studying his own fingers, but he was actually examining the cards he had just obtained. White monster card, Goblin Warrior. A mutated goblin with a stronger physique and fiercer fighting spirit than ordinary goblins. Overwhelming numbers when the number of allies exceeds that of enemies. Physical attributes receive a minor boost, and fighting spirit is greatly enhanced. The 3 goblins before were white cards, and the Goblin Warrior was also a white card. The descriptions of their trait entries were similar, but the Goblin Warrior could clearly beat the 3 of them single-handedly. Perhaps the 3 goblins were just there to make up the numbers. A single Goblin Warrior certainly couldn't trigger overwhelming numbers, but if the Goblin Warrior fought alongside the 3 goblins, all goblins' combat abilities would instantly be boosted. Zhao Huanshi pondered in his mind, then looked at another monster card with a green border. Green monster card, Shallow Sea Merman Hunter. A merman variant active in shallow sea areas and coastal shores, skilled in using long-handled weapons like javelins and harpoons for hunting or combat. Fish, since the merman's unique skin structure allows it to keenly perceive changes in surrounding water currents, and also has a good sensitivity to air currents, especially moist air. Fisherman, this merman enjoys fishing while contemplating its fishy life, and carries a fishing rod made from deep-sea fish bones. The tip of the rod is sharp and barbed, and can be used as a harpoon or javelin during combat. Because it comes with its own weapon, this monster card cannot equip other long-handled weapons. Merman. Fisherman. Don't mermen fish by jumping directly into the water and spearing with harpoons. Fishing should be considered a heretical way, right? Judging by the merman's appearance on the card, it doesn't look old enough to retire. So why is it already contemplating its fishy life? Zhao Huanshi frowned with a puzzled expression, like an old man on the subway looking at a smartphone. Although being a merman liking fishing is strange, but thinking the other way around, a fisherman being a merman would be absolutely perfect. The fish sense trait is practically a god-level skill for any fisherman. Unless there are no fish in the water, even if you can't catch one, you can spear it. You'll always bring fish home. Almost no chance of going empty-handed. Lost in thought, Zhao Huanshi almost burst out laughing. However, he knew he was looking at the monster card's traits, but others couldn't see the card in his hand. Seeing him staring at his own palm, frowning one moment and grinning foolishly the next, they thought he was having a seizure. Qian Mantang whispered, "What's going on with little Zhao?" Probably withdrawal from smartphone addiction. Since he's used to having his phone in the city, when he feels awkward or bored, he scrolls on his phone. But now he doesn't have one, so he's pretending to look at his phone. Li Xiang analyzed quietly with a straight face. Qian Mantang didn't believe it at first, but Zhao Huanshi's expression of staring at his palm and grinning foolishly really did look like that. Lin Honglei whispered, "Don't talk nonsense. Maybe he just thinks his own hand is so beautiful that he's mesmerized by it. Some good-looking people have a narcissistic flaw. His hands are full of calluses from gripping a sword. How can that be beautiful? Zhao Huanshi's attention was focused on the cards, and he didn't notice his companions gossiping about him behind his back. After examining the 2 monster cards, he turned to look at the 3 equipment cards. Gray equipment card, Fishbone Spear. Equipment made from the bones of large dead fish. The tip is sharp and can easily pierce through the bodies of most low-level monsters, but the Fishbone Spear's material is not hard enough and is prone to damage in battle. Attack 1-3. Defense 0-1. Common long-handled weapon limited to some medium-sized and a few large or small humanoid monsters. When an equipment card linked to a monster card is completely destroyed, it enters a repair state. During the repair period, the equipment card loses its effect, and when the linked monster is summoned, the item will not appear in its hand. However, you can perform linking and unlinking operations on this equipment card. White equipment card, Turtle Shell. A shield made from the shell of a large sea turtle. Because the material was hard and the shape suitable, goblins used it as a large pot over a fire to cook soup, causing the shell surface to be scorched and cracked, greatly reducing its defense and durability. Defense 2-8. Cracked. The turtle shell surface is covered with cracks. Under sustained attack or severe impact, it may shatter completely. Common shield limited to some medium-sized and a few small humanoid monsters. Green equipment card, Coral Staff. An exquisite staff infused with the essence of the sea, made from magical coral growing in the deep ocean and the core of a sea beast. A very good weapon for water element spellcasters. Attack 0-1. Magic 3-8. Low-level water staff. Equipping the staff increases the wielder's casting speed and spell effect by 10, while reducing magic consumption during casting. When casting water element spells, the staff's equipment effect gains at least 50 bonus, meaning an additional 5 or more enhancement. Water Bullet Barrage. The wielder can inject water magic into the staff to activate its built-in spell effect, rapidly firing 3 high-speed water bullets that deal impact damage to enemies. Fragile. The coral staff is made of brittle material and is very prone to damage. Common staff limited to large, medium, and small humanoid monsters. Why do all 3 pieces of equipment appear to be fragile? The coral staff is understandable, as it's a casting implement not meant for direct confrontation, but a turtle shell shield that shatters during combat. How absurd is that? Zhao Huanshi frowned, pondered briefly, then decided to equip the Fishbone Spear and turtle shell shield to the goblin warrior, forming a brittle spear and shield warrior. Although the Murloc hunter was of higher rank, it was more suited to aquatic environments. Since Zhao Huanshi was now in the jungle, if he truly needed a meat shield to take hits for him, the fully limbed goblin warrior was far more appropriate. As long as fusion hadn't been triggered, the equipment cards wouldn't be consumed and could be unequipped. He could always swap them to the fisherman when they reached a watery area. Why is he frowning again? Maybe he's finally noticed the calluses on his palms. Zhao Huanshi put away his cards and looked up, meeting 3 pairs of eerie gazes. The air suddenly froze. Lin Honglei turned to Qian Mantang and said, "Old Qian, the potatoes should be done. Hurry and dig them out, or they'll burn." "All right." Qian Mantang quickly bent down to dig, only to be burned by the flames. He then realized his mistake and picked up a stick to search through the fire. After digging for a while, he found nothing but scorched stones. Did we even put potatoes in? I don't think so. Zhao Huanshi was utterly baffled, unable to understand why the 3 of them had suddenly become so flustered. How strange. He pinched the 3 goblin scoundrels card and crushed it. The trial dream was over, and it was time to send the goblins out to hunt again. Morning. Zhao Huanshi fished out the miscellaneous items dropped by monsters from the mimic chest's mouth. After a moment's thought, he tossed in a stone, a rag, a strip of jerky, and a potato, then pressed the lid shut and recalled it into card form. When the mimic chest vanished in a flash of light, the stone and rag were left behind. Was it rejecting those? What are you doing? Qian Xiaolin looked puzzled. Zhao Huanshi explained with a smile, the mimic chest can actually serve as a temporary storage. Put things in its belly, then summon it when you need them. No need to carry everything on you. Saves a lot of effort. But I'm not sure if it digests things, so I'm doing an experiment. It can be a temporary storage. That little chest is so useful. I wish I could adopt one, Qian Xiaolin said with envy. Unless you can also become a summoner, you probably won't get the chance. Zhao Huanshi chuckled and was about to summon the mimic chest again when he noticed new information on the card. Green monster card, Greedy Mimic Chest. LV5. New skill, Basic Expansion. Basic Expansion increases the internal space of the Greedy Mimic Chest by 1 cubic meter. Current monster card has reached level 5 and cannot be further upgraded. A card enhancement ritual is required to continue leveling. Greedy Mimic Chest card enhancement ritual: place 1 gem or crystal, any 5 types of metal, and more than 5 types of fresh monster flesh inside the mimic chest. Bury it 3 meters underground or place it in a labyrinth tomb, treasure room, or similar location where mimic chests might appear, and wait for 8 hours. Note the quality of the gem or crystal may affect the mimic chest's abilities. Each metal must weigh at least 1 kilogram after removing impurities. Each type of monster flesh must weigh at least 5 kilograms, and the monster must have died within 72 hours. The materials for the enhancement ritual weren't hard to obtain. Once he returned to the city, a trip to the hardware store would get him the metals. Even within the 3 goblin scoundrel space, including gold necklaces and silver accessories, he could find at least 3 or 4 types of metal. As for 5 types of fresh monster flesh within 72 hours of death, he would have to wait until he completed the mission and see if he could hunt 5 monsters on the way back. If not, he could purchase them from others in the explorer's town. In fact, if the mimic chest tricked a monster into biting it and killed it, he could just leave the corpse undigested. The chest itself would gather enough monster flesh in a night or 2. But the fact that gems or crystals could affect the mimic chest's abilities meant he couldn't just use a piece of glass as a substitute. The first thing that came to Zhao Huanshi's mind was the fist-sized magical gem that the goblin thief had stolen from the kobold lair. Given the dense mana naturally emanating from the gem, its value was undoubtedly high. Using it as a material seemed too extravagant. Oh no! Zhao Huanshi's eyes widened in alarm. He suddenly remembered that the gem was still in the greedy space, and if the goblin merchant went out hunting with it, he might lose it. Achoo! In the central area of the Emerald Forest, a red high-risk zone marked as the territory of the giant banyan tree monster. The goblin scavenger bent down to pick the mana-rich fruits from a dense bush, but a sudden itch in his nose made him sneeze loudly. The sneeze alerted a fearsome predator. A giant man-eating flower burst from the bush and swallowed the goblin scavenger in one gulp. Less than half a second later, the giant man-eating flower spat him out with a pft. The goblin scavenger flew in an arc across the sky, was blocked by tall tree branches, and fell into a thorny thicket. He crawled out of the brambles, howling in pain, covered in thorns like a green hedgehog with yellow fur. He spent a long time pulling out the thorns, tears streaming down his face. Wiping his face with a tattered sack, the goblin scavenger quickly forgot the pain and soon set his sights on the red fruits hanging from a large tree ahead. Smack! The terrifying face on the trunk of the high-level tree monster showed a look of disgust, and a massive hand formed from branches and vines slapped the goblin scavenger, flying over 10 meters. He was about to crash into a clump of dark green vines. Whoosh! Smack! A thick vine suddenly lashed out forcefully, whipping the airborne goblin scavenger in another direction. The goblin scavenger screamed, tumbled several times on the ground, and lay still for a long while. After a while, the goblin scavenger sat up with a dazed expression, wiped his bloody nose, pulled a red fruit brimming with life force from his sack, and stuffed it whole into his mouth. Rich vitality spread from his mouth through his body, quickly healing most of his injuries. The goblin scavenger stood up, dusted off his pants, and continued wandering through the woods, as if nothing had happened, completely oblivious to how he had been batted around like a volleyball by those plants moments ago. After dawn, the middle-aged, unemployed quest exploration team cautiously searched through the jungle for half a day, and finally spotted a moonlight jungle deer at the edge of the central area in the Emerald Forest. The moonlight jungle deer had sharp senses and a cautious nature. The moment the exploration team drew closer, it immediately turned and fled. They dared not press too close lest they drive the deer deeper into the forest, so they took up positions at a distance to observe secretly. Lin Honglei's eyes gleamed faintly. They're over there. This area has at least 6 low-level tree monsters and 2 medium-level ones. If we hunt the jungle deer here, we'll definitely attract their attention. Then let's finish this quickly. Zhang Desun lowered his voice to explain his plan. Qian and I will find a place to ambush while the rest of you make yourselves visible from other directions to drive the deer. When the startled deer flees, Qian and I will rush out to ambush and block it. You take the opportunity to pierce its eye with a gathering chi shot. Lin Honglei snorted lightly. You sure have confidence in my archery. Of course you're our team's elite marksman. But I have no faith in you lot. The moonlight jungle deer reacts quickly and moves nimbly through the jungle terrain. We can't possibly corral it by ourselves, and we risk alerting the tree monsters nearby. Besides, once spooked, the deer will definitely flee into the central area and won't come out for a long time. What should we do then? Why not set up some traps nearby and wait for it to walk right into them? It might be a bit troublesome, but feels safer than going in head first. Qian Xiaolin whispered his suggestion. How about after setting the traps, we have Zhao Huan's treasure chest monster lure the jungle deer into them? That's a good idea. Everyone nodded in agreement. Using a treasure chest monster as bait didn't bother Zhao Huan, but he gave everyone a heads up first. The lower its intelligence, the stronger its desires, and the more attractive the treasure chest monster becomes. But the moonlight jungle deer is inherently cautious and quite intelligent, showing no particularly strong desires. The chest monster might not attract it all that much. As Zhao Huan spoke, he noticed everyone's expressions turned strange, the atmosphere suddenly growing tense, and he couldn't help but wonder if he'd said something wrong. Zhang Desun suddenly realized. Oh, so that's how it works. No wonder when I saw the treasure chest glowing, I didn't feel much urge to open it. I was wondering why those monsters kept diving into it. Right, guys? Huh, what urge? I don't feel anything. Qian Xiaolin looked utterly bewildered, turning to Lin Honglei. Sis Lin, do you feel any impulse looking at a little chest? Lin Honglei shook her head. Nope, nothing at all. Zhang Desun's eyes widened in disbelief, and he sharply turned his head to look at the male members. Li Xiang and Su Duojin avoided his gaze. Qian Mantang patted Zhang Desun on the shoulder. Have you not been to the foot massage place in too long? Are you seeing things now? Get lost. You're the one seeing things. The exploration team spent some time gathering items from their gear, found a spot free of tree monsters, and set up the trap. Zhao Huan tossed out a card summoning the treasure chest monster into the center of the trap, where it transformed into a golden chest radiating an intense golden glow. The exploration team members circled around in the distance, making enough noise for the moonlight jungle deer to notice, but not enough to startle it, guiding it unknowingly toward the trap area. Lin Honglei and Qian Mantang remained behind, lying in ambush in the dense weeds not far from the trap, ready to charge out and kill the deer the moment it triggered the trap. However, while the moonlight jungle deer was still pacing in the distance, Lin Honglei noticed something else amiss first. A few furtive figures were making their way over from the direction the exploration team had previously come, cautiously checking their surroundings as they approached. Lin Honglei whispered to Qian Mantang, "6 people over there. Looks like they're coming for us." Qian Mantang's expression hardened. "Can you see who they are?" Lin Honglei's eyes glowed faintly as she studied them carefully for a while. All wearing masks, can't make out their faces, but their clothes are filthy, stained with plenty of blood. Could they be wanted criminals hiding in the contaminated zone, too afraid to return to the city? Anyway, no good people. Let's go tell old Zhang and the others. Just leave. Lin Honglei hesitated. Qian Mantang assumed she was worried about failing the mission and urged her softly, "Safety first. We can't be thinking about completing the mission right now." Lin Honglei gestured toward the gleaming golden chest at the trap center. "What about Zhao Huan's treasure chest monster?" It should be fine, right?" Zhao Huan said. "Summoning the chest monster is his skill. Even if it dies, he can summon it again. But won't it trick those people into the traps? They're hardly that stupid. This isn't a game where someone randomly hides a golden chest in the woods and expects people to walk right into it. Anyone with sense would be suspicious. Even if they're suspicious, they'd still go over to check, just like how you still get that irresistible urge to open a box even when you know it's empty." "I do not." Lin Honglei gazed silently. Qian Mantang retreated in defeat. "What do you think would be inside the chest?" "Gold bars. Tch, so vulgar. And you? Beautiful jewelry and gemstones along with exquisite leather bags and clothes. Heh, women. What do you think old Zhang would imagine inside that chest? Probably some figurine dressed in skimpy outfits just like the ones displayed on his cabinet at home." "I'd say the same." The two chatted quietly and slipped away from their hiding spot. A little while later, 6 masked figures in hooded cloaks completely covering their bodies crept forward stealthily, using the grass and trees for cover. "Be careful. Those people should be nearby. Don't rush into action yet. Let's see what kind of strength they have first." "Tch, they're only 6 or 7 people. Anyone doing quests in the Emerald Forest probably isn't that strong. 1 or 2 mid-level classes leading them is pushing it. We have the demonic power blessing. What are we afraid of some low-life scum? Are you an idiot? Still treating Emerald Forest like that beginner map from before? Wishing those tree roots would stab you again, huh? Shut your damn mouth. All of you pipe down. Whoever makes another peep and scares off the prey will be chopped up and offered as a sacrifice." It seemed their leader was the one speaking, suppressing his voice in a fierce reprimand. The group fell silent instantly. "Hey, look over there, a treasure chest," someone exclaimed in surprise. The rest crowded over to inspect it. "Huh, there really is a chest, and it's glowing. Why would there be a chest randomly dropped out in the middle of nowhere? Heh, that's obviously a trap. Who would use something like that as a trap? Could it have fallen out of a spatial rift? Maybe it really contains a lot of treasure." At those words, the group fell silent, greed and suspicion slowly rising in their eyes. The more he gazed, the more convinced he became that the gleaming golden chest held some extraordinary treasure. Rare, precious, and potent. It could be used to bolster one's own strength or offered as a sacrifice to the demon, earning its favor and gaining even more formidable sinister powers. As for the predetermined offerings, those several explorers, they had been utterly forgotten. How could the flesh and blood of a few low-level awakened ever compare to a rare and precious treasure? When they had passed through the Twilight Wilderness earlier, these demon worshippers, relying on the evil powers granted by the demon, had attempted to rob the kobolds of their raw gemstones. But the kobolds proved far stronger than anticipated. The robbery failed, and instead the kobold shaman led the entire tribe in a relentless pursuit that stretched over 10 kilometers, costing several of their companions their lives before they managed to escape. One of the demon worshippers feigned generosity. If there really were a treasure, those earlier explorers would have taken the whole chest away long ago. I'd say this is 9 chances out of 10 a trap. I know quite a bit about wilderness survival and have studied all kinds of traps. You all wait here, let me go ahead and scout it out. Tch, scout it out. You're just trying to make off with the chest, aren't you? You're full of crap. How could I run fast carrying such a big chest? Huh, you got the gift of strength. What's stopping you from carrying the chest and running? Why bother carrying the whole chest? Just take the most important thing inside, right? Someone insinuated, slyly fanning the flames. Another pretended to be a peacemaker. All right, we're all comrades. If you don't trust him, then let me go check it out first. Do you think we're idiots? At that moment, the most powerful demon worshipper tacitly acknowledged as the leader of the group spoke up. What's all this arguing for? We'll all go over together, take the stuff, and then distribute it fairly. The moment he finished, the other demon worshippers couldn't help exchanging glances and silent signals. Fair distribution. Easy to say, but in the end this guy would take the lion's share. Every time they performed a demon sacrifice, he used his superior strength to occupy the central position and claim the largest portion of the demon's rewards. If this continued, the gap in power would only widen. Would they ever escape being under his thumb? It was precisely because they didn't want to remain beneath others that they abandoned their human identities when the demons appeared. Embraced the demon's embrace, transformed into these grotesque, half-human forms, became wanted and could never return to the cities. As ordinary people, they were beasts of burden, oppressed. When the demons came, they defected to the demons only to be ordered about and enslaved once more. What was the fucking point of the demons' arrival? The more they thought about it, the more wrong it felt. The eyes of the several demon worshippers grew increasingly violent and ferocious. Lin Honglei and Qian Mantang found Zhao Huanshi and the others saying someone was planning to strike at them. Unsure of the opponent's strength, but knowing they dared to launch a killing spree, they must have some confidence. For safety's sake, the group discussed and decided to leave first and report the matter to the Special Affairs Bureau. But then they heard fierce sounds of battle erupting from a distance. They exchanged puzzled glances, then couldn't resist sneaking back, hiding in the shadows to observe covertly. Qian Mantang was puzzled. Why are they suddenly fighting each other? Zhang Dashuan speculated, probably an internal conflict. But doesn't it look like 5 against 1? As the battle raged, the demon worshippers' clothes and masks were torn off, revealing pitch-black scales covering their faces, necks, and chests, hideous horny barbs, and a set of sharp, jagged teeth that were utterly inhuman. Holy shit, what kind of monsters are these? They even wear clothes to disguise themselves as humans. Not only do they wear clothes, they also speak human language and curse like sailors. Their cursing is clearer than some actors' lines. Could they be mutated humans contaminated by magic? Lin Honglei shook her head. Humans mutated by magical contamination are mentally chaotic. They wouldn't look like this. Those scales on their bodies resemble the scales on the demon monsters that appeared in Shiyue City. Zhang Dashuan's eyes narrowed. Could they be the demon worshippers the Special Affairs Bureau warned us about? No way. The city where demons appeared is at least 200 kilometers away. How did those things get here? Whether they are or not, we'll take the corpses back and find out. Lin Honglei's eyes sharpened as she drew her weapon ready for battle. By then the distant battle was nearly over. Although the 5 demon worshippers had tacitly agreed to first join forces to kill their most powerful leader, then compete among themselves for the treasure in the chest. They had assumed that even if the leader was strong, outnumbered 5 to 1, he would fall quickly. But the leader was far more cunning than they thought, having concealed most of his true strength in previous operations. When the fight began, each of the 5 demon worshippers harbored their own selfish motives, all trying to conserve strength while letting the others bear the brunt of the attack. But halfway through the battle, just when the leader had worn them down enough, he suddenly unleashed his full power. His eyes blazed with fire, sulphurous breath spewed from his mouth, his body swelled abruptly, and sharp, hooked barbs sprouted from his limbs. With a single grab and tear, the weakest demon worshipper had his neck scales ripped open, his trachea snapped, and half the flesh of his neck torn away. The other 4 demon worshippers, seeing this, dared not hold back any longer. They launched a frenzied assault with all their might, but it was of little avail. After a fierce fight, one demon worshipper, sensing the tide turning, fled despite his injuries, while the other 3 fell dead on the spot. As for the demon worshipper leader, his scales were battered and covered with wounds of all sizes, yet he seemed utterly indifferent. He planted a foot on the head of a dead demon worshipper, his sharp claws digging deep into the flesh, and threw back his head in a wild, triumphant laugh. You ants dare to challenge me. I've been expecting this from you all. Now all the treasure is mine alone. Hearing this, Zhang Dashuan, who was about to leap out and charge, suddenly ducked back into the grass. Did he just say treasure? Yes. I heard it too. If I'm not mistaken, the treasure he mentioned must be. Everyone peered through the gaps in the grass toward the golden chest glowing faintly in the distant trap. No way, it's so obviously abnormal. His body's already mutated this much. Did you expect his mind to be normal? True enough. Then let's attack when he triggers the trap. After the demon worshipper transformed into a mutated form, his mind seemed to become even more muddled. Those crimson eyes fixated solely on the golden chest, oblivious to anything else around him. His grotesque face was etched with greed and anticipation, like a gambler who had staked his entire fortune on a football match, dreaming of the immense wealth and bright future that awaited him. Snap! The demon worshipper felt something under his foot. A sense of wrongness stirred in his mind, but before he could react, the dirt and leaves exploded upward as a sharp-toothed trap snapped shut, clamping tightly around his right leg. It really was a trap. The demon worshipper's eyes widened in shock, the surprise in his heart far outweighing the pain from his leg. Whoosh! 2 burly men leaped from the underbrush, one holding a shield and a great sword, the other a cleaver. One had a green vine wrapped around his neck. They roared as they charged at the demon worshipper. The demon worshipper's expression shifted dramatically, then flared into rage. You damned bastards, how dare you mock me? Rip! Ignoring the pain, he forcibly wrenched his right leg from the trap, leaving behind several bloody wounds. He stepped forward with a savage look. Snap! Another trap. Who knew from which direction the moonlight forest deer might be lured by the treasure chest monster? The explorers had set all their traps around it, forming a circle. The second trap clamped down right on the wound, causing even more severe damage than the first. Caught off guard as he was about to engage the enemy, his right foot was yanked hard, exacerbating the tear and causing him to stumble nearly to the ground. Zhang Daxuan and Qian Mantang arrived just in time, striking the demon worshipper with a sword and an axe, leaving two bone-deep gashes. The results were impressive, but the two intermediate warriors showed little joy. Watching the creatures fight earlier, they had seen blood and wounds from fists and claws, but they hadn't expected this creature's body to be so tough. The heavy slash, enhanced by the warrior's battle chi, only managed to break through his flesh without even nicking a bone. Roar! The demon worshipper's sharp claws, wreathed in faint black mist, swung down with a whistling sound. Qian Mantang dared not be careless, raising his glowing metal shield before him. With a thunderous boom, Qian Mantang felt as if his shield had been struck by a battering ram, stumbling back several steps. Damn! What monstrous strength! My power test is nearly 100, yet I can't hold it. Looking at his shield, now bearing a noticeable dent, he set aside his concern for his equipment and quickly warned his comrade. Holy crap! Old Zhang, watch out. This guy's strength is at least 130 or 40. Rip! Zhang Daxuan slashed a wound across the demon worshipper's ribs, then rolled low to dodge a counterattack, retreating several steps as the light on his greatsword grew more intense. Wave blade. After a brief charge, he swung his sword, sending a meter-long crescent-shaped blade of light crashing into the demon worshipper. Amid the splattering blood, a specially crafted arrow radiating intense light silently flew in, piercing the demon worshipper's chest before exploding. Flames scattered, flesh turned and charred. Roar! Feeling his life threatened, the demon worshipper roared and pulled out his final trump card. From his bosom, he produced a sinister black demon statue, screaming something in a strange tone. The demon statue's eyes glowed red, emitting eerie whispers as dark mist rolled from it, flowing into the demon worshipper's mouth and nose. Instantly, countless tendrils of flesh sprouted from the wounds on his body, intertwining and pulling to seal the injuries. At the same time, more scales and horny spines grew on his skin, his hair fell out, and his skull deformed into a horn shape, losing almost all human features and transforming entirely into a monster. Damn, this guy has a second phase. Qian Mantang and Zhang Daxuan shouted simultaneously, channeling all their power into their weapons as they charged from both sides at the transforming enemy. The demon worshipper curled over the demon statue, using his body to block the attacks. Scales shattered, flesh flew. Zhang Daxuan raised his shield and shrank back, blocking the enemy's counter. Seeing the wounds he had inflicted, he felt a slight relief. The monster's defense and physical strength had increased a bit, but not to an overwhelming degree. They could still fight. But then he saw the two fresh wounds on the demon worshipper beginning to fill with a writhing mass of tendrils. This regeneration. Snap! The demon worshipper raised an arm to block the incoming arrow. Behind the exploding flames, his crimson eyes burned not only with fury and madness, but also with a ravenous hunger for fresh flesh. Such extraordinary regeneration came at a cost. The energy within his body was nearly depleted, urgently requiring sustenance. Every organ, muscle, and cell screamed hunger signals to his brain. Roar! The demon worshipper wrenched himself free from the trap, clutching the demon statue in one claw, while forming a fist with the other, slamming it heavily into Qian Mantang's shield, driving him back. Zhang Daxuan seized the moment, striking a massive wound across the demon worshipper's back. Ignoring the attack, the demon worshipper shoved Qian Mantang aside and fixed his bloodthirsty crimson eyes on the weaker explorers huddled near Lin Honglei. Using both hands and feet, he charged like a maddened beast at incredible speed. Zhang Daxuan reacted, his legs glowing as he pursued with even greater speed. Thud! The demon worshipper abruptly halted, spun, and swung a claw backward. Zhang Daxuan barely managed to block with his shield, but his charge was broken and he stumbled back several meters. However, no sooner had the demon worshipper repelled one warrior than the other intermediate fighter recovered and charged like a bull, roaring. Frustration welled up in the demon worshipper's heart. He had no desire to be entangled with these two muscular brutes. If he delayed any longer, the evil power temporarily borrowed from the demon statue would run out of fuel, and it would begin consuming his own flesh. With a mighty leap, the demon worshipper evaded the charging warrior and lunged straight for the intermediate archer in the distance, as if provoked by Lin Honglei's attack, intending to eliminate the party's ranged support first. But as he glanced around, his gaze lingered for a moment on another patch of thick grass. The mimics were placed as bait in the trap, while the symbiotic vines were wrapped around Zhang Daxuan's neck. As Zhao Huanshi, a recently acquired support class ally, he no longer possessed any visible skills and was entirely incapable of participating in combat. All he needed to do was remain hidden in the corner and wait for the battle to conclude. That monster, did it just steal a glance at me? The demon worshipper prided himself on the subtlety of his gaze, yet the voracious predatory hunger in his eyes was far too intense. Even that fleeting look sent Zhao Huanshi's heart hammering against his ribs and alarm bells ringing through his mind. That look, he has definitely discovered me. Zhao Huanshi furrowed his brows, his right hand gripping the steel greatsword tightly. The claws of the soul-devouring gloves extended, and a faint red glow emanated from the skull sockets. Between his fingers 2 cards materialized, the Goblin Warrior and the Shallow's Merfolk Hunter, ready to be summoned at any moment. Over by Su Duojin and Li Xiang, they held their shields high to protect the 2 archers in front, their expressions tense, fully prepared for the enemy's approach. As the obvious target Lin Hong, Lei showed not a trace of panic. She stood tall and poised, her gaze sharp and piercing. An arrow was knocked, and ready energy continuously gathering along it, until it emitted a brilliant, dazzling light. Qian Shaolin stood at Lin Hong Lei's rear flank, drawing her bow swiftly, and loosing an arrow aimed at the demon worshipper's head. She did not seek to inflict major damage. Simply disrupting the enemy's movements would count as a success. Zhang Daxuan squeezed every ounce of remaining strength from his body, and charged once more. However, this time, he did not rush straight past the enemy. Instead, he curved around, aiming to intercept the demon worshipper head-on. Unexpectedly, the demon worshipper suddenly pivoted mid-stride. A mocking grin spread across his face as he lunged directly toward the tall grass, where Zhao Huanshi was hiding. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Daxuan's heart dropped. Damn it, this monster's target is Zhao Huanshi. Lin Hong Lei's expression grew grave. She adjusted her great bow's angle, and loosed an arrow charged with power toward the path ahead of the demon worshipper, attempting to intercept his advance. To her surprise, the demon worshipper did not dodge or evade at all. He simply raised his arm, and took the strike head-on. This time Lin Hong Lei had not used her explosive special-tipped arrows. Instead, she had loosed a steel armor-piercing arrow with a razor-sharp tip and barbed barbs. Though stripped of its explosive effect, the arrow's penetrating power was far greater. Enhanced by the chi-gathering arrow technique, the projectile shattered through scales and flesh, driving deep into the bone of the demon worshipper's arm. The searing agony forced a cry of pain from the demon worshipper. In his heart, he swore a vicious oath. Once he captured that boy ahead and devoured flesh to restore his strength, he would save the archer woman for last, torturing and breaking her until she begged for death. A vicious grin twisted his face as he dove into the grass, reaching out, only to pause. Wait, what is this? A goblin. Seizing the enemy's moment of shock, the goblin warrior roared and thrust his fishbone spear straight toward the demon worshipper's eyes. But the demon worshipper reacted even faster. He seized the incoming weapon and yanked it with tremendous force, attempting to hurl the obstructing goblin warrior aside. Get lost. But with a sharp crack, the fishbone spear snapped cleanly in two. You damn greenskin dare to toy with me. Seeing the goblin warrior clutching the remaining half of the fishbone and raising a sea turtle shell to shield himself as he retreated, the demon worshipper stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! The sea turtle shell shattered instantly, and the goblin warrior cried out in agony as he was sent flying backward. Meanwhile, the demon worshipper had misjudged the force of his blow, staggering and nearly toppled. He struggled to regain his balance. Zhao Huanshi caught sight of the opening, and his eyes lit up. Without thinking, he lunged forward and swung his steel greatsword. Only after his blade had already struck home did he suddenly realize his mistake. This was not the trial dreamscape. At a moment like this, instead of seizing the opportunity to escape, why on earth was he foolishly charging toward the enemy? Moreover, this wretched creature was tougher than a minotaur. Unless he summoned the soul-devouring greatsword, his strength alone could barely cleave through the scales and fail to wound the flesh beneath. Snapping out of his daze, Zhao Huanshi immediately released his greatsword, rolled across the ground, dodged the demon worshipper's grasping hands, and in the same motion raked the hooked claws of the soul-devouring gloves across its body. The demon worshipper sought to press his pursuit, but incoming arrows forced him to break off. Having just been struck by an armor-piercing arrow that shattered bone and severely impaired his arm, he dared not risk meeting another projectile with his bare flesh. Seeing Zhang Daxuan and Qian Mantang, the two intermediate warriors, charging at him with fierce intent, the demon worshipper let out a furious roar, snatched up the critically wounded goblin warrior from the ground, and fled rapidly into the distance. Concealing most of his body behind a massive tree, he sneered and bit down hard into the goblin warrior's throat. You'll regret this. Once I consume this flesh and blood. Then he retched violently. What the hell was this thing? Absolutely disgusting. Behind Zhang Daxuan's back, Zhao Huanshi watched with his eyelids twitching. This guy was truly starving, willing to devour a goblin like that. How is this any different from eating shit? Eat. Once he had restored his strength, these bastards before him would all become his food. To indulge in a sumptuous feast of flesh and blood, what did it matter if he had to start with something repulsive? The dark energy surging through his body, starved of an outlet, had already begun eroding the demon worshipper's own flesh. Having no other choice, the demon worshipper steeled himself mentally and clamped his jaws down hard, only to bite empty air. Already gravely wounded, the goblin warrior's throat had been bitten through. As blood flowed uncontrollably, he finally expired. Along with the shattered shield and fractured fishbone spear at his side, his body exploded into white magical light and dissipated into nothingness. The demon worshipper stood utterly stunned by the sudden turn of events. After mustering every ounce of resolve to bite into what he had resigned himself to consuming, it had simply exploded and vanished. Arg, you bastards, not even letting me have that. The demon worshipper let out a furious bellow. Just as the explorers braced themselves, certain the creature was about to launch a frenzied assault, the demon worshipper unexpectedly turned and fled deep into the forest. Now that the enemy was on full alert, the demon worshipper no longer harbored confidence that he could snatch someone from the exploration party within a short time frame. But the dark power coursing through his body was already running low on time. It would be wiser to hunt beasts in the jungle, devour their flesh to restore his strength, and then return to settle the score with these insolent fools. Watching the demon worshipper flee, the exploration team finally exhaled in relief. The enemy's strength had exceeded their expectations. Whether they could have prevailed in a prolonged fight remained uncertain, but casualties, possibly fatalities, were guaranteed. What did that thing just say? Qian Mantang rubbed his ears in disbelief. Li Xiang spoke hesitantly. I think he said we wouldn't let him eat. Shit. TSK. That creep's genuinely twisted. Zhang Dashuan shot them a glare. Cut the nonsense. We need to leave this place immediately, or that thing might come charging back and really beat the shit out of you. Lin Hong Lei pointed toward the 4 grotesquely mangled demon worshipper corpses in the distance. What do we do with these bodies? Lao Qian and I will each carry one back to the Special Affairs Bureau. The other 2, we'll just leave them here. Easy for you to say. Zhao Huan, take those symbiotic vines off Lao Zhang and hold on to them for me. Take them. This intermediate warrior is running on fumes and still spends all his time at the footbath city. What do you know? This is called providing assistance to women. That monster actually had the stomach to eat goblins, but why didn't it devour its own companion's corpse? Li Xiang asked, swiftly packing his belongings with a hint of puzzlement. After finishing packing and shouldering his backpack, Su Duojin turned back to glance deeper into the forest. Who knows? Maybe it doesn't like cold dishes and wants something hot. Speaking of which, that goblin was also Zhao Huanshi's summoned beast, wasn't it? Can't believe he still had such a trump card up his sleeve. What's so strange about that? He's not that close to us yet, it's only natural to keep some cards hidden. He's not like our captain who spills everything even when just chatting casually. Spilling everything is usually something Brother Qian would do right. Hey, you're not wrong. The 2 leaned in, snickering weirdly. Why do I feel like someone's gossiping about me behind my back? Zhao Huanshi scratched his head and continued selecting heavy objects to place inside the mimic's body. He had discovered earlier that as long as he instructed the mimic items stored inside, it wouldn't be digested. However, once the mimic was packed full, its movements became sluggish, and it could no longer swallow prey for digestion. Zhao Huanshi wanted to test whether the mimic could kill prey and keep it undigested, hoping it might gather the enhancement materials he needed on its own. But then where should he bury it? The green belt of the residential area was either concrete or septic tanks. Where could he find a 3-meter deep hole to dig? Perhaps in a park or on a mountain somewhere, without surveillance cameras. Or maybe just near the exit of the Emerald Forest, dig a pit and bury the mimic, then dig it up 8 hours later. As he thought this, Zhao Huanshi quickly shook his head. What if that ghastly thing from earlier sniffed out its trail and came for revenge, only to find him alone with a shovel digging a hole? That would be an instant disaster. Forget it, I'll figure something out back in the city. Meanwhile, after the demon worshipper left, he noticed that the scratch mark left by Zhao Huanshi on his arm was emitting faint black mist, causing the surrounding flesh to wither and darken. Some muscles lost sensation and his arm became less flexible. But the demon worshipper could no longer care about that. An overwhelming hunger and a maddening bloodlust completely crushed his sanity. His body gradually grew, emaciated, his form and features turning increasingly grotesque. Spotting a moonlight forest deer in the distance calmly grazing with a faint white glow emanating from its body, his eyes blazed with crimson light. His lips parted slightly, and he let out a hoarse roar, drooling. He dropped to the ground, crawling forward with unnatural rapid movements of his limbs, charging toward the moonlight forest deer. The deer let out a terrified cry, its body springing lightly as it fled swiftly into the depths of the forest. The demon worshipper gave chase relentlessly, not caring about the countless tree monsters and ferocious magical plants he disturbed along the way. From within the dense foliage of a large tree, a green head suddenly poked out, adorned with a few leaves, staring with confusion toward the distant, abruptly stirred forest. Casually plucking a green fruit from a branch, he took a vigorous bite. The intense, sour, and astringent taste instantly filled his mouth, shooting straight to his head. The goblin scavenger's entire face scrunched up like a green, withered chrysanthemum. His teeth chattered, muscles twitched, and it took a while before he recovered. Hiss! That flavor is incredibly potent. Maybe the summoner boss will like it. The goblin scavenger stuffed the bitten green fruit into his tattered sack, worried that half a fruit wouldn't be enough for Zhao Huanshi, so he plucked several more from the branch and added them all to the sack. The goblin scavenger's tattered sack was heavy, already filled with quite a few items. Besides various fruits, there were also some colorful mushrooms branches and leaves with faint magical fluctuations, flowers, and unknown plants with roots still clinging to soil. 2 monster cores nearly depleted of magical energy, which the goblin scavenger had risked his life to dig out from the roots of a man-eating vine. Also a few stones of unknown purpose, but which felt useful. The commotion in the distance gradually subsided with faint hoarse roars of monsters echoing. The goblin scavenger twitched his nose, sensing the scent of opportunity from that direction. Licking his lips, he hoisted the sack over his shoulder and prepared to climb down from the tree. But he lost his footing and fell straight from the branch. Perfect, 1 step and done. Fast and efficient, all according to plan. The goblin scavenger picked himself up from the ground as if nothing had happened, carrying the sack in one hand, supporting his back with the other, and limping toward the direction of the monster's roar. As the sky darkened, various strange calls began to sound around him. The bushes rustled as if unknown creatures were swiftly moving through them. The night jungle was fraught with danger, but the goblin scavenger, carrying a tattered bag, strolled around as if in his own living room. Slap! Something suddenly darted out and gave him a sharp slap on the face. The goblin scavenger turned to curse. Slap! 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 Seeing the shabby-looking goblin dawdling instead of leaving a bunch of vines whipped out, lashing violently at his body. The goblin scavenger howled in pain, leaping and bounding as he fled. After finally escaping the territory of whatever it was, the goblin scavenger turned back and spat fiercely. Just you wait. I'll burn you all down sooner or later. After enduring many more evictions by the jungle's original inhabitants and overcoming countless hardships, the goblin scavenger finally reached his destination. There a withered, hideous monster was tied up by thick vines, its body twisted into a grotesque shape. The monster's limbs still twitched slightly, its mouth opening and closing weakly, emitting meaningless hoarse roars. The goblin scavenger glanced at it casually and knew there was nothing valuable on it. Scanning the ground, he spotted a palm-sized black demon statue in the distance. The goblin scavenger's eyes lit up instantly. He hurried over, picked up the demon statue, and examined it. The statue was exquisitely crafted with rich details, vividly capturing a ferocious and terrifying form. Especially its red eyes, which seemed to be 2 flame magic gems embedded in the sockets, gleaming brightly in the darkness. The moment the goblin scavenger's gaze met the demon's eyes, a faint, rustling, eerie whisper sounded in his mind, tempting him to sink into it. Blah 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 all day, and not a single coin. What are you yapping about? The goblin scavenger curled his lips, tossed the black demon statue into his sack, and let it lie among the pile of fruits and mushrooms. The middle-aged unemployment frontline exploration team dared not set up camp and sleep even at night, fearing a sneak attack from demon worshippers. They quenched their thirst with water, ate dry rations to stave off hunger, and pressed on without rest. Only after covering most of the journey did they find a spot with a relatively clear view to stop for a brief respite. They encountered 2 other exploration teams along the way, and Zhang Dashuan took the initiative to approach from a distance, warning them. Having issued the warning, he turned and left without further explanation. During the rest, Li Xiang asked, "Brother Zhang, those people didn't seem to believe what we said." "Whether they believe or not is their business. Whether I do it is mine," Zhang Dashuan replied. Zhao Huanshi gave him a thumbs up. He rubbed his fingers and summoned the goblin warrior, glancing at the information displayed on the card. Remaining repair time, 14 hours, 45 minutes. The goblin warrior had fallen around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and its card required 24 hours for repair, so it must now be around 1 or 2 in the morning. That meant the goblin 3 stooges should be returning soon. Had they really stayed out for a full 24 hours? Could it be that the summoned creature this time was again the most survival-savvy goblin thief? Zhao Huanshi wondered, instinctively pressing his fingers together, eager to draw out that familiar card. After nearly half an hour, the break ended and the group was about to resume their journey, pushing forward to return to Explorer Town in one go. Suddenly Zhao Huanshi felt a stir in his heart. His index and middle fingers snapped up, pinching a goblin 3 stooges card between them. He quickly focused his mind on the greed space. Inside, everything previously stored remained untouched, but now there were many unfamiliar mushrooms and fruits, unmistakably the handiwork of the goblin scavenger, especially several half-eaten berries. Zhao Huanshi breathed a sigh of relief, then hesitated, wondering if he should take out the fist-sized magic gem and dispatch the goblins again while they were still within the Chui Green Forest. It was then that he noticed the demon statue vaguely familiar. Because it was piled together with a heap of plants, especially the gnawed fruits, the statue's surface was stained with splashes of red and green, blending seamlessly with the surrounding vegetation. It took Zhao Huanshi a while to spot it. This? No way. Though the colors didn't match, the shape and the malevolent aura that seemed to pierce through the space between dimensions unmistakably belonged to the statue carried by the fleeing demon worshipper. Zhao Huanshi was tempted to take the statue out for a closer look, but feared that this eerie object might carry a peculiar curse, turning people into the monsters they had encountered earlier. Moreover, it was not appropriate to remove the demon statue from the greed space at this moment. Explaining the statue's origin would inevitably reveal the existence of the Goblin Three Stooges, but aside from his sister, Zhao Huanshi did not want anyone else to know about his connection with the three goblins. He felt that if he kept sending them out to hunt and gather, given their nature, they would eventually become a target for everyone. For his own safety, it was better to keep his distance from them as much as possible. But the death of a card monster is too distinctive. Unless there are other professionals with similar abilities, it's only a matter of time before suspicion falls on me. I need to grow stronger and fast. As for the demon statue, Zhao Huanshi decided to wait until he returned home and consulted the goblin scavenger before making any moves. The gains from this trip were already substantial. It was better not to let the goblins continue roaming for now. Zhao Huanshi had initially planned to let the mimic chest earn its own food, but he hadn't expected Zhang Daxuan to be so cautious, insisting on traveling through the night to leave the contamination zone for the sake of the team's safety. Thus, he would have to wait until they returned to Explorer Town, where he could try to buy fresh monster flesh from other explorers. 7 or 8 hours later, Zhao Huanshi and the others stumbled back into Explorer Town, dark circles under their eyes, looking haggard. They retrieved their phones and other belongings from the item storage, then reported the encounter with the suspected demon worshipper to the Special Affairs Bureau. The Bureau seemed to take the news very seriously. They instructed the exploration team to wait in Explorer Town with the demon worshipper's corpse, saying they would dispatch personnel immediately. Zhang Daxuan didn't refuse. He led his companions to a restaurant, ordered several dishes that Zhao Huanshi thought were exorbitantly priced, and they ate while waiting for the Bureau's agents. Carrying 2 grotesque, gruesome corpses into a restaurant to eat, far from being repulsed or frightened, the other diners actively gathered around to gawk and discuss. Such a scene would be almost impossible within a city. When questioned by the onlookers, Zhang Daxuan didn't hide the truth, though he concealed the capabilities of his team members, especially Zhao Huanshi's. He merely said that the suspected demon worshippers had suddenly started quarreling among themselves, inexplicably coming to blows, and hinted, using words like maybe and probably, that the internal conflict might have been due to the mutant's mental instability. Later, when the Special Affairs Bureau agents arrived to investigate Zhang Daxuan, after consulting, Zhao Huanshi revealed some information about the symbiotic vine and the mimic chest abilities, but concealed the existence of the goblin warrior. Brother Zhang is pretty reliable after all, isn't he? Why do you ladies always say he can't keep a secret? Zhao Huanshi asked, voicing his doubt, while the investigators examined the demon worshipper's corpse. Lin Honglei glanced at Zhang Daxuan, who was still talking with the investigators, and whispered, "It's fine with other people's matters, but when it comes to his own, he'll blurt out everything after a while, especially after a few drinks." I see. Zhao Huanshi nodded slightly. Meanwhile, the investigators finished their examination, confirming that the 2 corpses were indeed those of demon worshippers. Thank you for the information. We'll take the bodies and send the reward to your exploration team's account later. If you recall any other clues, please contact us promptly. What about the escaped demon worshipper? We'll likely send high-level professionals into the Chui Green Forest to search, and we'll also issue a wanted notice and bounty. Since you had brief contact with the demon statue, though the risk of corruption is low, you should still monitor yourselves and your companions closely. If you notice anything unusual, contact us immediately. Sure. After the Bureau agents left, Zhang Daxuan turned around with a beaming smile. Guess how much the Special Affairs Bureau rewarded us? Lin Honglei said flatly, 86,000. We're not deaf. I spent over 30,000 on armor-piercing and explosive arrows this time. Old Qian's shield is almost destroyed. Repairing it would cost as much as a new one. Your weapons and shield also need major repairs. After deducting expenses and costs, we'll probably have about 500,000 left, which is a lot higher than the estimated 200,000 or 300,000. At the entrance of Li Chun Yuan Residential Community, a heavily armored medium bus rumbled over its metal shell, clanking. The name Li Chun Yuan, it just screams for Brother Qian to live here. Bullshit. Why would it be suitable for me to live here? I'm not a prostitute. What you said, does that mean Xiao Zhao is a prostitute? With Zhao Huanshi's looks, he could probably be the top call boy, right? Zhao Huanshi's mouth twitched as he bid farewell to the exploration team members, lugging his bags off the bus. As he reached the community gate, Grandpa Huang and his big dog poked their heads out of the window. Good heavens, which genius modified a bus into an armored vehicle? It must have cost at least 1.5 million. Supposedly for convenience in carrying things. Actually, Zhao Huanshi didn't quite understand their logic. An armored truck or off-road vehicle would have seemed more practical. Grandpa Huang, you know about cars. Of course I was from Donchuanwei. How come you got off that bus? Oh, I was kept by a wealthy woman who insisted I live in a big villa. After much persuasion, she finally let me go, worried I might encounter danger on the road, so she sent an armored car to escort me. Grandpa Huang rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm blind? Can't you see the big words on the bus? Middle-aged unemployment frontline exploration team. What a lousy name, it sounds unlucky. Wouldn't it be better to just be a security guard? Why become an explorer? You might lose your life out there someday. Zhao Huanshi smiled, thinking that with even demon worshippers appearing, what safety could there be in this world? Grandpa Huang pointed at the bags in Zhao Huanshi's hands. What are those you're holding? Xiao Huang is drooling just looking at them. Zhao Huanshi thought. He names his dog Xiao Huang, really treating it like a grandson. There's specialties from the emerald forest, magic rabbits, green leaf snakes, and such. I have extra. Oh, would you like a couple? Zhao Huanshi hadn't expected that the monster flesh needed to strengthen the mimic could be bought directly at the Explorer Town's restaurant. Although they were low-level monsters, weak but delicious and captured as ingredients, they were just right for Zhao Huanshi. The mimic strengthening only required the type and quantity of monster flesh, unlike gems, which had special notes. The strength of the monster shouldn't affect the card's enhancement outcome. The price was a bit high. The 8 types of monster carcasses and meat chunks cost Zhao Huanshi over 20,000 yuan. When Grandpa Huang heard they were monster ingredients from the contaminated zone, he quickly waved for him to leave. Don't let Xiao Huang get a taste, or he'll go wild, and my monthly salary won't even cover 2 meals for him. Back home, Zhao Huanshi set down his things, took out the Goblin Three Stooges card, and retrieved the fist-sized red magic gem. Even through the greed dimension, Zhao Huanshi felt this gem was extraordinary. Once taken out, the dense, scorching magical energy emanated from the lava core, raising the temperature of the entire room. Despite no burning sensation in his palm, Zhao Huanshi felt like he was holding not a gem, but a fireball on the verge of eruption. At the very least, it's a high-grade magical material, and quite rare. Zhao Huanshi searched online, and through the Special Affairs Bureau's app, finding only some rare materials with similar properties, but all had slight differences from the gem in his hand. Sell it for money, or use it to strengthen the mimic. My card balance is almost gone. As Zhao Huanshi hesitated, his phone suddenly received a text message. He opened it to find a bank deposit notification. Someone had transferred over 1100 yuan to him. At the same time, a message from Zhang Dashuan came through. It said the money was a reward from the Special Affairs Bureau. Feeling Zhao Huanshi might be short on cash, they had Lin Honglei estimate the costs and transferred his share first. Once the monster materials were sold, there would be another payment, but that would only come after all costs were accounted for. Zhao Huanshi opened the bank app, stared at the 5-digit balance, and a twisted grin spread across his face. Screw selling. It's easy to sell but hard to buy back. I'll use it to strengthen the card. Besides, thinking about it, the greed dimension still had so many things. Just the materials and monster cores he recognized were worth tens of thousands. He wasn't really that short of money. If worst came to worst, wasn't there that thing? Zhao Huanshi shifted his attention to the demon statue, now splattered with colors, its evil aura greatly diminished. In the Special Affairs Bureau's app, there was a standing bounty of 500 yuan solely for the demon statue, held by the demon worshipper. If it weren't for exposing the Goblin Three Stooges, Zhao Huanshi would have long since taken a taxi to the bureau to claim the reward. This thing feels really eerie. Let's call out the scavenger and ask. Zhao Huanshi tossed the card to the ground. Light coalesced into a goblin holding a knife with a lecherous demeanor. The goblin thief looked around, realized he was in Zhao Huanshi's room, and instinctively turned to the kitchen. Zhao Huanshi hesitated for a moment, seeing it was the goblin thief, but decided not to recall it. After all, it had brought back so many spoils that deserved a reward. If you want something to eat, help yourself. Seeing the goblin thief nod, drooling as it eagerly rushed to the kitchen, Zhao Huanshi continued with his own tasks. He summoned the mimic and took out everything stored in its body. Then he placed the metal parts he had bought at a hardware store, the monster flesh, and the blazing gem inside. These are all materials for your strengthening. Don't you dare eat them all, Zhao Huanshi said to the mimic. Clack clack. The mimic indicated understanding, closed its lid, lay on the ground, and stared with its ruby-like big eyes, looking quite obedient. Zhao Huanshi patted the golden chest gently and stored it away. Seeing that the sky outside had darkened, it felt about time. Zhao Huanshi recalled the goblin thief, who was happily gnawing on a chicken leg, then went to a nearby supermarket to buy a shovel and wandered around. When the night grew deep and quiet, Zhao Huanshi carried the shovel to a nearby park, found a secluded corner hid in the shadows, and began digging with effort. A 3-meter deep hole was much harder to dig than Zhao Huanshi had imagined. He labored from late night until nearly dawn, finally managing to bury the mimic in the ground and refill the soil before the nearby elderly started their morning strolls. After slightly covering the spot with dead branches and leaves, Zhao Huanshi shouldered the shovel and hurried away. Having not slept for 2 consecutive nights and working through another night, Zhao Huanshi returned home utterly exhausted. He carelessly stripped off his clothes, tossed them aside, and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep instantly. When he woke up, the sky had already darkened. He glanced at the time, a little past 7 p.m. I've slept for 13 hours. No wonder I'm so hungry. Zhao Huanshi rubbed his hair, which was as tangled as a bird's nest, and stumbled out of bed in a daze. He scrounged up some food in the kitchen, ate a few bites hastily, then grabbed his shovel and headed out the door. Although he had to wait until there were fewer people to dig the mimic out of the ground, that didn't stop him from going to the park to take a look now. That kid came back covered in dirt this morning, and now he's heading out with a shovel again. Is he digging graves or burying bodies? In the guardhouse, Uncle Huang watched Zhao Huanshi's retreating figure carrying the shovel and muttered with some confusion. Just then a piercing alarm sounded in the distance. Uncle Huang was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized. It's a spatial rift alarm. He hurriedly took down the shotgun from the wall, opened the drawer to retrieve ammunition, and led his big dog, Zhao Huang, out of the guardhouse. He directed the panicked residents running out of the residential complex to take shelter in the nearby refuge. Although the buildings in the complex were sturdy, who knew what kind of horrors might emerge from the spatial rift? If a fight broke out, the entire neighborhood could be demolished. Better to head to the shelter while there was still time. It was safer. Seeing the massive spatial rift that had suddenly appeared in the middle of the park hovering over a dozen meters in the air, Zhao Huanshi was completely stunned. Holy crap, no way. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a giant burrowing worm, its entire body covered in thick rock, emerged from the rift. It opened a mouth like a blooming chrysanthemum, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Damn, a giant excavator. As soon as this creature appeared, Zhao Huanshi felt that the mimic was probably doomed. Without a second thought, he turned and ran. Still, if the mimic hadn't been dug up, its enhancement ritual should have been completed, and the materials inside it had already been consumed. Even if it perished, there would be no loss. Just then the roar of engines filled the sky as over a dozen armed drones rushed over. Seeing that the monster from the spatial rift was a giant burrowing worm, these drones did not attack immediately. The armed drones carried only light weaponry, which could hardly harm the giant burrowing worm whose body was encased in rock. If attacked, the worm would retaliate by spitting large rocks or corrosive acid at the drones, easily causing collateral damage to the fleeing civilians. Although the armed drones did not attack, the giant burrowing worm still sensed a faint threat from these unfamiliar mechanical constructs and instinctively wanted to burrow into the ground to hide. It acted on impulse. The giant burrowing worm plunged headfirst into the ground beneath the spatial rift. Boom! The earth shook violently, and a massive explosion erupted behind it, illuminating the entire sky with fiery light. Zhao Huanshi turned to look and saw blazing molten lava mixed with countless dust clouds shooting into the sky. The giant burrowing worm, half of its body already underground, was now screaming in agony, its chrysanthemum-like mouth belching black smoke. It flew into the air like a giant burnt sausage. Holy crap, who the hell buried a super landmine under the park? Zhao Huanshi's eyes widened in astonishment. His heart stirred slightly, and with a rub of his thumb, a monster card with a cracked surface appeared in his hand. Oh, turns out I'm that little mine-laying genius myself. Card enhancement complete. Greedy mimics, chest durability, greatly increased, fire resistance, greatly increased. Greedy mimic gains additional enhancement, transformed into blazing greedy mimic. Green monster card, blazing greedy mimic. An ordinary greedy mimic enhanced by the rare high-grade magical material lava core has gained the power of flame and magma. Perfect disguise. The blazing greedy mimic can disguise itself as various types of chests according to the surrounding environment, quietly waiting in maze corners or soaking in volcanic magma, patiently waiting for prey. Blazing greed. The light of greed stirs the desires of prey, reducing their rationality. When in a hot environment like volcanic magma, the greed light is enhanced, causing prey's desires to swell rapidly, making them irritable and highly aggressive. Flammable and explosive. The blazing greedy mimic's level is too low to fully master the power of the lava core, but it can attach scorching flames to its body, dealing burn damage to enemies during defense and attack. When the blazing greedy mimic dies, it detonates the lava core, instantly releasing all the power within, causing a terrifying magma explosion effect. Gem charging aft. The flammable and explosive trait ability will temporarily weaken and gradually recover over time. Until the lava core's magic is fully replenished, the blazing greedy mimic will not trigger the magma explosion effect upon death. Enhancing the card's quality or linking it with certain flame-related cards can shorten the gem charging time. It's a monster, also a hot chest. The blazing greedy mimic can now not only store items, but also heat and keep food warm. Status damaged. Remaining repair time 35 hours 59 minutes. Remaining time for lava core full charge 719 hours 59 minutes. Holy crap, 720 hours of repair time. 24 hours a day. That means the mimic's self-destruct can only be used once a month. Zhao Huanshi was initially shocked, but then recalled the magma explosion that had sent that giant burrowing worm flying into the sky. He felt that the long time was actually reasonable. A landmine with that much power was enough to use once a month, and as the mimic's card quality improved in the future, the gem charging time would shorten accordingly. If that's the case, if I ever encounter a trial dream that's hard to beat with intelligence, can I just throw the mimic out? No. The card throwing distance is only 10 meters. With this power, it would definitely blow me up too. I'll have to let the mimic lure the monsters itself. Use the greed light to lure monsters, then let the mimic duel them. If it can win, it kills the enemy. If it can't, it blows itself up. Or just charge suicidally at the enemy. This ability is simply invincible. As Zhao Huanshi daydreamed, another piece of information popped into his mind. Card monster summoner profession level increased to LV5. All attributes 1. Professional skill card throw. Maximum summoning distance increased from 10 meters to 20 meters. Unlock professional skill card swap. Card swap. Use card throw or other methods to make monster A's card touch the already summoned monster B, then instantly summon monster A and immediately recall monster B. This skill, Feels useless. When facing enemies, just go all in and let the monsters gang up on them with righteous justice. Why swap cards? Naturally, more than one burrowing worm emerged from the spatial rift. Compared to the first colossal burrowing worm that burst out and was blasted away by the landmine, the subsequent worms were considerably smaller with thinner rock or scale armor covering their bodies. As these burrowing worms poked their heads out, the armed drones circling in the sky immediately launched attacks, seemingly attempting to suppress them behind the spatial rift before they could fully emerge. The burrowing worms retaliated en masse, spitting rhomboid rocks or corrosive acid projectiles into the sky. The armed drones nimbly evaded while guiding the worms' attacks. As for the damage to the surrounding buildings, the earlier explosion had already torn away over half the park, leaving a massive crater. A 4-lane road beside the park had arched into a hill resembling a small volcano that had just erupted. As long as the worms' attacks didn't fly too far, they couldn't cause much more destruction. Soon armored vehicles arrived and bombarded the spatial rift from afar with artillery, turning the emerging burrowing worms into a mess of shredded flesh. The other burrowing worms, apparently sensing the danger, hid behind the spatial rift, relying on the fact that the artillery fire couldn't reach them, and spat at their enemies. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from the sky. Holy crap, missiles! Is that really necessary? Zhao Huanshi jerked his head up to look, but he saw a blurry figure shrouded in a gale descending from the sky, hovering at a high altitude, waving a staff to gather the surrounding magical energy and conjure a cyan hurricane. After the drone swarm swiftly retreated, the hurricane, laden with countless rapidly spinning wind blades, charged into the spatial rift, shredding the burrowing worms inside to pieces. Although it was too far to see the face clearly, there was only one wind mage in all of Dongchuan City with such power, the Dongchuan wind god Lin Qingfeng. Some said he was now a senior mage, while others whispered that he had already advanced to a more powerful class beyond mage. Why would the wind god come here? This is even more absurd than dropping a missile. Suddenly realizing something, Zhao Huanshi's eyes widened. It couldn't be. Attracted by the mimic's self-destruct, could it? After a while, the spatial rift closed and vanished. Lin Qingfeng looked around, found nothing unusual, and departed on the gale. A patrol team cordoned off the area around the park. Armed drone swarms patrolled the skies, and soon a fully armed military unit entered the park with various precision instruments, carefully searching the giant crater left by the explosion. Though the security was tight, the Dongchuan guard only forbade entry and exit, not stopping the crowd from gathering outside the cordon to watch. They deliberately swept their gazes back and forth, using the electronic eyes mounted on their helmets to retrieve the identities of the onlookers and observe their expressions. Zhao Huanshi just glanced from afar, not daring to join the crowd, and walked past with a calm expression, carrying his shovel on his shoulder. A soldier casually scanned him, and the electronic eye immediately retrieved his information. A sanitation worker with nearly 2.5 years of experience, dismissed from the Special Affairs Bureau. Joined as a temporary member of the middle-aged, unemployed front exploration team. Discovered demon worshippers in the Tsuelu forest and reported to the Special Affairs Bureau. Became a full member of the middle-aged, unemployed front exploration team. Returned to Lichunyuan community yesterday afternoon, went out to buy a shovel, suspected of entering the park in the middle of the night and leaving only in the morning. Marked as a key suspect. Captain, take a look at this person's file. Pull up the surveillance footage. He does look a bit sneaky, but aside from the shovel, he doesn't seem to have any other suspicious items. As for his record, what kind of dismissal reason is that? Could he have offended someone at the Special Affairs Bureau? From the magical energy reaction, this explosion was likely caused by a powerful magical creature lurking beneath the park, which was accidentally attacked by the burrowing worms and retaliated with magic, exposing its hiding spot. It probably has nothing to do with the shovel. It's not like he could have buried that monster himself, right? Forget it, just have the surveillance system keep a slight eye on him. Yes, sir. Unaware that he had become a low-level VIP of the city's surveillance system, Zhao Huanshi returned home and waited quietly for a while. No one came to check the water meter, nor did a fully armed Dongchuan guard unit suddenly break through his door and aim weapons at his head. Zhao Huanshi glanced at the few magical plants still covered in mud in the paper box on the table and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had just been thinking, if the Dongchuan guard came to ask why he was in the park in the middle of the night, he would say he had pulled a few plants from the Tsuelu forest and planted them in an inconspicuous spot in the park to see if they would grow. Since most of the park had been blown up anyway, it was normal that no trace of planting remained. As for whether the Dongchuan guard would believe it, he wasn't very confident. If it came down to it, he would have to confess honestly. After all, he hadn't intentionally destroyed the park. It shouldn't be severe enough to send him to a live broadcast, right? Little did he know that the Dongchuan guard was now urgently searching for traces of the non-existent powerful monster and had no time to bother with a shovel-carrying guy like him. The next day at noon, the Dongchuan guard lifted the alert and evacuated the site. Repair crews entered to fix the roads and the park. Zhao Huanshi went downstairs, sat by the flower beds, listened to the elderly chatting for a while, then went to the guard room and exchanged a few words with old Huang. Not sensing anything unusual, he finally relaxed completely. Back home, he summoned the goblin scavenger and asked about the origin of the demon statue. The goblin scavenger chattered and gesticulated wildly. You mean this statue promised you great power and endless wealth, and then said that once you had power, wealth would be easy to come by, and you think it was just tricking you? Geez, God, gribble gribble. This awful statue actually took the clever goblin scavenger for a fool, offering empty promises. If it weren't for its slight value, it would have been thrown into the mud pond long ago. So that demon worshipper eventually ran into the central area of the Tsilu forest, was attacked by magical plants, and left the demon statue behind for the goblin scavenger to pick up. Zhao Huanshi pieced together the sequence of events and looked at the demon statue in his greed space. This thing can actually actively perform mental seduction. Better keep it in the greed space for now. Since I can't confirm its origin and can't exchange it for a reward at the Special Affairs Bureau, I'll deal with it later. Seeing Zhao Huanshi lost and thought the goblin scavenger picked his nose, dragged his tattered sack into the living room, found the TV remote on the sofa, fumbled with the buttons, turned on the TV, and sat on the floor watching with great interest. Zhao Huanshi was startled awake by the TV sound. Turning around, he saw the goblin scavenger sitting on the floor with a silly grin. Weren't you quite reluctant to watch TV last time? Zhao Huanshi said with amusement, then went to the kitchen, grabbed 2 packs of chicken legs, and tossed them to the goblin scavenger. Monster cores, magical crystals, and various magical materials that Zhao Huanshi either already knew or could research online. Zhao Huanshi planned to retrieve these items from the greed space and sell them to a middleman he had previously worked with. Although the price was slightly below market value, the advantage lay in its secrecy. Hardly anyone would take notice. There were also some materials for which he couldn't find any information online. Along with a few plants that the goblin scavengers had uprooted whole, complete with soil, he took photos and sent them to Zhao Lijia. He claimed they were specialties brought back from the Emerald Forest by a friend, and asked if she recognized them. Zhao Huanshi was confident that his younger sister would understand his unspoken meaning. After sending the photos, Zhao Huanshi set his phone aside and continued organizing the materials in hand. Zhao Lijia was usually busy with her experiments, so she might not reply until evening. However, less than 5 minutes later, Zhao Lijia called. Her tone carried a hint of displeasure. Did your friend go to the high-risk zone? How could he go to such a dangerous place? Cough. My friend. The one whose girlfriend cheated on him, green from head to toe. He probably lost the will to live, so he ran into the high-risk zone. Who would have thought he'd survive and gather quite a bit of loot? Zhao Huanshi hinted. Zhao Lijia suddenly understood. Oh, you mean that guy. These plants of yours are rather unusual. I've never seen them in the contaminated zones near Dongchuan City before. You. Tell your friend to keep them for me. I need them. Give me a few days. I'll ask for leave. A few days? They might wither away by then. Should we soak them in water first? No. Zhao Lijia hesitated. How about you come over tomorrow and deliver the items to the research district? I can apply to my professor for research funding to purchase everything. At public expense. Absolutely. My friend says he wants extra money. I'll do my best to negotiate for him. All right. I'll bring them over tomorrow morning. I'm going to talk to the professor now. By the way, the inspiration I brought from home has led to significant progress in my artificial cultivation research on double-hole fungal caps. I might receive a bonus soon. Want me to ask the professor to pull some strings and get you a better set of gear? You keep it for yourself? I still haven't figured out which path I should take with my class. Buying equipment would just be a waste. All right then. Call me when you arrive tomorrow. Zhao Lijia hung up, pondered for a moment, and after formulating her approach, turned to find her professor. On the way, she encountered members of another research project team. Huang Tianxiao, a man in his late 20s with a somewhat disheveled appearance, wearing black-framed glasses and a wooden expression. He perfectly embodied the stereotypical image of a bookish researcher. Hello, senior brother. Zhao Lijia greeted him. Huang Tianxiao quickly forced a polite smile onto his face. Hello, junior sister. Would it be more polite if you didn't greet me at all? Zhao Lijia muttered to herself. She glanced back and noticed Huang Tianxiao seemed to be heading toward the research district's main gate. Is senior brother Huang going out? She soon cast the thought aside and continued mulling over in her mind how she could coax more money out of the professor for her older brother. After completing the procedures at the guard post, Huang Tianxiao walked out of the research district gate, waved down a taxi, opened the door, and sat inside. The taxi sped along the road. Huang Tianxiao scanned the back seat, but couldn't find what he was looking for. He froze for a moment, wondering if he had gotten into the wrong vehicle. At that moment, the driver suddenly spoke. Stop looking. The item hasn't been delivered yet. Hearing this, Huang Tianxiao's brows knit together, and his previously dull eyes suddenly sharpened with a touch of ruthlessness and brutality. What's going on? Wasn't the plan for me to smuggle the item into the research district? Something went wrong. Our people haven't arrived yet. The cannon fodder recruited by the demon priest turned on each other in the Emerald Forest, then got into a fight with a team of explorers. The matter of the demon statue has already been exposed. The Special Affairs Bureau has sent a breakthrough team to the Emerald Forest to hunt for the fleeing demon worshipper and the demon statue in his possession. They've also placed a substantial reward for any useful leads. The driver spoke calmly, but Huang Tianxiao's expression was far from pleased. Damn that demon priest. Why didn't he send his own people directly instead of using those brainless idiots? Dead idiots don't cost us anything to grieve over. So what do we do now? Stick to the original plan. Stay home tonight and return to the research district tomorrow morning. The sensing array we obtained from the demon priest has been set up. As long as the demon statue still exists in this world, we'll be able to locate it soon. Huang Tianxiao, calm down. Won't the Special Affairs Bureau beat us to it? Perhaps. But as long as our organization's plan remains undiscovered, losing one demon statue isn't fatal. We can simply have the demon priest send another one. I imagine it won't refuse. I get the feeling we're making a deal with the devil. Who asked us to be so weak right now? Taking some risks is only natural if we want to achieve our goals. To create a beautiful new future world. Huang Tianxiao raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with sarcasm. His expression then twisted into something grotesque. I don't care about any future. I just want them all to die. Love, even in death, living life to the fullest. Goblino Wawa. The goblin warrior shook its head and swayed, humming along vaguely with the music from the speaker, making Zhao Huanshi's head throb. Fortunately, his house had good soundproofing, so the goblin's strange cries shouldn't disturb the neighbors. Looking toward the bathroom, the bathtub was filled with water. A small plastic stool sat beside it, and a black-scaled merman hunter held a fishbone fishing rod, staring intently as he fished in the crystal-clear tub. This merman hunter looked rather dim-witted. The goblin scavenger was still sitting on the floor, giggling foolishly at the TV program. You don't even understand what you're watching, and you're laughing like that. Another unintelligent fellow. Zhao Huanshi had originally thought that since these card monsters seemed to possess independent consciousness, keeping them trapped in cards felt pitiful. So he summoned them out for some fresh air and to bond. But now he regretted it. Especially that noisy goblin warrior. If not for the fact that it had risked its life for him before, he would have stuffed it back into its card ages ago. Considering the situation among all the card monsters in his possession, aside from the semi-sentient symbiotic Vine, the mimic and the hippogriff were by far the best behaved. Unfortunately, the mimic was still undergoing repairs, and the hippogriff was too large to summon conveniently within his room. Fearing that he might delay his sister's research, Zhao Huanshi rose early carrying 2 snakeskin bags, and took over 2 hours on the bus to arrive at the entrance of Research Area 4. Zhao Lijia hurried out of the gate. Why are you here so early? Wasn't I afraid of holding you up at work? Zhao Huanshi said with a smile. He opened the 2 snakeskin bags. These are the things you asked for, and here are some other materials. See if you need any. If not, I'll find someone to dispose of them later. Zhao Lijia was about to say something, but her eyes lit up at the sight of several large, colorful mushrooms in the bag. She pulled a pair of rubber gloves from her pocket, put them on, and carefully took out the colorful mushrooms. Seeing this, the corner of Zhao Huanshi's eye twitched. What would happen if I touched these mushrooms directly? Accidentally coming into contact with the sap secreted by the fungus could cause mild poisoning, leading to temporary muscle paralysis. Zhao Lijia explained, then realized, you didn't wear gloves when you picked them. Why are there teeth marks here? Did you bite them? I'd have to be crazy to bite that. Zhao Huanshi rolled his eyes. It was probably that friend of mine who was cuckolded and looking for death. That friend of yours has a really tough life. Indeed he does. But what use are these poisonous mushrooms? For making poisons and antidotes. There's also a potent reinforcing potion in the alchemist's recipe that uses some toxic mushrooms. I'll take them back and try to concoct a scientific version. A potent reinforcing potion. It's a one-time use potion that makes you go berserk and then die after the effect ends. That one-time use refers to the person drinking it, not the potion, right? At that moment, Huang Tianxiao happened to pass by. From a distance, he saw Zhao Lijia carrying a snakeskin bag, chatting and laughing with a man of similar age, and was momentarily stunned. In a daze, Huang Tianxiao seemed to see that familiar pair of figures again. A person carrying a snakeskin bag standing awkwardly at the school gate, showing a kind and delighted expression when they saw him appear. Who was that? Why is he staring at us? Zhao Huanshi whispered. Zhao Lijia turned to look. Huang Tianxiao snapped out of his trance, smiled, and nodded at her, then turned and walked toward the research area entrance. Strange, why does Senior Huang seem so odd? Indeed, it was odd. The way he looked at me was like he was seeing an old father. Is he your admirer? Impossible. Senior Huang is a doctoral student at our school. He's working with his advisor on a spatial rift project in the research area. He's usually very taciturn and doesn't talk much. I'm not very familiar with him, but his advisor has a good relationship with my teacher, and sometimes they dine together. Zhao Huanshi nodded. Indeed, he doesn't seem like your type. Zhao Lijia asked, puzzled, what is my type? A rich, handsome guy with melancholy eyes, frequent insomnia, outwardly domineering, but inwardly soft, utterly lacking basic life skills, always on the verge of starving to death, yet with 8-pack abs when he takes off his shirt. Zhao Lijia glared at Zhao Huanshi and said through gritted teeth, Zhao Huanshi, did you sneak into my room and read my novels? Zhao Huanshi grinned. Zhao Lijia rolled her eyes, then thought of something, and said quietly, do you want to ask your friend to come in and sell some mushrooms? The last one has been mostly used up. Don't treat him like an idiot, okay? Besides, I can't control which friend comes along. If the wrong one shows up, he might cause trouble in the city and implicate me. And we have activities tonight. I need to conserve energy. Tonight? Yeah, the activity time isn't fixed, but based on past experience tonight's venue might be larger than before. Oh, then you'd better go back early and prepare properly. There's not much to prepare. You can at least get mentally ready. Tisk. Catching his sister's implication, Zhao Huanshi shot her an annoyed glare. But if you need mushrooms, I could get some for you now, though the origin. Zhao Lejia shook her head slightly. Forget it, let's talk later. I told my teacher the information you provided as a speculation. Maybe someone will find fresh mushrooms based on that info in the future. Zhao Huanshi recalled the goblin scavenger's mushroom-picking experience. Unless a high-level adventurer happened to venture underground and stumbled upon the double-hole chi mushroom, it would be quite difficult for ordinary exploration teams. By the way, although my teacher has already submitted the purchase request for these materials, it'll take some time for approval. My bonus won't come through for a while either. Do you have enough money on you? A little brat worrying about me. Look, this is the money I got from a mission with the exploration team a couple of days ago. Zhao Huanshi pulled up his bank balance on his phone and showed it to his sister. So much. What kind of mission pays that well? Is the team leader a woman? You don't mean? Zhao Lejia's eyes widened in shock. TSK, our team leader is a middle-aged guy in his 40s, a hardcore otaku. An older guy is even more dangerous. Zhao Lejia, does your teacher know you have this strange attribute? What strange attribute? I don't have any. I'm just concerned about you, okay? Your big brother here is at least a rare class. Whether it's the symbiotic vine or the mimic chest, I've made outstanding contributions to the team and my future is limitless. Is it strange that the exploration team gives me a bigger cut to keep me on their side? Zhao Huanshi emphasized his importance, fearing his sister would worry unnecessarily, and said nothing about encountering demon worshippers in the Emerald Forest. Yeah, my big brother is the best. Zhao Lejia gave a perfunctory thumbs up, utterly lacking sincerity. It's about time. I need to go in. Be careful on your way back. Got it. You be careful too. It's a contaminated area and danger could appear at any moment. Zhao Huanshi reminded her. Don't worry. Your little sister is so talented. Maybe I'll suddenly awaken as a pharmacist tomorrow. A pharmacist, a support class. What compatibility does that have? Zhao Huanshi frowned, but a scene popped into his mind. Facing a monster, his sister pulled out a bottle of purple potion bubbling with foam and downed it in one gulp. Instantly, her body swelled, transforming from a frail, bespectacled girl into a bizarre creature 3 or 4 meters tall. She cackled, maniacally charged at the monster, pounded it into flat cakes, picked them up, and stuffed them into her gaping maw. Zhao Huanshi was amused by his own imagination. Such compatibility would suit an alchemist, not a pharmacist. Alchemists are far superior. They say one could awaken as an alchemist, but so far no instance has appeared in Dongchuan City. The remaining items were packed into a woven bag, which Zhao Huanshi carried to North District 5. Familiar with the route, he slipped through a back alley and entered a small door. This was the very place where Zhao Huanshi, when he worked as a scavenger, used to dispose of his ill-gotten gains. The owner was Zhou Liaoshu, known to all as Mouse. Zhao Huanshi had no idea of his true background, but the fact that he could operate such a business in Dongchuan City without being caught, though the Special Affairs Bureau might have turned a blind eye, was not something anyone could pull off. Moreover, the man ran his shop quite openly. The small door at the back alley was merely a convenience for customers to enter and exit discreetly. Zhao Huanshi wore a hood, mask, and sunglasses concealing his face completely. When he entered, Zhou Liaoshu had just finished a transaction with someone. Seeing a newcomer, the customer, who was even more heavily disguised than Zhao Huanshi with elevated insoles and padded shoulders making it impossible to tell if they were male or female, nodded to Zhou Liaoshu and walked out. After the person left, Zhao Huanshi couldn't help but quip, "Wrapped up like that, Mouse, are you sure there's actually a human being in there?" Zhou Liaoshu ignored his remark and instead asked, a bit surprised, "Aren't you supposed to be an explorer now? How do you have time to come here? Did you not finish clearing out the old stock?" "Damn, I'm disguised like this and you recognized me without even a second glance." Zhou Liaoshu was speechless. How is that a disguise? Thinking of the customer who had just left, Zhao Huanshi had no retort, so he simply handed over the woven bag. Zhou Liaoshu emptied the bag, rummaged through the items, and picked up 2 bitten fruits, looking at Zhao Huanshi with confusion. "What? Can't use bitten ones? You took that half-eaten bug-infested material last time, didn't you?" Zhao Huanshi asked, puzzled. Zhou Liaoshu shook his head. "I'm just curious who has such good teeth to bite into things like this. A normal person would find them too sour to even smell. Besides, these materials were clearly freshly harvested." Zhou Liaoshu couldn't understand why Zhao Huanshi would bother selling them here. However, he didn't ask further. After inspecting the materials, he estimated a price of 12,000, and seeing that Zhao Huanshi had no objection, he paid him in cash. Then he tossed the items Zhao Huanshi had brought into several boxes behind him, mixing them with similar materials from other customers, making them indistinguishable, except for the few bitten fruits and mushrooms which stood out conspicuously among the pile. Night. Zhao Huanshi was sleeping soundly, just about to start dreaming, when he was abruptly jolted awake. Trial objective: help the villagers clear out the monsters and reclaim the occupied village. Villagers. Seeing the objective, Zhao Huanshi was taken aback. Could there actually be living people in the trial dream? Before he could ponder further, a cacophony of clack clack crack sounds, like bones stretching and grinding, erupted around him, accompanied by the eerie, sinister moans and roars he knew all too well. Zhao Huanshi then realized he was in a dimly lit, deep valley littered with the tangled remains of mummies and skeletons draped in tattered clothing. Sensing an uninvited guest, these mummies and skeletons ignited ghostly flames in their eye sockets, rising to their feet, as if preparing a banquet to warmly entertain their unexpected visitor. Two wraiths even emerged from the corpses, and the ground hovering in the air, and shrieking at Zhao Huanshi, their piercing cries rattling his mind. Holy crap! The places I've entered before were all safe. Why did this one drop me straight into a graveyard? Zhao Huanshi flicked his right hand, tossing out the monster cards in front of him, then stepped back and yanked the soul-devouring greatsword from the ground, sweeping it behind him. A lunging mummy's head was crushed by the greatsword, its skull flying 5 meters into the air before the body crumpled and lay still. They seemed to be low-level undead, not too difficult to handle except for those two troublesome wraiths. The soul-devouring greatsword couldn't drain life force from undead, and with the dim light in the valley, the symbiotic vine couldn't be used. Zhao Huanshi's stamina would deplete much faster in battle, so he had to finish the fight quickly. Just then the monster cards hit the ground and materialized into creatures. A goblin warrior raised its shield to block a skeleton's lunge, shoved the enemy back, and thrust its fishbone spear, impaling the skeleton's head clean off. The fishman hunter was far stronger than the goblin warrior, wielding a sturdier weapon. It swept its spear sideways, sending 2 mummies' heads flying off with a single stroke. The mimic, besides its original ruby-red eyes, now had a slightly dimmer round ruby on the back of its chest, housing a listless, oversized eyeball that looked half asleep. The lava crystal core released scorching energy, enveloping the mimic in blazing flames, as if a bonfire had been lit in the dark valley, instantly brightening the surroundings. A flaming pincer swung with force, snapping the legs of a taller creature and using them as fuel for the fire. The goblin merchant quickly ducked behind its companions, sneaking a glance in the firelight, its face twisting into a clear expression of disdain. A bunch of poor wretches, not a single valuable thing on them. Zhao Huanshi also shot at a disgusted look. Why did this one, which couldn't even beat an ordinary goblin, have to show up? But Zhao Huanshi had no time to deal with it. Feeling the blazing heat from the mimic, he chopped down 2 undead in front of him, then summoned the symbiotic vine and wrapped it around his right arm. The 2 wraiths continued their piercing shrieks, carrying a faint mental impact that disrupted the minds of Zhao Huanshi and his card monsters. The goblin merchant, annoyed by the noise, couldn't help but jump up and shout curses at the wraiths above. 2 broke ghosts, just seeing you is bad luck for Goblin Lord, and you keep screeching nonstop. The wraiths paused, then opened their mouths to emit even sharper, more piercing wails, their faces twisted with rage as they dove toward the goblin merchant. The goblin merchant yelped and ducked, covering its head. But Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up. He swung his sword in a reverse arc, slicing through one of the wraiths. Unfortunately, the soul-devouring greatsword hadn't yet absorbed enough life force, so the ghostly mist on the blade was thin. It couldn't instantly kill the wraith, only making its form much fainter as it fled with a wretched howl. However, the mimic leaped into the air with its 8 legs, its mouth full of sharp metallic teeth, wrapped in blazing flames, biting down on the other wraith. The wraith let out a scream, its body instantly engulfed in fire, and within 2 seconds it was burned to nothing. The valley was filled with numerous but weak undead creatures, which Zhao Huanshi quickly wiped out with his card monsters. The goblin warrior sustained minor injuries, and its fishbone long spear broke during the battle, becoming a fishbone short spear. The merfolk hunter, an amphibious creature, proved more agile than the goblin warrior. Protected by its hard fish scales, it somehow avoided any significant damage. By contrast, the goblin merchant's combat prowess was abysmal. Merely struck by the jumping treasure chest monster, it passed out instantly. It was then awakened by the flames on the chest monster's body, rolling around and screaming in agony, nearly dying on the spot. Zhao Huanshi helplessly recalled the merchant summoning the goblin thief instead and retrieved the merfolk hunter that had been ineffective on land. After the soul-devouring greatsword drained much of his energy during combat, Zhao Huanshi felt weakened and summoned the yellow rhea bird to ride upon. Using the treasure chest monster as a torch, he explored the valley perimeter and discovered a cave that appeared to be the exit, only to find its entrance blocked by fallen rocks. Blocked from my path, how will I reach the villagers to accept their tasks? Zhao Huanshi looked upward at the narrow valley entrance, where dense foliage filtered down only slivers of light. Do they expect me to climb out from above? He rubbed his nose and directed the goblin warrior and goblin thief to gather nearby dry firewood. He planned to build a fire to accelerate his recovery through the symbiotic vine's photosynthesis. Whether digging through or climbing the rocky walls, both methods would require significant physical exertion. After searching the valley, the 2 goblins found insufficient dry branches, so they stripped tattered cloth from the undead remains and corpses, piling it together with bleached bones to construct their firewood stack. The bones crackled as they burned, occasionally spitting up eerie green ghost flames that gave the scene an unsettling atmosphere. Zhao Huanshi disregarded this and raised his right hand, positioning the symbiotic vine where the firelight could reach it most effectively. He scooped up a scattered bone from the ground with his left hand, about to toss it into the fire. Why does this bone have such a deep purple hue? Could this be a mutation, or did the skeleton's owner die from poison or disease in their lifetime? Speaking of which, why are there so many corpses here? Does the Trial Dreams setting make this valley a mass grave? Zhao Huanshi scanned the area and directed the goblin warrior to drag over an intact, desiccated corpse from the corner that hadn't transformed into an undead creature. As the goblin warrior pulled the corpse closer, Zhao Huanshi froze in shock. The mummified body, once curled in the corner, revealed a small skeleton clutched tightly against its chest. Now that he thought about it, some of the undead creatures from the earlier battle had been smaller in stature. But Zhao Huanshi was accustomed to killing monsters without hesitation. Old, young, weak, or disabled, he never showed mercy. He hadn't given it much thought at the time, and simply kicked that small skull away like a ball. Looking back now, these were clearly human remains, and those small skeletons had once been children. In reality, he might feel a pang of guilt for a few seconds, but this was a trial dream where all these monsters were fabricated illusions, so he simply kicked them and moved on. Yet some bizarre mechanism of the trial dream triggered a horrifying thought. These corpses, could they be the very villagers the trial required me to rescue from the monsters? He hadn't even started the quest, and had already beaten up the victims' bodies, then piled them as firewood. No wonder the dream sent him to this valley. It was using this place as a safe zone. The realization suddenly made sense to Zhao Huanshi, though he shook his head in helpless resignation. The trial dream's system was apparently flawed enough to confuse the living from the dead. Fortunately, the dream itself was what assigned the quest, and would grant the rewards, so whether these NPCs were alive, dead, or somewhere in between wouldn't affect the outcome. Hopefully. Zhao Huanshi wasn't entirely certain whether this broken trial dream would demand he clear out the monsters occupying the village, and then gather every fragment of these human remains back. The battles had shattered most of them to pieces, and the goblins had already burned many as firewood, leaving most of the skeletal remains beyond reconstruction. He sighed softly and turned his gaze to the mummified corpse the goblin warrior had dragged over. The flesh had rotted away, and the exposed bones appeared blackened and purplish. Scanning his surroundings, Zhao Huanshi noticed clusters of purple mushrooms growing in the valley's corners and along the rock walls. Could these people have fled to the valley only to have the entrance sealed by falling rocks? When their food ran out, they may have eaten these purple mushrooms for sustenance, poisoning themselves in the process. Zhao Huanshi mused to himself. After resting for a while and benefiting from the symbiotic vine's photosynthesis, he felt his energy had largely recovered. Standing up, he studied the valley's rock walls. The cliff face was smooth and devoid of any handholds for climbing. Perhaps due to the dim light within the valley, only shade-loving moss and mushrooms grew here. No vines trailed down the stone surface. The dry leaves and branches scattered throughout the valley likely fell from vegetation growing near the entrance. Estimating the cliff's height at roughly 15 to 16 meters, certainly under 20, he felt confident enough to formulate a plan. Once you go up, search for thicker vines to use as ropes and lower them down so I can climb up. The goblin warrior tilted its head, staring blankly at the faint light filtering through the leaves above. Go up. How exactly was he supposed to climb up? Had his boss misunderstood his capabilities? Zhao Huanshi skipped the explanation and pressed down on the goblin warrior, recalling it along with the treasure chest monster. With a powerful upward throw of his right hand, both cards spun through the air and landed precisely at the valley's mouth. The goblin warrior blinked once and found itself outside the valley. Stop staring. Go find something to pull me up. If you can't cut it yourself, have the treasure chest monster chew through it. Hearing Zhao Huanshi's call from the valley below, the goblin warrior snapped out of its daze and set off with the treasure chest monster. After what felt like an eternity, just as Zhao Huanshi began worrying the goblin warrior had been killed by some monster outside, it finally returned carrying a thick vine over 10 meters long. Once the goblin warrior lowered the vine, Zhao Huanshi noticed its end still hung 4 or 5 meters above the ground. Squinting to measure the distance, he deemed it manageable. He dismissed the yellow Rhea and goblin thief, instructing the goblin warrior to secure the vine's end. Taking a running start, he pushed off hard and launched himself upward. His left hand pressed gently against the rock face to prevent a brutal collision, while his right hand, clad in the soul-devouring glove, gripped the vine's end firmly. Zhao Huanshi grabbed the vine with one hand and was pulled up by the goblin warrior. Where did you get these injuries? They look like you've just been flogged with purple bruises all around. Zhao Huanshi asked, puzzled upon seeing the goblin warrior covered in what appeared to be whip marks. The goblin warrior forcefully sniffed, drawing back the blood from his nose, then pointed at the thick vine in Zhao Huanshi's hand and chattered away. He explained that while searching for a suitable vine, he was ambushed by this thick one, but thanks to his quick reflexes, bravery, and a little help from the mimic, he managed to defeat the treacherous magical plant. Zhao Huanshi looked down at the vine and noticed its surface was covered in tiny needles. Upon closer inspection, the needles had a faint purple sheen and emitted a slightly sweet, cloying odor. Zhao Huanshi's eyes twitched. Good grief, he asked for a vine and got a poisonous one. Fortunately, his right hand was protected by the soul-devouring gloves, otherwise his entire arm would have turned purple by now. The goblin warrior's nose wouldn't stop bleeding, and despite his wounds being visible, the blood hadn't stopped. A clear sign of poisoning. Since antidotes couldn't be brought into the trial dream, Zhao Huanshi had no means of detoxification, so he simply pressed the goblin warrior down and retracted him. Then he recalled the mimic and repeatedly summoned the 3 goblin rogues to bring out the goblin thief, sending him ahead to scout. After climbing out of the valley, Zhao Huanshi noticed a faint, unpleasant odor lingering in the air. At first he thought it was the smell of decaying corpses from the undead in the valley, so he didn't pay much attention. He transformed the soul-devouring gloves into a massive black greatsword and swung it to clear the surrounding weeds and vines. While clearing a path, he also managed to scare away venomous snakes or other monsters hiding in the grass. No snakes were found, but many grotesque-looking insects burst out from the thicket, flapping their wings and scattering in all directions. Some insects came too close to the soul-devouring greatsword, touched the thin, ghostly mist emanating from it, and instantly lost their vitality, dropping to the ground. An imperceptible stream of life force flowed from the greatsword into Zhao Huanshi's body, but quickly dissipated. After walking for a while, he saw no animals or monsters, only a distant, indistinguishable sharp screech. Moreover, despite leaving the valley behind, the odor in the air hadn't faded, instead it grew stronger. Zhao Huanshi felt something was amiss. When he emerged from the small forested hill where the valley was located, he saw wisps of green mist, or perhaps miasma, drifting everywhere. The wind couldn't disperse it, it only twisted into various seductive shapes, emitting a strong, putrid, rotting stench. Zhao Huanshi's eyes narrowed, and he instinctively covered his mouth and nose, then realized such an action was futile. Even if he tore a piece of cloth from his clothes to use as a mask, it wouldn't block these pervasive toxins. Moreover, from earlier, countless tiny mosquitoes and insects had been circling above his head, buzzing incessantly, eager to taste his blood, yet hesitant and afraid to approach too closely. Zhao Huanshi suddenly tensed his legs, leaped upward, and swung the black greatsword with force. The ghostly mist swept through, causing a cascade of insects to fall with a crackling sound. The remaining swarms, startled, scattered in a rush. After driving away the insects, Zhao Huanshi looked up at the sun, then down at the symbiotic vine coiled around his right hand, frowning slightly. No wonder my stamina is draining faster than usual. The life force from the symbiotic vine and soul-devouring must be used to repair the damage caused by airborne toxins. Now the toxicity in the air had intensified, and the symbiotic vine's healing effect was insufficient. Zhao Huanshi felt his body gradually deteriorating. His nasal passages burned slightly, his chest felt tight, and his skin, especially the exposed parts, began to itch mildly. Damn, they just threw me into a poison zone. How do I solve this? Am I supposed to find the village and clear out the monsters before I die from the air? Zhao Huanshi speculated, looking into the distance. The goblin thief was crouching on the ground, stabbing a grotesque, brightly colored caterpillar with a rusty knife, examining it closely, as if considering whether the fat bug was edible. The color seemed appealing to a goblin. The caterpillar released a burst of black mist from all its pores, which quickly spread. Although the goblin thief reacted swiftly, flinging the caterpillar off the knife and rolling backward, he inevitably inhaled a large amount of the foul-smelling toxic gas. The nauseating odor and toxic stimulation made the goblin thief turn and vomit uncontrollably. If even a goblin threw up like that, it must be really stinky. Zhao Huanshi instinctively stepped back several steps, covering his nose, then realized something. The goblin thief seemed far more resistant to airborne toxins than himself. Without the life force from soul-devouring and the symbiotic vine to repair internal damage, he still remained lively, even wanting to taste the poisonous bud. The goblin scavenger was similar. He could eat poisonous mushrooms raw and survive. Could the key to this trial dream lie with them? Zhao Huanshi considered retreating to the valley and leaving the goblin thief to scout on his own. Then he saw the goblin thief, who had just been sprayed with poison gas, turning completely green. Although he was already green, the color had become brighter, and his eyes rolled back as he foamed at the mouth. This guy could resist the airborne toxicity, but he wouldn't get far before poisoning himself by eating bugs. Zhao Huanshi grumbled inwardly, rushed forward, crouched down, carefully touched the goblin thief with his fingernail, and recalled him to card form. As he stood up, Zhao Huanshi felt dizzy and nearly fell. The poisoning symptoms worsened. Red spots appeared all over his skin, painful and itchy. Fighting the urge to scratch, Zhao Huanshi decided to return to the valley first to bask in the sun and think of a solution. But after only a few steps, a strong stench hit him, and a poison slime, emitting purple toxic mist, leaped out from the grass. Zhao Huanshi sneered, attacked, and dealt lethal damage to the poison slime. The poison slime exploded. The purple toxic mist, highly corrosive, instantly enveloped Zhao Huanshi as he tried to flee. Trial failed. Evolution points gained 2. Current evolution points, 430. Damn, that slime can actually self-destruct. Well, after half a month, I finally unlocked a new way to die in the trial dream, blown up by a slime. Or poisoned. Zhao Huanshi stared at the ceiling, his face full of speechlessness, and then he began to mock the intelligence of the trial dream. The AI of the trial dream is so stupid. It says to help the villagers clear out the monsters occupying the village. In an environment full of poisonous gas everywhere, how could anyone go and build a village? And those villagers have already turned into undead. Speaking of this, Zhao Huanshi suddenly paused. Hey, actually you have a point. Assuming the villagers are undead, they can indeed survive in this poisonous gas environment. Helping a group of undead villagers reclaim the village in the poison gas zone from monsters, logically speaking, there's really no problem. Zhao Huanshi lay on the bed lost in thought for a while. He took his phone, walked to the living room, poured a glass of water, and as he passed the sofa, he sat down, picked up the TV remote, and turned on the television. Without even looking at what was on TV, he unlocked his phone and searched for information about the polluted area east of Dongchuan City, the poison mist swamp, and guides from explorers. The poison mist swamp was also filled with poisonous gas everywhere, somewhat similar to the environment of the trial dream. Zhao Huanshi wanted to see if the little geniuses online had any clever ideas that could allow explorers to venture into the poison mist swamp without antidote potions, without purification magic, and with no resistance to the deadly poison. But after browsing, most of it was nonsense. The slightly reliable one was that when antidotes run out, one could mix the juice of several magical plants growing in the poisonous swamp to concoct an emergency swamp antidote. It was called an emergency antidote because although it could resist the toxic substances in the air of the poison mist swamp, one must go to the hospital for gastric lavage within 3 days of drinking it, or else chronic poisoning would lead to death or paralysis. Zhao Huanshi was not afraid of being poisoned to death in the trial dream. Being able to survive 3 days was more than enough. But the emergency swamp antidote could only be used in the poison mist swamp. Not only could the materials not be gathered elsewhere, but even if concocted, it would likely be useless. Should he record the properties of the toxic substances in the air of the dream and the various plants and ask Zhao Lijia to specially concoct an emergency antidote? No. Wrong approach. As he thought, Zhao Huanshi suddenly frowned. This is a trial for a card monster summoner, not an alchemist. When encountering a problem, of course, we should think of solutions from the cards. Although the current cards don't seem to have any detoxification ability, they can level up and evolve. Among the few cards, the one most likely to gain detoxification ability after enhancement is the symbiotic vine, or perhaps the Murloc Hunter. If it mutates to acquire spell abilities, might be able to come up with a purification spell. As for the goblins, expecting these idiots to detoxify is less practical than hoping for a chocobo to mutate. Previously in the Emerald Forest, the symbiotic vine was worn by members of the exploration team in turns, and they fought against demon worshippers in between, so the card level had already risen to level 3. Zhao Huanshi felt that simply wearing the symbiotic vine while basking in the sun resulted in very slow leveling. Only by fighting with the symbiotic vine, using photosynthesis to recover stamina and injuries, would the symbiotic vine level up faster. Zhao Huanshi originally thought that the next time he went on a mission with the exploration team, he or a team member would fight monsters while wearing the symbiotic vine, and after returning the symbiotic vine, would probably reach level 5 and be ready for enhancement. Let me ask Brother Zhang when the next mission is. Zhao Huanshi sent a message to Zhang Daxuan. But Zhang Daxuan replied that Qian Montang's shield was too badly damaged, and he was preparing to have a new one custom made. Although it was mechanically manufactured, it would still take a few days to complete. Plus, the online game that the exploration team members played together was having some crossover event recently, so they planned to rest for a week before looking for a suitable mission. Zhang Daxuan also invited Zhao Huanshi to play the game, but Zhao Huanshi was not in the mood. The symbiotic vine couldn't level up or evolve, and every night he would be poisoned to death in the trial dream. Just thinking about it made his balls ache. Zhao Huanshi sighed, turned his phone horizontally, and skillfully tapped on an icon. Team. Death is death. Being poisoned to death can't be more painful than being crushed to death alive, right? When in doubt, let's play a round of team. An hour later. Fuck. What the hell, teammates? So damn bad. Rubbish game, wasting my youth, draining my money. Zhao Huanshi angrily threw his phone aside. The phone screen still displayed the settlement interface of some 5v5 tower-pushing PvP game. He rubbed his fingers and pulled out the 3 goblin stooges. Not seeing the damage repair status on the card information, Zhao Huanshi was a bit surprised. The goblin thief clearly looked like it was about to die from poisoning, yet after only 8 or 9 hours it had already been resurrected with full health. He threw the card in his hand onto the floor. Whoever was summoned would get to go out for some fresh air today. As a result, blue and purple light gathered, and what came out was exactly the goblin thief. Oh, what a coincidence. Zhao Huanshi took a close look and saw that the goblin thief indeed showed no signs of poisoning. Go grab 2 chicken drumsticks to munch on, and I'll order you some Colonel Sanders for lunch. The goblin thief didn't know what Colonel Sanders was, but it sounded delicious. While the goblin thief skillfully went to the kitchen to get chicken drumsticks, Zhao Huanshi hesitated for a moment and then picked up his phone again. I don't believe it. Half an hour later. Fuck. A bunch of noobs. So damn ridiculous. I, a super awakener with all stats 9, can't even carry these trash. Zhao Huanshi vented angrily at the phone screen for a long time. When he turned around, he saw the goblin thief sucking on 2 chicken bones staring at the game screen on the phone with great curiosity. Zhao Huanshi was stunned. What, you want to try? The goblin thief nodded repeatedly. You really want to play? But you can't even read. Zhao Huanshi was about to refuse, but seeing the goblin thief's expression, a sly smile suddenly appeared on his face. So what if you can't read? The law doesn't say illiterates can't play games. Well, the law also doesn't say goblins can't enter the game to troll teammates. Wait a moment, let me switch accounts first. 10 minutes later, the goblin thief's fingers were swiftly swiping across the phone screen, grinning widely with delight. Seeing it having so much fun, Zhao Huanshi was also pleased. Especially when he heard the game continuously emitting repetitive prompt sounds. The smile on his face became even brighter. Please enable voice chat. Please enable voice chat. Please enable voice chat. With a thud, the skull of the last skeleton was crushed beneath Zhao Huanshi's foot, and the agitated victims in the valley fell silent once more. Zhao Huanshi leaned on his pitch-black greatsword, feeling slightly weakened. After a careful sniff, aside from the putrid odor resembling that of the tomb's caverns, there was no foul stench like that outside the valley. The air here should be free of poison. From a scientific perspective, the valley was enclosed, situated atop a small hill with sufficient elevation, making it impossible for the toxic fog to rise. From a non-scientific perspective, perhaps this valley served as a safe zone within the trial dream, a place to give himself time to think. Zhao Huanshi thoughtlessly contemplated as he recalled the goblin warrior and mimic into cards, casting them above the valley to retrieve the thick vine they had found last time, preferably uprooted entirely. Otherwise, he would be forced to climb up like a grasshopper if the length proved insufficient. With nothing else to do, Zhao Huanshi wandered through the valley again, hoping to discover new clues. After a while, Zhao Huanshi sensed something was wrong. Why did his body grow increasingly weak and his head begin to spin after walking just 2 laps? He looked down at his right hand. The soul devourer was clearly in a dormant state and not draining his stamina. Something was off. Wrong. Between the gaps wrapped by the symbiotic vine, Zhao Huanshi discovered thin purple veins crawling across the skin of his right arm. He hastily inspected other parts of his body and found the same symptoms appearing everywhere. What the hell? This so-called safe zone is far from safe, Zhao Huanshi said in astonishment. There was no such situation yesterday. He frowned in thought. The difference between yesterday and today is that I didn't light a fire yesterday. Zhao Huanshi surveyed the remains of the undead creatures in the valley. Did the symbiotic vine repair internal wounds through photosynthesis while we warmed ourselves by the fire? Or does this poison break down when heated? Perhaps the source of the toxicity is these corpses themselves, specifically their clothing. Just as Zhao Huanshi was pondering various possibilities and feeling increasingly weak, a commotion came from above. The goblin warrior and mimic had finally returned with the vines. Following Zhao Huanshi's orders, the goblin warrior had attempted to uproot the magical vines and nearly strangled himself in the process. It was only thanks to the mimic biting through the vine stems at a critical moment that the goblin warrior was saved. Despite heading straight for the objective, the whole affair took longer than the previous day. When Zhao Huanshi was pulled up by one hand gripping the vine, he was startled to see the goblin warrior's condition had worsened significantly, its body covered in blood. He recalled the goblin warrior to recuperate, then summoned the merfolk hunter and goblin scavenger, instructing them to gather firewood from the nearby area. Ignite, Zhao Huanshi said, looking down at the mimic. The mimic obediently crouched, its dim magma crystal core emitting scorching energy that transformed into flames spreading across its body. Zhao Huanshi brought his left hand close to the flames and observed carefully, discovering that the fine purple lines on his skin indeed faded rapidly. It actually is sensitive to fire. After a while, the goblin scavenger and merfolk hunter returned with branches and wood, building a bonfire. With the sun shining and the bonfire crackling, the symbiotic vine's photosynthesis reached full effect, and Zhao Huanshi soon recovered. He turned and carefully examined the condition of the goblin scavenger and merfolk hunter. A faint green tint had appeared on the merfolk hunter's fish-like head, likely from being eroded by toxic substances in the air while collecting firewood. However, the creature seemed unconcerned, repeatedly turning its head to look behind it, its eyes filled with some kind of longing. Zhao Huanshi followed its gaze, but was blocked by dense vegetation. What are you looking at? Wara wara. There's a river. I want to go fishing. This rotten place has no creatures with poison resistance. Oh, everything has been poisoned to death. Are you sure there are still fish in the river? Zhao Huanshi found it somewhat speechless. But then he thought about it. In this trial, he hadn't planned to clear it anyway. He only wanted to collect as much intelligence as possible. Fish in the river or other monsters would count as part of that intelligence. Besides, a fishing enthusiast who could only fish for air in a home bathtub was pitiful enough as it was. Zhao Huanshi nodded. Go ahead, but return periodically to replenish your cards and recover your condition. Otherwise, if you get poisoned to death and end up damaged, it'll be troublesome. The merfolk hunter's eyes bulged wide open, and it split its mouth into an excited grin. Unable to wait any longer, it turned around, grabbed its bone spear, and scurried off on all fours like a jubilant frog, disappearing into the weeds within moments. Seeing this, a worry immediately surfaced in Zhao Huanshi's mind. Would this creature really be able to return on its own? Could it get poisoned to death out there? Turning his attention to the goblin scavenger in the brief time it had spent gathering firewood, the tattered bag in its hands had grown conspicuously bulky, stuffed with an unknown quantity of items. Upon inspection, it contained various flowers, plants, stones, chewed poisonous mushrooms, and headless beetles. Its entire body was greening, making it impossible to tell whether the toxic substances in the air were affecting it. Probably not, since it dared to bite into poisonous mushrooms and suffered no ill effects afterward. Originally, Zhao Huanshi had intended to send the goblin thief to scout outside, but he suddenly changed his mind. Although the goblin thief possessed strong stealth capabilities, its poison resistance was clearly inferior to that of the goblin scavenger. The goblin scavenger may not be able to turn invisible, but it had the ability to make monsters disdain and scorn it. Without actively provoking creatures, its survival ability in the wild was no worse than the goblin thief's. You're the one then. Go find the village at the foot of the mountain occupied by monsters, and collect information about the monsters and the surrounding area. After Zhao Huanshi finished speaking, the goblin scavenger nodded. It reached into its burlap sack, pulled out a large purple fruit, wiped it clean on the sack, and held it out toward Zhao Huanshi with a sycophantic grin. Zhao Huanshi inhaled the sweet, cloying scent emanating from the purple fruit, and felt his head grow slightly dizzy. What kind of poisonous apple is this? Its toxicity is fierce. Zhao Huanshi's expression turned alarmed, and he retreated quickly. Watching the goblin scavenger's face shift to confusion, bewilderment, and a hint of disappointment, he felt somewhat helpless inside. Having filial piety was fine, but this was taking it to an absurd extreme. It was almost comical. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Zhao Huanshi forced a smile onto his face, and carefully reached out with his right hand clad in the soul devourer glove to accept the poisonous apple from the goblin scavenger. Alright, I'll accept your gift. Now go complete your task. The goblin scavenger nodded, grinning widely, and looking extremely pleased. It hoisted the tattered sack and ambled off into the distance. Zhao Huanshi looked down at the fruit the goblin scavenger had given him. Though its toxicity was potent, judging by the magical aura swirling around it, this fruit was at least a mid-tier magical material. If he could truly find some outside, giving them to Zhao Lejiao would surely make her very happy. After another hour or two, the fishman hunter returned with its catch, much to everyone's surprise. Can it really catch fish, oi? Seeing the fishman hunter grin ear to ear as it emerged from the underbrush, the fishline on its rod held a palm-sized fish, thrashing desperately, letting out a peculiar squeak-squeak cry. A cry. Zhao Huanshi felt something was off. Only when the fishman hunter drew closer did Zhao Huanshi clearly see that what hung on the fishline was no fish at all, but a toad-like creature with bulging eyes, a fish's mouth and tail, and a body covered in repulsive warts. Or perhaps a monstrous fish with a toad's body and limbs. Either way, it looked utterly revolting. You brought this thing back. Were you planning to roast and eat it? Zhao Huanshi could accept goblins gnawing on insects, but this creature was so grotesquely hideous that he truly couldn't stomach it. Walla walla. Just showing off my catch. Eating it is out of the question. For something like this, even a goblin wouldn't be able to bring itself to take a bite. Gazing at the writhing monstrosity on the line, the fishman hunter's eyes were equally filled with disgust. Zhao Huanshi observed and said, since you won't eat it, just burn it. It's ugly enough, makes a terrible noise, and with night falling, keeping this thing around is creepy. The fishman hunter nodded, reached out, yanked the creature forcibly from the line, and threw it straight into the fire. Upon hitting the flames, the toadfish's warts burst open with pops and crackles, releasing a bizarre stench, while its mouth emitted an even more shrill scream. Fearing it might release toxic fumes like the insects and slimes in this area, Zhao Huanshi quickly took a few steps back, putting distance between himself and the fire. The creature struggled in the fire for a while before going still, and the foul odor in the air gradually dissipated. Standing at a distance, Zhao Huanshi turned to look at the fishman hunter and noticed its poisoning symptoms were indeed far more pronounced than before. He extended his hand to recall it, then glanced down at the information on the fishman hunter card. Repairing damage. Estimated time remaining 59 minutes. An hour later, Zhao Huanshi stuffed the poison apple offered by the goblin scavenger and a couple of hastily whittled wooden short spears into the chest monster's maw, recalled it into a card, and then resummoned the fishman hunter. Bored and with nothing better to do, and while there was still daylight, he decided to follow the fishman hunter to see where it fished. After walking for half an hour and pushing through a thicket of weeds and bushes, Zhao Huanshi heard the distant sound of flowing water mingled with the rising and falling squeaks of the strange fish. Spring water flowing from the mountaintop gathered in a depression to form a small pond. Some of the ugly monster fish would occasionally poke their heads above the surface, spouting jets of water to knock flying insects off the nearby foliage. If a knockdown insect landed on the shore, another monster fish would leap out of the water like a frog, devour it, and then hurriedly turn and scramble back into the pond. Zhao Huanshi scanned the area and discovered that the grotesque thing the fishman hunter had brought back was actually the most decent looking among the entire school of monster fish in this pond. Good heavens, three-legged ones, two-headed ones, eyes growing on their tails. Did someone build a nuclear power plant up here and start dumping radioactive waste? While Zhao Huanshi was still muttering his complaints, the fisherman hunter's eyes sparkled at the sight of the monstrous fish eagerly drawing its fishing line and hook from its bone spear. With a casual sweep, it snatched a bizarrely shaped insect from the nearby grass. Ignoring the bug's desperate struggles, it threaded the hook through its mouth and out its rear. Once everything was ready, the fisherman hunter pattered to the pond's edge, flicked the rod with force to cast the bait into the water, and crouched down like a frog to begin fishing. In a certain sense, fishmen and these pond monsters look remarkably similar. Calling them distant relatives wouldn't be far-fetched. As Zhao Huanshi watched the fisherman hunter's back and muttered under his breath, the monster fish in the pond suddenly erupted into a frenzy, emitting sharp squeak-squeak noises. What's going on? Scared by the fisherman hunter. Puzzled, Zhao Huanshi watched as the fisherman hunter turned its head toward the downstream side of the pond, its eyes brimming with irritation, as if a fisherman's joyous casting was abruptly interrupted by swimmers wading in. Following the fisherman hunter's gaze, Zhao Huanshi spotted a purple venomous slime slowly undulating along the current toward the pond. Damn it, isn't that my old rival? Zhao Huanshi flicked his fingers, summoning the chest monster and retrieving the short spears he had whittled earlier. The venomous slime had low physical defense, as Zhao Huanshi had killed it with just 2 thrusts before. He hadn't expected, however, that it would self-destruct upon death, releasing a highly toxic fog. Before entering the trial, Zhao Huanshi had already planned that if he encountered another venomous slime, he definitely wouldn't fight it at close range. The best solution would be to develop some ranged attack methods like throwing wooden spears. Take this. Zhao Huanshi growled and hurled the short spear from his hand with all his might. Though his shout was full of vigor, 50 meters was still too far for him. Compounding the issue, the spear's warped shaft caused its center of gravity to shift constantly during flight. It ultimately landed 4 or 5 meters from the slime, crushing an innocently passing beetle into paste. Damn, this makes no sense. Isn't it true that higher agility means better accuracy? I've got 9 extra attribute points. How can I still miss? As expected, simply sharpening a branch won't do as a weapon. Zhao Huanshi muttered to himself, concluding that the problem lay in his crude weapon crafting skills rather than his aim. At some point, the fisherman hunter had planted its bone spear into the ground by the pond and walked over. It looked up at the muttering summoner with a touch of confusion, picked up a short wooden spear from the ground, let out a loud wah, and hurled it toward the sky with great force. The wooden spear spun rapidly, tracing a perfect parabolic arc across the sky before thudding directly into the center of the venomous slime's body. The venomous slime was severely wounded, but not yet dead. Its body trembled violently as it sprayed a massive amount of venom from the wound, which spread outward like a purple fog. At the same time, it slowly writhed, attempting to use its own bodily fluids to corrode and digest the spear lodged within it. Zhao Huanshi looked down at the fisherman hunter and said, "Aiming that well, do you want to die? What about your boss's dignity? 0 situational awareness and no workplace EQ whatsoever. No wonder you're still just a fisherman after all this time." Gulu. The fisherman hunter looked up in confusion, its 2 large watery eyes brimming with question marks. Big eyes but vacant. That's you right there. Never mind, just kill this slime first, and I'll tear into you later. Smack. After taking another wooden spear strike, the purple toxic slime finally burst open like a balloon. Purple toxic mist instantly enveloped the surrounding 30 meters or so, while purple venom splashed and scattered everywhere. The toxic liquid fell onto plants, instantly corroding large holes through them. Some of the venom dripped into the pond, dyeing the clear water purple and releasing a pungent acrid odor. The bizarre fish sensed something was wrong and began thrashing violently in the pond. They popped their heads out, letting out strange cries, and within moments all of them floated to the surface, bellies up, their eyes rolled white. Aren't these fish ridiculously stupid? The water's been poisoned and they don't even think to flee to land. Were those 3, 4, 5, 6 legs growing on their bodies just for decoration? Zhao Huanshi remarked after seeing this. Upon noticing that every fish in the pond had perished, the merman hunter's jaw dropped in utter shock, and he turned his head to stare at Zhao Huanshi. "Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't poison them. The venom came from the exploding slime, and you're the one who killed the slime. This has nothing to do with me." Zhao Huanshi shrugged and said. Hearing this, the merman hunter was struck as if by lightning. His eyes went blank, his entire body went slack, as though all the vitality and courage sustaining him had been suddenly drained away. "It's just a few weird fish dying. Do you really need to act like the world's ending?" Zhao Huanshi scratched his head, genuinely perplexed. "Anyway, this area will respawn next time we return. I'll bring you here to fish then." Upon hearing this, the merman hunter's 2 giant eyeballs, which had nearly turned to stone, reignited with light. He looked at Zhao Huanshi with overflowing anticipation. "Walla. Would I bother lying to you about something like this? Besides, can these hideous things even be considered fish? Next time there's an opportunity, I'll take you to the aquatic products base and aquarium in the southern district to see what real fish look like." As he spoke, Zhao Huanshi suddenly realized something was off. Wait, can merfolk even enter an aquarium? Although merfolk do seem to fit well with aquatic bases and aquariums. Never mind, we'll talk about this later. I'm not even sure I can get you inside. Unaware of what artificial breeding meant, and having never seen an aquarium. Whether or not he could enter the aquatic products base, the merman hunter didn't care in the slightest. Hearing Zhao Huanshi say he could come fishing at the pond next time was already more than enough to satisfy him. By the way, I think you can fish in the contaminated zone too. I seem to recall seeing in the Special Affairs Bureau's bounty missions that groups of fishing enthusiasts were hiring exploration teams to escort them into the contaminated zone for fishing. The sky had grown completely dark. Zhao Huanshi recalled the merman hunter and made his way back along the trail he had left, returning to the valley's edge. The campfire he had built earlier had already burned out. Zhao Huanshi summoned the mimic tray and chopped some more firewood, piling it atop its body to roast. The newly cut wood was quite damp and difficult to ignite. It took a while of being roasted by the flames emanating from the mimic tray before it slowly caught fire, producing thick, heavy smoke that billowed upward like a beacon tower. Normally, a considerable number of flying insects would have been drawn to the firelight and gathered around, but the thick smoke released by the campfire kept them at bay. Zhao Huanshi crouched beside the fire and was nearly choked by the smoke himself, but compared to being harassed by insects, he would rather endure the acrid fumes by the flames. Just as he thought the first night in the trial dream would pass uneventfully. He had no idea that because the mountain firelight was so conspicuous against the night sky, other things besides insects were drawn to it. Though there was not a breath of wind, the swirling masses of toxic fog at the foot of the mountain suddenly began to churn and surge as if guided by some unseen force. They wove through the forest, converging toward the source of the firelight on the mountaintop. The goblin scavenger, its body caked head to toe with thick mud, poked its head out from the grass and gazed into the distance. A group of humanoid monsters, their bodies covered in pustules and malignant boils with webbed hands and feet, bore a vague resemblance to merfolk in body shape, yet their heads resembled nothing so much as toads. Led by a towering creature clutching a thick magical staff, they danced in eerie, twisted movements beneath the moonlight, emitting guttural, half-maniacal cries. The goblin scavenger observed for a while, about to turn and leave to continue searching elsewhere for traces of the village, when suddenly everything went black and it lost consciousness. Trial failed. Evolution points gained 1. Current evolution points 431. Zhao Huanshi opened his eyes, gazing up at the ceiling of his bedroom. How did that toxic gas end up running up the mountain on its own at night? What in the world is the principle behind that? Zhao Huanshi was truly baffled. After pondering for a while, he decided to summon the goblin scavenger and ask whether it had noticed anything. Zhao Huanshi hadn't harbored high expectations, but to his surprise he obtained crucial intelligence from it. Humanoid monsters with toad-like heads. Could they be marsh toad men? Aren't those creatures only active in swamp regions? Zhao Huanshi pulled out his phone, searched for information on marsh toadmen, found a high-resolution photograph, and held it up before the goblin scavenger. Is it this kind of monster? The goblin scavenger squinted intently at the phone screen, then scratched its head and pondered for a moment, appearing somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? Zhao Huanshi asked. Yeraclot. It looked somewhat similar, but uglier than this. Are you sure? This thing is already ugly enough, Zhao Huanshi said with obvious skepticism, staring at the revolting creature on his phone. A monster with a warty toad head and a scalp swollen with pus-filled boils. Wait a moment. Marsh toadmen spellcasters seem to possess the ability to manipulate toxic fog and breed poisonous insects. If that's the case, then those toxic mists didn't simply rise on their own. Realizing he had been attacked by marsh toadmen, Zhao Huanshi quickly pieced together what had happened. Those monsters must have spotted the light from my campfire and realized an enemy had appeared on the mountain. Perhaps they're not well suited for combat in forested terrain, which is why they directed the toxic fog upward, to either poison their enemies outright or provoke them into descending the mountain to fight. Alright, it was my carelessness, but at least I've identified who the enemy is. Dying wouldn't have been entirely meaningless. Marsh toadmen excel at using poison, and their leader appears to be a spellcaster. If I want to pass this trial dream, I'll need to try cultivating the symbiotic vine and see whether after evolving it can grant resistance to potent toxins or even detoxification abilities. Due to the Special Affairs Bureau issuing bounties on demon worshippers and demon statues, numerous powerful exploration teams had taken on missions in the Emerald Forest over the past few days, hoping to venture deep into the woods and possibly encounter the demon worshippers. With so many people coming and going, the area near the forest's exit had ironically become safer. Zhao Huanshi mused over it. With his current strength, even going solo, as long as he didn't venture too deep and stayed near the entrance to hunt weaker monsters, he would likely face no major issues. The greatest threat, that demon worshipper, had probably already been devoured whole by some magical vine deep within the forest by now, hadn't he? No. How could it not be? Amid the Emerald Forest Central region, in a chaotic battle scene, the remains of over a dozen tree monsters lay scattered about. On the ground there was a freshly dug pit beside which lay a reassembled humanoid skeleton with oddly shaped bones. A man wearing a black demon mask, holding in his right hand a bizarre skull wreathed in blood, missed his eyes, filled with ferocity and irritation. Behind him stood a dozen or so similarly masked professionals, each with different gear and weapons, along with two ordinary people whose faces were pale with terror. The blood sacrifice skull indicated this location without a doubt. Could there be a problem with the ritual provided by the demon priest? He has no reason to do that. The man in the black demon mask shook his head slightly. Besides, the blood sacrifice skull indeed led us to this waste corpse. The demon priest may have exaggerated the ritual's effect. Thump. A sound of a heavy object falling came from behind. Sir, this sacrifice is about to die, a professional called out in warning. The man in the black demon mask turned his head and glanced. Oh, another poor wretch abandoned by the times. Perhaps the blood sacrifice skull has consumed too much energy along the way. Devouring a sacrifice to replenish might reveal the location of the demon statue. As he spoke, the black-masked man clutching the skull wreathed in blood mist paced toward the fallen sacrifice. Please, spare me. The young man, lying on the ground weak and unable to move, pleaded in a terrified whisper. Don't be afraid, it'll only take a moment. Unable to awaken, you'll die sooner or later anyway. Instead of perishing silently like a speck of dust, why not make a contribution to the arrival of a new era? The black-masked man crouched down and placed the blood sacrifice skull on the young man's forehead. No, I don't want. No. With the immense suction from his forehead, the young man felt something within him rapidly draining away, his consciousness growing fainter, his murmurs weakening. In just a moment, the young man, who had seemed terminally ill, turned into a shriveled corpse with a contorted face. This death was similar to that of monsters drained of life by the soul-devouring greatsword. Having absorbed the sacrifice, the blood mist surrounding the blood sacrifice skull became much denser. The black-masked man opened his palm, and the blood sacrifice skull floated into the air, slowly rotating. Under his expectant gaze, the skull's crimson light from its eye sockets turned toward the nearby remains of the recently assembled demon worshipper. Damn it! The anticipation in the black-masked man's eyes instantly turned to rage, as if he wanted to crush this worthless skull to pieces and trample it. Sir, his subordinates, fearing he might actually destroy the blood sacrifice skull, quickly stepped forward to stop him. The black-masked man took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. He reached out to retrieve the blood sacrifice skull and turned to look at the remaining sacrifice. I've awakened. Look, I'm fine. His eyes turned red, hair grew wildly, nails lengthened, skin became rough and hard, and strange growths and lumps appeared all over his body. Despite such obvious physical mutations, he himself felt nothing. Watching this pitiful creature, the black-masked man's mood became much more cheerful. With a haughty gaze and a mocking tone, he said, Ignorant ant, you don't even know you're being toyed with by fate. Let me help you end this miserable life. Accompanied by a piercing scream, another dried corpse appeared on the ground. The blood mist of the blood sacrifice skull became thick as water, as if it could drip at any moment. Yet still no trace of the demon statue could be found, as if it had vanished from this world. Stupid demon priest, stupid skull. Seeing the black-masked man growing irritable again, his subordinate quickly spoke up to remind him. Sir, could the statue have been destroyed? The black-masked man frowned. It's not impossible. But the Special Affairs Bureau hasn't released any related information. If other explorers had found it, their first reaction would be to hand it over to the Bureau for a reward. Could it be those monsters? Perhaps. Regardless, since the blood sacrifice skull can't find the demon statue, we'll have to make the demon priest send another one. Dispose of these two corpses and that wastes bones. The black-masked man, while directing his subordinates to destroy the bodies, stuffed the blood sacrifice skull into a wooden box he carried with him. This damn thing is quite sinister. Holding it affects one's emotions, making one irritable without realizing it. Didn't we take on a few bounty missions? Yes, one mission from the Special Affairs Bureau to investigate the interior of the central area of the Emerald Forest, 2 tasks from the Research Institute in West Zone 4 to collect magical plant materials, and a bounty from the black market to capture monsters. Capture monsters. What are those fools up to now? Forget it. If they can stir up some trouble, it's even better. It'll help divert the Special Affairs Bureau's attention. Meanwhile, Zhao Huanshi, holding a fine steel greatsword, passed through the mist and entered the contaminated zone, wandering alone in the outer area of the Emerald Forest. After walking for a long time, he was finally noticed by a few wild wolves which surrounded him from all sides. Zhao Huanshi glanced. 5 wolves. They posed no threat to him, but he didn't intend to fight himself. With a flick of his finger, he summoned a goblin warrior, then tossed the symbiotic vine onto it. Zhao Huanshi himself quickly climbed up a low tree behind him. Based on previous experience, the symbiotic vine gains more from sunbathing in the contaminated zone than in the city. If it can participate in battle with its host using photosynthesis to heal the host, the upgrade speed would be maximized. The symbiotic vine needs to upgrade, and so do the other card monsters. Letting the goblin warrior fight with the symbiotic vine, leveling up 2 cards in one battle. What a deal. Moreover, fearing that the goblin warrior might be too weak in combat, even with a shield and spear, and the symbiotic vine, it could be bitten to death by the wolves, causing the card to enter a damaged state. Zhao Huanshi also took out the Murloc Hunter and held it between his fingers ready to use the flying card and swap card at any moment to replace the Goblin Warrior. He had planned everything perfectly, but overlooked one thing. When the wolves saw the Goblin Warrior suddenly appear in front of them, they were initially startled, but after seeing the enemy's appearance their eyes showed disdain. They bared their teeth and growled threateningly, while slowly backing away apparently intending to abandon the prey and retreat. The Goblin Warrior with symbiotic vines coiled around his neck, shield in one hand and spear in the other, had braced himself to face 5 enemies alone. Yet the foes intended to flee without a fight. Had the mighty Goblin Warrior grown so formidable that even his mere presence could intimidate enemies into retreat? The Goblin Warrior preened himself with a hint of pride. Idiot, they clearly think your flesh tastes foul like a piece of dog shit garnished with coriander. Zhao Huanshi called out from behind to remind him. What is coriander? Goblin meat was indeed tough and unpalatable. But how dare these creatures compare the valiant Goblin Warrior to dog shit? The Goblin Warrior erupted in fury. With a savage roar he charged at the wolves, launching an attack. The wolf under assault kicked off the ground, agilely dodging the fishbone spear thrust by the Goblin Warrior, and let out a furious howl, summoning its pack to join the assault. An unarmed Goblin Warrior could barely defeat a single wolf. 2 would be a struggle. Now aided by the symbiotic vines plus the shield and spear, he could at least hold his own against 5 wolves back against a low tree. Though in no time he was covered in wounds, looking rather battered, the regenerative abilities of the symbiotic vines kept him from dying for the moment. Zhao Huanshi toyed with the Murloc Hunter in his hand, even letting his mind wander. Since he was already here, why not send out the 3 stooges to hunt on their own and go AFK? This place was a straight line 40 kilometers from the West 4 research zone, so no need to worry about the goblin tribes there affecting anything. However, if he summoned them here, the 3 stooges had a small chance of straying into Dongchuan City. Better to play it safe. A woo crack. The wolf's pained cry and the snapping of the fishbone spear rang out almost simultaneously. Zhao Huanshi looked down to see a wolf with half a fishbone stuck in its eye, blood streaming, stumbling back a few steps before collapsing and twitching on the ground. The other 4 wolves whimpered and slowly retreated. But the Goblin Warrior, his body covered in wounds of all sizes, wore a ruthless expression, gripping the broken fishbone sword as he menacingly advanced toward the enemies. The wolves had only attacked the Goblin Warrior out of provocation. Even if they bit him to death, they wouldn't have been able to stomach his flesh. Now, instead of killing the enemy, the wolf pack had lost one of their own, and the others bore many wounds. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, the wolves began to retreat. Since you're here, none of you leave. Zhao Huanshi flicked his fingers, and the Murloc Hunter and yellow chocobo shot out, landing behind the wolf pack. The moment the Murloc Hunter materialized, it thrust its fishbone spear into the body of a wolf. The yellow chocobo also kicked a fleeing wolf back, and the Goblin Warrior pounced on it, pinning it down and stabbing its throat with the bone sword. The remaining 2 wolves, seeing this, had no intention of aiding their comrades. They let out a mournful howl, tucked their tails, and fled swiftly into the bushes, disappearing from sight. The battle ended. Zhao Huanshi recalled the Murloc Hunter, then tossed out the mimic to stuff the 3 wolf carcasses inside. He let the Goblin Warrior lie under the sun to heal, while he himself lounged in the shade, half reclining against the chocobo, pulling out dried rations from his backpack to eat. After about an hour, when the Goblin Warrior was nearly dried into a vegetable crisp and his wounds had mostly healed, Zhao Huanshi called him up and recalled both him and the symbiotic vines. He held the 2 cards in his hand to check their information. The Goblin Warrior had leveled up to 2, while the symbiotic vine remained at level 3 with no improvement. However, Zhao Huanshi had a feeling that if the Goblin Warrior fought a few more monsters, the symbiotic vine would reach level 4. He recalled the mimic, which was crouching in a corner pretending to be a wooden crate, then mounted the chocobo and continued his leisurely exploration. Every time he encountered a monster, he would throw the Goblin Warrior into battle. After a series of fights, the turtle shell was shattered and the fishbone spear was reduced to a palm-sized fragment. The Goblin Warrior had to pick up a stick from the ground and jab at a jungle slime repeatedly. The jungle slime shuddered violently, spewing a stream of viscous green slime from the wound, then collapsed and shriveled. Once the Goblin Warrior's wounds healed, Zhao Huanshi recalled the cards again. The Goblin Warrior had already reached level 3. After 2 or 3 more easy battles, or 1 tough fight, he should be able to reach level 4. As for the symbiotic vine, it had finally reached level 5. White monster card, symbiotic vine. Level max. New skill, basic light energy enhancement. Basic light energy enhancement. The symbiotic vine's utilization of light energy is slightly improved. Under the same lighting conditions, it can provide more stamina and healing power. Cannot upgrade card level further. After completing the card enhancement ritual, you can consume 200 evolution points to evolve the white card into a green card. Symbiotic Vine Card Enhancement Ritual. Have the symbiotic vine parasitize a card monster or other animal and expose it to moonlight in an open environment for 8 consecutive hours. Edge. The symbiotic vine's enhancement ritual requires moonlight. Zhao Huanshi looked up at the sky. It was almost evening and the sun was about to set. If he headed home, now he would arrive around 7, then go to the rooftop to bask in the moonlight for 8 hours, finishing at 3 or 4 in the morning. If all went well, he could go to the trial dream tomorrow morning to take revenge on those toad spirits. If not, and the symbiotic vine evolved without gaining poison resistance or detoxification abilities, he would have to return to the Emerald Forest to continue leveling up cards. Zhao Huanshi was lost in thought, planning to ride the chocobo back to Explorer's Town, when suddenly he heard arguing in the distance, as if two groups of explorers were having a conflict. In the wilderness, mind your own business, Zhao Huanshi muttered under his breath. Then a few minutes later, he was crouching stealthily in the grass, quietly parting the blades to peer out. He saw two exploration teams locked in a heated quarrel. The loudest and most conspicuous among them was Zhao Huanshi's old acquaintance, Lucky Star, Li Guangcai. I knew it. That grating voice, there's no one else like old Li. Though he didn't know what had happened, Zhao Huanshi knew Li Guangcai's character all too well. Whoever hung around with him couldn't be any good. This time Zhao Huanshi unconditionally mentally supported the other exploration team. But that shock of yellow hair, why does it look so familiar? Zhao Huanshi pondered for a moment before recalling. That yellow-haired youth was none other than the kind-hearted boy who, when he first entered the Emerald Forest, advised him to go to the Special Affairs Bureau and find a reliable exploration team to join. His teammates had called him Meteor, hadn't they? After listening for a while, Zhao Huanshi also understood why the two exploration teams had clashed. It was simply that the prey which the yellow-haired youth's team had worked so hard to weaken happened to flee right into the camp of Li Guangcai and his men, who then snatched it up. Such situations were common among explorer teams. Whether they could reclaim the prey depended entirely on the moral standards of the scavenging team and the power gap between the two explorer teams. But clearly Li Guangcai and his crew had no moral scruples to rely on, and in terms of strength the yellow-haired youth's team was at a distinct disadvantage. Otherwise, that worthless Li Guangcai would have been hiding behind others pretending to be dead. He wouldn't have dared to shout so loudly that he drew Zhao Huanshi's attention. After a heated argument, the yellow-haired youth, like a lit firecracker, yelled and charged forward to challenge someone to a duel, only to be forcibly dragged away by his teammates who covered his mouth. Seeing this, Li Guangcai immediately jumped from behind his teammates to the front, unleashing loud and arrogant taunts. Although Zhao Huanshi had nothing to do with this matter, Li Guangcai's smug expression was so grating that it hurt his eyes. That bastard. I want to beat him up. Zhao Huanshi clenched his teeth in fury, but seeing that Li Guangcai's teammates were no pushovers, he had to suppress his anger. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Let me go home and level up first, Zhao Huanshi muttered to himself and quietly slipped away. About half an hour later, Li Guangcai, holding some paper in his hand and humming a tune, left the camp to find a spot nearby to relieve himself. If he were deep in the forest or in any more dangerous place, Li Guangcai wouldn't have dared to leave the camp alone to relieve himself. But this was just the forest's edge, and no matter how weak he was still a self-awakened professional. Moreover, the camp was right behind him. If he encountered any danger, a single shout would bring rescue immediately. As Li Guangcai pulled down his pants and squatted, he noticed that not far ahead, partially hidden in the grass, was a rusty iron chest. Li Guangcai froze for a moment, staring at the chest with wide eyes. The more he looked, the more he felt that it contained some incredible treasure. Li Guangcai's throat went dry, and he couldn't help swallowing. He cautiously glanced back. Everyone in the camp was busy with their own tasks, paying no attention to him. Li Guangcai's heart suddenly pounded violently. He quietly stood up, pulled his pants back on, and glanced back once more to confirm no one was watching. With an excited grin, he hunched over and crept toward the rusty chest. The closer he got, the more excited he became, his mind filled with thoughts of the treasures he would obtain upon opening the chest. He completely failed to notice the grass around him inexplicably flattening, as if something invisible was stepping on it. Bang! The goblin thief leaped up and slammed a wooden club with all its might onto the back of Li Guangcai's head. The force was so great that the arm-thick club snapped in two. Without a sound, Li Guangcai's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. This disappointed the mimic, which had been poised to launch itself with all 8 legs and deliver a finishing blow to Li Guangcai from the front. Time was short. Li Guangcai's companions might notice the anomaly at any moment. The goblin thief had no time to console its disheartened companion. It deftly rummaged through Li Guangcai's belongings, skillfully stripping him of everything valuable and stuffing it all into its own small pouch. Then, following Zhao Huanshi's instructions, it stripped Li Guangcai of all his clothes, piled them up, and had the mimic set them on fire. Done with the task, the goblin thief immediately turned invisible and fled, while the mimic changed its chest body to a woody grass-green color, extended its 8 long legs, and scurried away like a giant grass spider, using the weeds for cover. The flames and smoke from the burning clothes quickly caught the attention of Li Guangcai's companions. When several professionals rushed to the scene with weapons, they saw Li Guangcai lying naked on the ground, with something indescribable on his bottom that attracted several dung beetles. To fight over that freshly served hot delicacy, the beetles even started battling among themselves, causing numerous scratches and abrasions to Li Guangcai's vital parts. The professionals gasped, instinctively clamping their legs together. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind all this was riding a chocobo back to explore town. Recalling the battle process, the goblin thief had described, Zhao Huanshi couldn't help but sneer. Huh, a trainee warrior knocked out with a single blow. How impressive. He took out the 3 goblin rascals, and with a thought, a metal ring with an antique design appeared in his hand. The Ring of Strength was considered the lowest tier of magical equipment, although it only increased strength by 1 point, which was better than nothing for most professionals. However, the magic effect of the Ring of Strength was passive. It activated as long as it was worn, and even ordinary people could use it. It could be sold for 40 to 50,000. Zhao Huanshi had assumed that since Li Guangcai had become a trainee warrior, he would have disposed of this ring long ago. Unexpectedly, he still wore it, which conveniently benefited Zhao Huanshi. Apart from the Ring of Strength, the only item of value among the Goblin Thieves' Hall was a fine steel dagger worth about 1,000 or 800. The rest were just worthless trinkets. Zhao Huanshi admitted that ambushing and robbing Li Guangcai was a rash and immature act. If it were exposed, aside from earning Li Guangcai's enmity, it might also trigger other troubles. But damn, it felt good. Hitting that bastard Li Guangcai from behind was even more satisfying than downing a bottle of ice-cold soda on a sweltering day after working up a sweat. Revenge is a dish best served cold. But since fate delivered this bastard right to me, it means the time for revenge has come. Zhao Huanshi felt that if he didn't strike now, he might suffer the backlash of fate, heaven's punishment. He toyed with the Ring of Strength in his hand, fabricating a string of excuses in his mind. When Zhao Huanshi came to his senses, he realized that the chocobo had carried him to the misty boundary of the contaminated zone. He casually stuffed the ring into his pocket, dismounted, and recalled the chocobo, then stepped out of the contaminated zone, finding himself on a barren plain about 2 or 3 kilometers from Explorer Town. After a moment's hesitation, he decided not to summon the chocobo again, and simply walked back to West 2nd Checkpoint. Night, dark clouds, bright moonlight. On the rooftop of Building 5, Lichunyuan Residential Complex, Zhao Huanshi reclined in a deck chair, his left arm wrapped in symbiotic vine resting on the armrest, while he scrolled through videos on his phone with his right hand. Having been delayed by Li Guangcai's matter, it was already past 8 in the evening when Zhao Huanshi returned home. Zhao Huanshi planned to stay up all night on the rooftop, waiting until 4 or 5 in the morning to complete the enhancement ritual for the symbiotic vine, evolving the card before heading back to sleep. Recently, corpse mutation phenomena have occurred in multiple cities where the dead bodies or skeletons of deceased humans and animals have reanimated as undead monsters, actively attacking nearby people or animals. Relevant scholars indicate that this is a corpse reanimation phenomenon triggered by the concentration of magical energy in the air reaching a certain level. Most newly spawned undead monsters are not particularly powerful. As long as one doesn't panic, everyone can easily escape danger or even turn the tables on the monsters. Zhao Huanshi watched the news video footage where a skeletal duck, or was it a goose, with rotting flesh clung to its bones, a ghostly blue flame flickering in its eye sockets, lunged menacingly, limping along, scaring a hunting dog into running everywhere until a burly, broad-shouldered man smashed it to pieces with a shovel. Hey, duck bones can come back to life. So chicken skeletons could stand up again too. Can't sell chicken frames anymore after this. But fresh COR. Ingredients should be fine as long as the head is cut off. It's just those old frozen stocks in the cold storage that might rise up and rebel. As Zhao Huanshi laughed with a hint of schadenfreude, a patrolling armed drone flew over from a distance, its red light flashing. It hovered briefly above his head before flying away. While having vines wrapped around his arm and basking in the moonlight on the rooftop in the dead of night was indeed a bit odd, Zhao Huanshi couldn't shake the feeling that the drone's movements were strange, as if it were monitoring some suspicious figure. The night breeze was cool, and Zhao Huanshi tightened the blanket draped over him, continuing to scroll through videos. A few hours later, Zhao Huanshi stood weakly in the center of a valley, leaning on a pitch-black greatsword, his face pale, with fine purple veins visible beneath his skin, looking terminally ill and on the verge of collapse. Got careless. While scrolling through videos on the rooftop, Zhao Huanshi had grown drowsy and decided to find an exciting movie to perk himself up. Unexpectedly, that trashy film was a false advertisement, dreadfully boring, and within 5 minutes, Zhao Huanshi had fallen asleep, getting dragged directly into the trial dream. The symbiotic vine was still outside basking in the moonlight, so Zhao Huanshi couldn't summon it. After a fierce battle with the villagers, his stamina was completely drained by soul absorption, and his body was eroded by the valley's toxic substances. Logically, since he couldn't pass the trial without the symbiotic vine anyway, he might as well just die and get out of there. But just last night, he had made a promise to the fishman hunter that if he entered the trial dream, he would let it continue fishing those ugly, disgusting mutant fish from the pond. Although Zhao Huanshi held absolute dominion over the card monsters and could easily break any promises he made without consequence, they would still have to obediently follow his commands and work for him. For Zhao Huanshi, the card monsters were absolutely his own people. If he had to resort to petty tricks with them over such trivial matters, he would despise himself. Zhao Huanshi ordered the goblin and the fishman hunter to gather the corpses of the undead monsters, burn them to ashes, and dispel the toxic substances from his body. Then he said to the fishman hunter, "Go play in the pond yourself, come back when you feel your body can't take it anymore, and I'll switch you out. But I doubt I'll last more than a few hours." Although the valley's toxicity had dissipated with the heat, without the symbiotic vine's regenerative ability, the damage caused by the poison couldn't be repaired, and Zhao Huanshi felt his body growing weaker and weaker. He recalled the fishman hunter back into a card, gathered his remaining strength, and hurled the card out of the valley with all his might. Watching the fishman hunter's back as it happily walked away, clutching its fishbone spear, Zhao Huanshi curled the corners of his mouth into a faint smile, then lay down on the ground, quietly awaiting death. "Hey, trial system, you there? There's a bug that needs fixing here. Why doesn't the gym charging time for the mimic count in the dream?" Zhao Huanshi muttered weakly, his eyes fixed on the light at the valley's entrance as his consciousness gradually faded. In the morning, Zhao Huanshi was awakened by the first rays of dawn staring at the sky in a daze. It took a few seconds for his mind to clear, and he immediately became concerned about the results of the symbiotic vine's enhancement ritual. Turning his head to the left, the symbiotic vine wrapped around his arm swayed its leaves gently in the sunlight. The stem seemed slightly thicker, or perhaps it was just his imagination. The vine hadn't changed at all. Could it be that I moved around too much while sleeping, causing the enhancement to fail? A chill ran down Zhao Huanshi's spine. He sat up a little, recalling the symbiotic vine into a card. Card enhancement complete. Symbiotic vine has grown, and light energy absorption efficiency has slightly increased. Seeing that the symbiotic vine card's enhancement ritual had been completed successfully, Zhao Huanshi breathed a slight sigh of relief. He then got up from the deck chair, coughed a couple of times to clear his throat, raised the card toward the direction of the rising sun, puffed out his chest, squinted his eyes, and shouted, "Evolve." A green radiance was released from the center of the card, swirling and dancing, before finally merging entirely back into it. The evolution was complete. The card's edges turned green, and the image of the symbiotic vine within had grown thicker with denser foliage, and even a few scattered yellow flowers blooming. Green monster card, Radiant Vine. LV1. Compared to the symbiotic vine, the Radiant Vine absorbs light energy more efficiently and provides greater assistance to its symbiotic host. Symbiosis: select a target to establish a symbiotic relationship with. Photosynthesis: the Radiant Vine continuously converts light energy, restoring the host's stamina and vitality and accelerating wound healing. Star Moon Bloom: the Radiant Vine's flowers also possess photosynthetic capabilities with even higher efficiency. When bathed in the light of celestial bodies like the sun, moon, or stars, they produce a purifying effect, continuously cleansing the host's body of toxins and diseases. Seeing the effect of the Star Moon Bloom, Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up immediately. Just as I thought, the key to the trial definitely lies in the cards. But there's only one Radiant Vine. Does that mean I have to go in swinging my sword again? I feel like my summoner aesthetic is all wrong. Oh well, forget it. I'll head back for a nap first. When the dream opens, I'll go check out the village and figure out how to fight. It shouldn't be too far from where the goblin scavenger discovered the swamp toadman. I just hope that guy still remembers the way there. Entering the valley, clearing out the enemies searching for the vines, and then leaving the valley, Zhao Huanshi and his summoned creatures adeptly completed the opening sequence of the trial. The blooming bright light vine possessed a photosynthetic efficiency at least twice that of the symbiotic vine. After thrashing the enemies, Zhao Huanshi still had plenty of energy left. Upon leaving the valley, the sunlight quickly purified the toxins on his body through the cleansing effect of the Star Moon flower. Without needing to rest or wait, Zhao Huanshi recalled his other monsters and summoned a goblin scavenger, instructing it to lead him to the place where it had previously discovered the swamp toadman. Along the way, he encountered purple venom slimes and other grotesque, hideous monsters, and did his best to avoid them. Before long, Zhao Huanshi noticed the ground becoming increasingly muddy and damp, with more and more puddles and mud pits emerging. When he finally arrived at the destination, poisonous mist filled the air, and waterlogged marshes stretched everywhere, looking little different from the poison mist swamp east of Dongchuan City. Zhao Huanshi and the goblin scavenger hid in a thick patch of reed-like plants, quietly observing a swamp toadman in the distance. It carried a wooden spear on its back and a woven basket in its hand, capturing strange fish and insects in the puddles. Indeed, it's even uglier than the swamp toadman in the poison mist swamp. Jebajila. Right? The goblin says they're especially ugly. The goblin scavenger nodded in agreement. Zhao Huanshi looked around and found no traces of other swamp toadmen. He lowered his head and whispered to the goblin scavenger, "Stay here. I'll go test that guy's strength." Having said that, Zhao Huanshi gripped the soul-devouring greatsword, crouched low, and quietly crept forward. After taking a couple of steps, he felt something was off. He turned back to see the goblin scavenger peeking slyly from the grass, then glanced at the pitch-black greatsword in his own hand, and suddenly realized the issue. Oh, the aesthetic was completely wrong. Given the scene, anyone might mistake the goblin scavenger for the summoner. Forget it. Once I collect more monster cards and raise their levels and quality, the aesthetic will naturally match. Zhao Huanshi cast aside distracting thoughts and focused his attention on the enemy in the distance. Perhaps never expecting an attack in this place, the swamp toad man was entirely focused on the strange fish in the puddle, completely unaware of the enemy approaching from behind. By the time Zhao Huanshi felt close enough and launched a sudden assault, stomping heavily on the puddle with a loud splash, the swamp toad man was startled awake. But it was too late. A black streak flashed through the air, and the swamp toadman's massive toad head was cleaved clean off. It crashed into the puddle, splashing water, yet no blood-like fluid flowed out. Black smoke surged from the wound, spreading rapidly along the body. The squat, plump toad body, along with the disgusting pustules and blisters on its skin, all shriveled away in an instant. In mere seconds, a fat humanoid giant toad transformed into a giant dried frog that had been sun-dried in a drying yard for a full 180 days. Should I have given it a chance to attack? He had intended to test its strength, but ended up killing the enemy with one strike. Well, whatever. They're all worthless weaklings, testing or not makes no difference. But this big toad provided much more vitality than the fishmen and goblins. Is it because it's fatter? The skull head of the soul-devouring greatsword emitted an eerie, ghostly aura, slowly swirling around the blade, accompanied by faint sighs and whispers. Zhao Huanshi used the tip of the greatsword to poke at the wooden spear strapped to the swamp toadman's back. The tip glowed with a faint green light, clearly coated with potent poison. The base was soft, and had even sprouted 2 small colorful mushrooms. The sword tip gently touched one, and the mushrooms suddenly burst, spraying a cloud of pink mist. In the swamp toadman's woven basket, several strange fish that had been quietly playing dead suddenly erupted into frantic movement, writhing violently, as if trying to squeeze through the gaps in the basket. These ugly things, their brains must be rotten from the poison gas. They have 4 legs, but they don't think to climb out from the top opening. Instead, they keep pushing downward. Zhao Huanshi was mid-rant when he saw the pink mist drift down, touching the strange fish's bodies, causing tiny mushrooms to sprout all over them. What the? Zhao Huanshi quickly stepped back 2 paces, carefully checking his own body for any traces of the pink mist that might have caused colorful mushrooms to grow. What kind of mushroom is this so fierce? Seeing the strange fish covered in more and more tiny mushrooms gradually ceasing to move, Zhao Huanshi muttered a low curse, then turned and walked away, too lazy to deal with the swamp toadman's dried corpse. Hiding it would only buy a little time. Swamp toadmen aren't like goblins. If a member of their group goes missing, it will likely alert the others. Zhao Huanshi called the goblin scavenger over, recalled it, and summoned a goblin thief instead. Although its poison resistance was far inferior to the goblin scavengers, the toxic mist in the air wasn't enough to kill it instantly, lingering for a short while was still fine. Unlike that other goblin with 0 combat power. One breath of air, and it rolled, its eyes foamed at the mouth and collapsed. If Zhao Huanshi had been 2 seconds slower in recalling the card, it would have died on the spot. This guy is unbelievable. How can it get weaker the more it evolves? Zhao Huanshi had the goblin thief walk ahead, following the trail left by the swamp toadmen, heading toward their gathering place, the human village mentioned in the trial objectives. Along the way, they encountered several more swamp toadmen, fishing for insects and searching for food. Zhao Huanshi, in coordination with the goblin thief, killed them all and tossed the bodies into nearby bushes or mud pits. As dusk fell and night was about to descend, Zhao Huanshi finally found his mission target, a dilapidated village submerged in muddy puddles and swamps. Most of the houses were severely damaged, some completely collapsed, leaving only scattered ruins. A few relatively intact buildings had walls smeared with colored mud depicting symbols of unknown meaning, and swamp toadmen were seen entering and exiting. Zhao Huanshi speculated that those colored symbols might be markings used by the swamp toadmen to claim territory and indicate ownership of the houses. A human village couldn't be built in such a godforsaken place. The scavenger said the leader of these swamp toadmen is a spellcaster. Could these monsters have the ability to alter the terrain? Lost in thought, Zhao Huanshi noticed the goblin thief's face had turned a glowing green, clearly poisoned too deeply and unable to hold on. He recalled it back into a card. Just then a commotion erupted in the village. A swamp toad man, over 2 meters tall with a body as round as a ball, emerged. It was adorned from head to toe with ornaments carved from various bones and wood. In its hand it held a wooden staff with a thick, almost hammer-like end, and it led over a dozen robust swamp toad men out of the village. Watching the swamp toad leader depart with his followers, Zhao Huanshi mused to himself. The monsters seemed to have sensed something. Several members who had gone out foraging still hadn't returned, and some had likely ventured out to investigate. That monster leader. Did he take all the elite warriors of the tribe with him? Zhao Huanshi's mind stirred, and he looked up to observe more carefully. Left behind in the village were merely 7 or 8 fully grown swamp toads, who looked like ordinary civilians, comparatively weak in strength, along with a dozen or so young monsters yet to reach full maturity. If I killed all the monsters in the village right now, would that count as completing the trial objective? Zhao Huanshi muttered to himself, gripping his soul-devouring greatsword, using various obstacles to mask his silhouette as he crept toward the village. Passing the trial was nearly impossible. After all, the monster leader would surely return with his remaining subordinates, meaning they hadn't been driven away entirely. But slaughtering all the swamp toads left behind would at least weaken the tribe's strength, preventing them from causing trouble during his battle with the swamp toad leader. As Zhao Huanshi pondered, he moved stealthily along the walls of the houses. Once close enough to his target, he suddenly burst forth and severed the head of a swamp toad that was crouched on the ground weaving a grass basket. The nearby young swamp toad's expression twisted in terror. Its mouth opened to emit a piercing shriek, and it turned to flee. Zhao Huanshi kicked it to the ground and drove his pitch-black greatsword straight through its body. Seeing the young swamp toad's body wrapped in dark mist rapidly shrinking and withering, Zhao Huanshi still found the mental energy to quip. This little thing doesn't even have a tail. Aren't toad offspring supposed to be tadpoles? By the time he had slain the adult swamp toad, Zhao Huanshi was already exposed. The panicked shrieks of the juvenile further drew the attention of every remaining swamp toad in the village. 4 or 5 adult swamp toads bellowed loudly, summoning all the village's young ones to gather around them. The remaining swamp toads emerged from various parts of the settlement, brandishing weapons, and charged toward Zhao Huanshi with fierce determination. Excluding the one that had been decapitated, the adult swamp toads emerging from the village numbered around 15 when scattered together, a slightly larger force than Zhao Huanshi had initially observed. Fortunately, these monsters advanced in small scattered groups with considerable gaps between them. Apparently deeming Zhao Huanshi a lone warrior, they felt no need to wait for all their companions to converge before launching their attack. Zhao Huanshi sneered and swung his sword, cleaving the 3 leading swamp toads in half along with the wooden spears they carried. Spectral energy permeated the area. Corpses withered and turned black, and the ghostly whispers grew ever clearer. The ferocity in the swamp toads' eyes instantly shifted to terror. As they hesitated, contemplating retreat, Zhao Huanshi was already charging forward with a sinister grin. Whooshed! Watching his companion's head soar through the air, one swamp toad stared in horror, its bulging eyes widening further. Suddenly, the boils covering its body burst open, erupting into a thick cloud of green toxic mist and viscous fluid. Zhao Huanshi's expression tightened. Holding his greatsword horizontally in front of him, he rapidly retreated across the muddy terrain. The toxic liquid splattered onto his skin with a sizzling sound, corroding pockmarked wounds into his flesh. Damn it! In this wretched place, everything seems to explode on its own. By then the sun had set. A round moon hung in the night sky, spreading its cold, very radiance across the entire land. The small yellow blossoms dotting the light glow vines shimmered with a faint golden glow. Although their self-repairability had diminished considerably compared to daytime sunlight, their purifying effect had instead intensified under the moonlight. The toxic liquid splashed onto Zhao Huanshi's body was swiftly purified and dissipated. The corrosive wounds it had carved were also healing rapidly, nourished by the life force channeled through the soul-devouring greatsword and the light glow vines. Seeing the swamp toad finish spewing its toxin and attempt to flee, Zhao Huanshi quickened his pace, closed the distance, and impaled it through the body with a single thrust. The creature let out an anguished scream before its form rapidly withered and shrank. Placing his foot upon the shriveled toad carcass, Zhao Huanshi wrenched his soul-devouring greatsword free. Raising his gaze, he found the remaining swamp toads had scattered in terror. Zhao Huanshi pursued as hard as he could, but ultimately managed to slay only one adult swamp toad and a handful of the young ones with their short, stumpy legs. The rest had vanished without a trace. After a moment's thought, Zhao Huanshi kicked the shriveled little toad aside and turned toward the village center. To his surprise, the largest wooden structure at the village center didn't appear to be the monster leader's residence at all. Was it perhaps a shrine where the villagers offered their worship? Upon the altar stood an exquisitely carved female deity, crafted from pure white marble. With a serene, faint smile upon her lips, she gazed compassionately down at the towering stack of human skulls constructed from bone on the ground before the offering table. What is this, some kind of mockery from the monsters toward humanity's guardian deity? Seeing the placement of the skull monument, Zhao Huanshi couldn't help but think so. As he drew nearer and clearly perceived what had been carefully arranged upon the offering table. Strange fish beetles and other grotesquely shaped small creatures along with some freshly picked fruits. Zhao Huanshi recognized these items from around the village. They should have been the regular food consumed by the swamp toads. If this were meant as mockery or humiliation, such items wouldn't be reverently placed upon the offering table. These were offerings, and that skull monument appeared to have been specially constructed by the monsters to please their deity. Zhao Huanshi leaned in to carefully inspect the statue. Indeed, regardless of the craftsmanship of this divine image or the alien script carved upon its base, this certainly wasn't the work of the swamp toads. Puzzlement welled within Zhao Huanshi as he glanced around. Compared to the filthy and chaotic state of the rest of the village, the area surrounding the shrine appeared far too immaculate, a clear result of careful maintenance by the monsters. So in the setting of this trial dream, the monsters and the humans are worshipping the same deity. Or perhaps because this deity truly exists, all living creatures treat it with equal reverence. Zhao Huanshi turned his gaze toward the skull monument. Perhaps for stability or aesthetic purposes, the skulls arranged atop the monument were considerably smaller than adult skulls, resembling those of children, infants, or even newly formed fetuses. With each passing moment, Zhao Huanshi's anger mounted. With a flick of his finger, he summoned the mimic. Burn all these bones, and then, raising his head, he fixed his gaze upon the female goddess statue with her benevolent smile. Stop your damn smile. What kind of pathetic deity are you? Go ahead and tear this wretched stone down. The mimic, which had been circling the skull monument and diligently trying to ignite a fire with its two massive pincers, froze. Its enormous ruby, I stared blankly at the marble statue. It did have hard teeth, but that didn't mean it enjoyed gnawing on stone. How long would it take to devour such a massive statue? Crunch, crunch. The mimic chest was gnawing on the marble. As it chewed, it found the marble's texture rather pleasant, growing more addicted with each bite, and the flames on its body burned even more fiercely. Truly it was ablaze. Zhao Huanshi's bone pyramid was lit, but the flames were sparse, as if they might extinguish at any moment. He used the soul-devouring greatsword to chop the altar into firewood and tossed it onto the pyramid. Feeling the fire wasn't intense enough, he turned to dismantle the shrine. Before long, the goddess statue was broken into pieces, and the shrine became dilapidated. Some of the more fragile bones cracked and shattered under the flames, causing the unstable pyramid to collapse entirely. Then Zhao Huanshi noticed with surprise that the faint toxic mist in the air began to dissipate. The floodwaters engulfing the entire village also began to recede slowly, as if the main source feeding this vast pool had suddenly been shut off. Is this a normal day-night cycle, or? Zhao Huanshi turned his head, looking at the goddess statue whose body had been gnawed to half by the mimic chest, then at the broken bones in the fire. Did I destroy the key ritual of the monster's toxic mist and swamp? Crunch. The mimic chest took a fierce bite, gnawing off the goddess statue's crown. Zhao Huanshi's eyelids twitched, and a strange memory surfaced in his mind. False things, sources of suffering. Zhao Huanshi's eyes widened abruptly, his heart pounding violently. No way. If the previous owner of the soul-devouring blade betrayed a god, then the betrayer should actually be called the god betrayer. As Zhao Huanshi realized this, an odd sensation came over his palm. Looking down, he saw the black contract mark emerging from the back of his hand. The god betrayer mark. Another insight struck Zhao Huanshi. Damn, what kind of lousy translation is this? If I had known your enemy was a god, I wouldn't have. Wait, this contract was shoved into my body by the soul-devouring blade. Ooh, I had no choice. You greatsword even knows how to force a sale. Zhao Huanshi looked speechlessly at the black greatsword wreathed in ghostly mist in his hand. Whether sensing Zhao Huanshi's dissatisfaction, the god betrayer mark emitted a memory to soothe his emotions flooding into his mind. You can do that. Why didn't you say you had such a big move earlier? Zhao Huanshi's eyes widened, his face filled with surprise. Just as he was about to continue, noisy sounds came from afar. The Toadman chieftain, having received news of the village being attacked, hurried back with his minions. Zhao Huanshi's smile vanished. He pinched the monster card and summoned all his monsters. The toxic mist in the air was now very thin, so he didn't have to worry about them being poisoned mid-fight. Cough, cough. Violent coughing came from beside him. Zhao Huanshi turned and was speechless. Why did he summon the frail, useless goblin merchant? Since the goblin thief's poison hadn't been fully cleared, and the goblin scavenger couldn't help much, Zhao Huanshi simply recalled the goblin merchant and put away the goblin three stooges. At that moment, the Toadman chieftain, stepping through the gradually drying puddles, rushed to the center of the village and saw the ruined shrine, the smashed statue, and the bones burning in the fire. The towering toad monster stared with eyes the size of volleyballs, its expression shocked, its body frozen as if struck by a petrification spell. It wasn't until Zhao Huanshi roared, riding a yellow chocobo, leading a goblin warrior, a fishman hunter, and a mimic chest that waved its fiery pincer and spewed white powder from its mouth as it charged, that the Toadman chieftain snapped out of his stupor. The Toadman chieftain instantly bellowed, and the enraged Toadman warriors wielding wooden spears charged out fiercely, vowing to tear the desecrators of the statue and the ritual into pieces. The Toadman chieftain stood still, swinging his great wooden club, chanting spells in a guttural tongue. The ground before him cracked open, spewing a green spring with a sweet cloying scent that shot into the sky, turning into rain and mist that fell. The raindrops hitting the Toadmen turned into a faint mist swirling around them, seemingly granting them some buff. Zhao Huanshi and the card monsters were not so fortunate. The raindrops, when they struck them, were like sulfuric acid, burning small pits into their bodies. The fishman hunter's scales secreted a slimy mucus that blocked most of the corrosive damage. The yellow chocobo's feathers also mitigated some of the harm. The mimic chest's flames were burning fiercely. The raindrops evaporated into toxic steam as soon as they approached. Only the goblin warrior, screaming in pain from the toxic rain, turned his agony into fury, charging even faster. TSK, such little damage, and you're screaming like a stuck pig. Zhao Huanshi, also lacking fur and scales, gritted his teeth, cursing through clenched teeth, his eyes sharp, his face ferocious. He swung his greatsword fiercely, cleaving a passing Toadman warrior and his spear in two. The yellow chocobo, relying on its long legs and nimble steps, feinted to deceive the enemy's attack, then slipped past the Toadman warriors, carrying Zhao Huanshi straight toward the Toadman chieftain. Kill the backline first. Even a bird understands that logic. However, upon discovering Zhao Huanshi's intent, the Toadman warriors showed no sign of turning back to support their leader. The Toadman chieftain grinned ferociously, slamming his great club into the ground. The green spring exploded, forming 5 thick venomous water arrows that shot toward the chocobo and Zhao Huanshi. The chocobo swerved to dodge, but 2 arrows struck it, sending 2 spurts of blood. It screeched and collapsed. The wounds emitted a foul stench, and the blood turned dark green. Zhao Huanshi rolled to avoid 1 arrow and blocked another with the soul-devouring greatsword. A sharp pain shot through his right shoulder as the remaining arrow grazed him, severely corroding the flesh. However, thanks to the bright vine's effort, the residual poison quickly dissipated, and the wound glowed faintly green, healing rapidly. Zhao Huanshi endured the pain, recalled the yellow chocobo, and looked up at the Toadman chieftain. The massive monster didn't continue casting spells. Instead, gripping his thick wooden staff wreathed in green water, he charged at Zhao Huanshi with a malevolent grin. The Toadman chieftain preferred to use his scepter to personally bash in the heads of desecrators rather than rely on magic. Bang! The thick wooden staff slammed into the pitch-black greatsword, producing a deafening crash. Zhao Huanshi was struck as if by a battering ram, his entire body flying like a ball, rolling several times in the muddy slurry. When he stood up, he was completely caked in mud. If thrown into a kiln, he could pass for a terracotta warrior. "Pa, aren't you supposed to be a caster? How can you be stronger than a minotaur?" Zhao Huanshi spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to resist complaining. The swamp Toadman chieftain couldn't understand what Zhao Huanshi was saying. He simply gripped his staff and charged forward with excitement. "Damn it! How can I possibly defeat such a monster with just the few creatures I have?" Zhao Huanshi looked back and saw the goblin warrior, whose weapons and shield were all shattered, poisoned, and glowing green, the fishman hunter, who was handling 3 opponents with ease, and the mimic that was chasing several enemies. With its sturdy body, immunity to poison and fire damage on both offense and defense, the swamp Toadman warriors really had no way to deal with it unless they knew its fatal weakness. Perhaps the normal way to clear this stage was to upgrade the level and quality of the monster cards in hand, or wait for the lava core to finish charging and blow up the entire village and monsters together, or maybe there were other key points in the dream not yet discovered. But no matter, he had just learned a new trump card, and it was time to give it a try. Zhao Huanshi stood up, raised the soul-devouring greatsword high, and bellowed, "Soul Devourer, use all your power. Let me see your limits." The apostate's mark on the back of his hand instantly flared, and the red light in the eye sockets of the soul-devouring greatsword's skull blazed, emitting a terrifying roar. The sinister wraiths swirling around the blade instantly boiled and expanded, transforming into black, ferocious ghosts that, like hounds just freed from their chains, howled fiercely and pounced on the enemies. The swamp Toadman chieftain's eyes narrowed, and the green water currents swirling around his body coiled onto his staff, sweeping toward the ghosts in front of him with a howl. Contrary to the chieftain's expectations, the water turned into a venomous whip that passed through several ghosts, but caused little damage. Instead, the ghosts bit and clawed, roaring as they drained a large amount of life force from him. The swamp Toadman chieftain, in great pain, hurriedly recalled the water to envelop his body and defend against the ghostly assault. But the monster chieftain could still use spells to temporarily fend off the ghostly attacks, while his underlings were utterly defenseless against them. They could only scream and flee, soon having their life force drained completely, turning into grotesque mummies with terrified expressions and miserable deaths. After killing all the swamp Toadman underlings, all the ghosts converged and launched attacks on the chieftain in turn. At this moment, Zhao Huanshi's life force was almost completely drained. His flesh had nearly vanished, leaving only shriveled skin clinging to his bones, making him look no different from the surrounding mummies. It was only thanks to the life force provided by the Mingguang vine and his own willpower that he barely managed to stay alive. He had lost the ability to speak, only able to emit a hoarse exhale from his parched mouth, which was somewhat eerie. He could only roll his eyes, glaring fiercely at the soul-devouring greatsword. "You damn thing. Why didn't you tell me this move would kill me first?" The red light in the skull's eye sockets flickered faintly, as if to say, "You were the one who told me to use all my power." From the side, the chieftain's screams gradually weakened and finally faded, leaving only the excited howls of the ghosts. Was it finally over? It was worth toughing it out for so long. By the way, when those ghosts finish off the enemies, will they return the life force when they go back into the sword? Just as Zhao Huanshi was thinking this, he saw the ghosts all howling, filled with malice and pouncing toward him with extreme excitement. Damn, these ghosts can actually backfire. With the acceptance of death, Zhao Huanshi's consciousness instantly plunged into darkness. Trial ended. Trial successful. Evolution points gained 203. Current evolution points 434. Trial reward: green monster card, purple venom slime. Green equipment card, mushroom poison spear. Blue equipment card, poison spring priest solid wood staff. Special blue equipment card, poison spring priest's venom cauldron. Trial dream regenerating estimated time 160 hours. The next dream generation takes that long. Could it be that I broke it? Without the soul-devouring greatsword, Zhao Huanshi estimated, he would have been stuck in this dream for quite a while. The Swamp Toadman chieftain was powerful, and it didn't seem like poisoning or other methods could work. Unless Zhao Huanshi could find other weaknesses with the strength of his monster cards, it would be very difficult to kill that big fat toad. I'm a summoner after all, I can't keep swinging a sword myself. I'll take advantage of these 7 or 8 days to go to the Emerald Forest and level up the Goblin Warrior and Fishman Hunter. Zhao Huanshi, while thinking, sat up halfway in bed, pinched his fingers together, and drew out 4 newly obtained cards. His first glance fell on the impressive purple slime. Green monster card, purple venom slime. Affected by the environment, its body mutated, turning into a venom slime with a purple color. Toxin: the purple venom slime's body is filled with toxic liquid. Attacks inflict poison on enemies. When its body is damaged, it splashes venom and releases toxic gas from the wounds. Toxic mist explosion: when the purple venom slime dies, it explodes, spraying venom in all directions and releasing a dense toxic mist. The venom splash has a range of about 15 meters. The toxic mist covers an area of about 8 meters, and the mist will slowly dissipate after 10 seconds. It looks no different from the purple slime I killed before. Although it can release poison, its body is fragile, so it's not really strong in combat. Yet it's a green quality card, stronger than the Goblin Warrior. Zhao Huanshi was a bit puzzled. He looked at the information on the purple venom slime card again. Weight: venom splash, 15 meters, toxic mist covering 8 meters plus the slime's fragile body. Isn't this just a disposable venom grenade? Combined with card throwing and swapping, I think I've figured out how to use this thing. Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up, his expression excited as various scenarios popped into his mind. The corners of his mouth curled up and his smile gradually turned sinister. Green equipment card, mushroom poison spear. A spear crafted from hardened wood, its tip coated with corrosive venom and 2 adorable little colored mushrooms growing at the end. Attack 2-3. Defense 2-2. Venomous weapon: when the tip of the mushroom poison spear strikes an enemy, it causes poisoning. Toxic mushroom: 2 poisonous mushrooms grow at the end of the mushroom poison spear, which will explode upon strong stimulation, releasing a parasitic spore mist. They can be gently plucked and thrown at enemies. After the toxic mushrooms are consumed, they will regrow in about 2 hours. Common polearm, usable by some medium and a few large or small humanoid monsters. Looking at the wooden spear on the card with 2 colorful mushrooms growing from its opposite end that looked somewhat familiar, Zhao Huanshi raised his brows with slight surprise. So these 2 mushrooms are also hand grenades. However, recalling the small patches of poison mist released when the toxic mushrooms exploded, Zhao Huanshi felt the explosive power of these mini grenades was probably not that impressive. But the sight of spores falling and causing dense clusters of small mushrooms to grow on the monster fish's body was indeed quite unsettling. Blue equipment card, poison spring priest solid wood scepter. A heavy scepter carved from exceptionally hard magical wood, suitable for cracking walnuts or crushing enemies' skulls. Having been long soaked in the magic power of the poison spring priest, the scepter has acquired some peculiar attributes. Attack 5-10. Magic power 5-10. Defense 8-8. Heavy: to properly wield this weapon, your strength attribute must exceed 50 points. Poison spring scepter: the solid wood scepter can increase the wearer's casting speed and spell effectiveness by 13, while reducing mana consumption during spellcasting. When casting water type and poison type spells, it also provides at least a 50 to 60% additional bonus. Poison spring blessing: having been soaked in the magic power of the poison spring priest, the holder gains an additional 10 points to both constitution and strength attributes, along with a low-level self-healing effect and weak poison resistance bonus. Poisonous mist: consume mana to selectively summon a thick fog ahead composed of either toxic or ordinary water vapor to obscure vision. Spell range 20 meters, coverage area 10 meters, continuous mana consumption can increase the fog's duration. Medium scepter: usable by medium to large humanoid monsters. Crack walnuts. 1 strike from this staff could flatten an iron walnut. Fortunately, my soul-devouring greatsword is tough enough, otherwise my head would truly have been cracked open like a walnut. Zhao Huanshi touched his head and muttered with lingering fear. Then he added regretfully, the first blue weapon card, these stats, even using it purely as a hammer would be decent, but unfortunately neither the Goblin Warrior nor the Fishman Hunter can wield it. Although the card information didn't display the monster's physical attributes, Zhao Huanshi could estimate roughly. The Goblin Warrior's attributes were only slightly stronger than an ordinary adult, while the Fishman Hunter was somewhat stronger than the Goblin Warrior, roughly at the level of an apprentice warrior. His strength attribute wouldn't exceed 25 points, though agility might be higher. It was the trap monster's bite force that, when converted to strength attributes, might reach 50 or 60. Zhao Huanshi turned his gaze to the last blue card, which depicted a blackstone crucible filled with viscous green solution. Special blue equipment card, poison spring priest's venom crucible. A crucible specifically used by the poison spring priest for brewing venom. Venom production. The Venom Crucible will produce 5 temporary cards every day at 5 a.m. Green temporary consumable card poison coating solvent. Green temporary consumable card poison coating solvent used on a monster card to temporarily grant one weapon on that card the poison coating effect, causing enemies to become poisoned when hit. And used poison coating solvents and active poison coating effects will both disappear at 5 a.m. each day. Venom distribution. You can link the Poison Spring Priest Venom Crucible with up to 5 monster cards, which will occupy 1 equipment slot on each monster card. Every day at 5 a.m., when the poison coating solvent is produced, it will automatically distribute to the linked monster cards and activate. Oh, this card effect is quite interesting. Zhao Huanshi immediately wanted to link the Venom Crucible with the monster cards in his possession. But after looking it over, nothing seemed quite suitable. The fishbone spear in the goblin warrior's hand had been swapped by Zhao Huanshi for the mushroom poison spear, and since the weapon itself was already poisonous, there was no need to apply additional coating. As for the fishman hunter, Zhao Huanshi was uncertain whether the poison coating solvent would take effect on the fishhook. What if one day the fishman hunter went fishing during his rest time, caught a fish, and poisoned it dead, or even with one strike poisoned all the fish in the water? The fishman hunter might go mad. As for the 3 goblin rascals, given the goblin thief's habit of stabbing insects with a small knife to eat them, Zhao Huanshi feared it might accidentally poison itself to death while AFK farming. Anyway, using temporary cards only takes a moment's thought, so it's not too late to apply them when a real battle starts. Besides, once poisoned, some materials from the monsters will get contaminated and can't be sold for money. Thinking this way, Zhao Huanshi switched the goblin warrior's weapon back to the fishbone spear. Speaking of monster materials, the corpses of those monsters killed when upgrading the symbiotic vine in Emerald Forest had all been stuffed into the greedy space by the 3 goblin rascals and remained unprocessed until now. Forget it, there aren't any particularly valuable items inside anyway. Let's just leave them in the greedy space for now and find a place to sell them together after finishing leveling in Emerald Forest these few days. Zhao Huanshi wasn't sure whether time flowed differently in the greedy space, but its preservation ability was certainly quite strong. Previously, the muddy plants gathered by the goblin scavenger from Emerald Forest had stayed fine for 2 days inside the space, but withered quickly after being taken out. Monster corpses staying inside for a few days should pose no problem. Zhao Huanshi got up, washed up, and tidied the room a bit. He opened his phone and booked a hotel room near the West City Second Gate checkpoint. He planned to spend his days leveling in Emerald Forest, returning to the city at night. If he went home to sleep, he would waste considerable time commuting each day, so it was better to spend some money and find a nearby hotel. In these times, the tourism industry had largely collapsed, and except for a few business hotels, most inns and accommodations had gone out of business. However, near the pollution zone entrances, there were many well-equipped hotels sustained by explorers and awakeners. For explorers, the hourly rooms in Explorer Town were only for brief rest. For a proper good night's sleep, they still needed to return to the city. In the twilight of verdant forest, a goblin warrior with green vines and yellow blossoms adorning its neck and chest looked as if it had come to the contaminated zone for a spring outing. Yet its body was covered in bleeding wounds. Armed with a turtle shell and a large wooden club scavenged from the ground, it clashed noisily with 2 poison claw demon cats. The venom on the demon cat's claws induced excruciating pain. Although the bright light vine could purify the poison and heal wounds, purification and healing were not immunity. For those few seconds after being clawed, the agony was still intense. The goblin warrior's face contorted in pain, roaring repeatedly to kill the enemy, but the nimble and coordinated demon cats evaded its attacks time and again. Zhao Huanshi, crouching on a tree, glanced at the noisy and foolish green-skinned warrior. Seeing its vigorous spirit and no sign of imminent death, he paid it no more heed. Turning his gaze to the other side, the mimic that had been quietly lying under the tree disguised as a wooden chest had just lured a large pitch-black rat into its belly. Zhao Huanshi lowered his head, studying the soul-devouring gloves as he continued to ponder its ultimate technique. In truth, the soul-devouring could release those vengeful spirits by consuming only the ghostly energy accumulated during slaughter, but drawing on Zhao Huanshi's life force would make the spirits even more ferocious. It wasn't necessary to drain all of it, only a portion sufficed. But having used it for the first time, Zhao Huanshi was overly excited and instinctively applied full force, draining himself dry. He wanted to experiment again, but the memory of being drained dry the previous night left him wary, dare not attempt it in reality. Especially since those ghastly things could even backfire. I'd better thoroughly study this in the trial dream first. Just then, after a prolonged skirmish with the 2 poison claw demon cats, the goblin warrior finally seized an opportunity and slammed its club heavily onto one of the demon cats. The demon cat let out a piercing shriek, and its movements became sluggish. Seeing this, the goblin warrior burst into excitement. Ignoring the attacks from the other demon cat, it charged forward and pounded the wounded cat, relentlessly beating it to death. It whirled around, its savage gaze fixed on the remaining enemy. The poison claw demon cat, startled by the goblin's look, glanced at its dead companion, hissed in despair, retreated a few steps, then turned and fled. The goblin warrior howled and gave chase. making me suffer so many claws and still trying to run. Take a few of my clubs first. Huh. How the hell can you climb a tree? That's cheating. Watching the demon cat scurry up the tree in a few moves, peering down nervously, the goblin warrior stood dumbfounded at the base. At that moment, an invisible card flew to the ground behind the demon cat, silently transforming into a murloc hunter. Whooshed. All the demon cat's attention was on the goblin warrior. By the time it sensed an attack from behind, it was too late to dodge. The demon cat's body was pierced by a fishbone spear. It screeched and fell from the treetop, landing on the ground with glazed eyes, barely alive. The goblin warrior grinned maliciously, rushed forward, and smashed the demon cat's head with a club, sending it to join its companion. Zhao Huanshi flicked his finger, and the Goblin Three Stooges card spun and struck the goblin warrior. The goblin warrior and the bright light vine transformed back into cards and returned to Zhao Huanshi's hand. The goblin scavenger appeared at the spot where the goblin warrior had stood. The goblin scavenger looked down at the dead demon cat, its eyes lighting up. It grabbed the corpse, stuffed it into its tattered sack, then immediately spotted the other body and trotted over eagerly. Stay here and don't wander off. Zhao Huanshi instructed the goblin scavenger, then looked down at the card information for goblin warrior. White monster card, goblin warrior. LV max. The goblin warrior has grown stronger. Both its constitution and strength have increased. Unable to further increase card level. After completing the card enhancement ritual, you can consume 200 evolution points to evolve the white card into a green card. Goblin warrior card enhancement ritual, experience 5 fierce battles, and when completed devour a large amount, approximately 500 kilograms, of monster flesh. Seeing the completed mark next to the condition of experiencing 5 fierce battles, Zhao Huanshi was slightly surprised. Do the battles from before count. That saves me a lot of trouble. As for the monster flesh, he happened to have a pile of monster corpses stored in the greed space, unsold. Even excluding the skin and bones, the meat alone definitely exceeded 500 kilograms. Zhao Huanshi looked up at the sky. There was still some time before dark. If I go back to the hotel to eat, I'll probably get blood all over the room. I'd have to pay compensation and waste time explaining. Better to finish eating here before returning. Zhao Huanshi summoned the goblin warrior again, took out a monster corpse from the greed space, skinned it, extracted useful materials, and tossed the bloody meat chunks to the goblin warrior to eat. After a while, feeling the quantity was about right, he had the goblin scavenger pack the monster skin and materials into its tattered bag, then recalled it. If Zhao Huanshi hadn't kept a close watch, the goblin scavenger would have already been lured away by something and wandered off out of sight. All of them are so troublesome, Zhao Huanshi said, but his eyes turned to the murloc hunter not far away, crouched under a tree, poking fruit from a branch with its fishbone spear and eating. This guy for some reason had participated in several battles, yet Zhao Huanshi could clearly sense that the upgrade progress of the murloc hunter card hadn't increased at all. If it was because green tier cards were harder to upgrade, the mimic had already completed its 5th level enhancement. After eating a few more rats and birds, it might reach level 6. That didn't seem difficult for a green card either. Or perhaps the monsters on the outskirts of the verdant forest were too weak. Or maybe this guy didn't level up through combat at all. A fisherman. Could it be that I need to let it fish to level up? That's just too arbitrary. Though he muttered this, Zhao Huanshi planned to search online after returning to find out if there was a body of water near the verdant forest where he could fish, and then take the murloc hunter there to try. Turning his head, he saw the goblin warrior eating happily with loud chomps. Zhao Huanshi worried whether the creature would explode from overeating, and at the same time, felt his own stomach rumble with hunger. He took out from the greed space a portion of chicken leg rice he had packed from the street vendor at the entrance of the residential area that morning. He called the mimic over, removed the assorted monster materials from inside the chest, placed the chicken leg rice inside, closed the lid, and patted it gently. Heat up the rice for me. The lava crystal core at the back of the mimic glowed faintly red, as if a microwave oven had turned on its heating light. After Zhao Huanshi finished the warm and fragrant chicken leg rice, the goblin warrior was also nearly done gnawing. Its belly was round and swollen like a giant balloon that might burst at any moment, lying on a pile of white bones still clinging to shreds of flesh and blood, clutching its stomach, unable to move. Zhao Huanshi pinched his nose and approached, kicked the goblin warrior's backside, and retrieved it. Goblin warrior card enhancement, complete physical attributes, slightly improved. Evolution. Green light flowed, tinging the edges of the card green, and the image of the goblin warrior in the center began to change. Its body grew taller, its muscles stronger, a hint of steadiness in its eyes, and it exuded a fierce aura of long experience in battle. Card monster summoner class level increased. All attributes 1. It actually leveled up. Zhao Huanshi was surprised, looked down at the card in his hand. Green monster card, Goblin Great Warrior. LV1. The goblin warrior, after many battles, has finally grown into a stronger warrior. Overwhelming numbers. When the number of allied members is greater than the enemy, physical attributes receive a slight boost, and combat will is greatly enhanced. Ferocity. The Goblin Great Warrior's fierce aura intimidates weaker enemies in battle. It's gotten a bit stronger, but it doesn't seem special. Zhao Huanshi muttered about to summon the Goblin Great Warrior to take a look when he suddenly heard a sound from afar. He quickly put away the Murloc hunter and the mimic and ducked into the bushes to hide. Before long, he saw a 7-person exploration team, weapons in hand, walking in with alert expressions. Seeing the pile of animal bones with obvious gnaw marks and the bloodstains on the ground, they were startled and became even more tense. How can there be so many bones? No wonder the smell of blood is so strong. Could it be that some powerful monster has come from somewhere else? It seems it just finished eating not long ago. Maybe the monster is nearby. The captain isn't here, we should leave first. Wait, these traces seem to be left by goblins. Goblins? Could it be from the Greenskin tribe in the northern forest that came out to find food? No way, didn't they say that goblin group has already found a place and started building a nest, which is over 20 kilometers from here? Hard to say goblins are stupid. Maybe they wandered around and got lost here. With so many explorers coming and going, that goblin group won't last long. But the goblin tribe in the north, that might be a big trouble. Someone will deal with it, right? Who knows? Those goblins look pretty strong. If the Teshiju doesn't take the lead, no exploration team will bother with such a thankless task. Hey, there are footprints here. Maybe someone came before us. Forget it, let's head back to the explorer's town. A goblin tribe building a nest more than 20 kilometers away. Having extracted key information, Zhao Huanshi hid behind the bushes, his eyes gleaming with excitement. A goblin tribe is good. More than 20 kilometers away, even better. Goblin thieves and goblin profiteers are very likely to be attracted to the vicinity of a goblin tribe. Even if a goblin scavenger appears, there's less than half a chance it will run outside the contaminated area. Zhao Huanshi summoned the 3 goblin rascals and gazed at them. In the greed space aside from that demon statue, there was nothing else particularly valuable. As for whether the goblin profiteer would take the demon statue when it goes out, better if it takes it. This thing was a chicken rib in Zhao Huanshi's hands. Useless to keep and hard to explain its origin if taken out, instead drawing the attention of the Teshiju. If the goblin profiteer could trade it for something, that would be great. If it couldn't trade and got killed leaving the statue outside, Zhao Huanshi wouldn't feel sorry. Then let it be. Maybe after this AFK session the 3 rascals can also reach level 5. With a gentle pinch of his fingers, the card shattered into blue-purple starlight and dissipated. It's about time. Tired after a day, I should go back to the city to sleep. Come to think of it, the last time I stayed in a hotel was before the illusion realm descended. Remembering the times when he traveled happily with his parents, Zhao Huanshi's lips curled slightly, then he sighed with a sense of loss. By the way, what was the name of the hotel I booked? Housen. Or Tyson. Houtai Grand Hotel. In the bustling hotel lobby, a voice that Zhao Huanshi remembered vividly rang out. It's you. It must be you bastards who ambushed me while I was taking a shit. Li Guangxi blocked the way of the blonde-haired Liu Xian and his group, shouting excitedly. Liu Xian was startled at first, but when he recognized Li Guangxi, he immediately flared up like ignited white phosphorus. Fuck. So it's you, you bastard. You stole our stuff and still dare to strut in front of me. I'll kill you right now. As soon as Liu Xian spoke, his teammates knew he was about to throw a punch, so they grabbed his arms. But though his hands were restrained, his legs were still free. Liu Xian kicked out, sending Li Guangxi flying. With a clatter of metal and glass, he knocked over many decorative items in the hotel. The commotion immediately drew the hotel's attention. The notified hotel managers soon arrived with a team of armed security guards to stop the fight. Li Guangxi, having been kicked, naturally refused to let it go and wanted to keep causing trouble, but facing the muzzles subtly aimed at him by the security guards, he could only suppress his anger and reluctantly accept the hotel manager's mediation. When Li Guangxi paid compensation after Liu Xian and took the receipt from the hotel manager, he felt that everyone's eyes were mocking him and all conversations were about ridiculing him. Resentment grew in his heart as he glared hatefully at the hotel manager's retreating back. You trash who isn't even an awakened one dare to boss me around. When the illusion realm descends, I'll see how you die. Li Guangxi gritted his teeth and said that, then turned to see a distinguished middle-aged man nod slightly at him with an approving smile. Somehow Li Guangxi felt flattered. Who was that? As the middle-aged man turned and left with a group of people, Li Guangxi secretly asked his companion. That's the captain of the Jiushi Eternal Exploration Team under the Jiushi Biotechnology Group, an intermediate fire mage, Wang Jiuzha. I heard he just finished a mission in the high-risk area and came back to rest. Li Guangxi nodded and was about to sigh, but then saw that Wang Jiuzha, who had been calm, suddenly rushed out of the hotel with his people looking somewhat urgent and flustered. Power, wealth, glory, everything you desire I can grant as long as you surrender your soul. The goblin shaman, with half an ear missing, listened to the demon's whisper echoing in his mind, his gaze gradually growing dazed. Thump, crack. The goblin merchant smashed the nutshell with a demon statue, scraped out the kernel, and stuffed it into his mouth. Not bad. The half-eared goblin suddenly snapped back to reality. What power? The power to crack nuts. What a ridiculous monster. Shaking his head, seeing that the goblin merchant seemed to enjoy the nut kernels, he brought out all his stored nuts. After encountering a kobold attack and fleeing with the staff of the former goblin shaman leader, the half-eared goblin inexplicably awakened the ability to cast spells. Having gathered over a dozen goblins while wandering the twilight wilderness, they happened upon a spatial rift opening from which emerged a large goblin tribe led by a goblin chieftain. The half-eared goblin was instantly awed by that massive goblin chieftain and immediately prostrated himself in submission, joining on the spot. He had no choice. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, his newly recruited minions would have defected first. Fortunately, spellcasters were a rarity in any tribe. Although the half-eared goblin was a half-baked caster who had just awakened his abilities, his status in the tribe was only slightly lower than that of several veteran goblin shamans, and even a notch above the goblin warriors. He even managed to secure a twig hut of his own in the newly built goblin lair, though it was drafty from all sides. While strolling around with his staff, he happened upon the goblin merchant appearing out of thin air. That scene instantly reminded the half-eared goblin of the moment the goblin thief vanished. He led the goblin merchant back to his twig hut and treated him to his stored nuts. After eating a few nuts and feeling somewhat full, the goblin merchant wiped his mouth, stuffed the chattering demon statue back into his bag, fumbled around, and pulled out a stainless steel multifunction folding knife, pressing it into the half-eared goblin's hand. This was something Zhao Huanshi had placed in the greedy space for emergencies. Its value was low in human society, but for monsters in the contaminated zones, if they could master its use, it would be a rare treasure. The goblin merchant considered himself a businessman. He could profit from his customers through low buys and high sells, lies and tricks, but he couldn't just take things for free. The half-eared goblin had sincerely treated him with nuts. Since the goblin merchant had eaten all of them without bargaining, he needed to offer something of equal value in return. Seeing that the half-eared goblin was confused about the folding knife, the goblin merchant demonstrated its functions. Watching the small piece of metal transform into various blades, scissors, and a bunch of other things that seemed impressive, though he didn't know their purpose. The half-eared goblin's eyes widened, and he let out exclamations of wonder. What a naive sight. The goblin merchant's eyes seemed to hold a hint of disdain, but inwardly hearing the half-eared goblin's admiration and praise, he was ecstatic. The corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. The folding knife was still a bit lacking. Next time, he should bring something better to broaden this little brother's horizons. Having satisfied both his appetite and his ego, the goblin merchant had the half-eared goblin lead him around the goblin tribe. Spotting any goblin with something of value, he would approach with a smile and trade using his own miscellaneous items. However, ordinary goblins didn't even have their own dwellings, let alone any good items. Most of the valuable things in the tribe were held by higher status mutated goblins. For instance, the veteran goblin shamans and the goblin chieftain, who was adorned with a mess of trinkets. The goblin merchant hid in the distance, observing, carefully pondering whether he could approach these fellows and sell the muttering broken statue in his bag for a good price. In goblin tribes, when a superior coveted something from an inferior, they usually just took it by force. But the goblin merchant was confident he could complete a fair trade. As for whether these wild, impoverished relatives might later regret the deal and come after him, that was another matter entirely. Still, after looking around, the goblin merchant felt none of these creatures seemed promising enough to afford the demon statue. Just then a commotion arose in the distance. The goblin merchant turned to see a group of hooded, well-equipped humans charging and radiating murderous intent. The goblin chieftain let out an enraged roar. Hearing this, the goblins in the lair grabbed their weapons and charged forward with wild cries. The goblin merchant spotted in the middle of the human group a figure wearing a black mask, one hand holding a staff and the other clutching a skull wreathed in blood mist. His eyes instantly gleamed with golden light. A big client, and one perfectly matched to the demon statue, a super client who would definitely pay a high price. A cunning smile spread across the goblin merchant's face. Squeezing among the wild goblins waving their weapons and howling, he excitedly ran toward the black-masked figure. Yes, the demon statue is here, the black-masked man said, extremely agitated. Quick, before anyone else takes notice, kill these scum and find the demon statue. As he spoke, magical energy surged around him. A massive blazing fireball coalesced at the tip of his staff and shot toward the densest cluster of goblins. Boom! The fireball exploded violently. The goblins at the epicenter were instantly annihilated, leaving no trace. A fierce shockwave and scorching flames swept outward, turning countless goblins into screaming charred crisps. In the blaze, no one noticed a goblin dissolve into blue-purple radiance, scattering a mess of items that were instantly burned and charred by the flames. With the goblin merchant's death, the blood-sacrificed skull let out a mournful sigh. The red light in its eyes instantly dimmed, and the blood mist surrounding it grew sluggish. What's happening? Why did the guidance suddenly disappear? The black-masked man's fingers tightened as if about to crush the skull. Sir, hearing his subordinates call, the black-masked man snapped back to reality, grinding his teeth. The demon statue couldn't have vanished just like that. It must still be here, just interfered with by something. Search. Search every monster, every corner. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, find that thing. The half-eared goblin, holding a crystal staff in one hand and a magic crystal he had swiped from a goblin shaman's hut while fleeing in the other, looked back at the towering flames rising from the goblin lair, faintly hearing the goblin chieftain's desperate roar, and couldn't help but sigh. Why did this newly found leader have to disappear again? Late at night, at Taihao Hotel, Zhao Huanshi lay in bed searching on his phone for information about fishing in the contaminated zone. Surprisingly, the fish in the zone seemed quite valuable. The Special Affairs Bureau had posted many bounty missions offering high prices for fish of all strange shapes and sizes that came out of the various contaminated zones. Some were for eating, some for viewing, and some for research. The better the taste, the stronger the power, and the rarer the species, the higher the bounty price. Among them those from dragon volcano, lava catfish, fire loaches, and fire-eating eels that could survive in magma, generally commanded high prices. Probably because they were extremely difficult to obtain, a single fish could sell for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. However, these creatures were more like monsters than fish and could not be caught by ordinary means. In contrast, Zhao Huanshi was even more surprised to find that in the poison mist swamp, there was a kind of mutant strange fish that looked almost identical to those in the trial dream, and its purchase price was not low. According to the mission details, a biotech company and a research institute in West 4 research area were buying them for research. Still, the strange fish in the trial dream looked more outrageous. If I could bring them out, they'd definitely be worth more. Zhao Huanshi muttered somewhat regretfully. As he continued browsing, he got lost in the various sharing posts from fishing enthusiasts. Some sharing posts were purely to show off their catches, with 80% of the article boasting about how big and rare the fish they caught were. But there were also posts where fishing enthusiasts shared their bizarre experiences in the contaminated zone. As everyone knows, some exceptionally talented fishermen could catch anything but fish. Magical relics from other worlds, shabby wooden chests filled with treasures, terrifying water monsters of great power, skeleton soldiers entangled with water plants, and so on. True or false, Zhao Huanshi took them all as entertainment. Especially the comment sections below the posts, where unknown online talents either quoted classics or had brilliant flashes of inspiration, turning the cold text into a sea of joy, making it impossible for Zhao Huanshi to stop reading. Just as Zhao Huanshi was grinning from ear to ear, a strange sensation suddenly arose in his mind. He rubbed his fingers together, and the card of the Goblin 3 Scoundrels, its surface covered with cracks, appeared in his hand. Huh, why are you back so soon? Zhao Huanshi stared at the card and checked the items in his greed space. It seemed something was missing. For instance, the multifunction folding knife he had asked the goblins to store in the space, just in case, was gone. Looks like the one who went out was the profiteer, so it's no wonder he died and came back so quickly. But why is this broken statue still in the space? Didn't he take it out when he left? Zhao Huanshi said with a hint of regret. If I weren't afraid of spiritual contamination when taking it out, I would have just thrown it somewhere in the Emerald Forest. Forget it. Anyway, the goblin tribes in the Emerald Forest won't be cleared out anytime soon. If one time doesn't work, I'll try a few more times. I'll just tell the goblin profiteer, and in the end, we'll be able to get rid of this junk. Distracted by the Goblin 3 Scoundrels, Zhao Huanshi snapped out of his internet daze and remembered to search for places to fish near the Emerald Forest, wondering if fishing could help the Murloc hunter level up quickly. At that moment, Zhao Huanshi heard faint shouting and cursing outside his door. He turned his head in surprise. The hotel had good soundproofing. Normally, you couldn't hear sounds from the neighboring rooms or the street outside. The sound from the corridor could be heard only because the shouting was exceptionally loud and harsh. Why does that sound like that idiot Li Guangcai? It can't be that unlucky, can it? Zhao Huanshi instinctively tiptoed to the door, crouched down, and opened it a crack to peek outside. He saw Li Guangcai standing at the door of the room, 2 doors down, angrily scolding the hotel server in front of him. The server looked like a gentle young girl about 20 years old. Her eyes were terrified, her expression flustered, and she was at a loss. Facing Li Guangcai's scolding, she could only keep saying, "I'm sorry," while tears streamed down her face. Hey, it really is that unlucky bastard. Zhao Huanshi cursed inwardly, then frowned. This scumbag coming here to bully a little girl. What a despicable person. As for the details of the incident, whether the girl had actually made a mistake that angered Li Guangcai, Zhao Huanshi didn't know the server, but didn't he know Li Guangcai well enough? If that bastard had any real leverage, he would have already caused a scene at the hotel. How could he just be scolding a server here, boasting about his noble explorer identity and accusing her of not serving him attentively? This fool, he really thinks he's something. Come on, rich people buy service with money so they can do whatever they want. But you won't even give a tip, yet you expect the same VIP treatment as a luxury suite. Could this bastard have taken a fancy to the server's looks and had some dirty thoughts? Zhao Huanshi mused to himself, then took out his phone and secretly started recording a video. What a nuisance. I'll upload this to the internet later. Zhao Huanshi had already thought of a title: Arrogant Apprentice Warrior Suspected of Using His Awakener Status to Force a Love Confession and Being Rejected Actually Commits Such a Beastly Act on a Weak Little Girl in Public. The title contained both gender conflict and the class contradiction between awakeners and ordinary people, as well as the keyword beastly that lecherous netizens loved. Zhao Huanshi didn't even need to edit or guide. Just the words Li Guangcai was repeating would make netizens instantly excited and curse him out down to his ancestors. Before long, the hotel manager received the news and arrived with several security guards. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi quietly closed the door and planned to register new accounts on several online platforms to upload the video. Literally, your dad here is making you an internet celebrity, which counts as repaying the favor of helping your father leave the Special Affairs Bureau back then. Zhao Huanshi said with emotion as he typed on his phone. Huh, why is the upload speed so slow? The network speed seems fine. After a while, the video finally uploaded successfully. Zhao Huanshi clicked on it and took a look, feeling it was fine. Just as he was about to switch to another platform, he saw a similar video pop up in the recommendation list next to his posted video. Dongchuan City Waste Warrior Li Guangcai, after being humiliated in the hotel lobby, actually turns beastly and publicly insults innocent little girl for. Huh. Zhao Huanshi was stunned for a moment, and his finger unconsciously clicked on it. The first half of the video showed Li Guangcai arguing with a blonde guy, getting kicked away, then being forced to accept the hotel manager's forceful mediation, and reluctantly swiping his card to pay compensation. The second half was filmed from another angle, showing Li Guangcai scolding the server. Who knows which genius filmed it on the spot, and then edited it with professional techniques. Various close-ups of the face magnifying Li Guangcai's ferocious and cruel expression and venomous cold gaze, and added various fitting background music portraying him as a sinister, ruthless, heinous villain who had committed at least 10 murders and needed to be dragged to a death penalty live stream and shot for half an hour. Wow. Awesome, now that's what I call professional. Zhao Huanshi felt that he no longer needed to continue uploading the video. In the southeastern part of the Emerald Forest lies a small lake. There are fish in the lake, but not many in number or variety. Fishing is difficult, and the surrounding monsters are plentiful. As a water source, monsters from the jungle often come here to drink. The lakeside is rich in moisture, with many blue pure water slimes and green sticky slimes wandering around. There are also monsters lurking in the lake, ready to attack animals that come to drink. Anglers entering the contaminated zone to fish either have sufficient strength themselves or form groups to hire exploration teams for protection, though none would choose such a thankless place to fish. After the tree monsters descended, even fewer people went there. Zhao Huanshi, however, felt that this place suited him. While the fisherman hunter could fish, the goblin great warrior had monsters to fight, and there were no powerful monsters nearby. In the morning, he bought a new map at Explorer Town, roughly marked a route based on information found online, entered the Emerald Forest, groped his way along, and after more than 2 hours found the small lake. With a single pole thrust, he killed a randomly spitting acid slime. Zhao Huanshi observed cautiously. Though called a small lake, it was actually quite sizable, about half the size of a football field. Apart from the squirming slimes, Zhao Huanshi saw no other monsters, except on the opposite shore of the lake stood an old tree that looked suspiciously like a low-level tree monster in disguise, lush and thriving. However, as long as one does not get too close, low-level tree monsters pose no danger. That creature is naturally lazy, moves slowly, and hunts entirely by waiting passively. Unless attacked, it generally won't actively pull its roots out of the ground to chase prey. Zhao Huanshi summoned all his card monsters. The fisherman hunter's eyes instantly lit up at the sight of the lake. When Zhao Huanshi told it to fish in the lake, its eyes widened abruptly, then without a word it shouted, "Walla la la," and dashed excitedly toward the lake. With a series of fierce thrusts of its fishbone spear, it burst and flung aside the slimes blocking its path. With a forceful jab of its claw, it dug a finger-thick, hideous-looking hard-shelled worm from the muddy shore. The worm opened its mouth parts and turned to bite, but the fisherman hunter pinched it, thrust the fishhook into its mouth, pierced through its entire body, and bent it into a curved shape. How did it know there was a worm hidden there? Isn't fish sense supposed to only detect water currents and moisture? Could it be because the mud was too wet, or simply because it's an experienced field angler? Zhao Huanshi looked up at the goblin great warrior with a puzzled expression and said, after evolution, the goblin great warrior's height had shot up from 1.67 meters to over 2 meters. When standing too close, Zhao Huanshi had to tilt his head back to speak to it. The goblin great warrior looked blankly. Huh, you're asking me? Forget I said anything. Go play by yourself, don't wander too far, and don't provoke that tree monster across the lake. Zhao Huanshi slapped the Mingguang vine onto the goblin great warrior and waved his hand. The goblin great warrior nodded, picked up its fishbone spear, and walked toward the slimes writhing by the lake. At this moment, the fisherman hunter stood by the shore, 1 foot extended into the lake water, sensing something. Ripples spread across the lake's surface as if something was moving underwater. The fisherman hunter pouted, its eyes full of impatience, lifted its fishing rod, or rather its fishbone spear, and thrust it fiercely into the water. The lake water suddenly boiled as if something was struggling violently underwater, and red blood spread outward. The fisherman hunter gripped the fishbone spear with both hands and heaved upward. Amid splashing water, a large black-scaled snake was flung out of the lake and slammed heavily onto the shore. The fisherman hunter stabbed the snake repeatedly with its spear until its head was mangled, then left it aside, letting it thrash and struggle violently on the grassy shore, kicking up dust and broken leaves. Zhao Huanshi ordered the landwalker bird to step on the snake's body, drew his fine steel greatsword, skinned the snake, examined it carefully, found nothing useful, then cut the snake meat into several pieces and fed them to the landwalker bird as spicy strips. Turning his head, he saw that the fisherman hunter had already located the fish activity area in the lake using its fish sense and moved to a better fishing spot. With a sweep of its rod, it knocked away 2 clear water slimes that were blowing bubbles at it. The fisherman hunter bent down, fiddled with the worm that was wriggling to escape the hook, rehooked it, lightly flicked the rod, and cast the bait into the lake. The fisherman hunter's feet submerged under the water surface. It gently tugged the fishing rod up, down, left, and right. Soon the fishing line suddenly tightened, and the rod tip abruptly bent down. Zhao Huanshi was taken aback. Wasn't it said that fishing here was extremely difficult? It didn't look that hard. He felt that even he could do it. The fisherman hunter, with an excited expression, worked the rod vigorously, then let out a thrilled shout, pulled the rod sharply, and yanked out a large black fish. At that moment, another splash exploded on the lake's surface, and a dark shadow leaped out of the water, bit the large black fish with 4 large incisors, jerked its head sharply, and forcibly tore it off the hook. After falling back into the lake, the shadow emerged again. Zhao Huanshi looked closely and saw that it was a buck-toothed otter. The creature with the stolen food in its mouth lay on its back in the water, slapping its belly with its paws and making squeaking, chattering sounds that seemed like mockery and provocation. Damn, this creature is just too damn cheeky. Even as a bystander, Zhao Huanshi found it unbearable and almost wanted to jump into the water to kill the annoying thing, let alone the fisherman hunter, who was both the victim and the one directly involved. The fisherman hunter, fuming, let out low growls from its throat, grabbed its fishbone spear, leaped into the lake, and shot forward like a torpedo. Seeing that the fish-headed toad actually dared to enter the water, the buck-toothed otter was momentarily stunned, then its eyes flashed with ferocity, its face twisted into a grimace, and it turned and dived down into the depths. Witnessing this, Zhao Huanshi's mind raced, and he muttered in surprise. Could it be that this buck-toothed otter has never seen a fisherman and mistook it for a land duck? Provoking the enemy into the water, its own domain, and then killing it there. Perhaps that was also the buck-toothed otter's hunting method. But this time it had clearly chosen the wrong opponent. Zhao Huanshi couldn't see the bottom of the lake, only saw a steady stream of bubbles rising to the surface, indicating a fierce struggle below. Before long, the fisherman hunter dragged the buck-toothed otter's corpse, covered in water weeds and radiating full resentment, crawling out of the lake like a water ghost. This place really isn't suitable for fishing. Should we find another spot? Zhao Huanshi suggested. Upon hearing this, the fisherman hunter shook its head, tossed the otter's corpse to the ground, turned around, and dug another worm from the mud. Fish it would fish right here. It would just see who else dared to come and disturb its fishing. Whether it was because the first fish had been snatched away by the buck-toothed otter, ruining the murloc hunter's fishing luck, or not, after half a day of fishing, all he caught were lizards and salamanders, and even water spiders came to join the fun, but not a single fish was caught. The goblin great warrior had popped all the slimes near the lake, and finding no new targets to attack, grew bored. He leaned against a tree, lay down, and began to doze off. The mimic camouflaged itself as a wooden chest, its lid open, waiting for the murloc hunter to put fish inside. The yellow chocobo wandered around, pecking at insects in the grass, and chased after a black beetle running off. Zhao Huanshi glanced over, but didn't pay much attention. Compared to the other card monsters, especially those goblins, the chocobo was relatively easy to manage. Moreover, the way to level up the chocobo seemed to be either riding it or letting it roam around. He had ridden it several times in the verdant forest, and it had already reached level 3. Zhao Huanshi looked at the fine steel greatsword in his hand, which was covered in dents and scratches that were hard to repair. He pondered whether he should replace his weapon. Should he buy another standard weapon or spend more money to have one custom made? Also, the leather armor on his body had been patched up so many times that it was about time to replace it. As he was thinking, a sudden, urgent chirping came from the chocobo in the distance, as if it was being chased by something. Zhao Huanshi instantly rose to his feet, gripping the fine steel greatsword as he turned to look. The goblin great warrior also woke from his slumber, hastily grabbed his weapon and shield, and moved close to Zhao Huanshi. Looking up, he saw the chocobo dart out of the woods in a slight panic, pursued by a large black boar with sharp tusks and a massive body. Zhao Huanshi's eyes narrowed, but a question arose in his mind. Although the boars in the verdant forest had bad tempers and would charge at anyone they saw due to their heavy bodies and the dense forest vegetation, making it easy to lose a target, boars generally didn't chase enemies far, especially something as fast as a chocobo. But the boar before him was panting heavily, clearly having chased the chocobo for a long distance. What had the chocobo done to make the boar so furious? Zhao Huanshi was still puzzled when he saw a female boar and 2 piglets emerge from the bushes. One of the piglets had a clear bird claw print stamped on its head. Judging by the size, it was unmistakably the chocobo's handiwork. No wonder. Running over to kick someone's children for no reason, of course the parents would be furious. Zhao Huanshi handed the fine steel greatsword to the goblin great warrior and exchanged weapons with him. Go, warrior, it's time to show your true strength. The goblin great warrior nodded firmly, let out a roar, and charged at the boar. The boar, massive and with tough hide, crashed around like a small tank, shattering the goblin great warrior's turtle shell in just 2 hits. Without the turtle shell for protection, the goblin great warrior became even more ferocious. Relying on the bright light vine to heal himself, he cautiously dodged the 2 sharp tusks while engaging in a war of attrition with the black boar, trading blows. While the black boar was locked in combat with the goblin great warrior, the yellow chocobo actually circled back, dodging the female boar's attacks and seizing every opportunity to viciously kick the 2 piglets. This left Zhao Huanshi quite puzzled. He wondered if the 2 piglets had secretly plucked feathers from the chocobo's rear when it wasn't looking for such a grudge to exist. The murloc hunter looked back impatiently. Annoying. Can't you fight somewhere else? You're disturbing my fishing, don't you know? I really want to poke a bunch of holes in you and throw you all into the lake to chum the water. The goblin great warrior was actually stronger than the black boar, and although it seemed like a one-on-one fight, it was actually a 2-on-1 with the bright light vine. Soon the boar was worn down and killed. Meanwhile, the 2 piglets were also kicked to death by the chocobo. The remaining female boar tried to flee upon seeing the male boar dead, but was blocked by the chocobo and eventually caught up and killed by the goblin great warrior. Looking at the boar family lying neatly on the ground, Zhao Huanshi thought for a moment. 2 such large boars wouldn't fit in the mimic, and it would be too much trouble to carry them back. He might as well just cook them on the spot. As for how to cook, wasn't the mimic there? Zhao Huanshi ordered the goblin great warrior to work dissecting and sectioning both large boars, cutting out the tender-looking meat pieces and washing them in the lake, all while enduring the murloc hunter's eye-rolling attacks. He put the meat into the mimic's body, filled it halfway with water, added some simple seasonings he had brought, closed the lid, and told the mimic to heat up at maximum power. Zhao Huanshi wasn't sure if this method would actually cook the meat. Let's try it anyway. I'm not that interested in boar meat to begin with. If it tastes terrible, I'll just let the goblin great warrior eat it all. He can even gnaw on raw boar meat. The mimic's lava core glowed faintly, and its body radiated a blazing heat. Soon the sound of bubbling and boiling water could be heard from inside the chest. However, the mimic's structure was special. No matter how violently it boiled inside, not a trace of steam escaped through the gaps in the chest. Worried that it might burst from the pressure, Zhao Huanshi told it to open a crack and let out some of the steam. The mimic lifted its lid slightly, revealing a narrow gap. A massive jet of high-temperature steam shot out from the opening, making a sharp whistling sound, like a pressure cooker releasing pressure. The murloc hunter turned around, furiously jabbering a stream of curses, almost throwing his fishing rod away. Can you just let a murloc fish in peace? After about half an hour of pressure cooking, or rather mimic cooking, Zhao Huanshi told it to stop heating and open the lid to cool down. To be honest, the aroma of the meat was quite pleasant. Zhao Huanshi tried a piece. It really wasn't good. The boar meat hadn't been processed further, and the seasonings were too simple to mask the gamey, foul smell of the boar. Maybe the meat from the piglets would be better. However, the piglets weren't very large, so Zhao Huanshi planned to put them in the mimic and bring them back to the inn, either to sell or have the inn's kitchen prepare them. Zhao Huanshi disliked the boar meat, but the goblin great warrior ate happily, not even leaving the broth in the chest. After eating cooked meat, the goblin great warrior found raw meat far less satisfying to chew. He went into the woods to gather some dry firewood, built a campfire, borrowed a flame from the mimic, and started roasting the boar meat himself. With the surroundings finally quiet enough for peaceful fishing, the murloc hunter successfully caught a fish from the small lake. A fish that glowed faintly green with scales shaped like leaves. Azure leaf fish, containing a trace of healing magic, can slowly repair physical wounds and clear residual toxins when consumed. A fairly common otherworldly fish. Zhao Huanshi held up his phone. You're researching otherworldly fish? Zhao Lejia's voice came through the phone. Not really. The neighboring research institute studies these otherworldly creatures, and I sometimes drop by out of curiosity. I heard azure leaf fish are particularly delicious because of their healing magic. Is that so? Healing potions also have healing magic, but they taste awful. Probably because they're artificially concocted. Anyway, plants and animals with healing effects usually taste good. Alright, I've got 3 azure leaf fish here. Want me to give you 2 to try? Forget it, I'm busy with research and don't have time for that. I recall the neighboring institute posted a bounty at the Special Affairs Bureau for these azure leaf fish. Yeah, I saw that. Over 3,000 per fish, but that's still less than what the hotel offered me. After all, they're fairly common otherworldly fish. Even with healing effects, they're not as effective as drinking mass-produced healing potions. By the way, where did these azure leaf fish come from? Did that friend with the green hat give them to you? Zhao Huanshi rubbed his nose. Not exactly. A new friend who's good at fishing and has a head like a fish had caught them in the Emerald Forest. Apart from some messy water lizards and water spiders, the urine hunter ended up catching only 3 azure leaf fish, leveling up to 2. It felt like it would soon reach level 3. Although that small lake wasn't a great fishing spot, Zhao Huanshi felt that as long as the urine hunter caught something, it could gain experience. It didn't necessarily have to be fish. The goblin big warrior spent the afternoon poking slimes, fought a wild boar, and leveled up to 2 along with the Mingguang vine. On the way back, it encountered 2 cat demons out hunting, but they turned and fled at the sight of the goblin big warrior. The luxing bird wandered around the small lake, kicking wild boars, chasing rabbits, and even digging up a skeleton hiding underground from the sun. When it returned, it had already reached level 4. After another couple of days of wandering, it could undergo reinforced evolution. At this rate, evolution points seem insufficient. Previously, Zhao Huanshi hadn't noticed the shortage since he hadn't evolved any cards, but now that the cards were leveling up one after another, he realized he had only a little over 200 evolution points left. If he evolved the luxing bird, he'd be left with just a fraction. Once I have more card monsters, and their quality improves, the demand for evolution points will only grow. The points from Trial Dreams are nowhere near enough. I wonder if there are other ways to obtain evolution points. Zhao Huanshi pondered for a while, then called the hotel reception. He sold 2 azure leaf fish for 8,000 yuan, paid the processing fee, and asked the hotel to prepare the wild boar cub and the remaining azure leaf fish. While eating braised wild boar meat and steamed azure leaf fish, Zhao Huanshi watched a video that slandered Li Guangcai on his phone, the screen flooded with curses and a barrage. The comment section had tens of thousands of replies ranging from creative insults to various true and false scandals from Li Guangcai's past. Judging by the video's popularity, Li Guangcai had gained a bit of fame. Too bad he couldn't do live stream sales now, or he might have actually made a fortune. With reduced living space, scarce resources, and extreme difficulty in transporting goods between cities, live stream sales were out of the question. But if Li Guangcai was willing to be the target of abuse, he might still scrape together a few coins by shamelessly begging. After liking a few hot comments, Zhao Huanshi opened the Special Affairs Bureau app to check for any important announcements. The first thing he saw was bad news. The large goblin clan that migrated into the Emerald Forest has been eliminated. Huh? What the hell? Zhao Huanshi's eyes widened in shock. Who the hell wasted their time on such a thankless task? Zhao Huanshi had planned to wait until tomorrow noon when the Goblin Three Stooges finished repairing, then gamble on luck and send them out to auto farm. But now that the Goblin clan was wiped out, the chance of the Three Stooges wandering outside the polluted zone when summoned was too high. Jiushi Chongqing, an exploration team affiliated with the Jiushi Biotechnology Company. During an emergency mission last night, they clashed with the Goblin clan and annihilated them completely. Received rewards from the Special Affairs Bureau. Zhao Huanshi held the shattered Goblin Three Stooges card and checked the remaining repair time. Last night. So the Goblin merchant wasn't killed by monsters. The Jiushi Chongqing exploration team just took it out while eliminating the Goblin clan. Gizgadha. That damn bastard. I went to do business with him in good faith, and he threw a fireball at me. The next day at noon, by the small lake in the Emerald Forest, a purple venom slime slowly crept toward a stupid water slime that was blowing bubbles at the water's edge, ready to devour it. Suddenly, the furious shouts of the Goblin merchant startled the water slime, which bounced like a rubber ball into the lake. The urine hunter who was fishing turned around in annoyance. After a quiet morning without the green skin and the yellow bird, now another noisy creature had appeared. Ignoring the urine hunter's sulkiness, Zhao Huanshi waited for the Goblin merchant to finish gesticulating and recounting its experience, then confirmed with it. You mean the ones who wiped out the Goblin clan were a group of masked humans, and one of them was holding a skull looking very connected to the demon statue? The Goblin merchant nodded and rattled on again. It said that humans' connection to the demon statue was even stronger than the connection between the previous female tycoon and the pig-nosed mushroom. If the deal went through, it would make a huge profit. Zhao Huanshi shot at a sidelong glance. I think it's more likely he'd kill you outright. Especially after he sees the demon statue. Frowning, he mused, but the Special Affairs Bureau's announcement clearly states that the Jiushi Chongqing exploration team eliminated the Goblin clan. Given their strength, they wouldn't need to steal credit for the Bureau's meager rewards. Maybe that group was the Chongqing exploration team, but they initially intended to conceal their identity. To do something evil. Only they didn't succeed. Zhao Huanshi looked at the Goblin merchant, a flash of insight striking him. Rather than saying they're connected to the demon statue, it's more likely they were after the demon statue. These people, they might be the demon worshippers hiding in Dongchuan City. After the Murloc hunter familiarized himself with the small lake environment, his fishing endeavor gradually improved, and he caught over a dozen lines in just half a day. Only a small portion were fish, the rest were water snakes, insects, frogs, and toads. Most of them were roasted and eaten as snacks by the bored goblin warrior. The animals in the lake were not the only ones unlucky. Creatures living nearby came to the small lake to drink, but they dared not approach Zhao Huanshi and the intimidating goblin warrior, so they went around to the other side of the lake. The unfortunate ones were pierced through the body by the roots of the low-level tree monster disguised as an old tree and dragged underground. Additionally, the goblin thief was sent by Zhao Huanshi to stand guard outside and alert him if anyone approached. But this fellow, bored out of his mind, secretly went to raid bird nests. Sometimes he took eggs, sometimes nestlings, and sometimes he even brought back adult birds along with the young ones. However, it must be said, stewing these otherworldly birds with otherworldly fish made a truly delicious soup. Zhao Huanshi and his several card monsters sat around the mimic chest using chopsticks carved from branches to pick out a piece of bird meat from the steaming soup, slowly chewing it as he put it into his mouth. He mused to himself that when he returned, he would stew a pot for his younger sister and bring it to her in a thermos. Maybe she would share it with her teachers and colleagues, so he decided to cook more and buy a large pressure cooker to deliver it. He also needed to tell her about the demon statue. The Jiushi Eternal Life Exploration team was suspicious, and Jiushi Biotechnology was likely problematic as well. Zhao Lijia's research institute seemed to have funding from Jiushi Biotechnology, so he had to give her a heads up lest she be taken advantage of without knowing it. 2 days later, the yellow chocobo and the murloc hunter both reached level 5. The chocobo's enhancement ritual was relatively simple. After feeding it some food and riding it through the emerald forest for an hour, the card enhancement was complete. Card enhancement complete. The yellow chocobo has grown with a slight increase in leg strength and running speed. Zhao Huanshi hesitated for a moment, then decided to use the over 200 evolution points he had upgrading the yellow chocobo's card quality from white to green. The image of the chocobo on the card did not change much except that it had grown taller and more majestic, and its once gentle and clear eyes now held a hint of sharpness and confidence. Green monster card, Swift Chocobo. Compared to an ordinary chocobo, the Swift Chocobo runs faster, has better jumping ability, and can adapt to more complex environments. Moreover, its kicking power is now much stronger. Sturdy legs. The Swift Chocobo's legs are exceptionally strong with excellent jumping and cushioning abilities, greatly reducing impact damage from falls. Keen eye. The Swift Chocobo's vision and perception are extremely sharp, allowing it to clearly see terrain and obstacles while running at high speed, making timely adjustments and evasions, and quickly detecting anomalies and dangers in the surrounding environment. After the evolution, Zhao Huanshi asked the Swift Chocobo to demonstrate its new abilities. The bird glanced around, then ran to the other side of the lake to provoke the tree monster. It agilely dodged the root spike attacks while circling the tree monster, squinting its eyes and letting out joyful calls. The tree monster, realizing its attacks were ineffective against this large yellow bird, simply pretended to be dead and ignored it. But the Swift Chocobo, taking advantage of the situation, rushed up when the tree monster wasn't paying attention and kicked it in the face. After the kick, it immediately turned and fled far away, watching the tree monster rage helplessly and cried out even louder. Has this guy turned mischievous? Could it be that spending too much time with the goblins has corrupted it? Zhao Huanshi stroked his chin, speaking with some confusion. The goblin thief and the goblin warrior looked at each other, utterly bewildered. The summoner rides his own bird, but what does it have to do with us? Compared to the chocobo, the murloc hunter's enhancement ritual was more troublesome, and the material requirements seemed a bit odd. LV5. The Murloc Hunter's fish sensibility has been slightly enhanced. Shallow Sea Murloc Hunter card enhancement ritual carries sturdy, weaving materials over 1 kilogram of metal. A low-level water or ice element is more effective magic gem crystal, or high-purity monster core, and submerge in water for 8 hours of slumber. Fortunately, the ritual didn't require sending the Murloc Hunter to the sea. Otherwise, given the current situation, Zhao Huanshi wouldn't know how to get to the coast. To soak the Murloc in water, there was a ready-made small lake nearby. But the lake was full of monsters, and sleeping there was far from safe. Moreover, Zhao Huanshi didn't have the materials needed for the ritual and would have to return to the city to buy them. I can buy the weaving materials and metal from the store. As for the magic gem, I'll send a message to Mouse and ask if he has any for sale. Once I gather the materials, I'll first try using the bathtub at home. If that doesn't work, I'll have to go to the park's artificial lake at night or find a river in the southern district and let the Murloc Hunter dive underwater with the stuff. Dongchuan City originally had a river running through it, but since the arrival of the illusion, the river had dried up and the riverbed had been altered. Only the southern district still had a few tributaries and lakes preserved through human intervention. Zhao Huanshi packed up his things and recalled his card monsters one by one, planning to keep only the goblin warrior and the Swift Chocobo outside. One would clear the path ahead, while the other would carry him slowly. When he recalled the purple poison slime, he noticed that it had silently devoured slimes for 2 days and had quietly reached level 2. I thought this guy would level up by being used as a grenade, but it turns out it levels up by eating its own kind. Should I leave it here to grind levels? Zhao Huanshi hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. What if it wandered off on its own, fell into a crevice, or was captured and locked up, unable to get out or die? He had no means of recalling cards remotely, so he would inexplicably lose a monster card. Although he hadn't used the poison slime as a bomb, yet he had personally experienced the power of the purple poison mist, and he felt that this poison grenade would be quite useful. Forget it, there's no rush to level up, there's no need to take such a risk. Zhao Huanshi put away the purple poison slime and summoned the 3 goblin stooges. As for these 3, since I'm heading back anyway, and the trial dream won't appear for another 2 days, should I let them out to have some fun? But considering my current location, if I place a summon, there's only a 30% chance it will land outside the polluted zone. 30% isn't too low, but should I play it safe? Zhao Huanshi looked at the 3 mischievous goblins on the card, hesitating for a moment. In the central area of the Emerald Forest, Gao Qiguang, the disgrace of the Dongchuan Gao family, and a junior blacksmith, along with Lin Qingfeng, the wind god of Dongchuan, led a team of professionals through the jungle. Lin Qingfeng was surrounded by a gentle breeze exuding a faintly dangerous aura. The surrounding tree monsters and the usually ferocious man-eating plants were all perfectly still, feigning death, pretending to be ordinary plants in the jungle. Isn't this enough materials? Lin Qingfeng's tone was calm, but clearly carried a hint of urgency. Gao Qiguang said with a grin, "It's only half a day, nothing will happen in the city. Brother Lin, if you're really worried, you can go back first. After all, I have so many people protecting me." Lin Qingfeng shook his head slightly. "I asked you to help me find materials to forge a staff. How could I leave you in such a dangerous place?" "But Brother Lin, even if it's Xiaoshuang's 10th birthday, isn't it too much to give her a real staff? This is what she wants most. She wants a real staff, one with magic power exactly like the one the magical girl in the anime uses. You're the only blacksmith in Dongchuan City, so I have to rely on you." Alright, I know you're a doting father. It's only because you're the wind god of Dongchuan that I'd let you boss me around like this. He knows I'm the disgrace of the Gao family, yet he still asks me to forge equipment. I'll kick his grandma's leg. But since it's Lin Qingfeng's request, Gao Qiguang could only hold his nose and accept it. Might as well take a stroll in the Emerald Forest, pick some good materials, and go back to the workshop to carve them into a magic figure girl. To be honest, although Gao Qiguang's skill in forging equipment was mediocre when it came to making a cool-looking toy magic wand for a child that could cast some flashy little spells, Lin Qingfeng had indeed come to the right person. "Hey, that tree looks good." Gao Qiguang pointed at a tree with very obvious magical fluctuations. As soon as the words fell, two streams of light twisted together, and a smug-looking goblin carrying a sack appeared in front of that big tree. Lin Qingfeng's eyes narrowed, and he swung his staff, instantly shooting a green wind blade. "Spare the blade." "No, the goblin," Gao Qiguang suddenly shouted. Lin Qingfeng tapped his staff, and the green wind blade veered slightly, grazing past the goblin merchant, shredding the magical vines that had silently extended to ambush the goblin from behind. The goblin merchant was startled by the sudden turn of events, turned to run, but heard the wind howling. A gust of wind transformed into chains and bound it. Gao Qiguang walked up to the goblin merchant and examined it carefully. "Brother Lin, no mistake, it's this goblin that swindled a healing ring from my sister earlier." Hearing this, the goblin merchant immediately started jabbering. "What do you mean swindled? That was a fair trade, willingly agreed upon." "Fair trade, my ass. Do you know how much that healing ring costs? And you wanted to trade it for a lousy mushroom. Gobble gobble. You don't know shit. The value of an item lies in demand. At that time, that female human patron clearly needed that mushroom, and she voluntarily exchanged it. It's just that she wanted to renege after the trade." Hiss. When you put it that way, it's not wrong. Shi Qiong's behavior at that time was indeed intending to renege. Lin Qingfeng looked at Gao Qiguang, who was seamlessly conversing with the goblin merchant, his eyes full of confusion. "Qiguang, can you understand the goblin language?" "Oh." Gao Qiguang looked blank. "I don't know. When it speaks, I just understand the meaning." "Don't you understand?" Gao Qiguang turned to ask, but saw everyone in the team shaking their heads, looking at him with strange expressions. Do I have a talent for being a goblin tamer?" Gao Qiguang felt puzzled. At this moment, perhaps sensing the presence of living beings around, the demon statue in the goblin merchant's bag began to stir again, emitting spiritual fluctuations that turned into seductive whispers echoing in everyone's minds. "What's talking?" Before Gao Qiguang could react, the magic ring on his hand lit up, forming a translucent magic shield around his body. The magic necklace around his neck trembled slightly, and a sound of spring water trickled, turning into a cool air that surged into his mind, freeing him from the demon's whispers and instantly clearing his head. "Damn. No wonder my sister said you could mentally seduce. I can, but not this kind." The goblin merchant curled its lip, glanced at its own pocket, and said nonchalantly, "Gobbledygook. It's just a broken statue that likes to babble, nothing to make a fuss about." Gao Qiguang turned around in confusion, but saw that all the team members had solemn expressions, and even Lin Qingfeng's eyes were sharp. "What is it saying?" "It says there's a broken statue in its pocket that likes to babble." "A statue?" Lin Qingfeng swung his staff, and a wind blade cut the goblin merchant's sack in half. The contents of the sack fell to the ground. Among the pile of odds and ends, double-hole air mushrooms, a metal knife, monster cores, the demon statue exuding an evil aura and brightly colored stood out conspicuously. Indeed, it's a demon statue. This is a demon statue. Why is it painted? Jitswala. Seeing the sack cut open and all its goods spilled out, the goblin merchant struggled fiercely and began cursing excitedly. "What is it saying?" Lin Qingfeng looked sharply at the goblin merchant and asked Gao Qiguang beside him. It's calling us poor wretches and robbers, saying we can't afford to buy things, so we resort to theft." Lin Qingfeng's eyes showed a hint of disdain. "Hep. It's just a monster, what's wrong with robbing it? No, I don't mind being called a robber, but calling me a poor wretch, that I can't tolerate." Gao Qiguang said somewhat excitedly. Lin Qingfeng turned to look at him, his lips moving as if to ask if he had forgotten to take his medicine before leaving, but ultimately swallowed his words. "Ask it where this statue came from." "Oh." Gao Qiguang tried to communicate with the goblin merchant, but the goblin just jabbered a string of curses, clearly not wanting to talk to him. Lin Qingfeng raised his staff, intending to inflict some wounds on the goblin with a wind blade to make it understand the situation. Noticing this, Gao Qiguang quickly stopped him. No, brother Lin, don't hurt it. CC said this goblin is frail. Touch it, and it will die, and if it dies it will disappear. Release it first, let me talk to it. Lin Qingfeng frowned at this. Are you sure? Don't worry, I already know how to deal with it. Lin Qingfeng said no more, summoning a gust of wind to roll the demon statue into his hand, then waved his staff to dispel the bindings on the goblin merchant. The goblin merchant picked up the torn sack and scattered goods from the ground with a pained expression, then glared hatefully at the humans in front and opened its mouth to curse again. But Gao Qiguang reached out, pulled off an ancient-style bracelet glowing with magic light from his wrist, and tossed it over, raising his head and looking down at the goblin merchant with a contemptuous gaze. Who were you calling a poor wretch just now? The goblin merchant was momentarily stunned, as if it saw a golden radiance spreading behind Gao Qiguang. The goblin merchant picked up the bracelet, brought it close to his nose to sniff, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He reached out to put it into his worn sack, only to discover the bag had already torn into 2 pieces. He clicked his tongue and muttered a curse under his breath, then slid the bracelet onto his wrist and pulled it tight against his forearm. A grinning, calculating smile spread across his face. Gobo Daiti. Though the bracelet's worth was merely passable, this goblin was being magnanimous and would forgive them this time. Gao Qiguang struggled to keep a straight face. Do you even know what you're looking at? This bracelet is a magical artifact excavated from another world's ruins. I paid over 800,000 for it. The goblin merchant curled his lip, thinking that, if that guy hadn't cut him off last time, he could have sold that decrepit statue for a much higher price. Seeing the goblin merchant's sneering expression, Gao Qiguang was about to argue further, but Lin Qingfeng, watching from the side, had had enough. Qiguang, stop wasting time. Ask it where that statue came from. TSK. Fine. Gao Qiguang pawed through his pockets and tossed a small gold piece toward the goblin merchant. Hey Greenie, spill it. Where did you get this demon statue? The goblin merchant's eyes gleamed as he snatched the gold piece, popped it into his mouth, and bit down hard. He examined the tooth marks on the gold, flashed a grin showing his jagged teeth, then snatched a half-torn cloth from the ground to wrap the piece and tuck it into his belt. At Gao Qiguang's question, the goblin merchant furrowed his brow in thought. The demon statue's origins surfaced from vague memories of the summoner's words. A scavenger had found it somewhere in the Emerald Forest, and if they couldn't move it, just dump it in the woods to avoid trouble. Though the summoner's orders were clear, the goblin merchant would never squander such an item. He simply pretended not to hear. Reaching that conclusion, he gestured casually, indicating where the statue had been found. There. Gao Qiguang followed the direction the goblin merchant pointed, his expression darkening. Beyond that lies the territory of the Lord-level Treant. So it fled there. That explains why we couldn't find the escaped demon worshipper all this time, Lin Qingfeng realized aloud. The goblin merchant blinked, thinking only that he'd mentioned finding the statue somewhere in this forest. Everything else was speculation on their part, none of it his concern. Suddenly, rustling echoed from the distance. Something was closing in fast. Lin Qingfeng stood surrounded by swirling breezes, magical energies surging and gathering at his staff's tip, whistling like a gale, ready to unleash its power. Swish! Several warriors burst from the underbrush, radiating brutal intent as their predatory eyes scanned the group before them, looking like predators about to strike. But when they finally saw who stood before them, especially Lin Qingfeng, their faces drained of color, and they cried out in shock, "Wind God! What are you doing here?" The panicked cry cut through the air, and the noise behind those warriors fell utterly silent. Half a minute passed before Wang Jiuzhe emerged with the rest of the Jiushi Chongqing exploration team, his expression shifting to astonishment upon seeing Lin Qingfeng. It really is the Wind God. You actually left Dongchuan City. Has something major happened in the Emerald Forest? As he spoke, his peripheral vision caught the demon statue in Lin Qingfeng's hand, and his eye twitched slightly. No, just personal matters. Lin Qingfeng dispelled the magical energy gathering at his staff, his expression cold. What about you, pursuing someone? No. How could we? We're law-abiding citizens. Killing is far beyond us. We merely encountered a mutated moonlight forest deer and wanted to capture it for study, but that beast outmaneuvered us. That's all, brothers, just got a bit worked up. Wang Jiuzhe explained with a bright smile. Oh, I hope so, Lin Qingfeng replied coolly. Wang Jiuzhe's smile remained unchanged. Looks like we've been bested again. Wind God, young Master Gao, we're in a hurry to chase that deer. We'll take our leave. Once we return to Dongchuan City, we'll find an opportunity to apologize properly. Gao Qiguang watched them disappear into the forest, a frown creasing his brow. Something about them feels off. The goblin merchant nodded. Indeed, something was off. They seemed familiar in a way that irritated him, though he couldn't quite place why. Lin Qingfeng looked down at the demon statue in his hand, lost in thought. I'll take this back to Dongchuan City first. Qiguang, you. Senior brother Lin, go ahead. I'll walk back with them. It's fine, Gao Qiguang said, waving his hand. Lin Qingfeng didn't press the matter. Magical energy surged around him, the gentle breeze swirling into a roaring gale that lifted him off the ground. Like a missile streaking across the sky, he shot toward Dongchuan City. Senior brother Lin always makes such a grand entrance every time he flies. It's no wonder they call him Dongchuan's Wind God, the so-called East Wind Missile. Gao Qiguang sighed in admiration. But when he turned around, the goblin merchant was gone. Huh, where did that goblin run off to? A subordinate spoke up. When the wind god took off, the goblin was caught in the gust, stumbled, hit his head against a tree, and then, poof, turned into a pile of light and vanished. Huh, is he really that weak? Gao Qiguang looked thoroughly bewildered. Looking down, he saw the small gold piece with the goblin's tooth marks lying on the ground, but the magical bracelet was nowhere to be found. Just like Cici said, even dead it can still take its belongings. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Wang Jiuzha heard the roaring wind and looked up at the sky, his expression deeply troubled. After all, they'd finally located the demon statue, only to find it in Lin Qingfeng's hands. The wind god rarely leaves Dongchuan City. Why would he come to the Emerald Forest? A subordinate asked in confusion. Wang Jiuzha's eyes narrowed sharply. We're in trouble. Lin Qingfeng. That man is clearly setting a trap. You can't fish without bait after all. Even if my friend's theories are wildly unscientific, some fundamental principles still apply. Zhao Huanshi sat on the edge of the hotel bed, talking on the phone with Zhao Lijia. Don't worry, I had the hotel chef handle the preparation. It'll be absolutely spotless. You won't find any strange bugs in your soup, I promise. At that moment, Zhao Huanshi's expression shifted. He pursed his lips with his left hand, and the damaged goblin, Three Musketeers card suddenly materialized in his grasp. Huh, back already. No, nothing. A good friend needs me for something. Yeah, that's all. I'll bring you the soup tomorrow morning, and we can talk about other things then. He hung up and glanced down at the card. Special blue monster card, Goblin, Three Musketeers. LV5. New skill, primary expansion. Primary expansion, the greed space expands, gaining an additional 10 capacity. The current monster card has reached level 5 and cannot be leveled further. You need to complete the card enhancement ritual to continue upgrading. Goblin Three Stooges card enhancement ritual, you need to separately cook a pot of 7-color mushroom meat soup to feed the goblin scavenger, forge a pure gold front tooth for the goblin merchant, and prepare a shadow magic crystal for the goblin thief. Each completed task will grant a corresponding enhancement to the Goblin Three Stooges, and upon completion of all three, the monster card will receive an additional boost. 7-color mushroom meat soup, use 7 different colors of deliciously poisonous mushrooms stewed with various meats to create a pot of brightly colored savory meat soup. Pure gold front tooth, an important prop for the goblin merchant to display his status. Whether it looks realistic or fits doesn't matter, but the gold purity must be high. Shadow magic crystal, a relatively rare gem or crystal rich in shadow magic. Colorful, poisonous mushroom soup. Although it looks strange, the 7 types of colorful poisonous mushrooms are not hard to gather. But the condition of delicious taste. Who would casually eat that kind of stuff? Zhao Huanshi muttered to himself, then picked up his phone again and sent a message to his sister. She happened to be studying plant materials and was fond of playing with poisonous mushrooms, so she might know which ones were tasty. Zhao Lijia immediately replied with a string of question marks. Zhao Huanshi simply said he was asking for a friend. Zhao Lijia didn't pry further, only mentioning that most of the delicious poisonous mushrooms were known to be safe only after cooking, which neutralized their toxicity. As for those poisonous mushrooms whose toxicity remained even after boiling and heating, anyone who tasted them basically died, so there was no way to know how they tasted. One could only analyze the extracted components to determine which brightly colored, highly toxic mushrooms might taste relatively delicious. Looking at the series of high-definition mushroom pictures and feature descriptions sent by his sister, Zhao Huanshi thought to himself, this is enough. After all, as long as Zhao Huanshi recalled it quickly enough, the goblin scavenger wouldn't be poisoned to death. After 7 or 8 hours, it would be summoned back as a lively green-skinned creature. If it didn't work the first time, just try a few more times. It would only cost some additional materials. The goblin merchant's pure gold front tooth was also easy to handle, just a matter of spending some money. However, the shadow magic crystal for the goblin thief seemed quite difficult to obtain. Zhao Huanshi thought for a moment, then sent a message to the black market intermediary, Zhou Liaoshu, using his phone. This guy had wide connections and received various black market goods every day, so he might have a shadow magic crystal in hand. I do have some, but the price. A 0.3-gram magic black gemstone, 180 yuan. A 2-gram lusterless shadow gemstone, 180 yuan. Which one do you want, boss? I want a hammer. What the hell, half a gram costs 18000. Are you a black shop? Zhou Liaoshu first replied with a question mark, then sent another paragraph. It's 18000, not 18000. Don't just round down on me. I'm a black market dealer, so it's a black shop by nature, and you've known that from day one. But I only buy cheap, I sell at a fair price. Shadow magic gems and crystals are inherently rare. You'll find the same price anywhere you go. The problem is I don't have that much money. Zhao Huanshi sighed, thought for a moment, and then sent another message. What are the prices for water-type gems and ice-type gems? The smallest water-type magic gem costs 3800 each, and the cheapest ice-type magic gem is 4600. Damn, even ice-type gems are this expensive. Zhao Huanshi couldn't believe it, and searched online for a while. Sure enough, as Zhou Liaoshu had said, the prices outside were about the same, or even higher. Zhao Huanshi had previously thought he was quite wealthy now, but he never expected a single ice-type magic gem to cost half of his savings. Maybe I should just use a water-type one. The gems and crystals the goblin thief brought back earlier seemed to include water-type ones. Or take a risk and sell that demon statue. Pressed by the lack of money, Zhao Huanshi couldn't help but have some wicked thoughts. However, after scanning the greed space, he found that the demon statue worth 500 had disappeared. Huh. The statue is gone. Did the goblin merchant take it out and throw it away? Zhao Huanshi searched carefully again, but didn't see the demon statue. Instead, he found a bracelet of ancient design in a corner of the greed space. With a thought, the bracelet appeared in Zhao Huanshi's hand. Sensing the faint magical fluctuations emanating from the bracelet, Zhao Huanshi's eyes were filled with confusion. This thing. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. He tried entering keywords into a web search engine and quickly found what he wanted. The disgrace of the Gao family in Dongchuan City becomes a fool again, overpays for giant demon strength bracelet at auction. Zhao Huanshi carefully compared the bracelet in his hand with the picture on his phone. The patterns, details, and even the various tiny scratches and damages were exactly the same. So the goblin merchant sold mushrooms to Gao Qiqiong and then went to sell the demon statue to Gao Qiguang. This guy, why does he specifically target the Gao siblings? No, he's not cheating the Gao siblings. He's cheating me. When this comes to light, one day the Gao family will definitely dig a hole and bury me alive. When Zhao Huanshi saw the news on his phone that Gao Qiguang had spent 2.8 million to buy this giant demon strength bracelet, he couldn't help but complain. Rich bastard, serves him right. Then he felt a bit regretful. This bracelet can't be exposed either, otherwise I could sell it for 1 million or so and not have to worry about the shadow magic gem. Forget it, I'll just keep a level head and earn it slowly myself. Let me first try what it feels like to wear a house on my wrist, Zhao Huanshi said as he slipped the giant demon strength bracelet onto his wrist. The moment he put on the bracelet, Zhao Huanshi clearly felt his strength greatly increase, and his muscles became hard and tough. The giant demon strength bracelet grants an attribute boost of approximately 15 strength and 10 constitution when worn, and makes the skin and muscles tight and tough like a monster, greatly improving resistance to blunt and piercing attacks and reducing damage from magical attacks. This was the information about the giant demon strength bracelet that the auctioneer had introduced during the auction. However, according to other people online, the attribute boost of the bracelet was fine, but the so-called greatly improved defense was only for ordinary people. From fragile skin to 3 layers of thick cowhide, the defense had indeed improved a lot, but for professionals, it was just SOSO. Magic resistance was an important and rare attribute, but the giant demon strength bracelet didn't actually increase it much. Most importantly, wearing the giant demon strength bracelet greatly accelerates stamina consumption, and ordinary people simply cannot endure such consumption. Professionals could endure it, but they couldn't wear it all the time either, as it would heavily drain the body's energy, requiring frequent eating to sustain the consumption. The next morning at the entrance of West Research Zone 4, Zhao Lejia passed the security check and stepped out of the research zone's gate, immediately spotting that dull-witted figure carrying a large pressure cooker in the distance. Suppressing the urge to turn around and leave, she gritted her teeth and stormed over. Zhao Huanshi, are you deliberately trying to make me lose face in the research zone with this method? Zhao Lejia gnashed her teeth. My dear sister, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I ever have such intentions? Zhao Huanshi said, removing the pressure valve from the top of the cooker. With a soft hiss of escaping steam, a rich aroma blending fresh fish and bird meat wafted over. Instantly, Zhao Lejia felt a flood of saliva filling her mouth. Gulp. So fragrant. What did you put in there? Just fish caught from the small lake in Sulu Forest, along with birds and bird eggs gathered from the woods, plus some simple seasonings. No wonder those researchers from the neighboring institute were criticized for stealing ingredients. Zhao Lejia muttered under her breath. Zhao Huanshi smiled. I have a bowl in my bag. How about a taste first? Zhao Lejia quickly shook her head. No. Crouching at the gate to drink soup looks way too weird. By the way, didn't you say there was something else? Zhao Huanshi glanced around, then beckoned for Zhao Lejia to lean in closer. Do you have to be so cautious? There's no one around. Zhao Lejia complained, but she obediently tilted her head and leaned in. I don't know why, but lately I've been feeling like those surveillance cameras on the street and the patrol drones seem to be paying extra attention to me. Zhao Huanshi explained in a low voice. Zhao Lejia frowned slightly. If it's not a guilty conscience, then you might have become a target of the city's surveillance system. Could the Special Affairs Bureau be suspicious about the occupation stone? That shouldn't be the reason. It's just that when I was strengthening the mimic, I accidentally blew up the park near our neighborhood. Zhao Lejia was taken aback, then gave Zhao Huanshi a thumbs up. Don't worry, if you get locked up, I'll find time to visit you. Zhao Huanshi rolled his eyes. TCH. Ungrateful wretch, and I specially simmered this soup for you. The ingredients alone cost at least 10,000 yuan. Zhao Lejia chuckled. It's fine, big bro. If they'd really found you guilty, they'd have arrested you already. Probably they just found you suspicious when you were skulking around and added you to the monitoring list. I think so too. After all, who would have guessed? Even I didn't expect it. Zhao Huanshi sighed softly, then whispered about the demon statue his suspicions regarding the Eternal Life Exploration team, and how the goblin merchant had swapped the demon statue for the giant demon power bracelet. A few minutes later, Zhao Lejia crouched on the ground, draining the last of the warm fish soup from her bowl, in one breath, a satisfied sigh escaping her lips. Then she came to her senses and stared at the empty bowl in her hand with confusion. Huh, when did you give me this? Just when you were lost in thought. Zhao Huanshi took the empty bowl from her hand. How was it? Good, right? Want another bowl? No. Zhao Lejia hesitated. Well, since I've already had some, the face is already lost. I'll have another bowl. You're a scientist, don't bother with such formalities. Zhao Lejia pouted. I'm at most a junior researcher. She glanced around. There was no one nearby except the guards at the distant research zone gate, and she felt like there was a hint of suppressed laughter in their eyes. She shot Zhao Huanshi a fierce glare, took the bowl he offered, and drank a mouthful of soup. Instantly, her mood brightened again. The conglomerate behind Eternal Life Biotechnology has always wanted to develop a method to turn ordinary people into awakened without side effects, or a way to resist the contaminated zones, probably to secure a retreat for themselves. Even so, if the method could be popularized, that wouldn't be bad. Zhao Lejia snorted. Huh, naive. Those conglomerates are not so kind. Even if it could be popularized, they'd hoard it, squeeze every last drop of profit from everyone, and only then release it. Zhao Huanshi followed with a snort. Huh, naive. Once the thing is developed, it won't be up to them whether to release it. Huh, naive. Do you think those conglomerate families are pushovers? Zhao Lejia lowered her voice. Not to mention other things, those awakened who have committed crimes in recent years. Publicly they're executed, but in reality most of them are secretly taken to tech companies or biolabs for human experiments. Publicly? You mean the live-streamed executions are fake? Who knows, I heard it from someone chatting. But those experimental data definitely can't be fake. Forget it, let's not talk about this. You should take this pot of soup back now. Hearing this, Zhao Lejia looked down at the large pressure cooker in front of her, and suddenly realized she had to carry this thing back to the institute. Zhao Huanshi, you're a brother who sets your sister up. You did this on purpose. Zhao Huanshi grinned, showing his teeth, and spread his hands. Actually, I wanted to use a rice cooker this big, but I was afraid you couldn't carry it. Zhao Lejia gritted her teeth, picked up the pressure cooker, and turned to leave. Wow, my sister is so strong, amazing. Get lost. Watching Zhao Lejia speed away as if she had activated a sprint, Zhao Huanshi smiled, then felt a bit worried. She won't fail the security check, will she? That's over 10,000 yuan. But then he thought 10,000 yuan was just half a day's catch for a fishing enthusiast. Once the fisherman hunter was fully strengthened and found a good fishing spot, the magic black gem worth 180 would be his in less than a week. A confident smile spread across Zhao Huanshi's face. He turned and walked a few steps, then raised his hand to wave. Instantly, a luxury car worth nearly 10 million pulled up in front of him, slowly stopped, and the driver eagerly opened the door. Zhao Huanshi smiled faintly and stepped into the car. Beep. Insufficient balance, please recharge. He froze for a moment, then hurriedly pulled out his phone to open the electronic bus card under the slightly impatient gaze of the bus driver. Meanwhile, at the goblin feeding area in the contaminated zone of West Research Zone 4, Gao Qiguang crouched on the ground, staring at the lazy goblins in front of him, muttering to himself in confusion. Strange, could it be a different breed? Why can't I understand what the goblins are saying again? After leaving the West 4 Research Zone, Zhao Huanshi made another trip to the black shop and spent 58,000 on a fingernail-sized low-grade ice crystal stone. Wasn't the cheapest one supposed to be 46,000? Zhao Huanshi stared at the translucent crystal in his fingers, which exuded a faint chill and looked no different from an ordinary ice cube, his eyes filled with reluctance. Zhou Liaoshu cast a casual glance at him. Oh, that one. It was sold before you came. Better be true. I'm never coming back to this lousy black shop. Zhao Huanshi said indignantly. Zhou Liaoshu sniffed. Not selling the stuff you're carrying. Huh. I got all these from the Emerald Forest Fair and Square. I'll sell them through legitimate channels. Zhao Huanshi said with some pride. Zhou Liaoshu nodded. Well, then come in through the front door. Huh. Zhou Liaoshu gave him a strange look. You didn't know? The shop on the back street that specializes in legitimate goods. That's mine too. Fair prices, no cheating. Zhao Huanshi was slightly taken aback. No cheating, only robbing middle-aged honest men. Huh. In the past few days, Zhao Huanshi had only been hunting low-level monsters in the Emerald Forest, so he didn't have any valuable materials on him. A pile of miscellaneous items sold for just over $5,000, barely enough to buy one fish from the angler. He then went to a nearby store to buy weaving materials and a stainless steel ball weighing over 2 caddies, finally gathering all the components for the Murloc Hunter's enhancement ritual. An hour later, Zhao Huanshi returned home, filled the bathtub with water, and had the Murloc Hunter lie down in it with the ritual materials. 10 minutes passed. They stared at each other. Why aren't you asleep yet? The Murloc Hunter blinked its big, innocent eyes and blew a stream of bubbles underwater, making incomprehensible sounds. The bathtub was too small, the water too shallow. It was uncomfortable to lie in, and there was no drowsiness. So upgrading in a bathtub really doesn't work. Zhao Huanshi muttered, lifting his gaze to the window. Rain was pattering heavily outside. It had already started raining when he returned from the North 5 zone, and he had to borrow an umbrella from Old Huang at the guardhouse to avoid getting soaked. Now the rain was growing heavier, and it was barely 4 in the afternoon, yet the sky was already dark. Perfect. Nobody would be wandering around the park in this weather. With such heavy rain and dim light, both drones and street cameras would be affected. Something sinister might creep out from the shadows. Apart from the overtime patrols, sensible people would have hurried home to take shelter. Zhao Huanshi was clearly not sensible. Has he lost his mind? Going to the park to watch the rain at this hour. As Zhao Huanshi left the residential compound with his umbrella and stepped into the curtain of rain on the street, Old Huang's eyes were filled with disbelief. After a moment's thought, he realized that as a normal person, he simply couldn't fathom the mind of a lunatic. He lowered his head and continued to carefully polish his double-barreled shotgun with a cloth. I always said exploring is no good job. A handsome face turned dark and grimy, and his mind's gone to pieces. Zhao Huanshi was unaware of Old Huang's muttering behind his back. The rain was too heavy, the air cold and damp, making his nose itch slightly. He claimed he was going to the park to watch the rain, but with an umbrella in his left hand and a soul-devouring glove gripping a fine steel greatsword in his right, he clearly looked ready to hunt monsters. They sure work fast. The park, which had been reduced to rubble not long ago, was now fully restored. Or rather, the construction team had built an entirely new park. Rumor had it that the team had gone to great lengths digging up the entire park's foundation and then refilling it, supposedly to eliminate hidden dangers, but in truth they were searching for the non-existent dangerous beast. At that thought, Zhao Huanshi paused mid-step, feeling a twinge of guilt. Last time the Mimic's explosion had blown up the entire park. Now with the Murloc Hunter's enhancement, would there be another accident? TCH. Scaring myself. Last time the Mimic used a high-grade item like a lava core, which caused the explosion. This time it's just a small ice crystal. Could it really freeze the entire artificial lake? Zhao Huanshi shook his head and walked to the artificial lake in the center of the park. He casually glanced around left and right, up and down. There was no one nearby, no patrolling drones. Only a few cameras at the park's corners were nearly useless, obscured by the heavy rain. Zhao Huanshi flicked his finger, and an invisible monster card silently shot into the artificial lake, transforming into a golden treasure chest that spat out a large bundle of weaving materials. As soon as the chest opened, a mass of bubbles erupted, but they were shattered by the countless raindrops before they could reach the surface. The rain was so heavy that Zhao Huanshi couldn't see the Mimic's position underwater. He relied on feel to shoot another card toward the same spot. The card plunged into the water and struck the Mimic's body. Instantly, the Mimic turned back into a card and flew back to him. The Murloc Hunter picked up the weaving materials from the lake bottom. The metal ball and ice crystal needed for the enhancement ritual were wrapped inside. The moment it touched the materials, the Murloc Hunter felt a sudden sensation, and its eyes slowly closed. Before coming, Zhao Huanshi had instructed it, if the lake worked for the enhancement, it should stay at the bottom until he came to fetch it. Zhao Huanshi waited by the edge of the artificial lake for a while. Seeing no activity on the surface, he knew the Murloc Hunter had likely begun its enhancement. He took out his phone to check the time. It's 4:45 now. The enhancement won't finish until nearly midnight. Strolling through a park in the rain is already suspicious, and running out again at midnight would be even stranger. But staying here all the time isn't normal either. If only I had an invisibility ability or a skill to recall cards remotely. Zhao Huanshi muttered to himself and turned to walk toward the street outside the park. No use overthinking. He'd grab dinner before the shops closed. While eating, a message suddenly popped up on his phone. Zhao Huanshi opened it and saw it was a co-defense mission sent by the Special Affairs Bureau asking explorers to patrol residential areas, investigate dangers, and reduce the patrol team's burden on rainy nights. Participation was voluntary and the pay wasn't high. It was more of a subsidy and reward for explorers who actively took part in co-defense than a proper bounty. For Zhao Huanshi, this was a godsend. With the co-defense mission as an excuse, he could wander around all night without raising suspicion. Moreover, the mission reminded him that he could often go out late at night, preferably taking down a few monsters lurking in the shadows. If anyone asked, he could say he had nothing better to do at home and came out to patrol as a vigilante, crafting an image of a hot-blooded, slightly eccentric youth. That way, when he needed to do something under cover of darkness in the future, it wouldn't seem so strange. Zhao Huanshi accepted the Joint Defense mission, and after a series of operations on the Special Affairs Bureau app, designated the area around Lichuan Yuan community, including the park, as his patrol zone. Following the app's instructions, he connected his phone to the Dongchuan city security system. Once a monster was spotted during patrol, he could immediately send an alert to the system and summon reinforcements. While following the prompts, Zhao Huanshi grumbled, "It could just take over my phone directly, but it still pretends to ask for my consent and opens all permissions. It's so considerate, I'm nearly moved to tears." Once everything was set up and the Joint Defense mission started, Zhao Huanshi once again grabbed his umbrella and steel greatsword, stepping into the curtain of rain. Whether it was luck or misfortune, he roamed all night without encountering any monsters, but he was thoroughly drenched by the rain. Zhao Huanshi pulled out his phone and checked the time. It was almost time. Walking from his current location to the park would take half an hour, arriving at exactly 150 a.m. to retrieve the fishman hunter from the artificial lake. Just then terrified screams and the sound of breaking glass pierced the rain. Zhao Huanshi turned to see a dark figure in the rain swiftly scaling a wall and leaping out of the community. Under the streetlight, Zhao Huanshi saw the monster resembled an ape its fur soaked through, and it was clutching a motionless child of about 7 or 8 years old. What is this, a water monkey? Zhao Huanshi narrowed his eyes, tossed aside his umbrella, and sprinted through the rain, flicking 2 monster cards from his fingers. One card spun rapidly through the rain, materializing into a tall green-skinned monster, holding a turtle shell in one hand and a wooden spear with a mushroom at its base in the other. With a fierce roar, the creature thrust its spear at the water monkey. The water monkey dodged nimbly, bared its fangs, and let out a shrill screech, its eyes darting around for an escape route. To its left, a large crab carrying a box on its back had appeared, brandishing 2 massive pincers. Raindrops striking its body hissed into steam. To its right, a human wielding a massive metal sword charged toward it with a fierce glare. Panicking, the water monkey threw the child to the ground, scaled the wall, and disappeared back into the community. The goblin warrior tried to give chase, but lacked the water monkey's agility and speed, leaving it staring helplessly at the wall. Seeing the monster flee, Zhao Huanshi didn't pursue. He instructed the goblin warrior to stand guard, sent an alert via his phone to the security system, then knelt down, picked up the child, and checked his condition. The child's throat had been torn open, blood was everywhere, his face was pale, and his breathing was faint. It seemed he was on the verge of death. Without hesitation, Zhao Huanshi used the healing ring to cast a clear spring healing spell, then pulled a healing potion from his leather armor pocket, pried open the child's mouth, and poured it in. The wound on the child's neck slowly healed. Though his face remained pale, his breathing gradually stabilized. Zhao Huanshi let out a sigh of relief. Just then a commotion arose from within the community. A crowd armed with sticks, knives, and guns was shouting and running toward them. Zhao Huanshi quickly dismissed the goblin warrior and the mimic. It wasn't that he feared exposing his monster cards. He was worried the residents might panic and shoot the 2 creatures, and if they opened fire indiscriminately, he might get caught in the crossfire. It was late, pouring rain, and visibility was poor. A stray bullet could easily take him out along with the monsters. Over here, Zhao Huanshi waved. Seeing a few dark gun barrels aimed vaguely in his direction, he quickly added, "The monster has fled. Everyone please lower your weapons, and watch out for accidental discharge." Hearing this, the crowd came to their senses. The gun owners holstered their weapons and re-engaged the safeties. "Hey, I was so nervous I forgot to take the safety off. Come to think of it, I forgot to load the gun." Zhao Huanshi overheard their mutterings and felt a chill run down his spine. "Damn, did you get your gun license from the black market?" At that moment, a young couple rushed out of the crowd. Seeing the blood-soaked child in Zhao Huanshi's arms, the mother's legs gave way, and her eyes rolled back, as if she was about to faint. Fortunately, her husband, though shaken, retained some composure and caught her just in time. "Don't panic. I gave him a healing potion. His wound has closed. He should be out of danger. First dry him off, change his clothes, and then take him to the hospital for a checkup," Zhao Huanshi said quickly. The mother calmed down, took the child from Zhao Huanshi, and examined him under the streetlight and flashlights. Though the boy's eyes were closed, his breathing was steady, and a clear scar marked where the wound had healed. Overcome with emotion, she laughed and cried at the same time. After his initial excitement subsided, the father grabbed Zhao Huanshi's hand, thanking him profusely and insisting on properly repaying him. Zhao Huanshi urged them to go home, then warned the crowd still standing in the rain. The monster abandoned the child and fled back into the community. "Shouldn't you go back and search?" The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Those with families still inside rushed back frantically. Just then, the roar of motorcycles heralded the arrival of a fully armed patrol squad that had responded to the alert. After exchanging information and confirming the monster type, the patrol team entered the community with several police dogs to track the creature. With the patrol squad on the scene, Zhao Huanshi had no reason to stay. Worried that the fishman hunter's enhancement might cause trouble, he retrieved his umbrella from the ground. Since he was already soaked through, umbrella or not made little difference. He turned and walked toward the park through the rain. Water ape, an aquatic monkey-type monster that usually inhabits rivers and lakes. It has a natural ability to become invisible using water currents and rain, and may also master other water-based spells. It is vengeful and skilled in ambushes. Walking in the rain, recalling the information the patrol squad had provided, Zhao Huanshi murmured to himself. "It must have been scared and fled, right? It wouldn't dare to follow and take revenge on me, would it?" Even as he said this, perhaps due to psychology, he felt as though something was lurking in the rain, secretly watching his back. After a moment's thought, Zhao Huanshi took the giant strength bracelet from his pocket, slipped it onto his left wrist, and concealed it under his sleeve. He remained vigilant for a long time, but even after entering the park, the expected attack never came. Zhao Huanshi shook his head slightly. "TCH. Just scaring myself." At that moment, the raindrops around him splashed outward as if struck by something. Before Zhao Huanshi could react, a sharp pain tore through his throat as though several blades had slashed across it simultaneously. Having stealthily observed the entire way and seeing its prey enter this isolated area, the water ape could no longer resist striking. The great sword cleaved through the curtain of rain, yet the sneak attacker, having landed a hit, swiftly fled into the distance. The Shuichi monkey stood 10 meters away, extending its tongue to lick the fresh blood from its claws, glaring fiercely at Zhao Huanshi with a malevolent grin before its body gradually vanished into the downpour. Knowing this guy likes to show off, I should have poisoned the blood. An absurd thought crossed Zhao Huanshi's mind. 2 cards landed on the ground, transforming into a goblin warrior and a mimic guarding both sides against the monster's ambush from the rain. His left hand grasped his throat, and mana materialized into cool spring water covering the wound. As the wound healed rapidly, the pain vanished along with it. Luckily, I put on the bracelet earlier, or that claw might have really torn my throat out. Zhao Huanshi summoned the bright light vine, wrapping it around his shoulder and neck. Though the heavy rain blocked the moonlight and prevented energy absorption, it could still serve as a scarf to deflect damage. The mimic attempted to ignite its body with flames, but the rain was too heavy and the fire never caught, instead producing a thick cloud of steam. The goblin warrior stared warily at the surrounding raindrops, yet saw nothing. Suddenly the rain beside it trembled, and a monkey claw emerged, aiming for the goblin warrior's groin. The goblin warrior reacted swiftly, deflecting the attack by slamming its shield downward. However, it gave Zhao Huanshi a terrible fright, and he hastily angled his great sword in front of him. A monkey stealing a peach. This bastard monkey even knows such a dirty trick. Seeing the enemy escape the goblin warrior's pursuit and vanish into the rain, with a sneer, Zhao Huanshi felt a chill run down his spine. Even if the goblin warrior got hit, it would only rest in the card and come back as good as new. But if that thing targeted me, I might end up calling Zhao Lijiao's sister. Fishing man, stop hiding, come out and kill it. Zhao Huanshi shouted toward the artificial lake. Boom. The lake water erupted, and the fishman hunter leaped out, stepping on the rain and dashing forward at incredible speed. Although another enemy appeared, the Shuichi monkey remained unflustered. In this dim, open space filled with rain, its stealth and concealment made it invincible. But why was that fish head glaring fiercely and staring straight at it, as if it could see through its invisibility? Seeing the fishman hunter charging straight at it with a bone spear, the Shuichi monkey suddenly felt something was wrong. Without time to think, the water currents beneath its feet surged rapidly, condensing into a faint monkey phantom, and it hurriedly fled into the distance. Meanwhile, it crept back stealthily. The goblin warrior spotted the transparent phantom, its eyes lit up, and it roared as it gave chase. But the fishman hunter remained unmoved, its eyes full of disdain. A mere monkey trying to play tricks with water in front of a fishman. Are you out of your mind? Take this salted fish thrust. It splashed through the water, charging straight at the real Shuichi monkey and thrusting its bone spear with full force. Seeing the attack close in, the Shuichi monkey abandoned its last shred of hope, sidestepped the blow, roared, and lunged at the fishman hunter with its claws. But the fishman hunter kicked off the ground, leaped backward, grabbed a fish basket-like object from its waist, and hurled it forward. The fish basket exploded in midair, transforming into a large fishing net that dropped down over the Shuichi monkey. The Shuichi monkey had no chance to dodge and was instantly wrapped in the net, struggling and tearing at it on the ground. But after ensnaring its prey, the net released a surge of freezing cold, numbing the monkey's limbs and even forming a thin layer of ice on the surrounding puddles. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi first understood why the enhancement material required ice elemental mana crystals, then thought this net is really convenient. Catch, freeze, preserve, freshness in one go. He had the leisure to daydream because there was no need to join the fight. Once the net subdued the Shuichi monkey, the fishman hunter stabbed through the mesh with its bone spear, and the goblin warrior joined in for fun. The Shuichi monkey screamed and struggled for a while, then fell silent. Zhao Huanshi stepped forward and prodded the monster's corpse with his steel greatsword. After confirming the Shuichi monkey was dead, Zhao Huanshi ordered the Soul Eater gloves to return to dormancy, removed the giant demon strength bracelet from his hand, and hid it, then recalled the monster cards. Finally, he sent a report to the security system. While waiting for the patrol, Zhao Huanshi took out Shallow Sea Fishman Hunter to check the changes after card enhancement. Card enhancement complete. The Shallow Sea Fishman Hunter has grown, its scale defense increased, and it gained minor frost resistance. Fish sense: the fishman's skin structure is special, enabling it to keenly perceive changes in surrounding water flow, and it has a good perception of airflow, especially moist air. The fish sensibility has received a minor additional boost. Fishing man: the Shallow Sea Fishman Hunter loves fishing. Besides a fishing rod made from deep-sea fish bones, it has woven itself an ice frost net pouch as a container for keeping fish fresh. The rod is sturdy with barbs at the tip, allowing it to be used as a harpoon or throwing spear in combat. When thrown, the ice frost net pouch automatically spreads into a net that envelopes and binds the enemy. Upon hitting the target, the net releases frosty cold to freeze and paralyze the enemy, while the metal wires and hooks embedded in the net tighten as the enemy struggles. Because it carries its own weapons and tools, this monster card occupies 2 equipment slots and cannot be equipped with other net or polearm weapon cards. As a summoner, one should focus more on the combat growth of summoned creatures. But when Zhao Huanshi saw the card information, he thought otherwise. With the ice frost net pouch, the fishing man can now freeze the fish it catches before sending them into the greedy space, ensuring absolute freshness. I should be able to raise the price a bit when selling right. Not long after, another patrol team investigating nearby dangers arrived upon receiving the news. They examined the Shuichi monkey's corpse and learned the gist of the incident, but did not probe too much into the details of Zhao Huanshi's fight with the monster. Seeing Zhao Huanshi's pale face and apparent weakness, they assumed he had expended too much energy in the battle and suggested he end his support mission, go to the hospital for a checkup, or return home to rest. Zhao Huanshi was indeed feeling very weak, and his stomach growled incessantly. The main reason was that he had worn the giant demon strength bracelet for a while on the way back to the park, and after the Shuichi monkey attack, he had awakened the soul eater. Although Zhao Huanshi hadn't actually participated much in the fight, the two equipment pieces draining his stamina simultaneously made him feel overwhelmed. Since the fishman hunter had been recalled, there was no need to stay outside and endure. Zhao Huanshi naturally followed the patrol member's advice, using his phone to operate the app and submit a request to end the mission. After the system approved the request and notified Zhao Huanshi that he had completed the support mission and would receive additional rewards, Zhao Huanshi bid farewell to the patrol team and returned to Lichuan Garden. For safety, Uncle Huang had closed the main gate of the neighborhood. He was on high alert when suddenly a figure emerged from the downpour, pressing a pale, large face against the window and staring at him with wide eyes. Uncle Huang was startled, raising his double-barreled shotgun and ready to fire. Fortunately, though Zhao Huanshi was weak, his survival instincts remained sharp. Seeing the dark muzzle, he reacted instantly and ducked under the wall. Uncle Huang, don't shoot. It's me. When Zhao Huanshi finally returned home, it was already 3 or 4 in the morning. His stomach was growling fiercely as if he might starve to death in the next second. He didn't even have time to prepare instant noodles. Instead, he rummaged through the refrigerator for a pile of ready-to-eat snacks. After eating, he regained some strength. He stripped off his soaked clothes, took a hot shower, dried himself, and didn't even bother with underwear before collapsing into bed to sleep. Just before losing consciousness, he remembered to toss out the mimic chest as a guard. When Zhao Huanshi woke up, it was already noon the next day. The torrential rain had stopped, but the sky remained overcast, occasionally drizzling light rain. Zhao Huanshi, still half asleep, glanced at the mimic chest disguised as a sandalwood box beside the nightstand. It was clearly the most valuable piece of furniture in the entire room. He picked up his phone to check the time, only to see a notification from the Special Affairs Bureau app. Tapping into it, he found the settlement and reward notice for the assistance mission. In addition to the basic mission rewards, there was an extra bonus for killing the aquatic monkey, along with a citizen gratitude fund of 38,000 yuan. Beneath the gratitude fund, there was a special note indicating that the money came from the parents of the child Zhao Huanshi had saved. In fact, the couple had wanted to thank Zhao Huanshi in person, but he hadn't left his contact information, and the Special Affairs Bureau wouldn't disclose it. In the end, the young couple handed the money to the Special Affairs Bureau, which transferred it to Zhao Huanshi along with the mission rewards. Zhao Huanshi glanced at it and accepted the money with a clear conscience. Not to mention the risk he took to save the child from the monster, he also used the healing ring to cast a healing spell on him. And that healing potion was a lab product from Zhao Lijia's research institute, something ordinary people couldn't buy even if they wanted to. Doing good deeds shouldn't expect rewards, because that would only lead to disappointment. But since they willingly offered gratitude, Zhao Huanshi felt a little pleased. Mission reward 19,362 yuan and 70 cents. What kind of calculation is this? Why is there even a decimal point? Looking at the mission reward amount, Zhao Huanshi couldn't help but grumble, then chuckled. 19,000 plus 38,000. That's enough to buy a third of a shadow black gem. He got up, washed his face, and went out for lunch. Under an umbrella watching the fine drizzle, Zhao Huanshi thought to himself that yesterday had been quite dangerous. If not for his murloc hunter, who knows how the fight might have turned out. Maybe Peach would have been snatched by that monkey. Shivering at the thought, he felt a chill. No, this world is too dangerous. I must strengthen my power as soon as possible. The goblin thief's black gem could wait. The goblin scavenger's 7-colored mushroom soup. The mushrooms the goblin scavenger had collected and stored in its greedy space, along with those Zhao Huanshi had bought from Zhou Liaoshu, had already gathered 6 colors of poisonous mushrooms. The remaining color had been entrusted to Zhou Liaoshu, who would likely have news within a few days. The goblin merchant's golden tooth needed to be custom-made at a goldsmith's. The labor cost and the gold itself would probably amount to tens of thousands of yuan. Fortunately, there were 2 gold ornaments in the greedy space, which could be melted down and refined at the goldsmith's, saving a considerable amount of money. Zhao Huanshi returned home and summoned the goblin merchant. He first asked about the origin of the giant's power bracelet, and unsurprisingly, it was obtained from Gao Qiguang in exchange for a demon statue. However, hearing that Gao Qiguang could converse with the goblin merchant surprised Zhao Huanshi. Is it a magical equipment effect, a special talent, or just too stupid to resonate with goblins? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Open your mouth. Let me see your teeth. The goblin merchant was puzzled, but complied. Zhao Huanshi examined the goblin merchant's yellow teeth, pondering. According to the enhancement ritual, he was supposed to replace the goblin merchant's teeth with a golden one. To make a perfectly fitting golden tooth, it would be ideal to take the goblin merchant to the hospital for an X-ray. But that was clearly impossible. After the goblin merchant's transaction with the Gao siblings, Zhao Huanshi was even more reluctant to expose their connection. Without an X-ray, whether using a ruler or a plaster mold, I can only capture the outer part of the tooth, not the root shape. Unless I take the entire tooth. At this thought, Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up. The goblin thief could regenerate a severed hand. A missing tooth for the goblin merchant wouldn't even count as a minor injury. He could just pull out the tooth and take it to the goldsmith for a 3D scan. With that in mind, Zhao Huanshi turned around, grabbed a large pair of pliers from the toolbox, pinned the goblin merchant's head down, and prepared to yank out its front tooth. The goblin merchant was terrified and shrieked, "I've bled for the organization, I've earned money for the organization. Even if I lost some goods during business, that's normal wear and tear, not a reason for torture." Zhao Huanshi was speechless. What torture? Your enhancement ritual requires a golden tooth. If I don't pull out your tooth, how can I know the internal structure to have a perfect replacement made? Wait, what tooth? The goblin merchant froze, wondering if he had misheard. His eyes widened, and he looked at Zhao Huanshi with hopeful anticipation. Yes, a golden tooth. A 24K pure gold front tooth. Zhao Huanshi secretly doubted whether pure gold was too soft to function as a tooth, but since the card enhancement ritual required it, he would comply. After all, card monsters couldn't be judged by normal standards. The goblin merchant, upon confirmation, became ecstatic. Why didn't you say it was a golden tooth earlier? You're dawdling with the pliers. Is this one too small? Isn't there a bigger one in the toolbox? If not, let the mimic chest do it. Its pincers are huge. What? I'm afraid of pain. I'll struggle. No, just go ahead and pull it. I'm not scared of a little tooth extraction. A moment ago this guy was acting like he was dying, but the mention of a golden tooth instantly perked him up. Zhao Huanshi found it both amusing and exasperating. But since the goblin merchant was willing to cooperate, things were much easier. He pinned the goblin merchant's head down, clamped the pliers onto the front tooth, and yanked hard. The bloody tooth was forcibly pulled out. Just as Zhao Huanshi breathed a sigh of relief, the goblin merchant's eyes rolled back, and it collapsed. Damn, pulling a tooth is going to kill you. Are you a goblin or a delicate flower? Zhao Huanshi grumbled, while casting a cleansing spring healing spell. If this guy died, the tooth in his hand would vanish too, making all the effort pointless. Fortunately, after the healing spell, the goblin merchant finally recovered. Fearing more trouble, Zhao Huanshi told it to stay in the room, locked the doors and windows, and hurriedly rushed to the goldsmith's with the goblin's tooth. Although it saved some material costs, the various miscellaneous expenses, such as goblin tooth scanning, modeling, and mold fabrication, still amounted to over 8,000 yuan. The golden tooth would take about 5 days to craft, and there was still no news about the colorful poisonous mushrooms. Zhao Huanshi was in no hurry. He simply stayed at home, relaxing, adjusting his state, awaiting the arrival of the trial dream. Trial objective: find and bury the Watcher Knight's remains. Zhao Huanshi opened his eyes, finding himself inside a dilapidated building with walls and floor made of irregular stone bricks. Zhao Huanshi had seen this style of architecture in many games. A castle, or perhaps a watchtower. At least it had once been. Zhao Huanshi looked up at the bright sky above and silently pondered. The roof, or upper structure of the building, was completely gone. Within the crumbling walls, broken bookshelves and tables were thick with dust. Cobwebs hung everywhere, and faint rustling sounds came from dark corners, as if something was crawling inside. After confirming that the goblin great warrior's weapon was the mushroom poison spear, Zhao Huanshi used 2 doses of toxic coating solvent to poison the weapons of the goblin thief and the fishman hunter. Summoning the 3 monsters, he then tied the bright light vine to his arm. Not in a hurry to leave, Zhao Huanshi picked up the soul-devouring greatsword from his feet and curiously wandered around the ruins. Approaching a crooked old bookshelf, he used the greatsword to push aside the cobwebs and reached for a book. The ruins had no roof, prolonged exposure to sun and rain had severely damaged the book. The moment Zhao Huanshi opened it, yellowed, moldy pages crumbled and fell to the ground. He glanced down. A few scattered characters were still visible on the fragments, but unfortunately, he couldn't recognize a single one. Zhao Huanshi felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to guess the content from the pictures and perhaps glean some useful information. Just then, something startled by Zhao Huanshi's noise darted out from the dark corner behind the bookshelf. The goblin thief was quick. It raised its hand, and the rusty dagger flew out, instantly striking down a ferocious-looking black beetle. The beetle struggled to escape, but the goblin thief grabbed it and brought it to its mouth. "Hey, you can't eat that. Your dagger is coated with poison," Zhao Huanshi hurriedly called out. The goblin thief wrinkled its nose. No wonder there was a strange smell, but had thought the beetle was a unique species with a different flavor. Seeing the flesh around the beetle's wound corroded by the poison, the goblin thief pulled out the rusty dagger, stared at the bluish gleam on the blade, and its eyes showed deep disgust. Looking around, it spotted a rusty short sword among the scattered debris in the corner. Its eyes lit up, and it quickly picked it up. After searching for a while, Zhao Huanshi finally found something useful amid the junk. A crude map made from the hide of some unknown beast. Accustomed to using phone navigation and detailed maps with precise markings even in contaminated zones, Zhao Huanshi looked at the map, a mess of lines and several incomprehensible symbols, and felt it was no better than a kindergarten child's doodle. Though the map was annotated with otherworldly script, Zhao Huanshi was illiterate and couldn't recognize any of them. However, in one area of the map, a skull had been drawn in dark red pigment. According to typical game logic, this must be an important clue, possibly indicating the location of the quest objective. Unfortunately, this was not a game. Moreover, Zhao Huanshi had no idea where he was on the map, so even if he wanted to go to the marked location, he was powerless. As for the trial objective, he could only let fate decide. When the time came, it would naturally appear. He would wander around, kill more monsters, and earn more evolution points when the settlement came. Evolving from gray to white cost 100 evolution points, from white to green cost 200, and so on. Green to blue would be either 300 or 400. Simply evolving the monster cards in hand to blue quality would require 1 to 2,000 evolution points, but Zhao Huanshi only had a little over 30 points left, far from enough. He could only kill more monsters in the dream, earning whatever he could. Just then dust suddenly fell from above. Zhao Huanshi looked up sharply and saw a large yellow cat covered in spotted leopard patterns with pointed ears silently lying on the broken stone wall. Its eyes glowed with ferocity as it stared at him, as if waiting for an opportunity to attack. Holy crap! Their eyes met, and Zhao Huanshi was startled, quickly raising his sword in defense. The goblin great warrior let out a fierce shout, raising its shield and stepping in front of Zhao Huanshi. The fishman hunter adjusted its stance, looking for an opening in the enemy, ready to hurl its spear. Seeing that it had lost the chance for a surprise attack, the giant lynx didn't even growl or utter a threat. It simply turned and leaped off the stone wall, vanishing in an instant. Damn, when did that thing get there? There was nothing a moment ago. Zhao Huanshi felt a lingering fear, mostly because the big cat's eyes were terrifying. Almost had another way to die. He ordered the monsters to stay alert and quickened his search. He found no new clues, but did come across an old leather helmet and a thick wooden shield covered in animal hide. Zhao Huanshi didn't mind. He wiped the helmet clean and put it on, then picked up the wooden shield and left the ruins with his summoned creatures. Stepping out of the ruins, he was greeted by a boundless green plain. The grass was tall and the bushes thick. Zhao Huanshi sighed. The grass is this tall. How the hell am I supposed to find the knight's bones? He pondered for a moment. Maybe I should let the mimic burn all this grass. The trial just says to bury the knight's bones. Burning them would still allow burial right. And if there's enough ash, it might bury the knight for me, saving me the trouble of searching. With such a vast prairie, who knows how many monsters would die in the fire. Converting to evolution points, I'd get dozens at least. Zhao Huanshi grew more convinced of his own logic and immediately summoned the mimic. It's your turn, mimic. Unleash your fury and turn everything to ashes. Zhao Huanshi pointed forward and shouted. The goblin great warrior looked at the goblin thief in confusion. What was the summoner doing? The goblin thief thought for a moment, guessing it must be casting some powerful spell. The mimic glared with its ruby eyes, trying to look fierce, its body wreathed in red flames. It clattered forward on its 8 legs, about to charge into the nearby grass. But then the grass shook violently, and a massive rooster over 2 meters tall suddenly burst out. The giant rooster opened its beak, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and let out a piercing, eerie screech. Zhao Huanshi felt as if his head had been struck by a hammer. His ears rang with a buzzing sound, darkness flickered before his eyes, and he was overwhelmed by intense dizziness and an urge to vomit. Not only Zhao Huanshi, but the goblin great warrior and the fishman hunter were also affected by the rooster's cry. On the contrary, the mimic, which was right next to the giant rooster, remained completely unaffected due to its unique body structure. Its 8 long legs pushed off with force, and it leaped forward with flames covering its body, sinking its teeth into the rooster's breast. Flesh pierced by steel fangs, the mimic's scorching body felt like a massive branding iron, causing the rooster to billow with smoke and shriek in agony as flames rapidly spread along its feathers. The giant rooster hastily struck with its wings and pecked with its beak, beating the mimic with resounding clangs, but the mimic held on tight, refusing to let go. The goblin great warrior recovered from the dizziness and let out a furious roar, charging to the rooster's rear to strike its vital point. But then a cyan snakehead suddenly rose from behind the rooster, glaring and lunging at the goblin great warrior. The goblin great warrior hastily raised his shield to block. With a crack, the tortoise shell shattered instantly like a thin, brittle cracker after just one impact from the snakehead. The goblin great warrior felt a sharp pain in his chest, then immediately lost consciousness. He stepped back a few paces and looked down. The spot bitten by the cyan snakehead had hardened and turned gray, as if turning to stone, and this strange phenomenon was rapidly spreading outward. Damn, such a huge snake-tailed chicken! Zhao Huanshi exclaimed as the bright silk vine in his hand transformed back into a card. With a flick of his finger, it spun swiftly and struck the goblin great warrior. The vines coiled around, sprouting little yellow flowers that shimmered with a golden radiance under the sunlight. The petrification phenomenon on the goblin great warrior gradually ceased to spread, and the already petrified parts slowly crumbled into stone dust, revealing fresh, tender green skin beneath. Seeing the flames spreading on the snake-tailed chicken, the fishman hunter hesitated and did not throw his frost net, instead standing just outside the cyan snakehead's attack range and repeatedly stabbing the snake-tailed chicken's body with his fishbone spear to restrict its movement. After recovering, the goblin great warrior also joined the fight, focusing his attacks on the cyan snake head behind the snake-tailed chicken. Watching the snake-tailed chicken being engulfed by flames writhing and then going still, Zhao Huanshi stood by without intervening the entire time. Sooner or later, he would have to follow the orthodox summoner combat path, so he might as well take this opportunity to get some early experience. At that moment, the patch of grass began to shake violently again, as if something else was about to emerge. The goblin great warrior, who was just about to find something to douse the flames and dig out a piece of roasted chicken, quickly turned around to guard, while the fishman hunter also pulled down the fish basket at his waist, ready to throw it. But then a green hand pushed aside the weeds, and a goblin thief cautiously poked out its head. Seeing that the battle was over, it dragged out a huge bird's nest woven from dried grass. Inside the nest lay 5 or 6 large oval eggs, though judging by their size, they were clearly from a large snake-tailed chicken. Zhao Huanshi realized, so that's where the nest was hidden. No wonder it came out to fight us to the death. But there's only this clutch of eggs. Didn't we find the mother hen that was incubating them? The goblin thief shook its head. Did it run away or go out foraging? Or maybe snake-tailed chickens are actually hermaphrodites. Although Zhao Huanshi knew about snake-tailed chickens, he had never dealt with this monster before and wasn't very familiar with its details. After making some random guesses, he waved for the mimic to continue setting fires. The mimic stuffed the snake-tailed chicken's head into its chest, retracted its steel fangs, closed its lid, and dashed into the grass in 2 steps. In less than a minute, the grass was ablaze. The weather was clear, the air dry, and the ground was covered with countless dry leaves and grass. Once the fire started, it spread rapidly in all directions, soon turning into a raging sea of flames, threatening to engulf the entire grassland. Feeling the scorching heat, Zhao Huanshi prepared to retreat with his card monsters into the building ruins. The ground around the ruins was paved with large rocks with few plants growing, so there was no need to worry about the fire turning back. At that moment, a piercing eagle's cry that could split clouds and rocks suddenly sounded from afar. Zhao Huanshi instinctively looked up and saw a golden figure leaping high into the sky. With a powerful flap of its wings, it conjured a hurricane out of thin air, which howled and swept toward him. Fuck. There's not even a hill here. Why would a ridiculous thing like a storm griffin appear? Just to stop me from setting fires. Complaining, Zhao Huanshi quickly recalled his card monsters. The hurricane swept up the flames from the ground, forming a towering fire tornado that engulfed Zhao Huanshi. Zhao Huanshi felt like the rotating roast meat displayed at the restaurant entrance. His body spun rapidly, evenly roasted by the flames, with fat sizzling all over. Occasionally, wind blades sliced across him, cutting away pieces of cooked flesh. Fortunately, the agony didn't last long, because in just over 10 seconds his brain. No, Zhao Huanshi's brain was cooked. Trial failed. Gained evolution points 1. Current evolution points 35. Zhao Huanshi opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. As the monsters in the dream grew stronger, the ways he died were becoming more and more elaborate. After a moment to recover, he reached out and grabbed his phone from beside the pillow. He typed Storm Griffin and tapped search. Storm Griffin, an extremely dangerous high-level monster with powerful physical strength and the ability to control storms. Possibly evolved from powerful griffins through mutation, usually leading a flock of griffins and living on mountain peaks or cliff faces. Zhao Huanshi scratched his chin. As expected, I was definitely set up by the trial dream. That bastard clearly guessed I would set fire to the grassland and deliberately placed a boss there. Otherwise, how could a storm griffin suddenly appear out of nowhere in such a flat terrain? He searched for storm griffin weakness. The search results showed that although the storm griffin had extremely fast flight speed and storm protection, it still couldn't withstand the heat and impact damage from a missile explosion. Fuck. Why don't you just say that the fire dragon at Dragon Volcano can't withstand a large yield nuclear bomb attack? Forget it. A big boss like this is not something a small fry like me can mess with. I'd better stay far away and honestly focus on finding my trial target. Thinking of the big boss in the trial dream, Zhao Huanshi recalled the rock giant that had once crushed half his body into a meat patty. That was also a deeply unforgettable, painful experience. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. After falling asleep that night, Zhao Huanshi once again entered the trial dream. Although he had already searched the ruined building, he did not leave immediately. He summoned the goblin thief, ordering it to turn invisible and stay nearby, keeping watch on the area above. Zhao Huanshi retrieved the leather-covered wooden shield and held it in his hand, then continued to rummage through the debris, deliberately ignoring the worn wooden chest adorned with gems before him. To improve search efficiency, he dispatched the goblin warrior and murloc hunter to the other side. Before long, a warning from the goblin thief reached his ears. Zhao Huanshi's eyes narrowed, yet he remained bent over, searching through the scattered papers on the ground, while silently tightening his grip on the shield's handle. Crack! A sound of collapsing rubble came from above, accompanied by the goblin thief's urgent cry. Zhao Huanshi spun around, raising the leather-covered shield to protect himself. Smack! Sharp claws struck the shield with brutal force, tearing the leather and cracking the wood, causing it to deform. The giant lynx's ferocious pounds combined with the weight of its falling body generated immense momentum. It intended to slam into Zhao Huanshi, knock him down, and then bite through his neck in one swift motion before escaping with the corpse. However, Zhao Huanshi, having anticipated the attack, blocked the giant lynx's ambush. Though the impact was greater than expected, sending him tumbling across the ground like a rolling gourd. But it was no serious matter, everything was going according to plan. The moment the giant lynx paused, the worn wooden chest transformed into a golden treasure chest. Its lid sprang open, revealing rows of steel teeth, and with flames erupting from its body, it clamped down hard on the giant lynx's hind leg. A rusty dagger shimmering with a faint green glow materialized out of thin air and shot toward the giant lynx's eye at lightning speed. The distance was too close. The giant lynx had no time to react before the dagger pierced its eyeball. Simultaneously, the goblin warrior charged forward with a roar, while the murloc hunter, slower on its feet, hurled its weapon like a javelin. Battered by the combined assault of the card monsters, the giant lynx stood no chance. Its hind leg clamped and the mimic's jaw's escape became a mere fantasy. It collapsed to the ground, gasping weakly, until Zhao Huanshi drove his sword through its throat. Since he could no longer rely on a blazing inferno, Zhao Huanshi decided to let the soul devourer absorb more life force so that it could unleash a powerful trump card when needed. After draining the giant lynx into a dried husk, Zhao Huanshi led his monsters out of the ruined building to hunt down a snake-tailed chicken in the grass. The creature was drained into a sun-dried chicken, and its clutch of eggs was devoured by the monsters. Zhao Huanshi dismissed the murloc hunter, and the mimic then summoned a swift chocobo to ride. Accompanied by the goblin thief and the goblin warrior, he began to explore the prairie. The lush prairie with its wild grasses growing rampant resembled a vast labyrinth. One never knew what might suddenly leap out from the grass ahead. Zhao Huanshi pulled the soul-devouring greatsword from the withered corpse of a goblin and looked up at the sun's position. The sun is directly overhead. So which direction did we come from? The goblin thief stared at the worm pierced by the rusty short sword, which was writhing and struggling. It wanted to taste the worm, but feared that the bristles on its back would scratch its mouth. Maybe let the big guy next to it try first. Hearing Zhao Huanshi's question, the goblin thief looked left and right, suddenly feeling disoriented. The goblin warrior standing beside it had a vacant expression, as if it had nothing to do with it. Fortunately, Zhao Huanshi hadn't expected much from them anyway. The chocobo tilted its head and let out a low chirp, indicating that they had come from that direction. Then we should go this way. Zhao Huanshi reoriented himself and was about to proceed when the chocobo suddenly raised its head high, staring intently in another direction, emitting a puzzled call. Is there something over there? Zhao Huanshi gestured for the goblin warrior to lift him up onto its shoulder. 3 meters above the ground, rising above the majority of the prairie vegetation, the view opened up remarkably. Following the chocobo's gaze, Zhao Huanshi saw a towering lush tree in the distance, surrounded by a cyan hurricane, occasionally flashing with lightning, and faint rumbles of thunder reached his ears. Zhao Huanshi was stunned for a moment, then murmured to himself, could it be that to justify the appearance of the storm griffin, the trial dream deliberately planted a tree capable of gathering storms and lightning in the center of the prairie? Though he was supposed to stay away from the storm griffin since he was already here, he might as well take a look and broaden his horizons. After all, he could brag about it to his little sister when he got out. And perhaps the trial objective, the remains of the vigilant knight, was there too. A few hours later, Zhao Huanshi hid in a thick patch of grass, peering at the dense tree hundreds of meters away, surrounded by hurricanes and crackling with thunder. At the top of the tree was a massive nest woven from branches and leaves. The storm griffin, which could stir up a hurricane with a single flap of its wings and could turn Zhao Huanshi into a rotating roast, was now lying prone on that huge nest, dozing with its eyes closed. It even built a nest. Could it be incubating eggs on this storm tree? With so much lightning concentrated on the tree, wouldn't the eggs get cooked? Zhao Huanshi looked down at the goblin thief. How about you sneak over and take a look? The goblin thief's eyes widened, instantly full of disbelief. Did you hear what you just said? The goblin thief's small frame couldn't even get through the hurricane surrounding the tree, let alone cross the storm, endure the lightning strikes, approach the tree, and climb to the top. Zhao Huanshi laughed and said, just kidding. But there are many bones scattered around that tree. Perhaps our target is among them. Sneak over and look for human remains. That shouldn't be a problem. The goblin thief nodded, crouched low, and turned invisible, ready to head toward the storm tree. Zhao Huanshi quickly warned, leave your 2 metal weapons here or they'll attract lightning once you get close. The goblin thief didn't quite understand, but it followed the instruction and dropped the rusty dagger and the short sword onto the ground. Then carefully it moved to the edge of the storm surrounding the tree, scrutinizing the bones scattered haphazardly on the ground. They seemed to be the refuse left behind by the storm griffin after its meals. Some bones still bore claw marks and pecking traces. The closer to the storm tree, the more bones there were, even forming a small hill. The goblin thief glanced up, saw that the storm griffin was fast asleep, and felt reassured. It quietly began to sift through the pile of bones. After searching for a while, it actually dug out a human arm wrapped in battered leather armor. The goblin thief's spirits lifted, and it dug even more vigorously. A little later, the goblin thief uncovered a metal helmet from beneath the bone pile. The helmet's surface was shiny, but its shape was rather odd. And why was the skull inside the helmet so charred as if it had been roasted? The goblin thief held the metal helmet up to examine it closely, its face full of confusion. At that moment, friction from the storm generated another bolt of lightning accompanied by a rumbling roar. The goblin thief instinctively looked up only to see a flash of white light hurtling toward it. Its consciousness was instantly plunged into darkness. Boom! The lightning bolt that suddenly shot out from the storm startled Zhao Huanshi, causing him to instinctively recoil. Once he regained his composure, he felt a strange sensation in his heart. Looking down, he saw that the rusty knife dropped by the goblin thief had vanished. Rubbing his fingers together, the cracked surface of the 3 goblin stooges appeared in his hand. What's going on? Did it get struck by lightning? Zhao Huanshi looked up at the storm griffin, which was sleeping soundly in its nest. The griffin hadn't made a move, so the only one who could have acted was the storm tree. It was unlikely that any other monster would be lurking near the storm. This is too dangerous. Just getting close might get me struck by lightning. After thinking it over, Zhao Huanshi decided to search the area again. However, after riding his strider across the grasslands for most of the day, slaying several waves of various monsters, Zhao Huanshi found no trace of the knight's remains. Gazing at the bright moon in the night sky, Zhao Huanshi frowned and muttered, could it be that the mission target is really near that storm tree? Forget about getting struck by lightning for now, but what about that storm griffin? Recalling the fiery tornado that connected heaven and earth, Zhao Huanshi's eyes narrowed as an idea struck him. Maybe I can have the mimic set a fire elsewhere, and once the storm griffin is lured away, I'll slip in and retrieve the watch knight's bones. The only problem now is with all those bones, which ones belong to the watch knight. The goblin thief died so quickly, I wonder if it found any clues. Just as Zhao Huanshi was deep in thought, the sounds of battle and the screams of monsters came from a distance. Zhao Huanshi, astride his strider, craned his neck to look ahead. He saw a skeletal undead clad in tattered metal armor, riding a skeletal horse and wielding a rusty metal spear. The spear had a goblin impaled on it, still writhing and screaming in its death throes. The skeleton's lower jaw trembled, emitting a clattering sound as if it were laughing. It hoisted the goblin high into the air and galloped off into the distance on its skeletal steed. Zhao Huanshi was stunned by the unfamiliar sight. He watched the skeletal knight's retreating figure, and only after a few seconds did he snap out of it. Damn, the watch knight. He recalled the goblin knight and hastily gave chase on his strider, all the while mentally cursing. The trial dream was a cunning old fox. It told me to find the watch knight's remains, but the guy is running around the grasslands alive and kicking, asking to bury his bones. But did you even ask the watch knight himself? Looks to me like he's having a great time skewering goblins. The area is full of monsters and doesn't bother anyone else, so why force him to rest in peace? Of course, complaints aside, the mission still had to be done. Even if the skeletal knights galloping around didn't scare people, it was bad for the grass and flowers on the prairie. After a short chase, the skeletal knight realized he was being followed, stopped, and turned his skeletal horse around. When he saw the pursuer's appearance, the azure soulfire in his eye sockets flickered slightly, and he tilted his head, showing a hint of confusion. Then, as if he had figured something out, he flicked his spear, tossing the dead goblin aside, sat upright. And as Zhao Huanshi approached, he opened his jaw slightly, emitting a chilling ghostly aura and a hoarse growl. A faint ghostly mist rose from the skeletal horse's bones, and it let out a long resonant neigh before charging straight at Zhao Huanshi. Seeing the enemy suddenly rush toward him, Zhao Huanshi's eyes turned serious, but he remained calm. He flicked his fingers repeatedly, sending monster cards flying outward. One card shot straight toward the skeletal knight's head, transforming into a clump of purple sludge that splattered against its face with a wet splat. Seizing the moment when the enemy was blinded by the purple slime, the Murloc hunter yanked off the frost net and hurled it with all his might. The net transformed into a large web midair, shrouding the skeletal knight in a chilling cold. After assessing the situation, the goblin warrior let out a roar and charged at the enemy. Despite having the wriggling purple slime covering its face, the skeletal knight seemed to possess a third eye. He threw his spear skyward, striking the frost net and tangling it into a bundle in midair. Simultaneously, he turned his skeletal horse, sharply dodging the goblin warrior's attack, while delivering a backward kick that sent the goblin flying. Meanwhile, he extended a skeletal claw, grabbed the purple toxic slime, and squeezed hard. Bang! The purple toxic slime exploded violently, sending toxic mist billowing and venom splattering everywhere. The purple viscous liquid landed on the skeletal horse's bones, emitting a sizzling sound. The toxic mist clashed with the ghostly mist, neutralizing each other and gradually thinning. The skeletal knight, at the epicenter of the explosion, suffered the worst fate. He had intended to simply crush the weak slime, never expecting it to explode. His cranial cavity was instantly filled with corrosive venom, his skull corroded into a pitted mess, and the soulfire was violently shaken, causing his entire body to sway. Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up at the sight. He hurled the last monster card toward the skeletal knight's head, then charged forward on his swift strider right behind it. Huh. The skeletal knight let out a low roar, surging ghostly aura enveloping himself and his mount. The corrosive venom in his head was squeezed and dissolved while the wounds on his body healed rapidly under the ghostly aura's embrace. His soul fire flared with a furious roar, but before him lights swirled and transformed into a golden mimic, its gaping maw lined with steel teeth lunging down to bite. Having learned from the previous attack, the skeletal knight reacted swiftly, raising his arm to block the strike, saving his head from being clamped by the mimic. But a crack sounded as half of his right arm was bitten off by the mimic. Once on the ground, the mimic extended 8 long legs and scuttled away like a spider. The skeletal knight turned his horse to give chase, but Zhao Huanshi rode his strider to the side, swinging the soul-devouring greatsword in a whistling arc toward the skeletal horse's thigh. With a loud thump, the turning skeletal horse lurched sideways, nearly falling over. After smashing the horse's leg, Zhao Huanshi immediately rode his strider far away. The skeletal knight swept his gaze around. The murloc hunter had dragged the frost net and the knight's weapon into the grass, disappearing from sight. The mimic hid in the distance, its mouth crunching loudly as it ground the still struggling skeletal arm into smaller pieces. The goblin warrior crept around to the back of the skeletal knight, attempting a sneak attack, but was once again kicked flying by the lame skeletal horse. The skeletal knight turned his head, his soul fire fixed on Zhao Huanshi, his lower jaw clattering as if cursing. He gazed into the distance for a moment, then let out a long, weary sigh. In Zhao Huanshi's bewildered gaze, the soul fire in the skeletal knight's cranial cavity suddenly extinguished, and he collapsed along with his skeletal horse, scattering into a pile of white bones. In the midst of battle, before he could even unleash his ultimate skill, the enemy suddenly fell on its own. There must be a trick behind this inexplicable event. This monster is definitely playing dead. You go and test it. Zhao Huanshi commanded the goblin great warrior. The goblin great warrior tossed aside the turtle shell fragment, now only palm-sized, rubbed his chest, and rose from the ground. Hearing Zhao Huanshi's order, he charged forward without hesitation, stabbing wildly at the pile of bones on the ground, as if venting his frustration. Seeing that the skeleton knight's skull had been smashed to pieces, and it still hadn't risen to crush the goblin great warrior's brains, Zhao Huanshi figured it was truly dead. Zhao Huanshi ordered the goblin great warrior to stop, while his mind churned with confusion. Was it possible that I had angered the skeleton knight to death, given how irate it had seemed earlier? All I did was throw a clump of dung in its face, sever one of its arms, and chop off a leg from its mount. Though it might seem a bit dishonorable these days, who fights fair when you can gang up? When faced with an enemy, the sensible thing is to rush in together. Why would anyone give the enemy a chance for a one-for-one trade when they hold the advantage? That's just stupid. I still feel like there's something off about that skeleton. Let's dig a pit and bury it first. It might not even be a real guardian knight. Originally, he planned to dig a shallow hole and bury the skeleton knight, but after digging a couple of times, the skeleton knight's final sigh echoed in Zhao Huanshi's mind. Hesitating, he asked the chocobo, which was busy clawing at the ground and pecking at insects. That direction, isn't that where we first came from? The chocobo tilted its head, thought for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Cuckoo. Could that building be the guardian knight's home? Zhao Huanshi pondered for a moment, then ordered the chocobo and the goblin great warrior to stop digging. He gathered every bone of the skeleton knight and its mount, placing them all into the body of the mimic. Turning the soul-devouring greatsword into a glove, Zhao Huanshi picked up the rusty spear and mounted the chocobo. Pointing the spear forward, he declared, "Chocobo knight charge." Cuckoo. Boss, it's not this way. Ahem. I know, but taking a detour means we can fight more monsters and earn more evolution points, right? Fine, since you're so eager, let's head straight back to the ruins. The chocobo tilted its head. Coo. Several hours later. Zhao Huanshi rode the chocobo back to the ruins of the building. With a flick of his right hand, he flung the jackal corpse off the spearhead like trash. He had to admit, parading around with an enemy's body on his spear was quite satisfying. After some time, he pried up a stone slab from the ground, expanding the exposed hole deeper and wider. Zhao Huanshi summoned the mimic, poured the bones of the skeleton knight and skeleton horse into it, inserted the rusty sword, covered it with soil, and raised a grave mound. Using the stone slab as a tombstone, he stood it upright on the grave and carved the characters, "Guardian Knight's Burial Ground," crookedly with the soul-devouring greatsword. It's an alien, it probably can't read these characters. Only after finishing the engraving did Zhao Huanshi suddenly realize this. At that moment, the entire world was suddenly swallowed by darkness. Looks like it's settled. Before losing consciousness completely, Zhao Huanshi murmured softly, gazing at the sky. Trial successful. Evolution points earned 355. Current evolution points 390. Trial reward: white monster card, 3 goblins. Green monster card, wild lynx. Gray equipment card, wild wooden spear. Special reward consumable card, Guardian Knight's Gift. Trial dream rebirth, generating estimated time 160 hours. Class level up. All attributes 1. Zhao Huanshi opened his eyes and picked up his phone to check. Apart from various news notifications, there were no messages or special alerts. What is the Guardian Knight's gift? He rubbed his fingers together and produced a card with a purple border. The illustration on the card showed a large golden treasure chest with a shield-shaped emblem engraved on it depicting a creature resembling a manticore. Consumable card, Guardian Knight's gift. To thank you for your help, the Guardian Knight has placed some treasures in this chest. Oomph. Like I'd believe that. Its skull was smashed to pieces and it's thanking me. It's probably cursing my ancestors. Despite his sarcasm, Zhao Huanshi quickly scrambled out of bed, ran to the bathroom, brushed his teeth, and scrubbed himself thoroughly from head to toe. When he came out, he even bowed 3 times to the lucky cat painting on the wall. No matter what, before drawing an important reward, one must perform the necessary rituals. Although it's said that spending doesn't change fate and mysticism doesn't save the unlucky, what if it works? Facing east, he raised the card high. Chanting, the sun rises in the east, purple chi comes from the east, blessings as vast as the sea rise again from the east. Open. The card shattered, exploding into a large mass of golden radiance that coalesced on the floor into a massive golden treasure chest. Tisk, this thing isn't going to suddenly open its mouth and bite me, is it? The aftereffects of keeping a mimic. Now, whenever Zhao Huanshi sees a chest, it's like seeing a dog being walked by a stranger on the street. He worries it might suddenly take a bite out of him for no reason. Feigning calm, he reached out and slowly lifted the lid of the chest. There was no dazzling golden light, no legendary gold. The enormous golden chest was empty, with only 3 cards placed in the center. Damn, just a few cards, why make such a big chest? Couldn't it have been a small box like the beginner's reward? Zhao Huanshi grumbled as he took the 3 cards out of the chest. As the cards left, the golden chest dissipated into golden radiance. Zhao Huanshi looked down at the cards in his hand. The first thing he saw was a gleaming knight's spear. Purple equipment card, Guardian Knight's spear. A knight's spear forged by the first Guardian Knight. It has gathered the beliefs and power of generations of Guardian Knights through continuous inheritance. Attack 30-80. Defense 50-50. Guardian. The Guardian Knight's spear possesses the power of protection. The spear's durability is enhanced, and the wielder gains the knight's armor state, increasing physical defense by 10 and magic resistance by 5. If the wielder is a knight, the effect of knight's armor is doubled. Conviction. A knight's belief is steadfast and not easily shaken. The wielder's will is strengthened, reducing the effects of mental or emotional magic. If the wielder is a knight, they can also cast firm conviction 3 times a day, temporarily strengthening the will of themselves and allies within range. The range, effect, and duration of the strengthening depend on the knight's personal strength. Valor. The spear's wielder gains attribute bonuses, strength 10, constitution 5. If the wielder is a knight, the attribute bonuses are doubled, and they can activate the aura of valor, granting additional strength and constitution bonuses to themselves and allies within range. The range of the aura of valor and the attribute bonuses depend on the knight's personal strength. It actually dropped. Looking at the card attributes of Watchtower Knight Lance, Zhao Huanshi exclaimed with surprise. A wooden spear with 1-3 attack can kill someone, and with 30-80 attack, it could probably pierce a concrete wall easily, huh? Well, it might even go through a steel plate. As for these 80 points of defense, it should be the lance's own sturdiness. Next time I'll find a chance to slash it with Soul Devourer to test how tough 80 defense really is. Zhao Huanshi looked at another card. Belt. Green consumable card, Knight's Reins. Made from tanned animal hide, a tool used by knights to control and command their mounts. Consuming the Knight's Reins grants the riding trait to qualifying beast-type monster cards. Monster cards with the riding trait can be used as equipment and link with certain humanoid monster cards. Monster cards with the riding trait come with their own mount, making them easier to control. Hint: green gray Knight's Reins can only be used on monster cards of green quality or lower. Reins. Are they meant to be used together with the Knight's Lance? But those who ride horses aren't necessarily knights, they could be cart drivers or monks. With only a few monster cards in hand, the Murlocs and Goblins should both be humanoid-type cards. As for beasts that can be fitted with reins as mounts, first exclude the Poison Slime and Mimic. The Swift Landbird is definitely the most suitable mount. Even without a mount item, it's comfortable to ride. With one, I can't imagine how awesome it would be. If not for the Knight's Lance, Zhao Huanshi would definitely have used the Knight's Reins on the Landbird. But considering the Knight's Lance, the beast that gains the riding trait should preferably be bound to the Goblin Great Warrior. Maybe with a mount, the Goblin Great Warrior could trigger all the effects of the Knight's Lance. Riding the Landbird, Zhao Huanshi would find it much more convenient in both the Contaminated Zone and the Trial Dream. Unless there's no other choice, he really wouldn't be willing to give it up for use by a monster. Zhao Huanshi pondered and looked at the last card. Green consumable card, equipment, Smelting Stone. A magical tool often used by blacksmiths to smelt materials and repair equipment damage, or to smelt discarded equipment and extract useful materials. Now you can consume this item to fuse and refine multiple useless equipment cards into a new equipment card. A green-grade equipment smelting stone can convert 2-3 equipment cards of green quality or below into a new equipment card. Hint: the equipment card produced by the equipment smelting stone may be better or worse. It is recommended to use equipment cards with similar affinities. A gambler's tool. Zhao Huanshi was slightly stunned as unpleasant memories from past gaming experiences flooded his mind. Gamblers never win in the end. Zhao Huanshi shook his head. Then with a rub of his left hand he took out all the equipment cards in his hand, except for Rusty Thief's knife. One of them was a reward from the recent trial. Gray equipment card Wilderness Wooden Spear. A simple equipment made from polished wood. Its actual combat capability is probably no different from a stick picked up off the ground. Attack 0-1. Defense 1-1. Common polearm. As expected of a gray card, it can actually rival the Fishbone Spear. Zhao Huanshi nodded, looking at the equipment cards in his hand, when his eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, isn't it a coincidence? The Fishbone Spear, Sea Turtle Shell, and Coral Staff are all seafood products, and they were rewards from the same trial dream. If they're not fragile, they're cracked. I don't know exactly what affinity is, but these three pieces of equipment definitely have high affinity. Just right. The Fishbone Spear is already completely obsolete, the Coral Staff is temporarily useless, and the Sea Turtle Shell. A shield that breaks is just trash. Any old pot lid is better than this thing. Or maybe the three polearms have better affinity. But smelting another spear seems useless. Forget it, let's just do it this way. Zhao Huanshi muttered under his breath, and with a thought the equipment smelting stone in his right hand suddenly burst, turning into a blazing vortex of flame that sucked in the Fishbone Spear, Sea, Turtle Shell, and Coral Staff. After absorbing the three cards, the vortex of flame turned into a fireball, which first expanded violently, then rapidly contracted to the size of a palm. The flame quickly dissipated, revealing a new equipment card that turned into a stream of light flying back into Zhao Huanshi's hand. Blue equipment card, Fishbone Turtle Shield. A magical equipment smelted from deep-sea materials. Although it is a shield, it is highly aggressive and can deal massive damage to enemies in unexpected ways during battle. Attack 315. Defense 515. Magic 3-5. Unstable spike shield. The surface of the Fishbone Turtle Shield is covered with sharp fishbones. Striking an enemy deals massive piercing damage. When hit, the fishbones may break and shoot out in any direction in front of the shield. Burst Water Shield. When entering battle, the Fishbone Turtle Shield actively releases a water shield spell, wrapping the shield body, enhancing its sturdiness, and nourishing the wielder's body, improving resistance to fire and water spells until the shield's energy is depleted. When the shield shatters under a massive blow, the remaining energy turns into a number of high-speed water projectiles that attack the enemy. Explosive Flying Shield. The wielder can throw the Fishbone Turtle Shield at an enemy or obstacle. Upon impact, the shield actively explodes, spraying shield fragments, sharp fishbones, and high-speed water projectiles in all directions. Hint: shield bearer should stand in the front line and not behind teammates to avoid friendly fire. Common Shield. A shield that can be used as a grenade, is truly explosive. Although it looks a bit strange, getting a blue quality equipment card makes this smelting a great success. A water element magical equipment that also nourishes the body. It seems quite suitable for the Murloc Hunter. But Zhao Huanshi felt that the Murloc Hunter might find the shield a hindrance and toss it away right from the start, and the Murloc Hunter doesn't look like tank material anyway. Let's think about it later. First, let's see if the Goblin Great Warrior has a chance to become a knight. Zhao Huanshi shook his head slightly and took out another two cards he had just obtained. White Monster card, 3 Goblins. 3 Goblins. Is this a rerun card? Looking at the 3 green-skinned creatures with mischievous grins on the card, Zhao Huanshi couldn't help but chuckle, then shifted his gaze to another card. Green Monster card, Wilderness Lynx. A predator that roams the wilderness, skilled in ambush and surprise attacks. Lurker. The Wilderness Lynx is agile and moves almost silently. In shadowy or dim environments, it gains a passive concealment effect. When moving slowly, its body becomes blurry and hard to detect. When standing still, it gradually becomes invisible. Keen. The Wilderness Lynx has sharp hearing and a good sense of smell, allowing it to detect the movements of prey and enemies in time. With a thought, the knight's range transformed into a green glow and surged into the Wild Lynx. As the glow dissipated, the leopard-spotted yellow cat on the Wild Lynx card now bore a set of leather riding gear. The card's traits also gained a rideable attribute. He took out the Goblin Great Warrior and linked it with the Wild Lynx. The Wild Lynx rapidly shrank and occupied the lower left corner of the Goblin Great Warrior card. Then the card's image rapidly changed from a single goblin to a Goblin Great Warrior riding a Wild Lynx, one hand holding the reins and the other stroking the lynx's neck, his expression appearing somewhat excited. Green Composite Monster card, Goblin Cavalry Wild Lynx. It really works. Zhao Huanshi had long anticipated this outcome. Whether in the contaminated zone or the illusionary rifts, many humanoid monsters actually have the ability to tame and ride beasts. Among them, the goblin variants had the most diverse mounts: wild boars, lions, giant eagles, crocodiles. Flying in the sky, running on land, swimming in water, all kinds existed. He had no idea how those penniless green-skinned monsters who couldn't even feed themselves managed to convince those beasts to follow them. Zhao Huanshi shook his head and also equipped the Watchman Knight's lance onto the card. A cavalryman and a knight are practically two different species. I guess it won't meet the conditions to trigger the lance's trait. The moment the Watchman Knight's lance linked with the goblin cavalry, the card suddenly burst apart, transforming into a swirling mass of colorful light points. Card fusion in progress. The goblin cavalry wild links and the Watchman Knight's lance resonated, fusing into a new card. What? Zhao Huanshi was stunned for a moment, and then saw that the cluster of light points spun around and condensed into a brand new card that fell down. The goblin was still the same goblin, but now held a metal lance in its hand, and its aura had undergone a great change. Card fusion complete. Special blue monster card Goblin Wild Rider. The legacy of the Watchman Knight combined with the goblin cavalry, giving birth to a powerful monster variant. LV1. Knight's legacy. The Goblin Wild Rider inherits the Watchman Knight's lance and activates its abilities. The Goblin Wild Rider can no longer equip other weapon-type equipment cards. Guard the Goblin Wild Rider and its mount gain the Knight's armor state with 20 physical defense and 10 magic resistance. Faith. The Goblin Wild Rider is resolute, able to cast Unwavering Faith 3 times per day, temporarily boosting the willpower of allies within a 20-meter radius by a small amount lasting 5 minutes. Valor. The Goblin Wild Rider gains 20 strength and 10 constitution and acquires the Valor aura, granting allies within a 30-meter radius 5 strength and 5 constitution. When friendly goblins are affected by the Goblin Wild Rider's Valor aura, they also gain the Goblin Frenzy state, with 2 strength, 1 constitution, greatly reduced pain sensation, and significantly increased combat. Wild Hunter. The Goblin Wild Rider is not adept at long-distance charges, but possesses explosive power, able to burst into extreme speed in a short time to pursue prey or escape danger. The Goblin Wild Rider can hide in the dark to ambush enemies or silently sneak up behind foes in dim environments. Overwhelming numbers. When allies outnumber the enemy, the Goblin Wild Rider's attributes gain a small boost. Knight's War Song. The Goblin Wild Rider has a special fondness for music. When hearing rousing music in battle, it enters an excited state, gradually gaining more and more attribute bonuses. Split into 2. When the Goblin Wild Rider is killed, the Wild Lynx loses the Knight's Lance state boost and remains on the field to fight on its own. When the Wild Lynx is killed, the Goblin Wild Rider loses part of its strength and remains on the field to continue fighting. Knight's Unity. If either the Goblin Wild Rider or its mount dies, the card will enter a damaged state after being recalled. Frail. Although the goblin successfully evolved into a Wild Rider with the support of the Knight's Lance's power, its own body is too weak. If a full power battle exceeds 10 minutes, the Goblin Wild Rider enters a weakened state with -50 strength, -30 constitution. The state will only disappear after resting or recalling the card for 1 hour. Increasing the card's level can extend the duration of full power combat and reduce the effects of the weakened state. When the card's quality is upgraded to purple, this trait will be removed. Poor horsemanship. The Goblin Wild Rider is not skilled in riding you. It needs one hand to hold the reins, control the mount, and stabilize its body, so it cannot wield a shield or other items. After card enhancement, this trait will be removed. Class level up. All attributes 1. At first seeing such a long list of card attributes, Zhao Huanshi thought this guy had traded in his slingshot for a cannon. Suddenly incredibly powerful. When he saw the Knight's War Song trait, he muttered under his breath that this guy was crazy about singing, even wanting to listen to music while fighting. Meanwhile, he thought to himself that since he couldn't bring a sound system into the contaminated zone or the trial dream, he could set up a cheerleading squad for it. After all the manpower was readily available, 3 goblins. He could teach them some beatboxing and rap, one as the lead singer, the other 2 as instruments. A goblin-style rap should surely suit the Wild Rider's taste. If they couldn't learn beatboxing, it wouldn't work in the trial dream, but in the contaminated zone, he could equip them with a flute swona and eru, forming a goblin folk band that would instantly ignite the Wild Rider's fighting spirit. The combat power of the 3 goblins was practically 0 anyway. Besides being used as substitutes for card sacrifices, they could only serve as cheerleaders. Unexpectedly, at the bottom of the card there were 2 negative traits: frail and poor horsemanship. Poor horsemanship was one thing, but frail was no different from kidney deficiency. Only 10 minutes. The band stage just heats up, and when the swona's sound is rising, about to pierce the clouds and rend rocks, you suddenly go cold, leaving us hanging. Which band can stand that? Zhao Huanshi estimated that the attributes of the Goblin Great Warrior before fusion were only slightly higher than those of an apprentice warrior with strength around 30. With the boost from the Knight's Lance, it was only around 50, roughly the average level of a maxed-out beginner warrior. Once the weakened state kicked in, it would directly turn him into a 5-on-5 trash with an ordinary goblin. Maybe the Goblin Great Warrior's body was too weak to become a blue-quality card. 10 minutes is enough for a fight under normal circumstances. I'll go to the Emerald Forest for a few days to level up and see how much the endurance improves. The Profiteer's big gold tooth won't be ready for 2 days, and there's no news about the colorful mushrooms yet. Zhao Huanshi stared at the card in his hand, pondering how to arrange the next few days, when his phone suddenly popped up a notification. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Zhang Dashuan. Joint exploration mission. Didn't we plan to go on the mission next week? Why suddenly cooperate with other exploration teams? Zhao Huanshi replied to the message. Aren't you guys planning to slack off for a few more days and start the mission next week? Zhang Dashuan immediately responded. Do you know about the new space fixed base station released by the Dongwang Research Institute? I know. I heard its construction materials require a rare otherworldly metal. Exactly. It's that metal called demon rainbow gold. A few days ago someone brought back a copper ore from the Twilight Wilderness, which contained trace amounts of demon rainbow gold. The Special Affairs Bureau just issued an emergency mission yesterday, requiring exploration teams to enter the Twilight Wilderness, clear monsters, and collect plant and/or samples for testing. Yesterday Zhao Huanshi was thinking about how to pass the trial dream, so he didn't pay attention to the news from the Special Affairs Bureau. But reading Zhang Dashuan's message, a question arose in Zhao Huanshi's mind. Why doesn't the Special Affairs Bureau send its own people to investigate the place where the ore was found? Why assign it to the exploration teams? That copper ore was taken from a wandering kobold. No one knows where that kobold dug it up. I see. When do we set out? 3 days later. Everyone needs some preparation. Many exploration teams already set out after receiving the mission yesterday. The faster ones might already be at the Twilight Wilderness by now. Let them scout the way first. You're quite carefree. By then they'll have explored all the safe spots. But 3 days later is perfect for taking the Goblin Profiteer's gold tooth. Maybe I can even let it out to roam a bit. Zhao Huanshi muttered to himself, typing on his phone and replying to Zhang Dashuan. Okay, come pick me up then. Just after replying, another message popped up on his phone. Black-hearted rat, the toxic mushrooms you wanted are available. Come get them soon. Also, the black gemstone has gone up in price. Now it's 200,000. Damn. How did the shadow-type gemstone get more expensive again? Which bastard profiteer is manipulating this? Outside the Jiosher Biotech building, in an unremarkable car parked on the roadside, the car appeared empty, but suddenly a voice of complaint rang out. Shadow-type mana crystals are inherently rare. When someone buys them in bulk, it causes price fluctuations. Ups and downs are normal. Another voice sounded out of nowhere, sounding much calmer. Ordinary people have no use for this stuff. Apart from a few research institutes that use small amounts, the number of people in all of Dongchuan City who use shadow-type gemstones can be counted on one hand. If it's expensive by less. It's not like you wouldn't consume your shadow-type gemstones so quickly if you didn't even bother taking the elevator and use shadow jump just to go downstairs. But it's cool. We're realm breakers. Taking the elevator is so lame. Haven't you seen how fervently those fangirls look at me? Then, handsome sir, when are you going to pay me back the money you borrowed last month? Cough. What exactly did Wang Jiuzhe do that makes Lin Shin suspect he's connected to the demon worshippers leading us to surveil him? Don't change the subject. Pay up. We've been following him for 2 days and haven't noticed anything unusual. TCH. Who knows? Maybe the moment we left the Special Affairs Bureau he already got wind of it and knew he was being watched. No way. Lin Shun gave us direct orders. How could anyone else know? If that's the case, wasn't my shadow mist deployed for nothing? Might as well withdraw it. Now you're being thrifty? Don't worry, Lin Shun will sign off on the mission order later. All expenses can be reimbursed through official accounts. Oh, where's your bird? Isn't it flying up there in the sky? Meanwhile, inside the Jiosher Biotech building, Wang Jiuzhe stood by a one-way transparent glass window, staring at the black dots circling in the sky. Realm breakers, huh? What does the demon priest say? When will the new demon statue be delivered? The assistant behind him immediately spoke softly. The demon priest said a group of demon followers has already arrived at the Twilight Wilderness. The demon statue is in their possession. Wang Jiuzhe frowned upon hearing this. Twilight Wilderness. How could they be so fast? That bastard clearly wants to do something while we open a demon rift inside Dongchuan City. The demon priest's intention is that the demon followers plan to build a base near the edge of the Lake City ruins. They need our help with supplies. Wang Jiuzhe pondered with a grave expression for a moment, then said in a deep voice, agree to it. But wouldn't that be too dangerous? Once these guys get a foothold outside Dongchuan City, they might turn against us in the future. The assistant cautioned carefully. Wang Jiuzhe sneered, a bunch of rats. If they had any real capability, they wouldn't have caused such a big mess in Chiyue City, and then fled with nothing accomplished, chased around by the special affairs bureaus of every city. Because of that damned statue, we've already aroused Lin Qingfeng's suspicion. Let the demon followers divert the Special Affairs Bureau's attention. But be careful when delivering supplies. If necessary, contact headquarters to use some undercover assets. The assistant nodded. Demon rainbow gold has been reportedly found in the Twilight Wilderness. The Special Affairs Bureau issued an emergency mission, and a large number of exploration teams are preparing to head there. The Lake City ruins are not far from the Twilight Wilderness. We can disguise ourselves as an exploration team to deliver the supplies. What a coincidence. Also, the board is somewhat dissatisfied with our recent efficiency in completing tasks. A few old fossils craving immortality but unwilling to take risks. They're using the pretext of researching awakening potions to do all sorts of shady things, thinking they can fool anyone. The other families in Dongchuan City have tolerated them this long only to see if they can actually produce results. No matter the outcome, those old fools will eventually be brought to account. Huh. They've lived so long yet can't see such a simple truth. Those old geezers won't last much longer. Just give them perfunctory responses. Don't invest too much thought in them. Wang Jiuzhe said, full of disdain. The assistant wanted to say something, hesitated, and finally said nothing, nodding and leaving. Wang Jiuzhe gazed at the sky outside the window, a fanatical smile gradually spreading across his face. A new era will eventually dawn. All who stand in the way will be crushed and annihilated. Crush them. Annihilate them. As a massive, burly goblin chieftain atop the high platform raised his weapon and let out a thunderous roar. The hundreds of goblins in the tribe instantly erupted into frenzy, their eyes turning bloodshot as they danced wildly and howled at the top of their lungs. Amidst the chaotic, demonic fervor, Banzir blended in with his kin, brandishing a mud-caked wooden staff, swaying like a weed in the wind, rolling his eyes, and letting out a feeble perfunctory buzz like a mosquito. Because goblins were both miserably poor and utterly mad. After a battle, the loot gathered was barely enough to cover repairs and medical expenses. If luck turned sour and they encountered some rare mutant, they might even meet their doom. The risks far outweighed the rewards. Normally, any exploration team entering the Muse Wilderness would try to steer clear of the greenskin territories to avoid being entangled by these lunatics. But this time was different. The mission issued by the Special Affairs Bureau explicitly required a thorough exploration of the entire Muse Wilderness. Explorers who killed high-level mutated goblins could bring their heads to the Special Affairs Bureau for rewards, making the eradication of goblin tribes profitable. Many explorers had long been fed up with those annoying greenskins, and this was the perfect opportunity to settle old and new scores alike. Moreover, with the large number of exploration teams entering the Muse Wilderness, they could easily form temporary alliances with a few promising teams, minimizing the risk of disaster. Of course, the goblins had no idea these humans were prepared. All they knew was that these humans had suddenly grown bold, daring to actively invade goblin territory. They must be slaughtered, devoured completely, their skulls turned into ornaments to showcase the power and majesty of the goblin chieftain. Foolish. Having witnessed firsthand how humans massacred goblin tribes, Banzir gazed indifferently at the chieftain on the high platform, who grew more confident with each roar and quietly made his own plans. This idiot was unlikely to return alive. He should consider where to find a new boss. But before leaving, he needed to retrieve what had been taken from him. This goblin chieftain, whatever his breed, had a peculiar obsession with collecting valuables. Banzir had come to pledge allegiance, thinking that as a spellcaster he could at least earn his keep. But upon arrival, the chieftain immediately set his sights on Banzir's belongings, snatching away the bag containing his magic crystals. Fortunately, Banzir was shrewd enough to have smeared his crystal staff with mud, making it look ugly and indistinguishable from a tree root picked up from a muddy ditch, thus managing to keep it. Only later did Banzir realize that the goblin spellcasters of this tribe had long since fled, unable to tolerate the avaricious chieftain. And Banzir had walked right into the trap. At that moment, the goblin chieftain gave the order, and all the goblins surged out of the nest with fierce momentum. Banzir ran a few steps as well, mingling at the edge of the crowd. Then he pretended to accidentally trip over some debris, clutching his foot and howling in pain as he rolled sideways, hiding behind a pile of junk. Only after the main goblin force had gone far did he dust himself off and emerge. Besides Banzir, many goblins lay sprawled in the nest, supposedly dead. As Banzir came out, these veteran goblins slowly got up one by one, their demeanor lazy, as they found a comfortable spot to bask in the sun. Banzir wasn't surprised. Griping his staff, he casually walked toward the goblin chieftain's quarters. Midway, he spotted a green skin lying on the ground covered in trampling marks. Banzir thought to himself this brother was really good at playing dead. But since the chieftain was far away, why was he still lying motionless? He nudged it with his foot, signaling it could get up and move. Getting no response, Banzir reached out and flipped it over. The creature's face was twisted in agony, blood oozing from all 7 orifices. It had been truly trampled to death. Banzir curled his lip. He thought it was a pro, but it turned out to be a total noob. How could it get trampled to death? How had it lived so long? Outside the goblin chieftain's dwelling, a goblin warrior sat guard. Seeing Banzir approach, it snarled fiercely. Jitsabak. Useless coward, get lost. Go bada BBI. Let me show you a treasure. Banzir smiled, reaching into the mud wrapped around the top of his staff to pull out a stainless steel multifunction military knife. With a gentle press, a small blade popped out. A flick of the wrist turned the blade into scissors. A dazzling display of tricks left the goblin warrior utterly dumbfounded. Suddenly, a searing heat emanated from beside its head. Sensing something amiss, it turned to see the mud on the surface of Banzir's staff cracking open, emitting a blinding red light. Boom! A blazing fireball the size of half a fist slammed into the goblin warrior's face at close range. The goblin warrior barely let out half a scream before Banzir's multifunction knife transformed into a dagger, plunging deep into its neck. The lazy goblins heard the scream of their kin and glanced up in confusion. Seeing it was a conflict among their own, not an invasion by humans, they sighed in relief and lay back down. Remembering they hadn't eaten today, one casually plucked a handful of wild grass from the ground and shoved it into its mouth. Why did it taste weird? Which bastard had peed here? Having killed the goblin warrior, Banzier glanced back and saw that the lazy goblins hadn't paid him any attention. He breathed a slight sigh of relief and strode straight into the goblin chieftain's dwelling. A rusty sword with notches, a small iron pot with a hole in the bottom, a long metal rod of unknown purpose. Gazing at the mountain of scrap metal before him, Banzier gained a new understanding of the sheer stupidity of this goblin tribe's leader. After rummaging through the junk pile, Banzier retrieved his stolen belongings. Utilizing his sensitivity as a spellcaster to magic, he also dug out a few magic gems and mana crystals. Banzier originally planned to pack everything in a leather pouch and carry it away, but recalling how the entire pouch had been snatched by the goblin chieftain when he first entered this wretched place. After some thought, Banzier tied a few ragged strips of cloth around himself as decoration, hiding the gems and crystals separately within them, then hastily fled the goblin nest. About an hour later, a group of blood-soaked humans stormed into the goblin nest, slaughtering the panicking veteran goblins who tried to flee. Someone found the goblin chieftain's dwelling and rushed in only to see a pile of scrap metal. Damn, this guy is a junk king. Achoo! The goblin scavenger's nose itched, and he sneezed violently. Blood spurted from his nose and mouth, splattering against the kitchen glass door. Snapping out of the hallucination, the goblin scavenger casually wiped his nose and looked down at the large pot of multicolored soup beneath him, as if directly concocted from ink. The 7-colored mushroom meat soup bubbled and simmered, each bursting bubble releasing wisps of colorful smoke that spread through the air. He scooped up a full spoonful, brought it to his lips, and drank it all in one go, letting out a satisfied sigh. His gaze gradually grew vacant, and a strange lewd grin spread across his face, as if he were drunk or perhaps hallucinating from eating too many poisonous mushrooms. In essence, there was no real difference between the two. Zhao Huanshi, wearing 3 layers of masks and wrapped in mingguang vine, sat by the living room window basking in the sun. Watching blood trickle from the goblin scavenger's mouth, nose, and ears, he hesitated whether to place the mingguang vine on the goblin or give it an antidote. However, seeing the fragrant, colorful smoke seeping through the kitchen glass door and filling the entire room, Zhao Huanshi feared that if he removed the mingguang vine, he would collapse on the spot the next moment. He also dared not open the windows to disperse the fumes, afraid that the poisonous mist would drift out and send the elderly exercising on the lawn downstairs to meet their maker in a group. Rather than poison causing blood to flow from 7 orifices, it's more like the blood rushes from consuming a great tonic, causing vascular pressure to burst and release blood. Zhao Huanshi muttered to himself, feeling that instead of worrying about the goblin scavenger dying, he should focus on how to deal with the room full of toxic gas after the enhancement ritual was complete. Spoonful after spoonful, the goblin scavenger, as if guzzling strong liquor, took nearly half a day to finish the entire pot of poisonous mushroom soup. After drinking, his skin turned a glowing green, as if coated in fluorescent powder. Zhao Huanshi quickly recalled him and checked the card information. Card enhancement complete, 13. Goblin scavenger gains growth, strength, 5, constitution, 20, a poison resistance, greatly increased. Damage repair in progress. Remaining time 6 hours. Since the enhancement rituals for the other 2 goblins were not yet complete, the goblin scavenger only gained increased physical stats and poison resistance without any other changes. And although he looked like he had had a wild time, he was indeed poisoned, requiring a full 6 hours for repair. Is boosting poison resistance and constitution meant to reduce the chance of the goblin scavenger dying from eating random things outside? Or is it to make it easier for him to stuff even more things into his mouth? Zhao Huanshi speculated aloud. Looking up at the room full of toxic smoke, he thought, mistake. I should have had the goblin scavenger inhale all this poison before sending him back. As for summoning him again, better not. If the goblin merchant came out instead, one breath might send him to the afterlife and shatter the 3 rascals card. Purification spray, charcoal vacuum cleaner. After a whole afternoon of effort, Zhao Huanshi finally managed to clear most of the toxic mist from the house. Then he busied himself again, wiping down every single item in the entire house. With the mingguang vine providing continuous power, his body wasn't tired, but his mind was exhausted. Next time I enhance a card, I'd better not do it at home. Fortunately, the goblin merchant's enhancement was much simpler. The next day, Zhao Huanshi went to the jewelry store to pick up the gold tooth. He summoned the goblin merchant and handed it over. The goblin merchant's eyes lit up, and he stuffed the gold tooth into his mouth. Zhao Huanshi thought he was going to replace his own tooth manually and found it strange. He had almost died from pain just getting a tooth pulled, and now he suddenly mastered the art of swapping teeth barehanded. Though it was neither scientific nor magical, these were card monsters, and conventional logic didn't apply. Perhaps the card enhancement process worked that way. But then the goblin merchant simply bit down on the gold tooth, leaving a shallow indentation. What the hell are you doing? Zhao Huanshi's eyes widened. The goblin merchant looked at him in confusion. Gobagwadis. Wasn't this how humans tested gold on TV? Zhao Huanshi's mouth twitched. They do that because they can't tell real gold from fake with their eyes. It's a last resort. The goblin merchant scratched his head. Was that so? He quite liked this method of verification. Fortunately, the goblin merchant's bite was weak and the gold tooth shape remained largely intact. If the goblin scavenger had taken a bite, the gold tooth would have to be sent back to the jewelry store for reworking. The goblin merchant was unreliable. Zhao Huanshi didn't know how to replace teeth, and taking him to a dentist was out of the question. Rereading the card enhancement ritual, Zhao Huanshi realized he had overcomplicated things. Does it really not matter if it looks realistic or fits? Then why not just give him a 24k gold nugget? It never said to replace his tooth. Zhao Huanshi had the goblin merchant hold the 24k pure gold front tooth, then recalled him turning him into a card that he clutched in his hand. Looking down, he saw on the goblin 3 rascals card the goblin merchant grinning ear to ear, the gleaming gold front tooth dazzlingly conspicuous. Card enhancement complete. 23. Goblin merchant gains growth intelligence 5, spirit 20, business negotiation influence greatly increased. It boosts intelligence and spirit. Pity that intelligence affects only mana and spellcasting, not actual IQ. It would have been more practical to add a few points to constitution. Zhao Huanshi grumbled, but caught by the goblin merchant's infectious grin, he couldn't help smiling himself. Although the ritual only required the purity of the gold tooth from the card art, the pure gold front tooth in the goblin merchant's mouth, with its shallow bite mark, had not changed in shape at all. If Zhao Huanshi had given him a misshapen gold nugget, it might have been pressed directly onto the goblin merchant's gum. I should have engraved a lucky cat on the gold tooth. Maybe it would have brought some fortune. Zhao Huanshi, who sometimes turns superstitious, said, with sudden regret. 2 of the 3 rascals were enhanced, leaving only the goblin thief, who hid behind his 2 companions with a furtive look. Thinking of the goblin thief's low-grade black gemstone, Zhao Huanshi felt annoyed. In just 2 days, the price of black gemstones had risen from 2,000 to 2,300. The profiteer Zhou Yaoshu said that someone had been secretly buying up shadow-type magic crystals on the market, driving up the price of black gemstones. Zhao Huanshi could wait a while if he wasn't in a hurry. I'd love to be in a hurry, but I don't have the money. At the agreed time, with the exploration team, Qian Mantang drove the conspicuous armored bus to the Qinyuan community to pick up Zhao Huanshi. Zhao Huanshi boarded the bus and greeted everyone. Besides Zhang Daxuan and the others he had met before, there was also a new face he had never seen. Jing Ji, a sturdy young man with a perpetual smile, about the same age as Zhao Huanshi. Although they had never met in person, Zhao Huanshi had exchanged a few words with him in the exploration team's chat group. A primary warrior level 9, who favored dual-wielding swords. He was a rare agility warrior among the warrior class with agility stats higher than strength. Zhao Huanshi placed his backpack on the back seat and sat behind the team members, listening to their conversation. After a few sentences, it seemed they were discussing the recent sudden severity of punishments for crimes committed by awakened individuals. Cases that had originally only resulted in a decade or so of imprisonment were now suddenly leading to execution. Maybe it's because the number of awakened criminal cases has increased recently to make an example of them. It's actually much better now than a few years ago. Before the gun ban was lifted, those bastards, relying on their power, acted like protagonists of power fantasies, doing all kinds of outrageous things. Do you think it's any different now? They've just gone from open to covert. Not long ago, some beast used a magical artifact with mental seduction capabilities to control his neighbor's sisters and tormented their father in front of them. Poor old man, already advanced in years, ended up losing his dignity in the end. Zhao Huanshi doubted his ears. What the hell? Although most are scumbags, a few don't deserve to die. This sudden strictness feels off somehow. Maybe the higher-ups in Dongchuan City feel that the awakened are growing too powerful to control. They're killing off the rebellious ones first to prevent future threats to their authority. How is that possible? The most powerful professionals are either in the Special Affairs Bureau or working for the big families and corporations. Zhao Huanshi listened to his teammates chatter, a thought crossing his mind. Could it be that the laboratory was running out of awakened materials, so the city's high officials secretly revised the death penalty standards overnight? At that moment, Li Xiang, a warrior still at apprentice level 9, couldn't help but complain. Those bastards hoard all the important resources, refusing to share them even if they rot in the warehouse. Otherwise, I might have already broken through to advanced warrior. Brother, that's a bit unfair. What resources does an apprentice warrior need to reach primary? It's just you being too lazy. Su Duojin retorted with a smile. What do you know? Those scavengers risk their lives entering illusory realm rifts to kill monsters and have to hand over whatever good stuff they find. That's completely unfair to them, right, Zhao Huanshi? Zhao Huanshi was taken aback. It's not that bad. After all, scavengers are paid by the Special Affairs Bureau and enjoy other benefits. They're essentially contractors. Handing over findings from the illusory realm rifts is normal, especially since those items are converted into bonuses for us. Li Xiang curled his lips. You're just saying that because the scavengers are weak and easy to control. The more powerful professionals and the realm breakers who have better treatment have much looser restrictions from the Bureau. Zhao Huanshi smiled, thinking to himself that if conditions were really that good, he wouldn't still be a scavenger. It's just that he found the risks of illusory realm rifts too great. Low-level illusory realm rifts were manageable, mostly containing weak monsters that couldn't cause much trouble. Only when extremely unlucky would things go wrong. Mid to high-level illusory realm rifts were a different story. The magical energy concentration was high, the internal environment complex, the monsters powerful and intelligent with strange abilities. They knew how to ambush and even use tactics. Entering a mid or high-level illusory realm rift was like opening a blind box until the very end. You never knew what horrors lurked inside. In contrast, although entering a contaminated zone carried significant risks, as long as one was cautious enough, most dangers could be foreseen and avoided. Moreover, when doing missions in a contaminated zone, if something felt wrong, one could always turn back immediately. In the illusory realm rifts, retreat was often not an option. As Zhao Huanshi pondered this, Qian Montong, who was driving, suddenly shouted, "Look ahead! Is that a spatial rift?" Everyone looked forward. Hundreds of meters ahead on the road, a mass of purple electric light appeared out of nowhere, madly darting back and forth in the air. The air suddenly trembled violently, and terrifying sound waves scattered in all directions, shattering the windows of vehicles on the road. Drivers either lost consciousness instantly or clutched their heads and ears in agony. Vehicles went out of control, colliding with each other or careening off the road. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Then the space was torn open by an unknown force, revealing a massive rift. A hard-shell bus amidst the series of collisions had only its exterior damaged. Inside, some passengers had fainted from the sound wave impact, while others groaned in pain, clutching their heads or injuries. Though battered, most were not seriously injured. If they could be taken to the hospital in time, they would likely survive. Unfortunately, the bus was unlucky enough to be right next to the spatial rift. The reinforced outer shell of the bus was cut in half like butter by a knife. As if a portal to the abyss had opened in the mortal world, a cold and sinister black mist erupted from the rift, rapidly spreading outward. Countless screams of terror and despair were swallowed by the black mist, quickly fading away. After a moment, strange growls emanated from the thick fog. "Holy shit! That's not a spatial rift, it's an illusory realm rift. The magical reaction and pollution eruption are at least B rank or A rank." Qian Mantang shouted, pulling the bus to the side of the road and turning to look at Zhang Dashuan. "Old Zhang, what do you think?" "Think my ass." Zhang Dashuan had already geared up and jumped out of the bus as soon as it stopped. "Damn it, you edgy old man." Qian Mantang cursed under his breath, but quickly leaped out of the driver's seat, grabbed his axe and shield, and followed suit. Such a severe pollution eruption. People near the illusory realm rift have likely been contaminated, died, or turned into monsters. But those monsters are usually not too powerful. We need to step in and control the situation to prevent more casualties before the patrol arrives. Lin Honglei, while taking her weapons and arrows from her backpack, explained to Zhao Huanshi, afraid he might not understand the situation. Zhao Huanshi nodded. Having been a scavenger for over 2 years, he was quite familiar with these matters. However, although the Special Affairs Bureau required explorers and professionals to assist ordinary people in emergencies when within their capability, when it actually happened, whether to help or not was entirely up to the explorer's conscience. As long as they didn't take advantage of the chaos to do harm, the Bureau wouldn't pursue them afterward. And evidently the members of the middle-aged, unemployed frontline exploration team seemed to have a higher moral standard. Zhao Huanshi had sat relatively far back in the vehicle. By the time he stepped out, Qian Mantang and Zhang Dasun, both mid-tier warriors, had already raced off to rescue people at a distance. Zhao Huanshi raised his gaze and observed that the black mist drifting from the illusion rift appeared to be bound by some unseen restriction, spreading only within a radius of roughly 100 meters around the rift, unable to expand further outward. At that moment, accompanied by eerie shrieks, the edges of the black mist churned violently as grotesque figures burst forth from the fog at tremendous speed. They wore what remained of relatively intact clothing, their bodies shriveled and sunken, bearing a striking resemblance to desiccated corpses drained of vitality by the soul-devouring greatsword. Their necks had elongated 3 or 4 times their normal length, their heads contorted into bizarre angles, and fixed upon their faces were hideous, terrifying grins. Their limbs were deformed and twisted backward, with sharp, bony spurs erupting from their joints. Like spiders, they scurried rapidly across the ground, lunging toward the terrified, screaming survivors. Judging by their appearance, they're clearly undead beings, but do otherworldly undead ever take such forms? Li Xiang asked, his face etched with disbelief. Su Duo-jin shrugged. Who knows? Perhaps they've gone indigenous. Aren't all the mutated creatures born from contamination bizarrely distorted? Indigenous, my foot. As thick fog spewed forth numerous monsters, charging toward the nearest living humans. Some drew weapons and firearms from their belongings to fight back, while others could only scream and flee in panic, only to be pounced upon and torn apart by the swifter monsters. Several people rushed forward to help. At that moment, however, Zhao Huanshi posed a baffling question. Under these special circumstances, everyday regulations like requiring registered plates for ostrich mounts and limiting them to non-motorized lanes should temporarily lapse, right? Qian Shaolin nodded. In a situation like this, even if you rode a dragon into the sky, neither the Special Affairs Bureau nor the Air Traffic Control would hold it against you afterward. I can't ride dragons, though. As if you had an ostrich mount. Zhao Huanshi chuckled. Actually, I do have one. With everyone watching in astonishment, he flicked his finger lightly, and the swift ostrich appeared. Cuckoo. Turning its head, the large yellow bird greeted them in a friendly manner. I'll introduce you later. Zhao Huanshi leapt onto the bird's back and gave a gentle pat. The swift ostrich understood, immediately launching forward without hesitation, its body blurring into a streak of yellow lightning. Watching the yellow figure skillfully vault over wrecked vehicles and disappear into the distance, Qian Shaolin let out a scream. Oh, he can actually summon an ostrich mount. Su Duo Jin also expressed his astonishment. Damn, a portable mount. Who wouldn't be envious of that? Li Xiang opened his mouth. Truly impressive. Lin Honglei smiled. Summoners really do have an enviable profession. But isn't his role in the team support? Why did he charge ahead alone? Jing Ji asked, thoroughly puzzled. Well, even supports harbor ambitions of dealing damage. Besides, he's not really a conventional support. Su Duo Jin said, hesitantly thinking of the goblin warrior that Zhao Huanshi kept as his trump card. A support who wasn't a true support and a mount that was far from ordinary. In the middle of the road, a bloodied man carried his unconscious wife on his back as he fled. Hearing the shrieks behind him, he turned around in panic. He saw a monster bearing a terrifying grin, its eyes bulging, fixated on him as it charged forward at incredible speed. His heart lurched, his footing faltered, and he crashed to the ground. Ignoring the pain from his injuries, he frantically glanced behind him. Seeing its prey fall, the monster's grin grew even more ecstatic and unhinged. Its jaw unhinged to an absurd angle, revealing a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, and all four limbs pushed off the ground as it prepared to pounce. A deafening boom echoed. The man felt something was past his ear, with a fierce gust of wind striking the monster's body with tremendous force. The monster let out a grotesque scream and was launched several meters through the air, its head shriveled and deformed, its limbs twitching weakly. It was clear it would never rise again. Eyes wide with shock, the man scrutinized the scene and realized what had smashed the monster was a car door. Upon the metallic surface, a large chicken claw imprint was clearly visible. Just then something else sped past him. He turned his head frantically and saw a figure riding a large yellow bird at full speed. As they passed the twitching monster, the rider casually kicked its shriveled, ugly head like a football, sending it rolling away. After a moment of dazed bewilderment, he finally realized that it was this person, or rather the yellow bird, that had defeated the monster and saved his life. He urgently called out to the retreating figure, offering his heartfelt thanks. Cool. Yes, he's thanking you. Zhao Huanshi replied with a smile. Just then a monster shrieked and lunged toward them. The ostrich shifted its footing, its body darting laterally in a blur, grazing past the monster. The hardened steel greatsword flashed like a white ribbon, cleaving the creature cleanly in two midair. The monster hit the ground but refused to die. Its lower half flailed desperately while its upper body twisted around, both forelimbs scrambling across the ground as it shrieked and gave chase after Zhao Huanshi. A trail of shriveled entrails marked its path. They call these undead, but there's no soul fire in their heads. Zhao Huanshi muttered as he sent the ostrich back and crushed the monster's skull beneath his foot. Qian Mangtang and Zhang Desun held positions on either side at the edge of the black mist, dispatching one monster per strike as though chopping radishes. Within moments, a substantial pile of, no, not radish dice, but monster remains, had accumulated around them. Seeing they were completely unharmed, Zhao Huanshi guided the ostrich to change direction and pursued those monsters, hunting down living people. A child of about 7 or 8 years old stared blankly into the sky, their body mostly devoured by a creature wearing a miniature outfit roughly the same size as the child. Sensing movement behind it, the monster violently rotated its head 180 degrees and opened its bloody maw, emitting a threatening roar. Bang! The hardened steel greatsword flashed, and the monster's head was instantly smashed into pulp. Zhao Huanshi's expression remained cold as he frowned at the new notch on his blade. I really do need to upgrade my weapon. These mass-produced items costing a few hundred or thousand aren't holding up to my strength. As for the higher quality greatswords worth tens or hundreds of thousands, after growing accustomed to the soul-devouring greatsword, Zhao Huanshi found their quality utterly disproportionate to their price. Forget it. I'm a support anyway, so there's no need for such fine weapons. I'll just make do with this hardened steel greatsword for now. What if? What happens when the weapon fails during a life-and-death crisis? When survival itself is at stake, of course you unleash every trump card and fight with everything you have, wielding the soul-devouring greatsword to the death. What were you expecting? Reincarnating into another world while clutching it? Armed drone swarms swiftly arrived, hovering in the sky as they precisely detonated the heads of all monsters. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi quickly rode his Landstrider back to the armored minibus. It was unknown whether Dongchuan City even had registered Landstriders. They might be mistaken for monsters by the drones and shot down. He had not summoned other card monsters earlier, partly because he feared the Goblin Wilderness Knight or Murloc Hunter would frighten others, and partly because he worried the armed drone swarm would come and gun them down in a burst. They were about to enter the contaminated zone. How could they do without the main combat force? As for the illusory rift, that was the Realm Breaker Squad's business and had nothing to do with Zhao Huanshi, a former scavenger. The exploration team members all returned. Qian Montang, his face glowing with health, leaned against the door, pretending to be extremely weak. I can't take it anymore. I think I'm injured. I'm about to die. Xiao, give me the symbiotic vine. Zhao Huanshi was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This guy just moments ago, he had been hacking monsters with the strength of a minotaur. Zhang Dashuan kicked Qian Montong. You just inhaled a bit more ghostly qi and now you're carrying on like this. Get up and drive the symbiotic vine. Can't cure ghostly infection. If you're really in pain, drink a bottle of disease-removing potion. Heartless. Qian Mantang rolled his eyes. Lin Honglei was somewhat surprised. The ghostly qi concentration in that black mist is so high. Even old Qian, an intermediate warrior, can get infected. Otherwise, how could all those people inside have turned into those ghostly things so quickly? It's also old Qian's own foolishness. He was fighting fine outside, then inexplicably dived into the black mist. As he spoke, Zhang Dashuan thought of something and turned to ask Qian Montong, "Did you see something in the black mist?" Well, I saw a few young ladies waving at me, and my head got dizzy, and I became confused. Qian Mantang explained with a grin on his lips, but from his expression it was obvious he was hiding something. He no longer leaned against the door pretending to be weak. He took off his equipment and prepared to drive. The exploration team members fell into thought, suddenly becoming silent, and the atmosphere turned somewhat strange. Zhao Huanshi guessed in his heart that Qian Mantang might have seen deceased relatives or something in the black mist illusion, which explained why the atmosphere had become so strange. Brother Qian, do you prefer a flower crown or a flower sleeve? Qian Mantang was taken aback. Zhao Huanshi flicked his fingers, shooting the bright light vine toward Qian Montong's left arm. Better to wrap it around the left hand, convenient for sun exposure and not too obstructive for driving. Green radiance swirled and turned, transforming into a thick vine full of yellow flowers that coiled around Qian Montong's left arm. Is this the symbiotic vine blooming? Qian Mantang said in astonishment. The others also showed surprised expressions. It can actually bloom? Then can it bear fruit? Can the fruit be eaten? I'm more concerned whether the fruit has seeds and whether we can plant a symbiotic vine on every person. Cough. It's not just blooming, the symbiotic vine has evolved. It should now be called bright light vine. Its photosynthesis effect is stronger and it has gained a purification ability. However, I only know it can purify toxins. I don't know if it can dispel ghostly qi infection. Zhao Huanshi quickly explained. After hearing Zhao Huanshi's explanation, the others became even more curious. However, Zhao Huanshi's professional abilities were his personal privacy, and it was inappropriate to probe deeply. Asking and getting no answer would only cause awkwardness. So the group simply gathered together and started bantering. Li Xiang said that the bright light vine would eventually grow thicker and longer, transforming into a giant vine dragon, and that a single slap could send the dragon flying. Su Duojin said he preferred the bright light vine to evolve into a humanoid form, like a flower fairy or a female elf. Qian Xiaolin suggested not to be so rigid about gender. Zhao Huanshi, the subject of the discussion, was listening with a twitching smile, feeling that these guys were about to steer the conversation into the gutter at any second. Everyone buckle up, I'm about to speed up. Whether it was due to the bright light vine giving too much energy, Qian Mantang looked somewhat excited. Zhao Huanshi was a bit worried that he might, while driving, suddenly get the urge to fly the minibus into the sky. Zhang Dashuan thought for a moment, then suddenly turned to address everyone in the vehicle. When we rendezvous with the other two exploration teams, don't mention that Zhao Huanshi is a summoner. Just say he's a newly joined apprentice warrior. Qian Mantang asked doubtfully. Old Fong and the others are decent people. We don't need to deliberately keep them in the dark, do we? It's not about keeping them in the dark, but if Zhao Huanshi's special profession gets known, it will spread quickly. Then other exploration teams will definitely come to poach him. The security of Zhao Huanshi's residential area is not good, and the annoyance alone could drive him crazy. As he spoke, feeling that his words might be misinterpreted, Zhang Dashuan turned to explain to Zhao Huanshi. It's not that I'm saying you can't contact other exploration teams, but explorers are a mixed bag. Many have issues in their heads. A normal refusal in some people's eyes means you look down on them and want to be their enemy. Others can't stand seeing others doing well and will target you. You have little self-defense ability now. Being too famous is not a good thing. It makes you vulnerable to underhanded attacks. Zhao Huanshi thought to himself that he had the Goblin Wilderness Knight, a 10-minute true man, so he wasn't entirely without self-defense capability. However, Zhang Dashuan was not wrong. When he was a scavenger, Zhao Huanshi felt undercurrents every time he entered the illusory rift, needing to constantly be wary of some idiots going berserk. Even as a scavenger, there was the Special Affairs Bureau above to keep things in check. But once explorers enter the contaminated zone with no surveillance or control around, they can let loose at any time and become lawless outlaws. Zhao Huanshi now only had a 10-minute true man. He should indeed keep a low profile and develop cautiously. But being low-key didn't mean he had to truly act submissive. After all, he had made a few moves in Dongchuan City. The fact that he could summon monsters was probably already captured by surveillance cameras and uploaded to the Special Affairs Bureau's database. Perhaps at any time people from large corporations would come as lobbyists, using a slew of generous conditions to tempt him into joining an exploration team under the corporate group. Perhaps worried that Zhao Huanshi would be poached by other teams, Li Xiang and the others abruptly changed the topic from discussing whether Zhao Huanshi's summons would eventually evolve into a dragon-like monster or a bedwarming made to the dirty secrets of various exploration teams. They talked about which exploration teams like to exploit newcomers, treating them like beasts of burden and even using them as cannon fodder in crises. Or about a certain team leader who was insatiably greedy, using coercion and bribery to extort various benefits from his members. Or about some exploration team members who had a penchant for married women, specifically using attractive conditions to recruit unsuspecting wives, and then luring them into the contaminated zone to do as they pleased. There were also exploration teams that specifically sought out handsome young men like Zhao Huanshi, and the most terrifying part was that all team members were male. Zhao Huanshi curled his lips, thinking to himself that these guys were going too far, and some of the plots were all too familiar, clearly exposing their usual viewing preferences. After the middle-aged unemployed front exploration team arrived at Explorer's Town and rendezvoused with two other teams that had arrived earlier, they briefly introduced their new members to one another. As previously agreed, Zhao Huanshi was formally introduced to the members of the other exploration teams as an apprentice warrior with 2.5 years of combat experience. One of the two exploration teams was called Golden Leopard, and the other was Gold Swallowing Toad. It was obvious they were eager to get rich. Their names sounded far more ambitious than the dreary middle-aged unemployed front. Like the middle-aged unemployed front exploration team, the members of the other two teams were also composed of warriors and archers, and the overall strength of all three teams was roughly comparable. However, neither of the other two teams had any female members, making Lin Honglei and Qian Xiaolin, the two female archers, stand out conspicuously. Although occupational attributes provided some benefits, most female professionals still lagged behind males in physical fitness. Coupled with various inconveniences in daily life and a host of other reasons, many exploration teams simply refused to recruit female members. Many exploration teams had already entered the contaminated zone, leaving Zhao Huanshi and his team far behind. Thus, after the three teams gathered, they did not linger in Explorer's Town, but proceeded directly into the Emerald Forest. Zhang Daxuan and Qian Mantang walked at the front of the column with the captains of the other two exploration teams, discussing their actions after entering the Twilight Wilds. Although the clues provided by the Special Affairs Bureau suggested that the likelihood of finding demonic rainbow gold was higher among the kobold tribes, Zhang Daxuan and his team had set out a few days later than others, and the easier targets had probably already been dealt with by other exploration teams. Rather than cooperating with unfamiliar teams to confront larger, more powerful monster groups that were more prone to failure, it was better to seek other targets. In addition to the mission of finding clues about demonic rainbow gold, Zhang Daxuan and the captains of the other two teams had also accepted other tasks related to the Twilight Wilds. With the bounties for clearing monster groups in the Twilight Wilds, Zhang Daxuan estimated that this trip would yield a substantial profit. In fact, most exploration teams thought and acted the same way. Earlier on the armored minibus, the middle-aged unemployed front exploration team had sorted out some heavy non-combat related items and stuffed them into the mimic's body. The weight was so immense that it nearly caused the mimic to collapse. After the heaviest items were removed, the supplies carried by the middle-aged unemployed front exploration team became much lighter. The heavy items were stored in the mimic's body, and after it was cartified, Zhao Huanshi carried no burden at all. He had originally intended to help share the load with the others, but they refused. Their reasoning was that Zhao Huanshi had already used his summoned beast to bear the heaviest part of the team's supplies. That he walked with empty hands and light steps was his own ability, and there was no need for him to take on more. Li Xiang and the others had another motive. They wanted to make Zhao Huanshi deeply feel the genuine care and affection of his teammates in the middle-aged unemployed front exploration team, lest he be lured away by some seductive vixen from another team. Thus, even the female archer Qian Xiaolin carried a large backpack, while Zhao Huanshi, the newly arrived apprentice warrior, bore only a small pack aside from his weapons and equipment. His leisurely demeanor made him look less like an explorer on a mission and more like a young master who had hired a group of mercenaries to go on a spring outing in the contaminated zone. His appearance immediately provoked dissatisfaction among some. In the Golden Leopard exploration team, there was a ruffian named Huang Dalong, a level 1 junior warrior with demon tattoos covering his exposed skin. Seeing that he, a junior warrior, was carrying heavy loads and panting from exhaustion, while that pale-faced apprentice warrior had nothing to carry, he felt a surge of resentment. He strode forward and tossed his pack at Zhao Huanshi's feet. "Hey, take this. You clueless fool, haven't you got any sense? I don't know what's wrong with your exploration team taking in anyone at all." Zhao Huanshi turned his head in confusion. "Are you talking to me?" Huang Dalong glared and barked. "What else? You think I'm talking to the air?" Zhao Huanshi sneered. "How would I know? You look like someone with a few screws loose. Maybe you forgot to take your idiot pills this morning and are having a fit here. You son of a bitch." Huang Dalong hadn't expected an apprentice warrior to talk back to him. He immediately threw down his belongings, ready to teach the insolent youth a lesson and make him understand the difference in their strength. But suddenly a figure dashed from the side and kicked Huang Dalong flying. Su Duojin, his face twisted with rage, pointed at Huang Dalong and cursed, "You scum. Look at yourself. What kind of trash are you? Just a newly promoted junior warrior, and you dare to meddle in our team's affairs. You even want to lay a hand on our lucky star." As a fight seemed imminent, the others rushed over to mediate. The incident had happened right before their eyes, and the sequence of events was clear. The members of the Golden Leopard exploration team knew that Huang Dalong was in the wrong, so they didn't take his side, instead acting as peacemakers. The three teams had cooperated before, and most members were acquainted. After a few words of persuasion, the matter subsided. Su Duojin, having gained the upper hand, still grumbled to his acquaintances in the Golden Leopard team. "Who did you recruit? How dare he order our people around? With a mind like that, he might one day provoke someone he shouldn't and bring disaster upon your entire team." Huang Dalong knew that Su Duojin was a level 7 junior warrior far stronger than himself. After being kicked, he didn't dare retaliate. He had hoped his teammates would defend him, but instead they scolded him. Harboring anger but unable to take revenge on Su Duojin, he transferred his hatred to Zhao Huanshi. Qian Xiaolin whispered to Zhao Huanshi, "See that look in his eyes? He's got it in for you. You'd better be careful." Zhao Huanshi nodded, but wasn't particularly concerned. He was just a level 1 junior warrior. His attributes weren't much higher than Zhao's own. The only threat was a battle chi heavy slash, but even that would only matter if he could land a hit. Given Zhao Huanshi's combat experience, even without using monster cards, he could wipe the floor with him. Su Duojin sidled over and said in a low voice, "See, I told you there were plenty of scumbags in other teams." Zhao Huanshi couldn't help but laugh and cry. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? If that idiot knew I was a summoner, would he dare to talk to me like that?" Though it was hard to say, fools couldn't be judged by common sense. Just then Li Xiang, a level 9 apprentice warrior, sidled up behind Su Duojin and said in a plaintive tone, "Oh, esteemed junior warrior, if a level 1 junior warrior is just trash, then what am I, an apprentice warrior in your eyes?" Qian Xiaolin seized the opportunity to fan the flames. "A level 3 junior archer thinks you're probably nothing but a piece of filth worse than trash." Seeing his two friends suddenly turn into aggrieved wives, Su Duojin's forehead immediately beaded with cold sweat. The three expedition teams hurried along, spending over 2 days crossing from the edge of the Emerald Forest to reach the Twilight Wilderness. Along the way, Zhao Huanshi carried nothing heavy, fought behind the archers, and only took the first half of the night watch. Without making any contribution, the members of his expedition team treated him surprisingly well. They even produced an iron chest from somewhere, which Qian Xiaolin hugged protectively. Not only did Huang Dalong grow increasingly displeased, but others also felt puzzled, speculating about Zhao Huanshi's true identity. The leaders of the two other expedition teams tentatively inquired with Zhang Daxuan and Xin Mandang. Zhang Daxuan replied with a sincere face, "He is our team's lucky star." Since Su Duojin had previously called Zhao Huanshi the team's lucky star, they decided to give him this new identity to explain their peculiar behavior. Lucky star. Yes, he's a mascot that brings good fortune to the expedition team. Though he seems unremarkable, he is a very important member. Although Zhang Daxuan had an honest face, the leaders of the Golden Leopard and Gold Swallowing Toad teams had known him for a while and were not deceived by his appearance nor convinced by his nonsense. They could only privately speculate that Zhao Huanshi's family might have some background in Dongchuan City, but probably not to a significant extent. If he were truly an important figure, he wouldn't have joined Zhang Daxuan's team. Zhang Daxuan refused to tell the truth, and the two leaders didn't mind. The gains from cooperation were distributed according to each team's contribution in battle, regardless of team size. Even if Zhao Huanshi was a freeloader, that was the unemployed expedition team's problem, not theirs. Approaching dusk, the combined force found an open space to set up a temporary camp. After setting up the tent, Zhao Huanshi crawled inside, summoned the mimic, and took out some items he needed. Qian Xiaolin said she wanted to cuddle with the mimic. Zhao Huanshi couldn't understand what was so cuddly about a hard, stiff mimic. But a woman's heart is like the bottom of the sea. He wouldn't bother trying to decipher it. He just had the mimic shrink its body a bit and left it in the tent. As for cuddling, the mimic didn't feel a thing. It was just bored and its teeth itched, wanting to gnaw on some crunchy marble or hard alloy pipes. After finishing his portable dry rations, Zhao Huanshi sat by the campfire staring blankly at the flames, his fingers unconsciously twitching. The card goblin Three Stooges, visible only to him, spun between his fingers. Now that they were in the Twilight Wilderness, there was no need to worry about the goblins wandering into Explorer Town or Dongchuan City while idling. But the Emerald Forest and Twilight Wilderness were now swarming with explorers. If the Three Stooges went out now, they would likely be killed by explorers mistaking them for wild goblins. However, since they were already here, and the Three Stooges were idle in the card anyway, he had no use for them at the moment. A day or two of death wouldn't matter. If lucky, they might even pick up something. He glanced at the greedy space, confirming there was nothing important inside. With a thought, the card in Zhao Huanshi's hand dissipated into a scatter of light. Simultaneously, deep in the Twilight Wilderness, blue and purple light twisted and coalesced into a sneaky green-skinned monster. As soon as the goblin thief appeared, it crouched low, tilted its head, and twitched its ears, listening intently to distant sounds. The roars of monsters, human shouts, screams, and the clashing of weapons. The goblin thief twirled a rusty knife in its hand, eyes gleaming, a cunning smile spreading across its face as it gradually vanished. Rustling sounds came from the grass, which bent low as if trampled by an invisible entity moving toward the source of the battle. A doghead man holding a mining pick and carrying a wicker basket was covered in blood, his face filled with terror. He desperately tried to plunge into a thorny thicket to escape, ignoring the scratches. But a human warrior let out a fierce roar, kicking up dust and leaves rushing at incredible speed to the fleeing doghead's back. With one sword stroke, he severed the doghead's head, blood spraying, dyeing the thorns red. The headless corpse crumpled to the ground, and ores from the basket scattered. The human warrior noticed several ores with a golden sheen on their surface, his eyes lighting up. Gold, ore. But the battle behind him wasn't over yet, and it wasn't time to collect loot. He glanced around, but saw nothing unusual. As he moved, the wound on his inner thigh tugged painfully. During the fight he hadn't noticed, but now it hurt badly, and he felt a pang of panic. He loosened his belt, pulled down his pants to check. Fortunately, nothing vital was damaged. Cursing under his breath, he took out a plaster, tore it open, and applied it to the wound, then downed a bottle of healing potion in one go. He tossed the empty bottle aside and turned back to the battlefield. After he had walked away, the goblin thief emerged silently from the nearby grass, crept to the doghead's corpse, and rummaged through the scattered ores, stuffing those with tiny gold particles into its bag. After collecting the ores, the goblin thief stealthily approached the battlefield. It had hoped to find some opportunity to scavenge from the dead. But the fierce human warriors were overwhelmingly dominating the enemy, routing the dogheads. Behind the human warriors, a squad of archers provided support with bows and arrows while occasionally scanning their surroundings for any suspicious signs. When those sharp, gleaming eyes swept over it, the goblin thief felt a chill down its spine. Though not yet discovered, it knew that getting too close would definitely alert these humans. At that moment, the goblin thief remembered Zhao Huanshi's instruction to stay as far away from humans as possible. Looking around, it spotted some backpacks and bags scattered on the ground at the edge of the battlefield, seemingly containing valuables. A grin spread across the goblin thief's face as it crept over. Stay away from humans, but that didn't mean stay away from their belongings. As a thief, it had to adapt on the spot. The goblin thief rummaged through the bags, finding some biscuits, dried meat strips, and 2 bottles of healing potions. It stuffed these into its cloth bag and was about to search another pack when it noticed the distant battle seemed to be ending with several humans walking toward it. The goblin thief cursed the useless dogheads under its breath and slipped into the nearby weeds. Night overcast, the moonlight dim. Half-Ear hid in a dense thicket of weeds, his green skin blending with the similarly colored vegetation. Only by drawing close and scrutinizing carefully could one detect the goblin lurking there. With a trace of fear in his eyes, Half-Ear breathed lightly, listening intently to the sounds around him. The wound on his back, slashed open by a blade, throbbed with searing pain, and the blood trickling from it gave off a faint metallic scent. A day earlier, Half-Ear had just joined a goblin tribe. The chieftain, a cautious spellcaster, had built the nest in a concealed underground burrow with the entrance camouflaged by rubble and weeds. Rarely encountering a prudent goblin leader, Half-Ear had thought he could settle down in this tribe for a good while. Yet unexpectedly, those terrifying humans launched an assault. Half-Ear could not comprehend why they would attack such a remote, hidden goblin nest devoid of any valuable resources nearby. Unable to make sense of it, he did not dwell on the matter. With practiced ease, he shielded his kin and seized the chance to slip away. In previous escapes, once Half-Ear had put enough distance between himself and the humans, they would no longer pursue him. But this time, though he had run far enough, and there were slower, easier targets among the other goblins, the humans stubbornly fixed their attention on him. Half-Ear lowered his head, gazing at the tattered leather armor he had stripped from a human corpse now draped around his lower body. He wore it neither for decoration nor protection, simply because the pockets were handy for carrying gems and food. Could it be that the humans bore a special grudge because they recognized the belongings of their fallen comrade? Yet Half-Ear distinctly sensed that the humans looked at him with the same excitement and greed as a goblin eyeing prey or a kobold discovering ore, not a shred of hatred. He bowed his head, trying to think, but a wave of dizziness struck him and his body grew weaker. Slowly collapsing into the grass, he stared at the pitch-black sky as his consciousness gradually blurred. Just then the grass beside him rustled faintly, as if something was stealthily approaching. Half-Ear jolted, his mind sharpening for a moment. Mustering his last ounce of strength, he pointed his crystal staff toward the source of the sound, a faint red glow gathering at the tip as meager magic converged. But the glow faded as his magic exhausted and no enemy appeared. Half-Ear sighed in relief, his tension releasing. That release, however, seemed to drain the last of his vitality. The light in his eyes dimmed. At that moment, a vaguely familiar goblin had materialized from the air, eyeing him with curiosity. Half-Ear's eyes flickered with renewed brightness, and he murmured in surprise, "Guladak." The goblin thief paused. It really is that brother of Half-Ear. Haven't seen him in a while. He's become a spellcaster now. But judging by his half-dead state, he's not doing well. Half-Ear forced a smile, his left hand trembling as he pointed to the tattered leather armor on him, saying he had hidden something good inside. The goblin thief scratched his head, an unusual look of awkwardness crossing his face. He opened his claw to reveal the few magic gems and mana crystals that Half-Ear had stashed in the leather armor. Half-Ear was bewildered. Had he blacked out and lost a part of his memory? How had the gems in his pocket ended up in the boss's hands? The goblin thief picked his nose and cast a casual glance at the crystal staff in Half-Ear's hand. He had originally planned to wait for this fellow goblin to die before taking the last valuable item. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled a healing potion from his bag, uncorked it, and shoved the bottle into Half-Ear's mouth. The wound on Half-Ear's back slowly healed, the pain gradually fading. Sometime later, the goblin thief held up a black magic gem, examining it under the dim moonlight. He didn't know why, but the mana within the black gem felt familiar and soothing. Half-Ear sat nearby, his face contorted, teeth gritted, tearing into a strip of dried meat that the thief had brought using every ounce of strength. Though dry, tough, and hard to chew, it was incredibly delicious. As he gnawed on the meat, Half-Ear chattered incessantly to the goblin thief. The Twilight Wilderness was swarming with rampaging humans. Staying here would mean death sooner or later. Half-Ear suggested the goblin thief leave with him for a safer place. Kabagulu. The goblin thief turned puzzled, asking where Half-Ear intended to go. Half-Ear pointed northwest. He said a vague voice in his mind was guiding him there. The voice sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. The goblin thief tilted his head, pricked up his ears, and twitched them slightly, listening intently for a while, but heard nothing. He didn't think much of it. Having just come out, he hadn't stolen enough yet. There was no time to accompany Half-Ear on such a long journey. He left the tough dried meat strips for Half-Ear, hesitated, then tossed another healing potion his way. With a farewell, the goblin thief turned and vanished into the night. Half-Ear's eyes were filled with reluctance. He wanted to persuade the goblin thief not to take risks. But then he recalled that the goblin boss had always been elusive. Those crazed humans, terrifying to him, probably posed no threat to the goblin boss. After resting a while longer, Half-Ear felt he had recovered considerably, but his mouth was parched from eating so much dried meat. He packed the remaining meat and potion into his tattered leather armor, cautiously surveyed his surroundings, and followed the faint guidance in his mind, groping his way northwest. At night, it was easier to hear the sounds of battle, and he could clearly see the distant glow of campfires from explorers' temporary encampments. Half-Ear discovered that if he was careful and cautious, the night was actually safer than the day for avoiding human threats. Unlike Half-Ear, who fled from humans, the goblin thief gravitated toward wherever the action was. The heart of the battlefield was dangerous, but its periphery offered plenty of easy pickings. Scattered corpses of monsters or human explorers, or supplies hastily abandoned by the roadside when explorers were caught in a fight with no time to hide them. It was common knowledge among explorers that unattended supplies were prone to theft or damage. When conditions permitted and manpower was sufficient, explorers would find a concealed spot near the battlefield to stash their bags and packs, assigning someone to guard and keep watch. The joint expedition team unexpectedly discovered traces left by kobolds foraging at night, and following the clues, they found a very well-hidden kobold burrow. Kobolds were already considered relatively wealthy monsters, and now the kobold lair in the Twilight Wilderness was like a lottery ticket with exceptionally high odds for the explorers. Perhaps fortune would turn, and they might find clues to rainbow gold inside. Everyone assumed that the nearby kobolds had already been cleared by previous expeditions. To their surprise, they discovered a straggler, and excitement surged. After observing that the kobolds were not particularly powerful, they decided to immediately launch an assault. Before the battle, they gathered all supplies and hid them in a concealed thicket, with each of the 3 expedition teams assigning one person to guard them. Originally, Li Xiong was supposed to stay behind, but if Zhao Huanshi didn't want to reveal his profession, he couldn't summon card monsters, making combat pointless for him. Since he wasn't a warrior class, engaging in combat would not improve anything. It was better to stay behind and guard the supplies with a trump card to escape if danger arose. Zhao Huanshi volunteered to stay, but Huang Dalong was forced to become a warehouse keeper due to his lack of strength. Already irritated, seeing Zhao Huanshi, a useless pretty boy, only made him more frustrated. A primary warrior like himself was doing the same work as an apprentice warrior. Sensing Huang Dalong's hostile gaze, Zhao Huanshi sneered inwardly and ignored the fool. Unlike these 2 rookie keepers, the Gold-Toed expedition team left behind Lu Yuhang, an 8th-level primary archer. Though assigned to guard supplies, Lu Yuhang was actually responsible for keeping watch behind the expedition, preventing ambushes from other monsters or malicious individuals during the battle. The 3 hid in the dense grass. Lu Yuhang focused on monitoring the surroundings. Huang Dalong, like a stone statue of a waiting wife, gazed longingly toward the kobold lair, listening to the sounds of battle and imagining himself fighting gloriously inside. Zhao Huanshi rubbed his fingers, gently noticing that the goblin trio hadn't returned yet, and wondered whether the goblin thief or the goblin scavenger was out foraging this time. After a while, bored with the unchanging wilderness, Zhao Huanshi began to daydream. Just as he was feeling drowsy, Lu Yuhang's puzzled voice reached his ears. Huh, where did that group of gnolls come from? Zhao Huanshi snapped awake and followed Lu Yuhang's gaze. A large mutant gnoll, along with several jackals and 30 or 40 gnolls, was roaming in the distance, seemingly searching for prey. I thought the previous expeditions had cleared all the monsters here. How did so many stragglers survive? Zhao Huanshi muttered in confusion. Lu Yuhang speculated. I heard that the ore associated with rainbow gold was originally discovered deep in the Twilight Wilderness. Perhaps the earlier expeditions were in a hurry and didn't stay long. Seeing the gnolls drawing closer, Lu Yuhang whispered. This doesn't look good. I need to warn them immediately. You two take the most important items from your team and retreat quietly without making a sound. With that, Lu Yuhang crouched low and dashed off swiftly. Zhao Huanshi and Huang Dalong were left staring at each other. TSK. This idiot worthless. They loathed each other. The important items of the middle-aged, unemployed expedition team were stored in the treasure chest monster's stomach. Zhao Huanshi casually grabbed a backpack of food, ignoring Huang Dalong, and crouched low as he crept toward the kobold burrow. Seeing Zhao Huanshi flee with only a backpack, Huang Dalong sneered contemptuously, truly a waste. With a bag in his left hand and a large bundle in his right, he glanced back at the gnolls. The monsters seemed to have sensed the commotion at the kobold lair and were lifting their heads to look. Startled, Huang Dalong was about to leave, but then a thought struck him. That useless fool was an apprentice warrior unable to use the charge skill that only primary warriors could learn. Carrying a large pack, he couldn't run fast. If the gnolls pursued now, that fool wouldn't escape. Even if he was killed by the monsters, it would be his own incompetence, not mine. With this thought, a vicious gleam flashed in Huang Dalong's eyes, and a sinister grin spread across his face. He tilted his shoulder and dropped one of his bundles to the ground. Suddenly, he stood up in panic and bellowed toward the gnolls. Oh no! They've spotted us. Run! With that, he channeled his power into his legs and charged toward Zhao Huanshi at full speed. Startled by the shout, Zhao Huanshi quickly turned around. In the distance, the gnolls, attracted by Huang Dalong's commotion, let out excited howls and chased after them, following several barking jackals. As Zhao Huanshi hesitated, Huang Dalong sprinted past him. What are you daydreaming for? Run! Though his words seemed to warn Zhao Huanshi, his eyes were filled with malice and mockery. In an instant, Zhao Huanshi understood the situation and his eyes turned sharp. This idiot! Imagining the fool wetting himself in terror, being caught by gnolls, suffering and dying in agony, Huang Dalong couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. A pity I can't witness it in person. Huh, what's a pity? Zhao Huanshi's voice suddenly came from beside him. Huang Dalong's heart jolted. He turned abruptly and met the round, staring eyes of a chocobo. Oh no! Those jackals are catching up. I'll be off now. Do your best, and don't let them bite your rear, or you'll die. As Zhao Huanshi finished speaking, the swift chocobo accelerated instantly, leaving Huang Dalong behind. Huang Dalong's eyes widened. Damn, his bird is so big. Wait, where did he pull out such a big bird? Unskilled at using charge, Huang Dalong tripped over something as he was distracted, tumbling into a rolling ball for over 10 meters before stopping. He scrambled to get up and flee, but when he looked up, a large jackal was roaring and pouncing straight at him. Zhao Huanshi, riding a land bird, stood on a small slope, watching with an indifferent expression as Huang Dalong was besieged by several gnoll warriors. He desperately fought his way out, only to be shot down by a gnoll archer's crossbow bolt, letting out a piercing cry for help. See, I told you that getting bitten on the butt by a gnoll would cost you your life. The swift land bird, though it didn't understand what the summoner was saying, still nodded with an air of seriousness, providing ample emotional value. At this moment, a commotion came from behind. The explorers, having heard Huang Dalong's shouts, hurried over. Seeing Zhao Huanshi riding a yellow land bird, they all showed expressions of surprise. How do you have a bird? Zhao Huanshi pursed his lips. What, none of you have one? The few people's expressions froze. Aren't you going to save him? Well, seems like it's too late. Zhao Huanshi looked up and saw that Huang Dalong's corpse had been torn into pieces by the gnolls who were gnawing on them. Even if they cut open those gnolls' bellies and dug out all the parts, they probably couldn't put together a whole body. Fang Qingbao, the captain of the Golden Leopard exploration team, glared at Zhao Huanshi with sharp eyes. What's going on? Old Fang, what's with that attitude? Interrogating me? Zhang Dashuan glared, stepping between Zhao Huanshi and Fang Qingbao. Zhao Huanshi let out a sneer. Who knows? I was walking just fine when that guy suddenly shouted behind me for no reason, drawing the gnolls' attention, and even deliberately ran towards me. I guess he thought he could outrun me, and that the gnolls would all come after me. What reason would he have? Fang Qingbao stopped mid-sentence, suddenly choking. Given Huang Dalong's idiotic nature and his attitude toward Zhao Huanshi, it was indeed possible that he would do such a stupid thing. At this moment, Qian Mantang said seriously, those gnolls are charging over. Whatever it is, let's deal with them first. Zhao Huanshi saw that Qian Mantang was covered in dust, his face flushed red with multiple burns, and scalds looking like a roasted sweet potato just pulled out from under the stove. With a flick of his finger, the bright light vine struck Qian Mantang. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, a green glow coiled around Qian Mantang's body, condensing into a thick vine covered with small yellow flowers. Qian Mantang looked at Zhao Huanshi in confusion. Weren't they supposed to keep his class hidden? Zhao Huanshi patted the neck of the swift land bird. What's there to hide now? That's true. Feeling the abundant life force being transmitted by the bright light vine, Qian Mantang squinted his eyes and let out a lecherous moan, then let out a battle cry. and charged toward the gnolls leading the way. He was half dead just now. Why is he suddenly so pumped? What is that vine thing? Fang Qingbao asked, full of confusion. None of your damn business. Get up there and fight. Zhang Daxuan glared at him irritably, grabbed his weapon, and charged forward. If it weren't for the idiot this guy recruited, Zhao Huanshi's abilities wouldn't have been exposed. To prevent Zhao Huanshi from being poached, maybe he should hand over the captain position to him. However, Zhang Daxuan had tried several times before to give up the captain position, but the exploration team members had rejected it for various reasons. They said that Zhang Daxuan was a born exploration team captain, and without him the team would collapse immediately. Although he knew they were flattering him, those words did sound very comforting. In short, though, he didn't know how other exploration team captains live. Being the captain of the middle-aged unemployment front exploration team was definitely no easy job. Forget it, it's like the sky wanting to rain or a mother wanting to marry. Whether the support stays or leaves is not something I can control. Let fate decide. Damn golden leopard. This group of gnolls was not weak, especially the large gnoll mutant swinging a meteor hammer, which could even fight 2 intermediate warriors without losing ground. Unfortunately, the 3 exploration teams had 5 intermediate warriors and 4 intermediate archers, plus a larger number of junior professionals, and they soon killed these gnolls, making them howl in pain. Zhao Huanshi was still hesitating whether to send out the 10-minute knight to get some assists and level up. In the blink of an eye, most of the gnolls were dead or wounded. The gnoll archers in the back, seeing the situation was unfavorable, tucked their tails and fled in all directions. The large gnoll mutant also tried to escape, but was blocked by several warriors and beaten to death. Fearing that the escaped gnolls would bring back more gnolls for revenge, the group dared not linger after the battle. They cut off the heads of the stronger monster mutants and spellcasters and sealed them in odor-proof bags. They retrieved supplies, packed up the loot, and sprayed some odor eliminator on themselves. The Golden Leopard members even went to check the traces left by Zhao Huanshi and Huang Dalong during their escape, which basically verified Zhao Huanshi's words. Then everyone hurriedly left the place. In the evening at the temporary camp, Fang Qingbao with a tired face looked at the energetic Qian Mantang and Zhang Daxuan, who had a flower crown on his head and was visibly recovering quickly, his eyes full of curiosity and envy. For the sake of our long friendship, I'll let it slide that you deliberately hid Zhao Huanshi's abilities. Just let me wear that vine for a while. Qian Mantang sneered. Let it slide. What right do you have to let it slide? I'm the one who wants to settle accounts with you. Blind and heartless, what kind of fool did you recruit? Jin Shan, the captain of the Toad Gold exploration team, raised his hand. Our team hasn't offended you, so let us try it. The bright light vine can restore stamina and heal injuries, and it also has a purifying effect. Such a good thing you just give it away like that. Count it as your mission contribution. Healing support. At the rate of an intermediate warrior. Zhang Daxuan nodded. That's acceptable. Let me wear it for a few more minutes, then I'll give it to you. Hey, did you two ask me before deciding? Fang Qingbao said, wide-eyed. You don't agree. If you give me the vine now, I'll agree. Zhao Huanshi looked up at the sky, estimating that the goblin 3 rascals should be back soon. Qian Xiaolin approached. Huanshi, talk to your bird, and let me ride it for a bit. Li Xiong was drinking water and spat it out with a puff. Cough. Cough. Qian Xiaolin, what did you say? You want to ride Zhao Huanshi's bird? Yes. Qian Xiaolin suddenly realized the double entendre, angrily kicked Li Xiong. You bastard, full of dirty thoughts, you can turn any innocent phrase into a dirty joke. Li Xiong dodged hurriedly. It's your own phrasing that's wrong. Huanshi, tell me, am I right? Moi. Zhao Huanshi was about to speak, when suddenly something stirred in his heart. The goblin 3 rascals appeared in his hand. He lowered his head and stared, wanting to see if there was anything new in the greedy space, but found that the images of the 3 goblins on the card had changed and a bunch of information had appeared on the card. Card enhancement complete, 33. Goblin Thief has grown, Constitution 5, Agility 20, Shadow Resistance slightly increased, Shadow Affinity moderately increased. Card enhancement complete. The Goblin Thief's stealth skill has been upgraded to intermediate. Now when entering stealth mode, the Goblin Thief's body will be enveloped by shadow energy, reducing the sound of its movements and diminishing the scent it emits. The Goblin Thief has learned the ability Shadow Leap. Consumes shadow energy to leap into any shadow within 30 meters. Activating the skill in a shadow reduces energy consumption. This skill may be affected by obstacles leading to failure. Consuming shadow magic crystals can replenish shadow energy. The Goblin Profiteer has gained the ability Smile of Business. When it reveals its smile, exposing that dazzling gold tooth, the opponent's vigilance drops significantly. The Goblin Profiteer has gained the ability Dodge the Heavy. When the Goblin Profiteer dies and drops items, it will prioritize dropping lower value items from its inventory. The Goblin Scavenger has gained the ability Basic Self-Healing. When the body sustains damage, it accelerates the healing process. Healing requires significant energy, causing hunger. If not replenished with food, it may fall into a weakened state. Innate Greed. When the Goblin 3 scoundrels die, the item drop rate is reduced to 40. Pressure of Greed's power. The card's ability to withstand the power of greed has been enhanced. Now when summoning or placing a summon, there is a 20 chance to summon 2 Goblin 3 scoundrels. When any single goblin dies, the card is destroyed. Enhance the card's level and quality to enable it to bear more of Greed's power. Profession level up. All attributes 1. The enhancement of the Three Scoundrels card was actually completed. Zhao Huanshi thought with a look of surprise. After a moment's thought, he understood. It must have been the goblin thief who found shadow magic crystals outside. When the placement summoning time ended, it returned with the crystals and completed its part of the enhancement ritual. After all 3 enhancement rituals were completed, the monster card underwent a comprehensive upgrade. A smile tugged at Zhao Huanshi's lips. Truly the most reliable among the 3 scoundrels. Well done. That saved me over 200,000 just like that. When I get back, I'll buy you 10 boxes of chicken legs. Although he was curious about the newly acquired abilities of the 3 scoundrels, now was not the time to summon them. Zhao Huanshi shifted his attention to the greed space, checking the goblin thief's other gains. Why are there so many healing potions and jerky? Could it be that some genius, while the exploration teams were all busy with missions in the Twilight Wilderness, set up a business here with a bunch of supplies only to be visited by the goblin thief? Zhao Huanshi twirled the card between his fingers, eyes glazed, utterly baffled. Old Zhao, is that phone addiction acting up again? Probably. Zhao Huanshi turned around and shot Li Xiang and the others a look of disdain. Discreetly, he took out the few magic gems and crystals from the greed space and tucked them into a pocket inside his leather armor. With a gentle pinch of his fingers, the goblin 3 scoundrels instantly burst apart, dissolving into a shimmer of light and vanishing. Keeping them by his side was useless, since the goblin thief had started off, while he might as well let them continue roaming. After a while, Zhang Dashuan and the others gathered everyone together. They took out the map of the Twilight Wilderness and discussed the next course of action. The central area of the Twilight Wilderness was marked with red high-risk warnings. That region was the territory of a giant ogre tribe. The tribe's leader was a massive ogre chieftain with a 2-headed ogre archmage beneath him, along with several ogre mages and other spellcasters and a multitude of ogre berserkers. Individual ogres were formidable. An ordinary adult ogre, relying on its size advantage and wielding a thick wooden club, could easily overpower most junior warriors. Ogre warriors with stronger bodies and metal weapons could even make intermediate warriors scream in frustration. As for the terrifying ogre berserkers and the magic-wielding ogre mages who combined martial prowess with spells, one wielding a club, the other hurling fireballs. Even Zhang Dashuan, an intermediate warrior, would turn around and activate his sprint to flee the moment he spotted them from afar. If he hesitated for even a second, he might lose his chance to escape. Except for well-equipped and well-structured exploration teams, most explorers didn't target ogres. At most, they would search for kobold tribes in the depths of the wilderness along the edges of ogre territory. After all, reality wasn't a game. A death offered no second chance. Even if one was only wounded or crippled, becoming a burden to the team, they might be abandoned by their companions for some reason, without even the chance to return to the city for treatment. Zhang Dashuan and his team had no intention of venturing into ogre territory. To avoid being caught in the crossfire, they planned to head southwest, skirting far around the central region of the Twilight Wilderness. Apart from clearing monsters and collecting magical materials, the exploration team would also gather samples of plants with well-developed root systems along the way, marking the collection sites, and bring them back to Dongchuan City for testing. If they were lucky, traces of magic rainbow gold or other rare ores might be detected in the plant samples, earning them substantial rewards from the Special Affairs Bureau. As for why the exploration team chose the southwest direction instead of the northwest, Zhao Huanshi looked at the map, where the Lake City ruins in the northwest of the Twilight Wilderness was entirely marked as a high-risk zone. He recalled the information he had searched online earlier. Lake City was originally a small city under the jurisdiction of Dongchuan City, named after a large lake within it. It was surrounded by a dozen small towns and villages. At that time, a B-grade large-scale rift to a phantom realm had appeared in Lake City. Dongchuan City dispatched 2 squads of realm breakers while mobilizing the evacuation of Lake City's residents. According to patterns observed from other rifts, a B-grade rift would take at least half a month or even up to 6 months to merge with reality. Although time was tight and would result in significant material losses, it was still possible to evacuate all Lake City residents to Dongchuan City. But unexpectedly, after only 2 days, the rift suddenly mutated and began merging ahead of schedule. Zhao Huanshi couldn't find more details about what exactly happened in between. It seemed the Federation's higher-ups had deliberately concealed it. Netizens speculated that the mutation of the Lake City rift must have been related to the 2 squads that entered the Phantom Realm. A widely circulated rumor claimed that the Realm Breakers had taken some treasure from the rift, causing the Phantom Realm to collapse abruptly, and the Federation's higher-ups helped cover up their crime. As a former sweeper who had taken a special profession stone from a mysterious altar site, Zhao Huanshi didn't believe this story. But Lake City's situation was indeed peculiar. In other contaminated zones, traces of the city were completely erased over time, turning entirely into otherworldly landscapes. However, the buildings in the Lake City ruins did not disappear. They merely became abandoned structures over time. The entire contaminated zone was shrouded in highly corruptive, eerie mist with numerous monsters, mutated from the original Lake City residents, and possessing bizarre abilities, roaming in the mist waiting for visitors from outside. Waiting for customers to come by on their own is too passive. A seasoned merchant always takes the initiative to peddle his wares. The goblin merchant twitched his nose trying to sniff out the scent of wealth in the air so he could follow the trail to find clients. Yet as he sniffed around, why did the air reek of sheer poverty? Lowering his gaze, he saw a goblin scavenger, hunched over clawing at the ground with his claws. The goblin merchant's eyes instantly filled with utter disdain. So it was this pauper, no wonder. The goblin merchant picked his nose, grabbed his tattered bag, and quickly scurried away from the spot. The goblin scavenger raised his head to watch the departing figure of the goblin merchant, his eyelids drooping as he shoved a wild radish still caked in dirt into his mouth and began to chew. After 2 bites, the goblin scavenger frowned and spat out a mouthful of mud and debris, then stuffed the half-eaten wild radish back into his bag. Too old and tough, a bit stuck in his teeth. Better take it back for the summoner to eat. He glanced around, then turned and left as well. After parting ways with the goblin scavenger, the goblin merchant finally caught a faint whiff of wealth on the breeze. He twisted and turned, burrowing through a dense thicket like a groundhog until he finally discovered a very well-hidden burrow. Several injured kobolds who had fled here from battle were huddled inside the burrow, trembling. When they saw the goblin merchant, they instantly became alert, baring their teeth and emitting low growls, trying to drive away this uninvited guest. Although these few clients clearly did not welcome him, the goblin merchant was not flustered at all. He grinned, smiled, and flashed his gleaming golden front tooth. The dazzling golden light left the kobolds staring wide-eyed and dazed. After dispelling the kobold's wariness with his sincere smile, the goblin merchant struck while the iron was hot. He pulled 3 bottles from his bag. But then, after scanning the kobolds and silently estimating the wealth they might possess, he secretly stuffed one of the healing potions back inside. Holding 2 healing potions in his right hand, he waved them in front of the kobolds while his left hand's thumb and forefinger rubbed together gently. Trading 2 healing potions for all the ore and gold grains the kobolds had on them, the goblin merchant, satisfied, exited the burrow, even thoughtfully covering the entrance with the weeds again. After walking a few steps, he felt the bag on his arm was a bit heavy. The goblin merchant opened the bag, picked through it, and tossed a few less valuable ores to the ground. Then, humming a bizarre little tune, he departed under the moonlight. After a while, a party of explorers passed by. Seeing the ores scattered on the ground, they grew suspicious. Following the trail left by the goblin merchant, they found the kobolds hiding in the burrow and slaughtered them all. On the other side, the goblin scavenger, relying on his skin color, blended perfectly with the surrounding vegetation. Silently watching from not far away, a severely wounded human warrior lay on the ground, gasping weakly, and then drew his last breath. The goblin scavenger darted out with lightning speed and stripped the human warrior of everything valuable. A robber. What robber? The man was dead, so everything on him naturally belonged to no one. He was just a scavenger picking up unclaimed items from the ground. What was wrong with that? After stripping the human corpse, he turned to pick up the wolf carcasses nearby. That human warrior had been really unlucky, desperately escaping from a battle with a body full of wounds only to attract a pack of wolves with the scent of blood. After a fierce struggle, he killed and scared off the wolves, but with his medicine exhausted and blood loss too severe, he could only lie on the ground and slowly die. If he had run into the goblin merchant, he might have traded his belongings for a healing potion. Unfortunately, he encountered the goblin scavenger. Having looted the human corpse, the goblin scavenger also stuffed the 2 wolf carcasses into his large hemp sack. Lugging the bulging sack, he crawled back into the thicket. But after a few steps, 3 wolves blocked his path, baring their sharp fangs and growling lowly. The goblin scavenger gripped the hemp sack tightly, his eyelids drooping, exuding a strong aura of poverty, and silently backed away. Perhaps provoked by the scent of their kind's blood, the 3 wolves ignored the goblin scavenger's aura, howled, and pounced on him. A moment later, the goblin scavenger, drenched in blood, held the broadsword he had scavenged from the human warrior, his eyes cold as he stared at the 3 wolf corpses before him, breathing heavily. These damned wolves, even a scavenger gets robbed. Under the effect of his self-healing ability, the wounds on the scavenger's body stopped bleeding and were slowly closing at a visible rate. The goblin scavenger looked down and thought to himself, how much food would he need to eat to replenish the blood he had lost? Thinking of eating, a sudden intense hunger surged in his stomach. His throat bobbed, and a fierce bloodthirsty craving flared in his eyes. The goblin scavenger picked up the blade and walked toward the wolf corpses. Since you made me lose all this blood, your flesh and blood will pay me back. The goblin scavenger crouched on the ground, wolfing down the wolf meat. Meanwhile, the goblin merchant was holding up a healing potion, trying to haggle, attempting to make a deal with an ogre warrior. The ogre warrior didn't know what was happening. Usually when he saw such a green-skinned run on the road, he'd just club it to death and be done with it. But the golden tooth in this little greenie's mouth caught his eye, and he suddenly felt it might not be a bad idea to hear what the fellow had to say. Hey, how come I can understand the greenie's language? Does that mean I'm smart enough to be a mage? The ogre warrior's mind wandered, and he became a bit distracted. The goblin merchant waved the healing potion in his hand, snapping the ogre warrior's attention back. Gobo jibber gabber. Goblins don't lie to ogres, big guy. Just drink this potion and your wounds will heal quickly. The ogre warrior shook his head and struck a sturdy pose. Grumble gurgle. A strong ogre warrior doesn't need such tricks. His wounds heal fast anyway. Jibber gabber. Drink my potion and you'll recover even faster. You don't know magic, so what use are those gems? Better trade them for my potion. Grumble gurgle. No, I'm taking these gems back to the great mage. And the great mage can brew potions 2 big cauldrons full. Your little bottle wouldn't even fill a crack in my tooth. Jibber gabber. With wounds this bad, can you even make it back? Hearing this, the ogre warrior's face showed hesitation. He had originally come with a few companions to rob kobolds for gems, but they were ambushed by humans on the road. Now all his companions were dead, and he was the only one left. He had to get the news back to the tribe as soon as possible. Just then the goblin merchant with a pained expression pulled out another healing potion. Fine, with a frame as big as yours, 1 bottle really isn't enough. I'll grit my teeth and throw in an extra one. The ogre warrior's eyes went wide. He felt that seemed like a pretty good deal. Mental spells or similar abilities tend to be more effective on those with lower intelligence. So is it because Qian Xiaolin has a weak mind that she is so fond of hugging mimic chests deeply affected by their abilities? During the tedious night watch, Su Duojin and Li Xiang sat together chatting. Zhao Huanshi chuckled. You only dare to whisper about her when she's asleep. Li Xiang snorted. I'd say it to her face too. At most she'll kick me a few times. Suddenly Lin Honglei's expression shifted. Shill. There's a noise. Everyone fell silent instantly. Several archers scanned the surroundings. Numerous shadowy figures concealed by grass and bushes crept stealthily toward the temporary camp. It's the gnolls. We eliminated all traces of scent. How did they find us so quickly? Why are there so many? Didn't the previous exploration team deal with these beasts? Maybe there are too few monsters around drawing the spatial rift here. Now's not the time for this. Wake everyone up and prepare for battle. Though nervous, the group wasn't overly frightened. They woke their comrades and grabbed weapons. Spotting the humans' movements, the gnolls realized they'd been discovered. With a roar from a massive gnoll, a pack of hyenas led the charge, all gnolls howling as they rushed forward. Watch out for the gnoll crossbows. Archers find the casters. Everyone stay within the camp's torchlight. Perhaps Zhang Dashuan's loud voice drew the gnoll's attention, marking him as the camp's leader. A flash of fire ignited in the darkness, and a fireball the size of a basketball hurtled toward him. Zhang Dashuan kicked the junior warrior aside and raised his shield. Boom! The fireball exploded against the shield. The blast forced Zhang Dashuan back several steps before he steadied himself. Lin Honglei's eyes glowed white as she leaped into the air, releasing her fingers. A special arrow trailing white light streaked like a phantom and pierced the spot where the fireball had originated. Without a massive explosion, the arrowhead burst, scattering sticky powder and searing flames that splashed onto nearby gnolls, setting them yelping. More importantly, the scattered flames illuminated the surroundings. 2 more arrows wreathed in battle aura crossed over 100 meters, striking the heads of 2 suspected gnoll casters. Meanwhile, the fastest hyenas had already charged into the camp, lunging at the nearest human warriors. Zhao Huanshi tossed the bride vine to Zhang Dashuan and dropped the mimic chest at his feet. He popped a piece of chocolate into his mouth and slipped the giant's power bracelet into his sleeve. Just as he summoned Goblin Wild Rider and 3 goblins, a deafening roar echoed from ahead. Zhao Huanshi felt as if a club had struck his head, his ears ringing, and a surge of terror rising within him, as if some dreadful entity was about to descend, compelling him to flee. Yet the sensation came and went quickly. Though a lingering shock remained, it seemed bearable. Zhao Huanshi looked up and saw that except for a few intermediate professionals, everyone else was pale and trembling, their combat hesitant. Damn it! That gnoll chieftain knows frightful roar. Don't panic, it's just a spell effect. Hold on, it'll pass soon. Despite Feng Qingbao's words, the dread and sense of impending doom weren't easily overcome. Why am I not so affected? Maybe because of my balanced stat allocation with high mental fortitude. Zhao Huanshi speculated, inwardly glancing at the cards in his hand. Oh, what a coincidence. Right in the wheelhouse of the 10-minute night. Zhao Huanshi smiled, faintly tossing the card. It landed between the warriors and archers, materializing into a goblin knight wielding a spear riding a giant lynx. Unshakable conviction. The moment it landed, the Goblin Wild Rider, heeding its summoner's command, raised its spear high and let out a fierce roar. Graka, a grass-green magical ripple spread from the Wild Rider, enveloping most of the group. Though the card's description stated that unshakable conviction only provided a slight boost to willpower, the green wave instantly dispelled the junior warrior's terror. Zhang Dashuan and the others felt their minds sharpen, their combat thoughts flowing more smoothly. Simultaneously, an inexplicable strength surged within them. The Valor Aura, granting 5 points each in strength and constitution, though not transformative, provided a significant boost to junior and apprentice professionals. Though the Goblin Wild Rider's appearance was sudden, everyone instantly understood that Zhao Huanshi had summoned reinforcements. Moreover, it was a powerful ally capable of dispelling fear and strengthening the group. Support God awesome. As this thought crossed their minds, the goblin wild rider roared again, charging its spear and riding the wild lynx in a knight's charge at the largest gnoll chieftain. Then struck by the chieftain's hammer, it flew back even faster. Fortunately, its guardian trait kept both the goblin and the lynx from serious harm, and they scrambled back up. TCH can't even last 10 minutes, and your showboating only lasts 3 seconds. Why are you fighting the boss? With your mobility, circle around, and take out the gnoll crossbowmen and casters. Zhao Huanshi covered his face and waved. The goblin wild rider muttered about knights facing enemies head-on, leaving assassins to ambush archers and mages. Seeing Zhao Huanshi's glare, it reluctantly rode the wild lynx into the shadows, its form gradually blurring. With that trait, you're destined to be an assassin knight anyway. Zhao Huanshi grumbled, inwardly glancing at the card between his fingers. Almost forgot. I wanted to test the goblin's frenzy state with those 3 cannon fodder. He tossed the card toward the wild rider. 3 flashes of white light and 3 green-skinned figures appeared in a triangle formation. One goblin stood at the front with a spiked turtle shield, while the other 2 flanked it wielding a wildwood spear and a mushroom poison spear respectively. Goblin tri-spear shield formation advance. The goblin's spear shield 3-element formation lasted only 1 second. Under the influence of the goblin wild knight's valorous aura, the 3 greenskins instantly fell into a frenzy, eyes bloodshot, faces twisted, laughing maniacally as they charged toward the battlefield. The surrounding explorers were startled by the eerie laughter, and before they could react, they saw 3 green afterimages flash past them. The goblin holding the fishbone turtle shield, which had just looked as fragile as Lindayu, had exhausted all its strength just to raise the shield in front of it. Now it was running swiftly with the shield in one hand, leaping 3 feet high, letting out strange cries, and swinging the shield with one hand to smash it into the face of a gnoll warrior. The gnoll warrior's face was covered with broken fishbones, its eyes pierced, and it fell to the ground screaming in pain, rolling around. Seeing the enemy so fragile, the goblin grew even more arrogant, stepping on the unfortunate creature's body and laughing as it charged into the enemy ranks. The gnoll warriors, having never seen such a brazen goblin, were momentarily intimidated, and they warily stepped back, raising their wooden shields to protect themselves. Wakaka Jitseoff. Stupid dog pups, do you think a few broken shields can protect you? The goblin let out a strange cry, swung the fishbone turtle shield in its hand, and threw it. Bang! The fishbone turtle shield instantly exploded, and 7 or 8 high-speed water bullets shot out like cannonballs, smashing the shields in the hands of several gnolls to pieces, sending their bodies flying 3 meters into the air. Countless turtle shell fragments and sharp fishbones pierced into the bodies of the surrounding gnolls like bullets, causing them to cry out in pain repeatedly. However, the goblin that started it all didn't fare much better. Anyone with a bit of common sense knows that a bomb must be thrown far enough to avoid being within the blast radius to prevent injury. But goblins lack common sense, and a frenzied goblin is even more irrational. Knowing to throw the shield to hit someone was purely instinctual knowledge instilled by the card. Because the throwing distance was too close, and it had no protection, the goblin took the full brunt of the shield's explosion, its body covered in fragments and fishbones, eyes wide open, lying on the ground, twitching slightly, apparently beyond saving. On the other side, although they didn't have exploding shields, the 2 goblins wielding wooden spears made quite a racket with their loud voices. The goblin holding the mushroom poison spear did not hesitate at all, throwing 2 poison mushrooms as soon as they met. One hit the gnoll warrior's head, exploding to cover its face with colorful little mushrooms. The other was blocked by the gnoll warrior's wooden shield, adding a small decoration to the shield. After throwing the mushrooms, it jabbed wildly with the poison spear. When the wooden spear broke, it directly pounced to claw and bite. No defense, no dodging, just a fight to the death. Then they quickly died and turned into broken cards that returned to Zhao Huanshi's hands. 3 goblins. LV3. Less than a minute out, and they had already leveled up twice. Zhao Huanshi raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Moreover, once the goblin frenzy was triggered, did the state persist even after leaving the range of the valorous aura. Unfortunately, those 3 died too quickly, making it impossible to see if the goblin frenzy had a duration or if the state would decay after leaving the aura's range. Zhao Huanshi watched the wild knight, which had already disappeared into the night, and thought to himself. Meanwhile, the goblin wild knight, lying on the back of the wild lynx, silently circled behind the gnoll group, glaring fiercely at the gnoll mage hiding in the grass and casting spells stealthily. Grinning viciously, it launched a surprise attack from behind. The gnoll mage heard the noise behind it and turned sharply to look, only to see a large cat already pouncing in front of it. Pinned to the ground by the wild lynx, the gnoll mage was about to shout, but a metal spear thrust into its mouth, piercing its skull. Although the gnoll mage didn't cry out, the commotion still attracted the attention of other gnolls. The nearby gnoll crossbowmen shouted loudly to summon their companions, turning their crossbows to shoot at the damnable attacker, intending to turn it into a pincushion. The goblin wild knight let out a contemptuous sneer, skillfully maneuvering the wild lynx to dodge 2 incoming bolts, then turned and leaped into the darkness, disappearing. 2 jackals howled and chased after it, but then 2 cries of agony sounded, and all was quiet. A few Knoll crossbowmen chased a few steps, but couldn't find the enemy, so they fired a few arrows randomly, trying to scare the enemy into making a sound. Eyes wide, ears pricked up, they found nothing unusual. Suddenly a scream came from behind. They turned sharply to see a Knoll crossbowman lying on the ground, a large hole in its neck, gushing blood. The attacker had already fled swiftly into the night and vanished. The Knolls looked around at the darkness, fear rising in their hearts, unsure from where the terrifying attacker would strike. Schwa! Something passed through the grass, startling a few Knoll crossbowmen, who all fired their crossbows. The bolts shot into the grass, but made no sound. The Knoll crossbowmen realized something was wrong, and as they hurriedly reloaded their crossbows, a blurry figure suddenly leaped out. Powerful claws instantly swatted a Knoll crossbowman to the ground, and sharp teeth bit through its throat, tearing off large chunks of flesh. At the same time, the spear in the goblin's hand thrust into the body of another Knoll crossbowman, sending it flying high into the air to crash into other Knolls. Before the enemy could counterattack, the wild knight let out a strange laugh, left two corpses, and fled into the darkness again. It lurked in the thick grass, its body blending with the night. Watching the terrified Knoll crossbowman, the goblin wild knight, who had originally disdained ambush tactics, now wore a ferocious grin, gradually finding pleasure in this style of combat. Not to mention that feline predators naturally have a malicious habit of toying with their prey. Seeing the enemy being manipulated by itself and its rider, the wild lynx felt its blood rush with excitement. Unfortunately, the goblin wild knight was only a 10-minute man. After several surprise attacks and successfully killing another caster hiding behind a few shield-bearing Knoll warriors, the goblin wild knight's time finally ran out. Its body fell into a weakened state, rapidly wilting. Seeing this, the wild lynx could only helplessly carry the useless knight on its back and stealthily sneak back to the camp. Leaving behind a group of panicked Knoll crossbowmen, and the remaining two casters who did not know the attacker had left, most of their attention was focused on the surrounding darkness, with no mind to aid their frontline comrades in battle. As a support, he naturally lacked combat prowess, so Zhao Huanshi had no need to fight at the front lines. Clutching a metal shield handed to him by a teammate in one hand and a fine steel broadsword in the other, he kept watch over the archers at their flank. Coordinating with his companions, Zhao Huanshi struck down a Jackalman warrior that had broken through the encirclement. Glancing up, he noticed the Jackalman rear ranks descending into disarray, relieving the pressure on the frontline fighters. He rubbed his fingers together. The Goblin Wild Rider card still hadn't returned. Well, despite all the complaining, that guy actually gets the job done, he thought to himself. But the Goblin Wild Rider's combat effectiveness only lasted 10 minutes. Wonder if it even has any sense of its own limitations. Probably not. Zhao Huanshi noticed no Jackalman infiltrators nearby, and seizing the brief lull, pulled a dried sweet potato stick from his waist pouch and began chewing. The giant demon power bracelet had drained him significantly. He needed to refuel promptly. Beside him, Qian Shaolin wore a tense expression, her arms growing sore from relentless shooting. She had no choice but to pause and shake out her muscles to ease the fatigue. Turning to see Zhao Huanshi calmly munching on a dried sweet potato, she widened her eyes in astonishment. Pressing her lips together, she said nothing, but inwardly she thought, how carefree can he be? Even now he finds the leisure to snack. If Zhao Huanshi knew what she was thinking, he would surely tell her that after witnessing enough deaths, nothing phases him anymore. Besides, the current battle situation appeared relatively stable. As the Jackalman rear ranks assaults suddenly weakened, several mid-tier warriors could now focus entirely on engaging the massive Jackalman chieftain. Though most of the others bore wounds, they gradually gained the upper hand with support from the archers behind them. Moreover, Zhao Huanshi had carefully observed, this pack of Jackalmen had no cavalry. If things truly deteriorated and retreat became necessary, he would be the fastest to flee on his ostrich mount. Worse still, he might even have enough stamina to bring a teammate along as they escaped the Jackalman pursuit. As for whether he could survive alone after escaping the Jackalman pursuit and leaving the contaminated zone, Zhao Huanshi felt it wouldn't be a problem. Behind them, many more expedition teams should be entering the Emerald Forest to reach the Twilight Wastes for their missions. The monsters in the Emerald Forest had mostly gone dormant, making it far safer than usual. With the swift ostrich running at full gallop, it might take only a single night for Zhao Huanshi to escape back to Explorer Town. Within moments, every sweet potato stick on him had been devoured. Hesitating inwardly, now that the immediate danger seemed to have passed, perhaps he should remove the giant demon power bracelet first. Before he could decide, Lin Honglei's furious shout rang out beside him. Zhao Huanshi whirled around urgently. He saw Lin Honglei pressing her left hand against her right shoulder, blood seeping steadily through her fingers, her eyes wide with shock and anger as she stared ahead. A thin, indistinct shadow shot away at blinding speed and vanished into the darkness in an instant. Everyone stay alert. There's a Jackalman assassin. Lin Honglei's voice carried urgency. Suddenly a wave of dizziness washed over her head. Leaning under the firelight, she looked down and noticed her wound was bleeding a strange purplish hue. The assassin's blade is poisoned. Shaolin, fetch me an antidote, quick. Qian Shaolin hurriedly produced a vial of antidote, uncapped it, and helped Lin Honglei drink. Zhao Huanshi kicked the mimic disguised as a wooden chest at his feet toward the two of them, then gripped his sword and shielded his gaze growing grave as he surveyed their surroundings. Lin Honglei whispered, "That creature is likely intelligent. Seeing my arm wounded, it will almost certainly shift its focus to the other archers." Zhao Huanshi nodded and flicked his fingers, summoning a merfolk hunter. Unfortunately, the ambient moisture level was somewhat low. While the merfolk hunter's fish sense could still detect air currents around them, tracking an assassin skilled in concealment, an ambush was pushing it. Seeing Zhao Huanshi summon yet another merfolk hunter, Qian Shaolin exclaimed in utter astonishment, "Goblins and merfolk again. Just how many summons do you actually have?" She immediately realized her mistake. "Never mind, forget I asked. Or maybe you could summon that goblin warrior too. That one who rode off on a lynx just now." "Huh, that goblin rider." The transformation was quite drastic. To guard against a sneak attack from the Jackal Man assassin, the archers clustered together, while Zhao Huanshi and two squire warriors formed a protective perimeter around them. Despite this, the archers remained distracted and uneasy, unable to focus fully on the battle, causing their combat effectiveness to drop considerably. As it already fled, Zhao Huanshi muttered under his breath, planting his great sword into the ground. He drew out a purple venom slime card and signaled subtly to the merfolk hunter below. The merfolk hunter gave a slight nod, left the formation, and patrolled the dim, empty area with soft thumping steps. As it moved, it continuously swept its fishbone spear horizontally. It resembled an emotionless cleaning automaton attempting to flush out the hidden Jackal Man assassin through this mechanical sweeping pattern. Of course, such a clumsy method could never succeed. It merely provided the Jackal Man assassin an opportunity to ambush. A blurred figure suddenly materialized behind the merfolk hunter. Crimson eyes gleaming with cruelty and disdain, the figure turned to look at the distant humans who wore panicked expressions and opened their mouths to cry out. A mocking smile appeared on the assassin's face as it reversed its grip on the dagger and drove it viciously downward toward the merfolk hunter's head. Squelch. The dagger pierced deep into the target's body, sinking to the hilt, with even the Jackalman's claws burrowing in alongside it. The Jackal Man assassin stared in disbelief, its mind struggling to comprehend how a mere fish-headed creature had suddenly transformed into a slime. The purple venom slime struck heavily, burst apart instantaneously. Toxic liquid sprayed everywhere, venomous fog billowed through the air. Drenched in poison, the Jackal Man assassin's fur and flesh sizzled and corroded. Instinctively, it threw its head back and let out a piercing scream. With its mouth agape, it inhaled another mouthful of toxic mist. Burning pain seared its oral cavity, and its head grew dizzy. Realizing something was terribly wrong, it turned to flee, but its body barely obeyed. Careful of the splashing venom, Zhao Huanshi bellowed, raising his shield to block the sprayed poison, while simultaneously hurling the merfolk hunter card. The moment the merfolk hunter landed, it seized its frost net and flung it toward the enemy. Mid-air, the net expanded into a vast mesh, piercing through the toxic fog to ensnare the staggering Jackal Man assassin attempting to escape. Seeing this, several archers adjusted their stances, channeling energy into their arrows, which whistled through the air and tore into the Jackal Man assassin's body. Preparing to hurl its fishbone spear, the merfolk hunter hastily retrieved the weapon upon seeing the archer's barrage. That toxic fog was highly corrosive. If the fishing rod were thrown in, it would likely suffer damage and become unusable for some time. Although there didn't seem to be any suitable fishing spots nearby, what if something unexpected happened? What if the ground cracked open and a river suddenly surfaced? Luckily, that Knoll assassin was a show-off, turning around to taunt before striking, or I wouldn't have had time to swap the Murloc hunter back. Zhao Huanshi was inwardly congratulating himself when a furious roar from the Knoll chieftain suddenly erupted behind him. Zhao Huanshi felt another invisible hammer strike the back of his head. What again? By now, the 5-minute duration of firm conviction had expired, and the Goblin Wild Knight had yet to return. After the battle, the explorer's stamina had waned and his spirit was weary. This blast of demoralizing roar was likely to land a critical hit. Snapping to his senses, Zhao Huanshi quickly turned to look. Yet he saw the Knoll chieftain, having stunned the few mid-level warriors surrounding him with a single roar, let out a howl and fled without looking back, leading the remaining Knolls away. So it ran away. Zhao Huanshi had half expected the Knoll chieftain to unleash some berserk transformation. Just then, the wild lynx emerged from the weeds at the side of the camp, carrying the half-dead Goblin Wild Knight, whose face bore the unmistakable look of overindulgence. You actually made it back alive. Seems having a reliable mount really does matter. He couldn't be bothered to listen to the Goblin Wild Knight's gibbering complaints. Zhao Huanshi patted the wild lynx's head and recalled them. Goblin Wild Knight. LV3. Going out to fight, and already level 3. Looks like we'll shake off the kidney-deficient knight debuff in no time. Although the Knolls had been driven off, the exploration team dared not linger here. Though no one had died, most were injured, their conditions severely degraded. If another wave of Knolls came, everyone would likely be finished. They gave simple treatment to the wounded, poured healing potions down the throats of the most severely injured, and placed them on the chocobos, or carried them on others' backs. After a hasty packing, as dawn approached, the group departed hastily with most of their supplies. After traveling for most of the day, they returned to a large lake southwest of the Emerald Forest. Seeing several other exploration teams encamped there, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and found a spot by the lake to rest. Seeing their sorry state members from other teams came over to inquire about what had happened. Upon learning that they had been attacked by gnolls on the outskirts of the Twilight Wilderness, many speculated that a monster space rift must have appeared there. If space rifts appear this quickly, what's the point of clearing out monsters in the Twilight Wilderness? You don't get it, do you? The Bureau of Special Affairs wants us to clear monsters, but the real intention is to have us search for clues about magic rainbow gold in the monster's territory. Or containing magic rainbow gold emits strong magical fluctuations. Once monsters find it, they'll definitely collect it and bring it back to their lairs. Oh, I see. I thought that with so many exploration teams entering the Twilight Wilderness, it would become much safer. Zhang Dashuan and the others exchanged glances. They had thought the same. Who would have guessed they'd be so unlucky as to run into a monster horde released from a spatial rift? Zhao Huanshi didn't join the discussion. He stood by the lake staring blankly at the water. If the fishing fanatic could catch so many fish in that small lake in the Emerald Forest, this lake, at least a dozen times larger, must be teeming with exotic fish. Forget about selling them for money. Just letting the fanatic cast a few lines here to level up would be great. Qian Xiaolin found Zhao Huanshi still staring at the lake. Following his gaze, he scanned the area a few times, but saw nothing unusual. What are you looking at? I'm checking if there are fish in this lake. Oh, there seem to be quite a lot of fish here. Someone caught a golden silk eel earlier and sold it for 70 or 80,000. How much? Zhao Huanshi's eyes widened instantly. 70-something thousand. Why, you're not thinking of jumping in to catch fish, are you? There are plenty of monsters in the lake. Though they're not too strong, they'll drag you under the water. Far more dangerous than on the shore. Qian Xiaolin, afraid Zhao Huanshi might actually dive, and quickly tried to dissuade him. I'm not stupid. Zhao Huanshi glanced around, ensuring no one was paying attention, and lowered his voice. Don't I have the murloc? Qian Xiaolin's eyes lit up. Oh, right. That murloc of yours looks pretty strong. It can fish in the lake. Catching fish. It might not know how. Actually, no. It's not that it can, it's just that it prefers fishing on the shore rather than diving in. Qian Xiaolin doubted his ears, leaning in to confirm in a low voice. Your murloc likes to fish. With a fishing rod. Yeah, that's its hobby. And its cultivation method. But there are too many people here now. Having the murloc come out to fish would be too conspicuous. Though still somewhat incredulous, Qian Xiaolin didn't press further and instead offered a practical suggestion. If you're worried about others seeing, just put a hooded leather coat on the murloc. Later we can set up 2 tents to block the view from those people. That could work. As long as it could fish, the murloc hunter probably wouldn't mind a little disguise. But wait, did you come over just to chat with me? Zhao Huanshi's question reminded Qian Xiaolin of his purpose. Sister Lin's poison seems to have been cleansed and her wounds have healed. She wants you to move the bright vine to someone else. Earlier, when Lin Honglei was stabbed by the Gnoll assassin, she had drunk an antidote potion, but her body remained very weak. After rescuing the 2 other severely wounded, Zhao Huanshi had placed the bright vine as a wreath on Lin Honglei's head. Though it looked odd to have a flower crown on her head, while fleeing women's minds were complex, and the other explorers would only whisper behind her back without drawing any real suspicion. As Zhang Dashuan put it, the longer Zhao Huanshi's occupation could be kept secret, the better. If it ever leaked out, it would definitely be someone from the Leopard exploration team who spilled the beans. The entire Golden Toad exploration team nodded in agreement. Zhao Huanshi crawled into the tent, recalled the bright vine, and before placing it on another wounded person, took a look at it in his hand. Bright vine. LV3. After treating the remaining wounded, he estimated it would reach level 4. But the weather didn't look promising. Gazing at the heavy clouds gathering on the horizon, Zhao Huanshi figured there would be no moon tonight. Still, a rainy day would make it easier for the murloc hunter to sit by the lake and fish. Zhao Huanshi and Qian Xiaolin muttered for a while, then recruited a few people to set up 3 tents by the lake, enclosing a small area to block the view of the other exploration teams. Inside the tent, he summoned the murloc hunter and dressed it in a completely ill-fitting hooded leather coat. Given the murloc's build, finding a suitable garment was indeed difficult. He gave the murloc hunter a few instructions. Seeing its eager eyes, yet listening attentively, Zhao Huanshi felt confident enough to let it go out and fish. The murloc hunter dipped his foot into the lake water, carefully sensing the conditions beneath the surface nearby. He smacked his lips. The summoner had chosen a poor spot. There weren't many fish in the vicinity. But fishing something was better than nothing. The murloc hunter crouched down, rummaged through the damp soil by the water's edge, dug out a plump worm, and hooked it onto the fishing line. Wow! Amazing! He found it in one go. How did he know there was a worm there? Qian Xiaolin exclaimed in delighted surprise. The murloc hunter turned his head, his gaze questioning Zhao Huanshi. This female human is so noisy. Can I toss her into the lake as bait? Ahem. She's just curious. Admiring your fishing skills, and wants to observe and learn up close. She was just praising you for being amazing at finding that worm. The murloc hunter's eyes flickered. Is that so? Well, this female human does have good taste. Having successfully placated the murloc hunter, Zhao Huanshi said to Qian Xiaolin, Keep your voice down, it doesn't like being disturbed while fishing. Qian Xiaolin nodded, covering her mouth to indicate she would stay silent. With no better fishing spot available, the Murloc hunter had to rely on his superior skills to compensate. With fewer fish, he simply placed the bait right in front of them. Few fish could resist a fat writhing worm. No sooner had the bait been dropped into the lake than the fishing line suddenly went taut, jerking the rod wildly across the water. Qian Xiaolin's eyes instantly bulged even wider than the Murloc hunter's, her expression tense as she nearly cried out. The Murloc hunter, however, remained calm, casting a glance back. Huh, what an ignorant human. He swayed the rod back and forth, seized the right moment, and gave a sharp tug, reeling up a fish that was dark and slippery, bearing a strong resemblance to a loach. Only after the Murloc hunter unhooked the fish and tossed it into the frosty mesh bag hanging at his waist did Qian Xiaolin let out a soft gasp of amazement. Wow, this Murloc, he's an incredible fisherman. The Murloc hunter looked at Zhao Huanshi in confusion. Zhao Huanshi nodded. Yes, she's saying you're a great fisherman. The Murloc hunter kept a composed facade, but a hint of pride flickered in his eyes. He thought to himself, this female human does have some discernment after all. I'll let it slide that she's been disturbing my fishing. Every time he dug up a worm, caught a fish, or even cast the line, Qian Xiaolin would get extremely excited. The Murloc hunter wore a look of disdain, but inwardly he grew more and more pleased. When Qian Xiaolin was called away, he actually felt a pang of reluctance. The sky gradually darkened with clouds, and by late afternoon a light rain began to fall. The Murloc hunter naturally loved the rain. The damp air made him feel extremely comfortable and made it easier to sense the fish in the lake. However, for the explorers, rain was quite troublesome. They had to take various waterproofing measures, visibility at night worsened, and keeping watch became more difficult. Without a campfire, they had to find other ways to light the area. In the contaminated zone, convenient methods of heating food were unavailable. Apart from open flames, the only option was a tool similar to an induction cooker made from fire attribute magic gems and mana crystals. But this device was expensive and unstable. After a few uses, the magic gem embedded in it would break, requiring a replacement. A single fire attribute magic gem cost at least several thousand. Most exploration teams would rather gnaw on dry rations than bring such a thing into the contaminated zone. The temporary tent set up by the exploration team was only suitable for sleeping, not for building a campfire inside. Qian Mantang pulled out a huge stack of compressed biscuits. We'll just make do with these tonight. Aren't there sweet potato sticks? Li Xiang asked. Qian Xiaolin's eyes widened. Are you crazy? Eating sweet potato sticks at night? Everyone will be farting all night long. Can we even sleep in this tent? Then I'll just gnaw on some jerky. No, eating only jerky won't replenish your sugar. Compressed biscuits are way too bland. If they're bland, drink more water. It's not that kind of bland. Zhao Huanshi proposed. Eating just biscuits is unbearable. How about we cook some fish soup? Qian Xiaolin was puzzled. We have no fire. How do we make soup? We don't need fire. We have a rice cooker. At that, everyone's heads filled with question marks. A rice cooker? How could an exploration team possibly have such a thing? Although its technological level wasn't too high, once a rice cooker entered the contaminated zone, it would disintegrate within minutes. The higher the technological content, or rather the more modern an item was, the more it was targeted by the rules of the contaminated zone. Many believe that this characteristic of the contaminated zone didn't seem natural. It felt more like a deliberate design aimed at human technology. Initially, quite a few people seized the opportunity to claim that human technological development was destroying the environment and that the dimensional rifts were heaven's punishment on humanity. With humanity's survival facing a massive crisis, the Federation and city high-level officials were already irritated enough. These troublemakers, acting as if it were still peacetime, jumped out to cause trouble and were promptly charged with a slew of offenses and locked up. Most of them were among the first to be executed live on air. Zhao Huanshi smiled without explaining. He summoned the mimic, removed everything left inside its body, and rinsed it with lake water. Actually, it wasn't necessary to wash it. The mimic's peculiar digestive ability could consume all the clutter inside it completely clean. Zhao Huanshi simply gave the mimic a bath because he was worried some teammate might be bothered by the idea. After washing, he refilled the chest with water and let the mimic heat itself up first. Zhao Huanshi approached the Murloc hunter and picked out a few common otherworldly fish from the frosty mesh bag. The frosty mesh bag was somewhat like a freezer. It kept things fresh, but not alive. Zhao Huanshi wasn't sure if the fish would spoil if left inside too long. Also, if he recalled the Murloc hunter back into a card while the bag held fish, would the fish go into the card with it, or just fall out? Zhao Huanshi was curious, but the Murloc hunter was still fishing, so he didn't want to disturb him. He could only wait until the Murloc was done fishing to try it out. When Zhao Huanshi returned after preparing the otherworldly fish, he found the group gathered around the mimic, staring at the boiling water in its belly with expressions of awe. Zhao Huanshi smiled. He dropped the otherworldly fish into the boiling water, added a few strips of jerky and seasonings, and let the mimic close its lid to enter pressure cooker mode. The mimic's abilities would certainly be used frequently in the future. Rather than hiding it and suffering, it was better to reveal it early on. After all, as long as the mimic didn't explode in front of others, no one would connect it to the huge explosion in the park. After all, who would ever imagine that a rice cooker when it exploded could unleash such tremendous power, blowing half the park sky high? The mimic chest's lid cracked open, steam billowing out as the rich, savory aroma of fish soup instantly filled the entire tent. The scent even seeped through the gaps, breaking through the rain's barrier to drift into the tents of the other two exploration teams. Fang Qingbao's head popped out of his tent, crumbs of compressed biscuits still clinging to the corners of his mouth. His eyes gleamed as he fixed his gaze on the tent of the middle-aged, unemployed frontline exploration team. I remember they didn't bring charcoal either. Where'd they get the fire to cook soup in a tent? Did they secretly bring a magical heater? They made some extra cash earlier, and now they're forgetting their roots, huh? No way. I've got to go over there and give them a piece of my mind. Fang Qingbao grabbed his bowl, ready to crawl out of his tent and have a serious talk with Zhang Daxuan and the others. But Zhang Daxuan and Qin Mantang had already anticipated his move. They filled a pot with half the fish soup and distributed it to the members of the Golden Leopard and Gluttonous Gold Toad teams. Don't ask anything, or you won't get any next time. Fang Qingbao thought to himself, a guilty conscience needs no accuser. He knew for sure that this had something to do with Zhao Huanshi. Fang Qingbao downed the hot soup in one gulp, exhaled a long breath, and his eyes were filled with envy. This support can even handle logistics. He's practically a jack of all trades. If only he were on our exploration team. A team member scoffed, give it up, Captain. With what happened with Huang Dalong, it's hard to say if he'll ever want to work with us again. And how are we going to report Huang Dalong's death to the Special Affairs Bureau when we get back? How else? Just say he exposed himself while fleeing and got caught by a monster. We've cooperated with Zhang Daxuan many times. We can't just cut ties over something like this. Huang Dalong is dead, but Zhao Huanshi didn't really lose out in the end. Still, we need to be more careful when recruiting next time. Fang Qingbao said that out loud, but inside, he was thinking that no matter what, he needed to find some way to mend fences with both Zhao Huanshi and Zhang Daxuan. He looked outside the tent. The rain was falling harder than ever, and he frowned. TSK, trouble. We probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Huh, why? Zhao Huanshi asked casually. Li Xiang immediately explained seriously. Just like in many games, some fish only appear on rainy nights. This lake also has monsters that only come out during rainstorms. Oh, amphibious creatures. A few days ago when I was on a support mission, I even ran into a water monkey. Li Xiang said uncertainly. They say it's a fish with 2 or 4 legs. But it's definitely not the same type as a water monkey. A fish with legs. Zhao Huanshi immediately thought of the ugly mutated fish he'd seen in the trial dream, and a look of disgust crossed his face. Qian Xiaolin looked worriedly at the figure standing by the lake fishing. Aren't you going to put the fishmen away? No need. The bigger the wind and waves, the more valuable the fish. Rainy nights are the fishman's domain, Zhao Huanshi said with a smile. Suddenly his mind stirred. He pinched his fingers, and the Goblin Three Stooges card appeared in his hand. Goblin Three Stooges. LV6. Gazing at the card, he noticed that in the greed space, the healing potions the Goblin Thief had stolen earlier were gone, replaced by other things. A dozen or so ores of unknown composition, some rough gold nuggets, a few crudely polished magical gems, several monster cores, a necklace or bracelet made of beast teeth strung together. A standard-issue broadsword, a few tools commonly used by explorers, some plants still caked with dirt, wild fruits bearing goblin tooth marks, and half an old tree root. Zhao Huanshi was first curious. Where did the goblins get those ores, magical gems, and that savage-looking beast tooth chain? Then he grew puzzled. The healing potions were missing from the greed space, so the goblin merchant must have taken them when he went out. But those random plants, gnawed fruits, and tree roots were clearly the style of the goblin scavenger. Had those two gone out together? Looking at the card's enhanced description, which mentioned a 20 chance of summoning 2 Goblin Three Stooges, he quickly guessed the truth. After all, 20 was not a small chance. Zhao Huanshi hesitated for a moment, but decided not to send the Goblin Three Stooges out again. He might need the greed space later, so he let the Three Stooges rest for now. Zhao Huanshi grabbed his backpack, reached in with his right hand, and pretended to pull out the muddy tree root, holding it up for inspection. What is this thing anyway? Hey, where'd you dig up that wild radish? Su Duojin asked curiously when he saw what Zhao Huanshi was holding. Huh, you call this a radish? Zhao Huanshi said incredulously. Yeah, an otherworldly wild radish. That's what the botanists call it. I heard it contains some special elements, and its nutritional value is even higher than ginseng. It can sell for $1,000 or so. As Su Duojin spoke, he noticed that half the wild radish was missing, looking like someone had bitten into it. He stared at Zhao Huanshi in surprise. This stuff is usually boiled as medicine. It tastes like tree bark. How could you even put it in your mouth? How could it be me? Zhao Huanshi thought for a moment. Of course the goblin's blame had to fall on its own kind. It must have been the Goblin Knight. He got hungry while fighting, dug it up, took a bite, and stuffed it in my bag. Even for a goblin, that thing must be hard to stomach. Su Duojin nodded. Then he must have been really hungry. The heavy rain continued. As night fell, the world gradually sank into darkness. The explorers camped by the lake didn't dare to sleep, nor did they light any source of illumination. They placed luminous crystals and other lighting tools within easy reach, listening intently to the sounds outside. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, the air seemed to grow colder and damper. Amidst the patter of raindrops there came a faint sound of lapping waves, as if something had crawled out from under the lake. Splash! Water scattered in all directions. An unusually large green-leaf fish struggled to leap out of the lake. The fisherman hunter punched it unconscious, unhooked it, and stuffed it into an icy net bag. Finally, catching a big one, the fisherman hunter grinned, his expression exuberant. He glanced back at the tent with the corner of his eye. Too bad. He'd caught such a big greenleaf fish, but the appreciative human female wasn't around. He tightened the net bag around his waist. Unlike before, he didn't immediately go back to digging for fresh bait. He put away his fishing rod and stood still, staring into the darkness, exuding a restless and annoyed aura. Every time he tried to fish, something came to ruin it. It really pissed off the fisherman. Amid the roar of the storm, shouts suddenly came from the tents of other explorer teams stationed in the distance. Several tents glowed with light, and the sounds of battle emerged. Zhao Huanshi and his teammates immediately sharpened their eyes and grabbed their weapons. At that moment, the roar of the fisherman hunter and the sounds of battle arose outside the tent. Zhao Huanshi swiped his hand, and the illumination crystal embedded in his shield emitted a white glow. Holding the shield in front of him, he pulled open the tent flap, ready to rush out. But in the curtain of rain, a dark object hurtled down toward his head. Zhao Huanshi instinctively swung his shield to meet it. Bang! The shield rang with a heavy impact, and the flying shadow was knocked to the ground, trembling slightly. Several beams from the illumination crystals shone over like flashlights. There lay a monster as thick as a thigh, its body resembling an eel, mouth filled with rows of sharp teeth, and foreclaws growing behind its gills, and before its tail sprawled sideways on the ground. A large hole in its head oozed dark red blood, its mouth opened and closed while its body and claws kept writhing and twitching, clearly on the verge of death. Is this the lake monster? It looks a bit abstract. Zhao Huanshi, however, thought it was acceptable. A hybrid of catfish and salamander fish-like in appearance, far more appealing than the mutated fish contaminated by toxic gas. Zhao Huanshi shone his shield forward. The light pierced the rain curtain, faintly revealing the figure of the fisherman hunter. Then strange cries echoed in the rain, and several dark shadows suddenly leaped, charging at the fisherman hunter. But the fisherman hunter seemed to have anticipated this. With a slight twist of its body, it dodged the shadow's attack. With a thrust and a flick of its fishbone spear, another shadow was sent flying toward the tent. Zhao Huanshi blocked it with his shield. Looking down, it was indeed another four-legged eel, though smaller, only the size of an arm. Qian Xiaolin muttered under her breath. Why do I feel like the fisherman hunter looks a bit unhappy? Zhao Huanshi turned his head in surprise and glanced at her. Good eyesight, girl. After all, it's a fishing boy. It doesn't like fish that are too eager to jump onto its hook. Huh. Qian Mantang turned his shield, casting light onto the lake's surface, revealing splashing water and more four-legged eels leaping out of the lake and onto the shore. Perhaps attracted by the light from the illumination crystals, more monsters, after leaping out of the lake, ignored the nearer fisherman hunter and, writhing and crawling swiftly, charged straight toward the tent. Although the monsters were fierce in appearance, they were not large in size, and the fisherman hunter's battle seemed quite effortless. This gave Li Xiang, a level 9 apprentice warrior, the illusion that these four-legged eels were easy to handle. Confidently, he charged into the rain, his one-handed sword gathering a faint white glow, ready to greet the monsters with a splendid heavy strike of battle chi the moment they pounced. But when he actually faced the attack of the four-legged eels, he realized these monsters were far more terrifying than they appeared. Their bodies twisted rapidly, then suddenly leaped into the air, shooting toward him like arrows, leaving Li Xiang no time to react or anticipate. However, relying on the experience and instincts accumulated from previous battles, Li Xiang managed to block the monster's attack with his shield in time. The impact wasn't that strong. Feeling the shock on his shield, Li Xiang's confidence returned. Just as he was about to strike again, a splashing sound suddenly reached his ears. In the dim rain, a four-legged eel slid silently to his side and suddenly leaped up. A sharp pain shot through his left arm. Li Xiang screamed and turned his head to see a four-legged eel's sharp teeth piercing through his leather armor and into his flesh. The four-legged eel's body twisted and thrashed wildly, attempting to tear a piece of flesh from its enemy. Li Xiang's face twisted in fury. He was about to skewer the eel hanging on him with his sword when he heard splashing water and saw more dark shadows rapidly converging on him from the corner of his eye. Was it because they sensed I'm the weakest in the team, planning to gang up and devour me? Li Xiang realized with a jolt. Seeing several dark shadows leap up, mouths open, charging toward him, Li Xiang's eyes widened, and his heart was instantly filled with terror and despair. At that moment, a large foot shot out from the side, kicking Li Xiang hard and sending him tumbling back into the tent. Wave blade slash. With a furious shout, a dazzling white light swept through, cleaving the airborne four-legged eels into two halves. They fell to the ground, writhing wildly and emitting strange cries. Zhao Huanshi cut the four-legged eel's body in half with one sword stroke. Seeing that the monster's head remained, its mouth still clamped tightly onto Li Xiang's arm. He then thrust the sword tip into the eel's mouth and twisted it, finally prying the eel's head off Li Xiang's arm. Brother, are you afraid you won't die fast enough, or do you think you don't have enough scars, and want to add more battle medals? Li Xiang, recovering, thought the spot where Zhang Dashuan had kicked him hurt more than his arm. He smiled wryly at Zhao Huanshi's teasing. It's just that I saw your fishman taking on 10 with ease, so I got a bit careless. I told you rainy days are the fishman's home turf. The fishman hunter has a fish sense. It can detect changes in the surrounding rain and moisture. The water monkey's ability to become invisible in the rain is as good as useless before it. These eels twist their bodies and it knows exactly where they'll shoot. How can you compare? Zhao Huanshi explained. Li Xiang asked, puzzled. Fishmen have this ability. Probably all fishmen have something similar, just not as strong as the fishman hunter. Zhao Huanshi only knew that fishmen were not affected by the vision-obscuring water mist and could move freely within it. He wasn't sure if ordinary fishmen could detect enemies hidden in the mist. You knew the fishman was this strong and didn't tell me earlier. My fault, As he spoke, Zhao Huanshi suddenly swung his greatsword, cleaving a lunging four-legged eel in midair. Li Xiang was stunned, recalling Zhang Dashuan's earlier remark that he likely couldn't defeat Zhao Huanshi. Is this guy playing the fool to hide his strength? Even though it has legs, it's still an eel, I guess. I wonder how it tastes. Zhao Huanshi kept a wary eye on the surroundings, but his words were off-topic. Qian Xiaolin made a disgusted face. You can eat such a disgusting thing. What do you know? A big eel like this must be very nourishing. With 4 legs it might be even more potent. Oldly, don't you think? Oh, Li Xiang hadn't even caught what Zhao Huanshi was saying, and just responded instinctively. Then Zhao Huanshi said, Old Li is indeed at an age where he needs supplements. At a certain moment, the 4-legged eels that had been fiercely battling the explorers suddenly retreated into the lake like a tide, some leaping, others slithering, leaving behind the bewildered, gasping explorers and a field of monster corpses. Fang Qingbao, who had been guarding the other direction, came over to check the situation. Seeing that the middle-aged, unemployed frontline exploration team had suffered no casualties, he let out a slight sigh of relief. The rain gradually thinned, and the screams of explorers from other teams in the distance became clearer. Someone must be seriously injured. Those damned creatures hurt quite a bit when they bite. Li Xiang guessed. Fang Qingbao wiped his face, flicking away the rain mixed with a bit of mucus, and shook his head. It's more than that. During our fight, I saw that team over there. Some members were dragged into the lake by those monsters. Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Li Xiang's spine. If not for the captain's timely kick that saved his life, he might have been dragged away too. Zhao Huanshi, however, secretly thought that he was wise to stay behind guarding the tent and never rush forward. He even kept the Goblin Wilderness Knight as a hidden card, never releasing it. The human commotion had little to do with the Murloc hunter. After the 4-legged eels had all fled, ignoring its own wounds, it bent down to dig out a worm from the ground, ready to continue its fishing endeavor. However, the commotion caused by the 4-legged eels had scattered most of the fish near the shore. Those that hadn't fled were nibbled on by passing eels as snacks. After sensing for a long time, the Murloc hunter found no fish around, and it angrily muttered a stream of gurgling curses. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi used the pretext of checking on the Murloc hunter's condition and approached it. He stealthily glanced around. Others were either returning to tents to check and treat injuries, applying medicine, or taking inventory of losses and fixing tents that had been damaged or knocked askew during the battle. Everyone was busy, and no one paid attention to him. He grasped the glowing crystal, the dim light vanished, and the surroundings instantly turned pitch black with no one visible. Zhao Huanshi cast Goblin 3 Rascals, summoning the Goblin Scavenger. He took the valuable otherworldly fish out of the frost net, stuffed them into the Goblin Scavenger's pocket, then recalled it back into the card, leaving only a few less valuable fish outside. It wasn't that Zhao Huanshi was being sly with his teammates, unwilling to share the spoils. But fresh, otherworldly fish were valuable, while in a few days they would turn into stinking trash no one wanted. And Zhao Huanshi didn't have any specialized fishing preservation equipment. The mimic could only store items, not preserve them. He could, however, bake the otherworldly fish into dried fish jerky. To sell these otherworldly fish for money, the team would have to immediately return to the explorer's town. However, from Zhao Huanshi's observation, neither Zhang Dashuan nor Fang Qingbao seemed willing to end this exploration so soon. Originally, after the battle with the Jackalmen, the team members were injured and should have returned to the city to recuperate. Healing potions were not cheap, nor were they alchemical elixirs. Their healing effect was limited, and drinking too much was just a waste of money. But thanks to the miraculous effect of Zhao Huanshi's bright light vine, the exploration team members had recovered most of their condition after taking turns wearing it. Although not as good as full physical condition, it was enough to support them for another adventure. So to avoid waste, Zhao Huanshi had to secretly hide the most valuable otherworldly fish into the greedy space. After recalling the Goblin Scavenger, Zhao Huanshi turned his attention to the Murloc hunter. The Murloc had many wounds all over its body and had lost quite a bit of blood, but there were no particularly severe injuries. However, the hooded leather coat used for its disguise had been torn into rags by the monsters. Everyone else was busy sorting out tents and cleaning the battlefield, yet this creature was still squatting there, fishing, cosplaying as a mob. It looked quite odd. Alright, since you can't catch any fish, now go back and rest. Though reluctant, the Murloc hunter obediently leaned its head over for Zhao Huanshi to touch, then was recalled back into a card. A flash of light vanished, and the Murloc hunter disappeared, leaving behind a tattered leather coat and a few cold, misty, otherworldly fish. So the net really can't carry fish back into the card. Although he had guessed it, Zhao Huanshi still felt a bit regretful. Otherwise, he could freeze some useless fish into ice pops, put them in the net, and fling them at enemies' faces during a fight accompanied by an old cliché cold ice fish slapping wildly on the face. How awesome would that be? His mind wandered, his eyes fell on the monster card in his hand. Shallow Sea Murloc Hunter. LV7. After enhancement, even the leveling difficulty for the fisherman had increased. Before catching this many fish would have leveled it up to 8. Zhao Huanshi thought somewhat greedily. After a while the rain stopped and the sky brightened. Some exploration team members found a pile of dry wood from somewhere, lit a bonfire in the middle of the camp, skinned and gutted the four-legged eels, skewered them on sticks, and stuck them around the fire to roast. You're actually eating them. Zhao Huanshi had only said it casually, never expecting them to actually do it. Qian Xiaolin shot him a glance. Didn't you say earlier that these long-legged eels are highly nourishing? Make sure to eat plenty later. Zhao Huanshi turned to Li Xiang. Yeah, only you should eat more to replenish your strength. I'll pass. I'll just have some small fish. Seeing Zhao Huanshi about to take some otherworldly fish to roast, Qian Xiaolin was a bit surprised, still eating. With yesterday's fish soup, that's at least 20 to 30,000 worth. The fish caught by Zhao Huanshi's Murloc were mostly his own effort. Even according to the exploration team's rules, most of the money from selling them would go to him. Qian Xiaolin remembered that Zhao Huanshi clearly knew the value of these otherworldly fish. What else can I do? We can't go back anytime soon, so just let them rot. Zhao Huanshi turned to look at Zhang Daxuan and the others gathered in another corner, discussing their next move. True, but you can't finish all these fish alone. Let me help you share some of the burden. Well, thank you so much. There should have been more, but unfortunately during the night battle a lot of fish fell out of the net and were snatched by the eel monsters. Zhao Huanshi commented casually, as if unintentionally. Qian Xiaolin suddenly had an epiphany. No wonder the Murloc looked so furious when the eel monsters fled. Oh, you saw that? It was cursing at the lake. After the Jackalman attack, the exploration team had retreated in a hurry, leaving many supplies behind in the Muse Wilderness. It happened that last night during the attack by the four-legged eels, 2 exploration teams stationed by the lake had members seriously injured or even killed. They immediately decided to leave the contaminated area and return to Dongchuan City. Zhao Huanshi didn't know what those people were thinking. With such strength, how could they dare to join the excitement in the Muse Wilderness? This conveniently benefited Zhang Daxuan and his team, who traded a few mutated monster heads with those 2 exploration teams to replenish the supplies they had lost. The majority of the 3 exploration teams shared the same sentiment. Since they had already come this far, they might as well make it worth their while before returning. Zhao Huanshi, however, was indifferent. The goblin thief had acquired a shadow magic crystal on its own, saving him over 200,000. Adding the spoils brought back by the 3 scoundrels and the large fish caught by the fisherman hunter, selling everything would fetch at least 70 or 80,000, easing his financial strain once more. But staying in the contaminated zone was fine too. Since his profession was already exposed, he could now openly summon the goblin wild rider to fight. When the wild rider reached level 5, while leveling it up would require enhancing its card. He wondered what materials would be needed, hoping they weren't too rare given how hard he had saved up. Wait, something fell off. Zhao Huanshi frowned. Why did it feel like all his hard work was just toiling for the monster cards? An illusion, surely an illusion. He was the summoner, the heartless capitalist who enslaved monsters. Everything the monsters owned belonged to him. Enhancing the monster meant strengthening his own power. After all preparations, the exploration team set out again for the Twilight Wilderness. Perhaps because the previous journey had been too thrilling this time, they entered the Twilight Wilderness without incident, encountering no noteworthy monsters along the way. Only some ordinary monsters that had escaped from battles and wandered the wilderness. These weaklings had heads worth nothing, and goblins like them were utterly worthless. Unless they came knocking on their own, most explorers couldn't be bothered with these dregs. But Zhao Huanshi, seeing these bedraggled monsters wandering the wilderness, felt a bit of pity. At first he would send his goblin wild rider to put them out of their misery. However, perhaps because the enemies were too weak, the goblin wild rider found no pleasure in bullying them. After killing several wandering monsters, the wild rider hadn't gained a single point of experience. Eventually, even Zhao Huanshi couldn't be bothered with those dregs. After 2 days of traveling through the Twilight Wilderness, the exploration team had gathered quite a few materials, though they hadn't found any new monster colonies. Even if the prices of materials from the Twilight Wilderness dropped recently, they could still sell for a good sum back home. The contaminated zone south of the Twilight Wilderness was a desert of gravel and sand. Certain parts of the 2 contaminated zones overlapped, while others remained distinct from the real world. Affected by the neighboring contaminated zone, the southern part of the Twilight Wilderness had dry air and sparse vegetation. The number of monsters living nearby had always been low, and after the explorers swept through, some fled into the desert. At dusk, Zhao Huanshi and the others discovered an empty cave. After investigating, they found it had once been home to a group of goblins, but now they were nowhere to be seen. There were no monster corpses, no obvious bloodstains, or signs of battle. But there were fire pits and other traces left by explorers who had stayed overnight. If there had been anything valuable in the cave, it would have been looted by now. After a cursory search, they felt no danger and decided to stay there for the night. Staying in the cave was more comfortable and safer than camping in the open wilderness. Zhao Huanshi summoned the mimic and reached inside to retrieve items, but noticed the mimic's eyes fixed on a corner of the cave. "What are you looking